lover, they will fight. Your mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. these words. Oh, so many times. Thinking you knew better than the other guys. Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it
I hope you guys have finished tanning after 3 weeks here in the Southeast Asian DPC beaches that we've set up in my little shop that I've been sitting at for 2 of those weeks because Sophie was on the first week. It's now the final day of not just this tour, but all the tours for this competitive season as we look forwards towards TI 12. It's been a journey that we started all the way in January where Execration were top of the list. Then Tour 2, we saw Talon top things. And now here in Tour 3, we're in a situation where we might not even see Talon at all as we look to wherever these beaches are. Perhaps these beaches are in Bali because that is the next thing in the Dota calendar. And then it's time for TI, at least as far as the DPC is concerned. And I'm commemorating it with a TI shirt. I'm also bringing 2 other expert panelists on my beach for one last time, Aurora and Adam. Guys, what a journey it's been. Aurora, you joined us in Tour 2, right? Mm-hmm. How's the past? Well, maybe I'll save the nostalgia moments for the end. As for right now, how excited are you?
At first I was very excited, but then when I realized what are at stakes, I kind of think I feel very bad for being excited because I feel one of the teams really don't want to lose this series, the first series. And I mean, it's not really me, but like it's for them. But I still think I can't feel that excited,
I understand. It's very empathetic of you. Adam, do you share the same empathy? Or are you so far removed from competition now you just enjoy the entertainment factor?
When I played TI6, every game I won, I was like depressed after. Like I was not happy.
Because someone had to lose.
Someone had to lose, yeah. And it was like different, right? Because it was TI. And it felt like with every win we had until like top 4, I was like literally destroying people's dreams.
Yep.
But I think I felt better towards the end because we made it far enough where I could tell myself that it's okay, we went pretty far.
Yeah, so, and the other people, they made top 6 even though you had to eliminate them.
Yeah.
It's the spirit of competition.
Do I feel this way? I mean, I think I've accepted that that's part of competition.
Mm-hmm.
Like, losing makes you stronger. And, whoever wins today or loses, maybe it's for better and maybe they'll make it through TI,
Yeah.
It's how you take losses that matter the most.
We've talked to many of these players after some questionable losses that they've had, and they are regularly citing that that's the best opportunity that they had to be like, oh, we had a lot of holes in our game that were exposed in this series that we randomly lost. Hopefully Blacklist have patched up all the holes that they had in their Xerxia loss because, well, we'll get into that soon. First, let's take a look at our results the last time we were here in the Southeast Asian DPC, where we got to determine quite a few things, determine quite a few slots. We had Bleed lock themselves into not just going to the major, but into first place. And as a result, someone had to lose, and that someone was Xerxia on Friday. And so they went down and were last place. I won't regale you over all of them quite yet because we have a graphic that can accompany it.
I mean, I think I was quite surprised with how Bleed was doing so well this season. But then it's like, they stayed together, right? So it's a team where they want to fix the problems. They don't want to just change their players, you know? So I think they definitely deserve it. And I'm kind of very excited to see Corden in the major, not gonna lie. Like, I want to see him struggle, but then through these struggles, like Adam said, right, you learn, you grow, you become a better player and hopefully person. So I really want to see that from Corden.
It's rare that we've had a Southeast Asian mid be exposed to this level of competition in quite a while. I think last one I remember was Yopaj at Singapore. Can you think of another example of a mid who was not that
Cox.
seasoned?
Cox.
Oh yeah, Cox, that's true. Avatar mode.
Yeah, Avatar mode.
Yeah, that was Lima. Although that was a elimination in groups type situation.
I believe in the LAN player thing, you know. Like I think some players are very much better at LAN.
They got the clutch factor.
Yeah, I think like probably the most standout one we've had recently is probably Zephyr from T1. I think he was a big LAN player. Like online he's kind of but online like he shows up, you know. I think like there are a few players that are like that, and maybe Coren's like that too.
Fingers crossed for Bleed at least, because they will have their opportunity to finally show themselves on LAN. But everything that we've been doing has been online. And so let me quickly refresh your memory on what our week 3 highlights were with this video.
It's tough. You have your Ags on Yopaj. I mean, you got to make Slen have one Sags. He'll get targeted.
That is a big hit. That is just beautiful from Zephyr. Oh my God, what a smoke. And they're all so close to the fountain. Oh, they are so close to the fountain. The ability to hit the opening of the song. The blast off comes in. Where's this going back? They are all going to the fountain. It feels everybody. Let's go to the fountain. It's a day off indeed.
Trying to go for Jackie, but he's
stunned himself. Oh, Lotus Orb once again coming in. Which Dr. Cass comes out. They do manage to get a really good shackle, but the Alchemist is taking too much damage. The Medusa burned out of all the mana, but they don't have the damage to finish up for health. Look at this aggressive ward. They're going to get some vision out of this. Ice gets the skewer back, but it's on the hero that they wanted. The RP and actually caught the Doom. And Jackie gets the chance to get off his BKB Chemical Rage. The Doom goes off, but the damage has already been done. He got off what he wanted. KP did manage to get out, though the Terrorize hits the Ember Spirit. The blast off trying to stop him gets denied. That big explosion, but that stun is too much. The mines hit all of them and Bleed fall over dead.
Next opponent is going to be Execration. This series, you guys looked amazing. I was wondering where this SMG has been the entire time. How are you looking forward to your opponent with Execration?
Just execute them. That's their name, right? Execration. Execute them. That's
Well,
it.
you stay moving under gunfire? Is that what it is?
How the hell did he did in that last team fight? Bloodseeker started running away from Palos, then he got ruptured.
Yeah.
He couldn't run anymore.
Nice roll, Monstros. You're dead.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he'll glimpse his corpse back into SMG space and say, look at what you've done. You're
They
gone.
lose their Beastmaster immediately, though. Chidori gonna be caught in the red, and oh, he's dead. Oh, no.
It's a disaster. Give another remnant.
I don't think Chidori's gonna be able to get out of here either.
he's gone.
Fire instantly into the scythe. He's dead. No way. Execration. He certainly
You're going to be a
can.
hell of a rolling thunder.
Scythe out on Shanks. Buyback commences for mid one.
Oh my
is low.
God.
Palos is low. Palos. Oh, they dissimulate before the rolling thunder hits. He goes in, kills the 2 supports. Now focusing on the throne. The throne is going to die. Mid one can't stop it, and that's it. Execration. They make the comeback, and what a pop off from the team.
They're going to chase onto Zephyr here a bit, but they're going to turn now back with the blast.
Nice
off
shackle.
as well. There's going to be a chrono. Catches 3.
Oh, the defusal.
Damage, though, out from Mushi as well. There's Stone Gaze out in the nick of time. As Natsumi's completely out of mana here, Winter. Q really committed for this kill and should have had a rather caution. No, the disarm just in time. Natsumi gets the kill. Makoto, he's going to need to make some stylish move. Oh, Makoto! Oh, Mushi with the Yule Scepter sets up for the stud. He has Blink. Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar he hits those. And now the lockdown. No, it is!
Go for the Rod of Atos, go for the kill onto him. Global Silence, he's not going to get a chance to get off the Sunder. He is dead, and Teehee, oh man. Corden may have tanked the Doom, but they can't actually deal with Jackie. The Stone Gaze goes out at the same time. DJ can't handle the MKB pickup. The turnaround on Rapido, though. He did get hit by the Lotus Orb Tomb, so he has to play his distance. JG not being careful enough. He died straight up. Did not anticipate that kind of damage.
Really hard, especially when you're dooming off in power.
Nice two-man RP. Beautiful stuff from Mushi. Catching the two most problematic heroes.
23 has Shadow Dance in at least 10 more seconds. BKB will cover the retreat, but they're going to try and get through him now. Oh no, but they've disarmed Shanks. The reactive taser, not good enough. They will find the kill into 23. He's holding on to the buyback for now, as Execration at least managed to give the boot to Talon off the higher of Makoto. He found another 2-core leash. Oh no, on 100 HP. They have vision on him thanks to the thirst. Oh, they're reaching, and they've got the kill now. Bob connects on the Syrian Chains, but Palos, he needs to get a kill here. It needs to be a big one, and Yuzi into the Manta Style. He will live a bit longer. Jab's going to be the second one to go down. Execration taking another miracle fight underneath the tier 2 towers.
Execration is doing it, man.
They're bringing it back. See, Execration, oh my god, Makoto, he's got BKB, but roared up. No way. Oh, the RP was made all along. Makoto turning to fight the Skewer. Onto the Hacker, they've got 3, but they need more damage. 23, he's just not cutting it. But Palos, at least, he's been stunned by the Nether Strike, and Jab is left behind, has got buyback. This is it. Backs against the wall. 23 roared up, doesn't have any spells, no mobility. He's killed
no
off,
buyback.
and that's the dieback, Winter. That has to be it. Execration. The emotions for them now to turn around this game. Talon feeling crushed. As Execration focus onto the throne. The RP, that's going to be a buyback for Tino at least. But there's no fortify, Winter. And the throne falling fast. Execration, they've done it. They're going to go to the major. They started off the season in a rough spot.
They started it off in a rough spot, but they ended with perhaps the most consistent performance out of all the SEA teams that we have. Execration may be the only team that we have to show up to all 3 majors.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a team that really follows the movie plotline, surely they'll be in every major.
What story arc was so March was part of the team in Tour 1, so that was like their training arc. And then Tour 2, or post-Lima Major, they don't have March. This was like the first boss, aside from Lima itself being a boss, I guess. And they had to grind up just by themselves. Chemo behind them this time. And they still managed to do that.
They had Abing in the first half of Tour 2.
Yeah, that's right.
And they switched to Chemo
Forgot
like
about
halfway.
that. Yeah.
Execration is just the comeback kings, man.
Comeback kings.
They qualify and then they become bad again, and they find themselves and then they qualify again.
Never count them out.
Maybe the start of it, like they have these ideas introduced by their coach, but then it's like even if your coach tell you what to do and you understand it, you'll never really truly grasp what the concept is when you execute it yourself and not relying on your coach to always explain to you. You have to play it and then understand why this happened and why do you need to do that, all those things, So I think Execration is just great at that.
We heard it from Mid One. It's in their name. Execute, Execration. He thought it would be execute as in killing. I'm pretty sure it ended up being execute as in they just need to pull their strategies off.
Call an ambulance, but not for
But
me.
not for me. Let's take a look at our one official series that we have, but we're going to have 2 tiebreakers for you no matter what the result is, and I will explain the implications. First series is Mansion Army Geniuses taking on Blacklist Rivalry. So if Blacklist win, then that means that they're guaranteed for the major, and we'll just play a tiebreaker for second, third place between them and Execration just to figure out points and prize pool. And then Army Geniuses, if they lose, which is the same result, that means that they will play a tiebreaker against Boom for relegation. And basically the most important series, which is to say either a qualifying for the major series or a qualifying for relegation or unqualifying for Division 1 series, that will be the last series of the day. And the less important series will be the one that's just there for a prize pool and some points. So the other way around is if Mansion Army Geniuses win, then that means that a Blacklist will be playing a tiebreaker against Talon. So that means that Talon is not fully out yet of the major contention, but it entirely depends on Blacklist losing this first series. And then the other series that we'll play is going to be Army Geniuses taking on SMG for $1,000 and 50 DPC points.
I think that's a worse position to be in, for Talent. Like you have to, you have to hope for them to lose so that you have a chance.
Yep.
But then again, I mean, they already had their chance in Tour 1 and Tour 2. So I think what's more important this season was to just really tackle what was their fatal weakness, I feel. Because I can see that they are trying. Like they say they are not trying to be the best C team, but rather to be a good team internationally. But I still feel like I see the same problem from Tour 1, like they are not really playing as a team.
Yeah.
It's more of like just individuals doing very well together.
I mean, whatever they say, like, actions have consequences, right? Friday, they looked like they weren't even trying to be a team of anything. And
Trying to be a team supporting a safe lane void spirit.
I don't know. They don't look like they were very interested, in all honesty. And I mean, they're here and it sucks, but it's their own fault too.
And ultimately, I will reiterate that they are... When the last calculation was made was after the Berlin Major, and when the Berlin Major ended, then they were 99.99% qualified for TI. At this point, they may actually be 100% because that 0.01% was probably dependent on Xersha getting first place in this div, and then Alpha getting first place in NA, and then also winning the major. And so the simulation that had this 0.01% of Talon may not qualifying may not even be a reality. They may be locked now, but we won't know until the tour is done for all the regions. So they're still going to TI. I'm just going to say it. They're going to TI, but they're not going to the last major, which is a peculiar look for any team that is going to TI. And then at the same time, they're also going to Dream League. And I was listening to Crit's interview from North America, and it seems like a lot of teams are putting quite a bit of emphasis on the second Dream League because it's going to give out two invites to Riyadh, and Riyadh has a pretty sizable prize pool behind it. And so as a result, yes, obviously, for Shopify, they are already qualified for TI, I think.
Yeah.
And so as a result, they don't have to worry as much about the major because the major prize pool is also only 300,000 compared to like the 15 million and the 1 million of Dream League. And so as a result, I'm assuming that the emphasis that these teams will be playing on these two tournaments will shift.
It's literally the beach holiday.
Yeah, exactly. Last time before TI, just lounging, sunbathing like Marcy on the beach. Before the tsunami of TI comes along.
I just imagine Talon not qualifying, and there's this clip in my head of Talon's going to TI. Looking at the camera.
You quote me on it. Talon's going to TI. Quote me on it right now, because I just find it so exceptionally unlikely that it doesn't happen, but who knows. As for right now, though, we're going into Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses. They may qualify directly, but that is dependent on... Really, it's entirely dependent on what Blacklist shows up today. Because if I want to extrapolate, last Monday that Blacklist had to play... Oh, wait, no, they did play on week 3 also, and they beat Bleed. So maybe it's not the Mondays that they're bad at. It's the morning series.
It's the morning, right? Yeah, that was the theory, but we only have one series.
Well, there you go. This is number 2. I love drawing trends based off of small sample sizes. Yeah, so Blacklist Rivalry have only played one series in the morning, which is the very first series of the day, and it was against Xersha, and it was on Monday of week 2, and they got 2-0'd. And we interviewed Raven about it afterwards, and his explanation was that Xersha was simply just the best team in the world for those, let's see, first game was 47 minutes, second game was 39 minutes. For a good 90 minutes, Xersha was the best team in the world. And then they returned to having only one win, because Xersha only has one win, and it was against Blacklist. And that's why Blacklist are in this soup to begin with. That's only if they lose. If they win, then life's good. They qualified to TI. And, well, no. They qualified to the major. Whoa, okay. That one don't clip me on. I'm not vouching for
If
Blacklist.
teams are chilling at the major, it means even more for teams that have low points to go to the major, right? Because this is your chance.
Absolutely. That means that also I'm very encouraged for Execration, because Execration has like quite a few points.
Yeah, they're like close, but not that close.
Yeah.
They also have this like LAN thing they need to get over.
Yeah.
They've definitely not, they've been to LANs, but they've also come home pretty fast.
Every time. But at least the third time's the charm, perhaps. We'll
Hopefully.
see. So what type of Blacklist are we going to get today, Aurora? What do you think? The last time we saw them, period, they beat Bleed, and that was on a week ago. They haven't played in a week, actually.
I think probably statistically, there's no way Blacklist loses this series.
Heard this
Okay.
before.
Just trying to be fair.
After literally, this is the
the
27th week. No, sorry. The 9th week of the Southeast Asian DPC, and I still can't trust statistics.
I mean, I have to mention it first before
Sure.
I explain. But I think I mentioned this before with the crew. I said AG probably stood a better chance against Beat than Blacklist because of the playstyle. Because Beat is this one unit playstyle, right? Every single game, they're just gonna be one unit. There's like one hard carry, and then Colin's gonna be like, the clown just, like creating havoc in the game. Good or bad, doesn't matter.
True.
But the thing is, he's annoying, you have to admit that.
Absolutely.
And then I's also a bit of a clown, but like he's got more responsibility, like he's not the kind where he can just really, go too far and then die and then just hope that his other two cores can carry him, he's not in that position, but Colin is. And then I just feel like when I look at AG, it's very different. They have this 3-core lineup where they're very selfish, but like Adam said, they're useful to each other.
Yeah.
So in terms of the map, right, I feel AG can somewhat get more net worth against Blade because Blade likes to stick together, right, like play like a unit. But then because of how Blade is so on the same page, AG couldn't tackle them. And then when I think about Blacklist versus AG, right, they are very similar. To me, they're very similar. Like they need all 3 cores on Blacklist to be in what they prefer, like their element. You wouldn't see KP just playing this one hero. I buy team items on Underlord and then I just wait for the other 2 cores to carry me. Like it's not that way. But he does stuff for his team, and that's what I see in AG too. So when I compare both of them, I just think Blacklist already has players with more experience, better skills. I just think it's almost impossible for AG to take this.
It's a pretty good reasoning. So stylistically, Blacklist and AG are much more aligned, so they can't outstyle them. And then mechanically, there's just probably a skill diff between all of these roles. It's Raven versus In Your Dream, Carl versus Yoe, KP versus DB, Tims versus Yokem, and Cuckoo versus Variz. I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that any of the AG players are more seasoned, experienced than the Blacklist.
I think there was a time this year where the AG players were better individually,
And
like
tour
all
too.
5 of them, yes.
Yeah.
But they have not been having a good tour. I also want to say that I feel like I just lost a hot take
Why?
because of her explanation on why Blacklist would lose to AG. And I think AG is a good team that is lost. I think they are lost, and it's going to come down to what AG shows up today more than Blacklist, because I think a full power AG can definitely take a game or 2 off Blacklist.
Yeah, because last time we saw AG, it's been the same critiques that I've been bringing up every single time that we have them on this show. It's that they are just constantly picking different heroes. I look at their series against Bleed last Wednesday where they got 2-0'd, 10 different heroes. The series against Boom on last Monday, they actually won, but same thing, they picked 10 different heroes in both their games. And so sometimes it works against Boom, but most of the time it just seems like they are frantically just picking things out of a hat and being like, okay, how about Spirit Breaker this time? How about offlane Wind Ranger this time? And
Yeah, that's the thing. I think for AG, there needs to be somewhat of very basic consistency. Like you can't always have 10 different heroes, Like one or 2 players should have to play the same play style of a hero at least. And in AG, I think it's the 5 and the 2. I think they should always just first phase Variz hero. Like no matter what, I don't care if he wants to play gyro. I don't care if he wants to play what TV support. I don't even care. Like just first face him. Because this guy, he doesn't care what the matchup is. Like he had a Bane game where in the draft it was so questionable, but then he owned.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like this player, he just wants to play the hero he wants to play. So just give it to him, but don't sabotage your draft. Just give him to it early, and then plan your way to allow DB and In Your Dream to cook, so to say. And I mean, because mid heroes now are much more stable to pick first in the draft. Like it's always the spirits.
So it was spirits.
Yeah.
Or Pango.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like you can always just count on your way to play this kind of hero since he's very vocal in the team, right? So I think you should just buy on this kind of consistency. Even though I think Yue can play a lot of heroes too, but I just think having Yue on spirits or Pango, it just allows the other players to feel more confident, Like I think DB isn't really doing that well in terms of like his laning phase, but there's this thing where if your teammate is just constantly telling you, hey, I'm doing fine, what do you need, you just feel very empowered even if you fucked up in your lane.
Yeah.
So I think Yue is best in that position, and I think just him being in that position allows DB and In Your Dream to really cook.
I'm with you. I think I don't think I've seen Yue like outright lose lanes regardless of the matchup. He is quite consistent.
I mean, in terms of like the first 3 levels, it's kind of like what are you doing,
Sure.
But then afterwards, like he hits his timing. That's the thing. He always hits his level 5, level 6 timing where he is going to make movements for the team, So as long as you hit that timing as a mid player, you're good. Yeah.
I think AG's story to me has been a lot about lanes. Like I talk about Jokem a lot. I feel like he won their lanes for them, past tour. Like I think Yue was a weaker laner in tour 2 than he is now. He would usually lose his lane and Jokem's like, hey, I'm here. In Your Dream used to play his heroes that stayed in his lane, and Jokem would help him, and he would help DB. He accomplished a lot, but other than the Spirit Breaker, I've not seen that kind of impact from him at all this tour, and I think AG has not found a solution to that. So I wonder if they'll bring something new to that today.
Strangely enough, like Jokem has only played techies 1 time this entire tour, and yeah, Spirit Breaker has been his main hero. He's played like
Wind Ranger, Clockwork,
10 different heroes. I brought this up last time, but they've played 14 games. He's played 10 different heroes. He's played Spirit Breaker, Coddle, Grimstroke, Rubik, Clockwork, Clinks, Mirana, Undying, and I agree that it's not so much his responsibility anymore to win Yoe's lane, but rather to win DB's
lane, yeah.
His own lane, I guess.
I feel like they're trying to do a bit too much here and there. They're not like addressing a new problem that came up with this patch, and they've seemed to have not been able to get over it yet.
Perhaps spreading themselves a bit too thin. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, we need to look at them in the context of not as this team good in Southeast Asia, but when we send them to Bali, a whole 2 hours away, how are they going to stack up against international opponents? Because none of our... Talon is the only SEA representative that has succeeded past the group stage.
Yep.
And so in Tour 1, Geek Slate and Execration got eliminated in groups at Lima. Tour 2, SMG and Execration got eliminated in groups in Berlin. And I have to assume that Bleed this time is going to be the team that succeeds. But, Tour 1, Talon was 3rd place. Maybe Blacklist as a 3rd place representative, which isn't guaranteed, might be the team that does the best. But are they at that point yet?
I have a hot take. I think if Blacklist go, they'll do better than any other team there in SEA.
Because of the land buff?
I think it's not only the land buff, but I think they have 5 very experienced players. Like, they don't have this... I don't see like the negative of them being at LAN, They've all been there before, and they know how to adapt. And I think that's something very big on LAN, because you're playing against these teams that you've never played before in your life, in this whole year. You've not played against Europe, you've not played against NA, and you go there and you lose 1 game and you have to learn. And I think these players can do that. Like, they have done it before.
And their coach, Mike's no stranger to international competition. Although, has he coached on LAN before?
No, he has not. It's definitely his first year coaching, I think. But the experience, he's experienced enough that he will be able to help them as well.
Of course.
KP is definitely experienced enough. Like, the 4 of them are all experienced. Maybe Kuku's going to have a bit of trouble with his new role, but so far they look okay. And I think that's a something we saw last year at LCQ actually with Liquid and Secret, right?
That's right.
The experienced players of Liquid, like they learned, I think in LCQ, Boxy was like one of the worst players,
I know.
as POS 4.
What a
And
glow up.
when he went to playoffs and when they were starting to reach like top 40, he was like hands down the best 4 at TI, and I would credit that to experience because they learn and they know what to learn and how to help each other and what to look for. I think it matters a lot.
But then, was that the experience coming from Boxy himself or like Zai and Matumba Man, who are much more seasoned? Because Boxy, Insania, and Mickey didn't even make it to the prior TI. They didn't qualify to TI 10. And so they had some time off of the TI scene. And then whenever they were showing up to lands, like Stockholm Major was a disaster for Liquid. And Arlington was a disaster for Liquid.
I think he kind of hit the zone. This was something I felt before too. Like you just, I know it's like some anime thing, this zone where you just like full instinct, but I think it's real and I've experienced it before. You just are very clear-headed about what you want to do and what you want to accomplish in the game. And I think Boxy kind of hit that really hard at TI. And I mean, credits to the people around him too. I'm sure they played a part, but it's not easy to go from this to this in like that 1 week,
Yeah.
I mean, I think probably being with Zai and Matumba Man, like you said, help a little bit because I think when you have teammates who are very experienced and they just know if you're trying hard enough, you'll get it. I mean, maybe you wouldn't be like Thompson where really 0 to hero, but it's like basic stuff, Once you get it and you just nail it into your system, it's gonna make your games way, way better consistently, and then it's easier for you to be a better player from there because you just need to do all these routines, right? Like you don't have to think so much, you just do it naturally. And I think maybe being with Zai and Matumba Man it just feels comfortable, like they'll be like, okay, for example, support players, right? Every 6 minutes power run, if you can get into your head every 6 minutes power run, you go and get it right. Like there's no way you don't learn from it, like maybe you fuck up at the fight, but the thing is you did go for the rune. So you did something that can be worked on instead of, like every game trying to think of some playmaking moves. You're just trying to, like win the game on your own. That's not going to work when you are going to a LAN and you're up against all these experienced teams. And they also have their coach who has been, like been with them for a long time. So I think it's just when you want to grow as a player, like you have to kill your old self. Like you have to kill all the bad habits and develop good habits, and then eventually you'll have space and like presence of mind to be a really, really good player.
And what better habits to build off of than seasoned veterans who have achieved great deals of success like Matu and Zai. Now let's see what success we're going to be having as our game finally begins. We were having some lobby issues, but now we are ready for our last main series of the entire SEA DPC. Tour number 3, it's Blacklist Rivalry taking on Mansion Army Geniuses. And Blacklist, first pick of techies, they ban out Batrider and Morphling. And AG takes out Doom and Beastmaster.
All right, so Blacklist want to trade the Arc Warden or Pugna for the Magnus here.
Oh,
is
yeah.
my opinion.
I forgot
with
about the Arc Warden.
With the Morphling and Bad Bands with the techies opening. Because Magnus techies is just good, right?
I like that they respected the Morphling, so far that they banned it in the first place. Because I think it allows Army Geniuses to pull off this, haha, you think I have nothing left, and then I pick this one last Morphling pick, and you have nothing to do with it.
They heard you. 2 and 5. Enabling each other, Storm Silencer. I like it. Angle into Storm, okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised they do that instead of Void Spirit or Ember. But Carl, I think,
has preferred the Pango.
He's preferred the Pango. He's played so much Pango this tour. His Pango he's played 6 games on, and his second most played hero is Quap, who he's played 2, Quap and Ember, and Quap and Ember, he's only played 2 games on those. So he just really likes Pango.
I mean, I think between the matchup Storm versus Ember and Storm versus Pango, right? When you hit 6, it's easier to achieve things on Pango rather than Ember. Ember has always been this hero where you want to take a slow fight, You want to keep sliding them off so that they get low enough and then they feel very threatened to continue the fight, and then you just gain power over the map that way. But in Pango, it's like, it's so stable, you have your role, like someone is definitely gonna die on the map. He's definitely gonna die unless you get into a lineup where you literally have no damage on other heroes, and that's kind of your fault. It's not a Pango's fault, you know.
Yeah. So who's going to be the follow-up here? Is Techies sufficient? Or are they going to need
They
something?
need one more stun, I think. Storm's just high HP now. You know, with Falcon Blade, they go for a Kaya Sage, so more lockdown the merrier.
Give KP a Magnus, maybe. I'm actually surprised that Magnus goes through the entire first phase.
I feel like it might not make it all the way, but AG seem to be banning for their offlane right now.
Yeah, Raven getting targeted. He still has his Terrorblade in the pool, which has been his favorite hero, unless AG banned that one out. In Blacklist, they ban out the Bloodseeker to protect the Pango, as well as a Pugna and Templar Assassin.
Alright, so his TA ban is probably for the Magnus. I think a lot of teams do pick it specifically against Magnus. I'm also thinking of this Elk that's in the pool. I feel like Blacklist kind of likes to bust it out. You know, they have this double minus armor right now with Elk Pango. Elk likes to play against these long cooldown spells, Silencer being one of them. And AG go for the Battery and the Coddle. I was thinking about this since the Pugna ban came out, but I don't know how good I feel about Jokan playing this hero.
And your support duo being a Coddle Silencer.
Yeah. I think if you have active cores, it's not too bad because you are very good at playing with people, you know. Like you both drop 2 spells with a stun and it's a lot of damage. Like Pango's not gonna survive through that, so it's not too bad.
You know what my pups would do in Blacklist 10? Just pick anti-mage when they see these 3 heroes. Like, I hate it so much. Just
But you're
because they're
saying you
in.
don't recommend that?
Yeah, just because they're in heroes and like, they don't have proper lockdown for you, doesn't mean you should just pick anti-mage. I hope Blacklist doesn't do it. Great.
Magnus and Enchantress instead, so our suspicions are accurate in that they wanted most likely a KP Magnus, although I guess Raven could play it.
He could.
It would be kind of weird though, because his
Yeah, I feel like it's just a KP hero.
it's not really a Raven hero, and he has not played at this tour yet. But who knows? He will have an Enchantress supporting him though in the safe lane, as that's been Bosku's.
I feel like there's like some god picks here. Yeah, Naga's definitely one of them. Like, look at Blacklist heroes. How do you deal with this? I feel like Lifestealer could have been one of them, although I'm not sure if... I know In Your Dream used to play a lot, but he has not recently. Coddle, Naga. I like AG's draft a lot. I feel like Blacklist is kind of trapped right now. The Elk is probably going to get banned, and it's another hero that deals with Naga.
Yeah, they ban the Morphling themselves too. I feel like Morphling is kind of good against Naga because you out-carry her, that's one. And the other thing is, whenever you have Axe and then you just become another better Naga. You know?
Terrorblade is still in the pool, if you like that matchup.
Yeah, I think it's DB has last pick here, and then you're going to be playing against Coddle +1. I guess TB is definitely a Raven special, and it is one of the heroes that doesn't care too much about his matchups. You know, he just accelerates his timing.
Yeah. Also, why do you think Naga is so strong? Because I see some answers out of the Blacklist heroes. So Empower, Cleave, AoE, that's useful. Enchantress can just convert one of your mirror images.
I think it makes team fights too complicated.
Okay.
Like, it's too hard to RP right now. You have Global Silence, you have Song. Your Pango role is you need to find a Naga, you know? Otherwise, you're gonna get cancelled, like your whole team fight is cancelled. And they don't have very good wave clear. Even with Empower, like this Naga hits some 20-minute hard, and your mid Pango has what? Diffusal, maybe eggs. If he's super farmed, he has eggs. It's also not enough to kill illusions, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna mention like they only work against Naga if they have the net worth. And judging from how Army Geniuses have set up with their lineup, I don't think they will have that timing.
I feel like Naga is a hero. He does not like to play into Pango Magnus if you need to put 6 illusions to kill one hero.
Yeah.
But in these drawn-out battles where he's poking you with illusions and he's just chilling at the back, that's when Naga wins these kind of games.
Well, Blacklist definitely look like they're banning to protect a Terrorblade, and Army Geniuses have 1 ban remaining after taking out the Alchemist.
I expect them to ban the TB and pick Tide on AG. I like the Tide against the Magnus. It's more counter initiation. It's good against the Techies and ENG. You don't get pressure. Pango doesn't really kill you as well. And it's an old school DB hero. I would really like to see that from him.
I think it's also really good when you do have downtime because Global Silence and Song are like pretty big cooldown, and then you just need one hero to be in front to, they penalty themselves.
What?
Oh, interesting. That was a very interesting bet. What the hell?
They
misclick, guys. Get the camera. There's no way.
Do you think this mag might be safe lane? Well, it ends up being, regardless, a KP hero, and Monkey King is going to be Raven's pick.
I mean, DB doesn't look too surprised.
Why did they ban Tide? What the hell?
Well, would you pick Tide into a Monkey King anyway?
No, but they could have banned like something to pick the Tide, right? Or, I don't know, TB Monkey. I like this Monkey from Blacklist a lot. I think it gives them pace and it gives them a way to... They have this ball that Naga cannot fight into right now. And AG's last pick has to do damage and be able to create chaos. Because this Naga is a space maker in this game. He's going to reach a point where he's strong enough and he's going to give vision and he's going to protect you in fights. So they need something that wants to kill people and be protected.
Axe.
Into MK-Eng, that sounds rough.
Oh, that's true. DB has not really played very many things that are compatible with the strategy you're hoping for.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
He played Wind Ranger one time.
Oh, I wouldn't mind Wind Ranger this game.
I wouldn't mind too, but then the Eng is gonna be super annoying and then...
Okay, that's Coddle.
Yeah.
You push my win run, Chakra, win run again. Ooh. This is true back further than I wanted it to go back.
Nah, I'm okay with it. This man was doing work with it in Tour 2.
What is this? Coddle Mars too. They have really good team fight right now. It's nice against the Monkey and the Magnus actually, because you can't skewer out of Arena. So it works similar in the way to a TIE Hunter, and it's probably better with Coddle actually. If they get through a laning phase, I think AG is in a really, really good place.
For Blacklist, I think there are 4 heroes there, like aside from Magnus. All of them are just so afraid of this burst coming from Army Jesus, and they don't necessarily have what they need to dodge those spells. Like, sure, you can have Pango roll and stuff, but then there's always Global, and then this Magnus is never gonna be able to help in a team fight only after Global ends. And then the Monkey King just feels really, really bad. Like, you don't want to play a Monkey game where you have to eat so many of the spells and then still can't touch some of their heroes.
It's definitely a laning phase game. Like, I also see where if Carl has a good game, he just takes over. He's playing against Coddle Silencer. He's gonna own. He's gonna have Diffusal. His Mars doesn't want to play against that as well. So.
But he's got a Coddle on his side. What's
is
Mars
true,
worried about?
actually.
Some
That's true.
mana burn? IDC mana burn?
It's very true. I wonder what we'll see from the Mars too. I don't know what Mars builds nowadays.
I think strangely enough, at least against
some Octarine called Mars.
Yeah, I've been actually seeing Yules on occasion, but that's usually against like slippery heroes, and I don't think he needs to.
Against Magnus Monkey, like I could kind of see it.
Okay.
This counter initiation. I think Blinding Light against Skewer is super underrated too, by the way, because you harpoon just.
That is true. There are options, so that means that based off of what you're telling me, that if AG are able to beat Blacklist, it's probably draft. But if Blacklist beat AG, is it a skill diff situation?
I think they definitely have a draft that can win.
Okay.
But it's going to come down to their laning phase. I think both teams have drafts where if they get an advantage in the early game, they are in a pretty good spot.
I mean, I think it was more of experience diff, because I don't want AG to take fights where it's not worth it, it's not necessary. I feel like their draft is bound to get into that kind of situation.
All right. Well, this is the last official series of the SCA DPC, but both these teams are going to have to play twice today. So let's get their first game started with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Win and you're in. That is the mantra of the match right now. Blacklist, of course, playing to be able to go to Bali, and Army Geniuses playing to stay in Division 1. And so with both teams having such high stakes at hand here, Avery, obviously Blacklist should be the favorites, but are they actually the favorites, especially after seeing these drafts?
That's the spirit. These are pretty close drafts. I mean, this game really is just going to come down to execution. If you can get Naga ahead of the cores on Blacklist side, you're probably in a decent position in terms of playing the map with the Storm pickoff. Conceptually, I do like what AG have here. I think, again, if the early game goes well for them and they put their cores in a solid position, outside of the Mars, I kind of have faith in their lineup to just pick Blacklist apart, build the lead, and never give them a fair team fight. But that said, I mean, you have a triple melee double universal Magnus lineup. Can't really ever rule it out. If you hit some good RPs, you hit some good skewers, you are just gonna destroy with the base damage late, as we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Blacklist's lineup is a lot more traditional for what we're seeing, especially in the latter half of this season of the DPC. As you said, universal heroes, Magnus with a bunch of scaling melee heroes. We've seen that for a number of different lineups in a number of different regions, and I feel like it usually works.
It's just very straightforward, right? Like the Mag is almost always going to have a good lane because this hero is a very powerful laner. Shockwave enables a lot of forwards as well. So your dual lane ends up being pretty powerful. And then the team fight, I mean, it's, again, just, it's easy. Like you get a blink skewer, you get a blink RP. If you have frontliners, you can go in and have the RP to back you up. And then you're always just farming and scaling within power. It's just not too much to think about. It simplifies the game. And I feel like anytime you can simplify the game with a powerful strategy, those strategies tend to work for a lot of teams across a lot of regions. So you'll probably keep seeing a lot of Magnus, probably into TI as well, unless something drastically changes about the way this hero functions with super high base damage.
Well, I'm sure Collapses here is very happy to hear that one. I think, though, I guess the one matchup then I'm really looking at, since ease of execution is probably on Blacklist side, is this mid matchup. Yoe versus Carl. I would say that Carl hasn't had the most outstanding performance, I would say, throughout this year. I think previous years, I think he's looked a lot better compared to the rest of the field as a mid laner. This is not a fun matchup necessarily either. Storm versus Pango can be pretty battle heavy.
I would agree with that assessment. I think Storm definitely wins this lane, but Pango always skirts out of it. Yeah. I'm still kind of wondering where this Pango is in the hierarchy of like the power scale, because he still feels like a first phase hero, but at the same time, it only looks like a first phase hero in a couple players' hands to me. Like, I mean, I go to like the really good Pango players, right? To them, okay, if you do well in lane, you get a fast diffusal, you snowball the map, this hero still looks insane. But I don't think he's just like an auto first phase pick person. I think you can exploit this hero. I think the swashbuckle change makes his early game a little weaker, and there's heroes you can get good lane matchups versus him and hit that 6 first, and then he doesn't have that kill threat. And if you're saying like, if Carl's not been having a great season, these little things can add up, and maybe Yoe gets the better of him here. I feel like Carl looked best on that T1 squad. What was that, 2 years ago or 1 year ago? I think that was when he was really hitting his stride. He was a huge threat. He played a wide variety of heroes. He was always getting an insane amount of farm, and just hasn't been able to find that form lately, at least on this team. Maybe missing 23 Savage. Maybe 23 Savage enabled him. The thought.
Yeah, it could be. Carl was on T1 for before this year. He was on it for 2 years straight. So
team made a lot of progress.
Yoakum taking a lot of harassment here. Turns around, does manage to throw out another blood grenade and get some damage on Raven in return. So a lot of battling up here in this top lane, as is kind of expected. Coddle Mars. Mars is definitely not the hero I expected to see too much in this. Well, just in general, I'm not really sure how to feel about it. And it sounds like you were not super optimistic about it either, but Coddle Mars is kind of an interesting laning duo.
That's just a DB comfort hero. I feel like AG just wanted a stun and maybe some more AoE control going into that last pick. They weren't as concerned of like counter picking this monkey and sacrificing draft integrity, which I think is a perfectly fine approach here if you feel like the Naga has a good enough game. And so I don't know if there was much left for DB at that point. A lot of the big AoE stunners were out of the pool. This is like, again, one of his comfort picks he showed off on for sure. So to me, you can get out of this lane. It's just gonna be a question of what items do you buy on Mars in this current meta? I don't think you're going Meteor Hammer. You're not going to Armlet anymore. So if you go Ring of Health, are you just casual Ring of Health in it? Are you going Vanguard on this hero? Not something we've seen a lot. It's just a weird hero to itemize right now going into that mid game.
It definitely looks like a Crimson Guard game to me, right? Pango with Monkey King.
But you can't do the like Vanguard Arcane Boots build-up, for example, to like a Doom would do, or even a Magnus can do or something, because you don't really want Arcanes on this hero. You really need Phase Boots to position better in the fights. Like the extra burst of move speed to hit Arena or Spear is just way too vital, and you need the armor. This hero has a distinct lack of armor, especially if you're not skilling Bulwark early, which you kind of need to level your other skills because they got nerfed. That's what I'm saying. Like, all these little things added up for the hero, and his progression is very strange now. And I think that's the part people need to figure out if they want to keep him in the meta. Or you just have faith that your Mars player is just that damn good, which is, I guess, the case here.
All right, we'll see whether or not DB's the faith of his team is well entrusted, as Tims is able to pick up the first blood onto Bari's. He's going to take a lot of damage in return, but not quite enough to be able to get the kill. In fact, it's even going to be able to return fire onto In Your Dream, who's going to take a fair amount of magic damage. And that'll actually put KP into Vanguard territory. So Tims can kind of wander around and do whatever the hell he wants now, because I don't think Mag is really going to give a damn about a Naga silencer lane anymore.
Definitely not. Also went that 5-branch build. Pretty interesting on these universal right clickers like Mag. Just super efficient, powerful stats early on that rushes you to that first big item, and then you're absolutely good. I think Techie's Mag is also a very strong combination because Techie's almost guarantees you farm on your offlaner. Cyril just trades better than almost anybody. And so you kind of know if you're Blacklist that KP's gonna have a free farm game here. Tims can potentially make those mid rotations, but you have to just stack instead. A value choice when you have the Magnus. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing this dueling. They're getting kills. That's just extra gold in the pocket.
Was our mid lane matchup doing? Carl 33-4, Yoe 32-0. So Carl is actually winning this matchup, which, as you said, I think is Storm favored, but Tango can get away with it. And it looks like he's going to get his level 6 here. Shouldn't be a problem. All he really needs is just to swashbuckle the wave and should be able to pick it up. But top lane, it looks like DB body blocked expertly by Bosku. Really well done. Where mid lane, it looks like Carl was forced to use his Rolling Thunder. He's going to try and clear out the wave, and he's going to just straight out die. Tankie's going to come in, might be able to get the kill. Yoe is going to be low, but he needs a couple more. Oh, the Fury Fire, never mind. Oh, they feed a double kill over to Yoe. That's not good. Bosku to the rescue, though.
All right, I mean,
and collect the final kill.
A lot of solo XP for Enchantress right there. And what can you do if you're Yoe, man? You fight to the last scrap. I can't believe he waited to take that last hit. That's a little cocky, you know, because you don't know where this Ench is. But, you know, playing both. That was that level advantage. He hit 6 before Carl leapt on him. Carl did get 6, forces out an awkward Rolling Thunder. I'm surprised Carl stayed that long. That just felt like asking for a TP punish or something, which happened. And then you get your int stolen on top of it. Or I guess you didn't get your int stolen because there's no glaive up yet.
Seemed like he was being really greedy, and now he's going to be gone on again here with the swashbuckle still on cooldown. Gets off a shield crash. Has some magic wand charges, but it's going to be tough. Yoe doesn't have the mana to pursue, plus the TP's coming in. Forced a reaction, that's good enough.
Shield crash is a hell of a spell. It's been making this hero good for a long time. You just survive so much in the early game. Wisdom Rune's getting split here as well, so we have another quick pause to check on some audio cables, I suppose. Pretty even lane, please.
Surprised it's not In Your Dreams headset.
It's definitely In Your Dream, dude. I was remarking on that earlier. I mean, I don't know if we have a shot of In Your Dream, but
can we look at In Your Dream right now on the player cam?
I was
okay, you guys see that cable?
This cable is absurd. What is this? How does he play like this? Like, this guy's gonna break his neck or break the cable, one of the two. It's so taut. It's cross body taut. This is just not proper cable etiquette. I don't know what to say. Like, where's the coach? Where's the org? Somebody needs to step in and straighten this out. This is an accident waiting to happen.
Somebody put his PC on the other side so he can at least have it on the same right side of his body. DB,
you'll play like this forever.
Stunned up and just dead. I mean, this is already a rough start. Mars, lowest on the net worth of all the cores, and this is already a hero that we had some question marks about.
You're just too low armor, even with the phase boots. The gank potential is always there because the Chingu is guaranteed. You're fighting for 8-minute rune. Do have this mana refill for Yoe, so he can go pretty ham in these skirmishes. He is going ham.
He's going to try from a distance to be able to collect the kill on Bosku. The heal is actually outdoing him, though, so
Over bottom.
Over to mid, and he's going to get the bottom power rune, but it does leave his supports high and dry. Eric Core left the team fight, but maybe it's for
They're
the
going to
best.
get Carl. This is DE off the
Does
bottom.
come in. He lands the spear before the shield crash lands, so no damage reduction here, and the double damage makes short work of him. Tim's going to be up next. He does have the taser, though. Blast off to get him some distance, and he's going to be okay.
Well, got that DD purged. Pretty sad about that one, but overall, a decent Mars rotation will get some catch-up goal for DB, and I mean, Veri's got the uphill hit, so he gets the +2 from Enchantress. Can't complain about any RNG in this game. That's for damn sure. Another bottle refill, another chakram. You're always ready to go. You're always going to have to be ready to fight Storm Spirit in this game. Another reason I think conceptually the AG draft is pretty nice, because your pickoff is a Storm, and you have ways to keep the Storm on the map at all times. That's just a decent recipe to be able to react to everything. However, Blacklist are getting a lot of farm off these lanes, and KP is big.
I think it makes their support duo a lot better on the side of Army Geniuses. I mean, Coddle, Silencer, you better have a mid laner that needs that mana and is able to turn it back around and make kills happen with it. Because otherwise,
And
you're talking
initiate.
about a no-stun duo. Yes, it needs to initiate. You're right.
Yeah, this is by design, right? They opened the Silencer Storm. This is a combo we've seen a couple times. Like, basically Silencer plus the Storm or the Void Spirit, even Ember sometimes, so Ember has different playstyles. Just any of these guys that go in and initiate, Storm or Silencer's happy to back up with the ult. And Zero does decent follow-up damage. Jump for top rune. It'll be snagged by Carl, but Yoe will get the kill. Continuing to just win these skirmish battles with the backup of the supports. Carl wants revenge.
Bari's going to be, not pushed up to the high ground. A second attempt, but this time Carl's going to follow him with a shield crash and get that kill. Yoe needs to be careful. Lost a fair amount of his HP, but had plenty of mana to get away thanks to Yoe.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Bosku making his presence felt. This is usually where Enchantress thrives, in these like 2-on-3, 3-on-3 rune skirmishes. I feel like Bosku's been a little quiet, but he is very high level this game. And he is 3-1-3, so he definitely won the monkey lane, and now he's getting involved here. Took bottom tower as well with the creep. He's having a pretty decent game here. And that is a decent sign for Blacklist, because, I mean, he is their shot caller. He is their captain. And when you play these roamers or these like Enchantress Chens, if you have a rough game from captain role, a lot of time your perception of the game gets very whack, because your hero doesn't innately have like good team fight spells. Like, you're not a stun, you're not an initiator, you're not a driver of that force, so the game can become very awkward for you, and then you might make less calls, and then your game as a whole, as a team, goes down the drain. Seen it happen a lot. That's actually why I respect players like Puppy, who play Chen a lot in competitive. It's one of those intangible aspects, but I'm telling you, like, if you play Chen and you have a bad Chen game, you don't exist, right? And then it makes it way harder to make calls or understand where your power points are in the game. So these really good fives who play these Enchantresses and Chens, like, it's a very double-edged sword. I always respected it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Three-man smoke up from Army Geniuses. They're going to get their Mars a little bit more involved. Pre-blink dagger, though, so it may be awkward if this smoke does not successfully connect. DB is going to be sitting there going, guys, I could have my blink dagger if you just let me farm.
That is very true. I guess the upside of this kind of smoke is you have global to help you initiate. As weird as that sounds, like if you run into the Pango or run into a monkey, you can just global and then run in and get the arena.
Yeah, stop his rolling thunder or swashbuckle.
Yeah, so it's like a bit more reliable here, but yeah, that was still a hard smoke to hit. Now they're just going to settle for hitting mid-tower, but it does feel pretty forced.
Not the greatest, and he's just going to have to go back to farming top.
Yeah, that's the thing. The whole time you're doing this, Blacklist are just farming with all three cores continuing to power up here. Like, their timing is a bit later. They do not necessarily want to fight right now. So in theory, the group up for objectives makes sense, but your lineup's just too slow at it. Yeah. They're playing a Naga Storm lineup. These buildings are not going to fall super fast.
I think they're... one thing I really like about Blacklist heroes is that you have Enchantress
to deal with the Naga illusions. And then all your other heroes are pretty good at like pushing out waves very efficiently, right? Like even Techies, who's getting a lot of farm in this game, Tim's is just going to be able to, you know, show up, clear a wave instantly. And I think that helps deal with the Naga pressure quite a bit. Global Silence goes out, but they're already defensively postured. Yoe's actually going to be losing a fair amount of mana here. He's going to have to use another zip. No, gets caught by the RP, clipped by the roll, but it's still not enough. Carl is going to have to hit him one more time, finish him off with a swashbuckle, and gets the job done. Behind the tier 1 tower, and they can, well, maybe take the tier 1 tower, maybe look for more kills. Looks like Yoakum is going to be the recipient of a boundless strike from Raven. He's getting a little involved.
Radiant's middle tower has
It's just such a good
And the
defusal
wisdom
timing.
Oh, never mind.
They're just getting.
Teams was going to take it away, but we're good.
under attack.
And they're still getting sight on these Ancients. They're stealing the triangle. This is everything Blacklist want. Pretty quiet first 10 minutes into that first power spike with the Pango defusal. You instantly get a really good fight, a tower, a triangle invasion. I mean, that is so much off of that single item that instantly pays off for Blacklist here.
Yeah.
It's really going to set AG back. I mean, now you have to get something done with this Mars Blink, I think. I don't think it's enough to just sit here and pray Naga carries this game, because you just gave 5k gold lead to Blacklist off one move. And that's before any Magnus initiation power. I mean, KP is just going, looks to be Harpoon. Oh, he did get the blink first. All right, so he did get that blink.
Mars who gets initiated and on first. Nice move there from Tim's. Double dropping the mines in front of the Mars. No chance to be able to deal with them. And Carl will collect the follow-up kill on Varys as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Silver Pango gets the job done. Carl making moves. Had a little bit of a rough lane phase with the skirmishing, but is more than made up for it. Takes top net worth position and power to back up his farm rate. And he's just going to go second item BKB to guarantee his team fight presence in the rolls versus the global and all of the magic damage they put out. Feels like the noose is tightening a little bit on this map. And that is not a position you want to be in with a Naga lineup. You want more space for this hero to operate, not less. You're talking about the wave clear from Blacklist. I mean, better if you can constrict AG to less space.
I mean, the way they're just boldly playing in front of this Storm Spear, perhaps a little bit too boldly, as they're going to try and go for boss coup, but they just can't with this untouchable, slowing down so much of their damage. DB shows up and will deliver the magic damage required, but that is bringing 5 heroes to one side of the map to be able to kill a 5 position. They got to get something out of this. They got to get like mid tower or something.
You definitely need more. I mean, I don't often find myself saying this, but I feel like that was a decent death for boss coup. I don't think I've said that a lot this season, but yeah, 5 heroes for an inch while you have 3 cores farming. I think you're okay with that one. Kind of sad you don't get a fight out of this mid tower, because I think with early blink on mag, not fast enough. I think this early blink on mag, you really would have wanted to take that fight for the tier 1 mid. I think that can be a tough fight for AG. Going into the RP blink, going into Wukong, Ench can bait it out. Those are the type of fights Blacklist should be very happy to take if they can get them. Because at some point, this map will become a little annoying to play. Like, maybe AG aren't in the best position out of the early game, but the Naga pressure will be there. The song setup is on bottom. They're going to try and catch KP with net to cancel the blink.
Oh, the blast doesn't actually get the stun in. Naga resetting here to Mars. Ooh, nice arena. Still inside the Wukong's command, though. That's going to be a bit of a problem. And Tim's recovers most of that damage with an early mech. Now, In Your Dream is the one in trouble here. They really thought they could take this team fight, but all 5 of Blacklist are ready to go, ready to brawl. And Yoe, while he joined in the team fight through a TP, but didn't actually get there.
I thought the Mars was going to be able to do some damage, but that kind of tends to be the problem with this hero. He's a setup in that team fight, but he needs follow-up. And right now, AG just, they don't have enough to punch through the Vanguard, punch through the early mech on Tim's, Enchantress heal. It's actually a decent amount of early sustain for Blacklist in these fights. And they're just kind of all this random nuke damage. Like, you throw out a curse, you throw out a Coddle Blast, and then what? Who's doing consistent DPS over the fight? It's only Yoe. So if Yoe is not in these ganks, I don't see you killing anybody here right now. You just got to keep playing the map. Create some space. That's a rough death for In Your Dream.
It really is. Even worse if he loses his tier 2, which it looks like AG are going to have to just give that one up. Yeah, Mars, I think, is pretty much turned into kind of Sand King type offlaner, which, you know, these initiating like burst offlaners are just not in the meta anymore.
Yeah, that saying you're like Sand King is not a compliment.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not an insult, but I think it's close on that scale. That hero is absolutely in the trash can. Oh my God.
He's been there. He's made his home there. He's been sandstorming inside of that trash can for the last few years. So.
Oh, absolutely. That trash can is a Sahara desert. The amount of sandstorm he's been doing in there for a couple of years now.
he's turning into the Grouch.
I talked about it a lot.
Just chilling out.
These blink stunners just suffer in an aura meta. They really do, because you're not building the aura because you need a blink, and then you're blinking into the ball with the aura. Like, you go and spear, rebuke somebody, the guy gets mech, and then your hero doesn't exist for like 10 seconds. That's really tough. Like, it just sucks. Unless you have displacement. Like, Bat and Mag can always have a place of displacement. Now you're the one getting displaced. Right, this just feels bad because now you're playing versus Magnus, who is buffing his team, capable of buying auras, and his jump doesn't mean he has to sit there and deal the damage. His jump just pulls you into 5 people. So, like, there's a reason why Magnus is just a way more well-rounded hero than these heroes like Mars. It doesn't mean you can't play Mars, but it means your game needs to go a lot better, and it's often more difficult because you just need more to go right for you. You need better setup, you need better net worth advantage. And when you're behind, that becomes difficult. So right now, AG are looking for answers in these 5-on-5s, and they're looking for space. Yoe has just been relegated to pushing waves on Storm. He has not been involved for some time. This Coddle, Storm, Silencer trio, I mean, it had some decent impact the first 10 minutes, but this second 10 minutes, don't feel like it's done anything.
Kind of a similar situation, Storm and Mars, right? Like, Storm also hates it when a lineup is pretty ball heavy and has some sustain to it. Storm wants to be able to jump in, burst a hero. So you've got 2 cores on your team that are extremely reliant on being able to burst somebody down. The fact that you don't even come close to doing that right now is a very bad sign for the next 10 to 15 minutes.
It's actually one of the historical things about Storm. They're going to look for him bottom. I don't think they're going to catch him. It's often overlooked, but the ball is very strong versus hero. I think people tend to think about Storm in terms of, oh, you need stuns, you need lockdown, right? It's like Shadow Shaman Lion, maybe Yule's Void Spirit. Like, if you can stun him, you can deal with him.
Oh, Tims, you're so good.
That was a sick read. I guess they had the Watcher, but that was still sick timing. Yoe is going to get trampled into the corner of the map here. Anyway, some of the heroes that historically are actually very good for Storm are like these Visage, Lone Druid, Tidehunter type heroes that just, you can't burst them, you can't jump them. They make their team really tanky. I mean, Visage also has the mini stuns, and so does Lone Druid, but the way they play the game just punishes this hero. So yeah, Blacklist definitely have some decent sustain, decent survivability and ball going up with early greaves on Tims, max Nature's Attendance plus Glimmer plus People's Gift on Boss Coup. Like, how do you jump these supports on Blacklist? You can't. And then their cores are all insanely beefy right now with early BKB for Carl and the amount of pump up the KP has just from strength. I mean, Raven went straight Mjolnir to deal with the Naga matchup. Maybe he's the squishiest, but he's still a very high armor monkey now with the second life.
At this point, if you're Army Geniuses, you're playing for 45 minutes. I don't think you're going to be able to turn this game around anytime soon. You just kind of weather the storm for a long period of time, which the Heart will help you do that on In Your Dream. He's about to complete that, so that'll help make your illusions a little bit better at creating space.
This is a decent Naga timing in terms of, I mean, the pace isn't great, but this is like an item you want to play around and get something done on the map, because the illusions, they're going to be annoying right now for Blacklist. They don't insta-clear them, and they don't like reacting on the map in terms of splitting up that huge sustain ball that they have. So if you can accomplish that right now during this Aegis period for AG, you're happy. And if you're Blacklist, I mean, you'll take any fight that gets given to you right now, as long as it's not someone just instantly dying. So KP, he can start fishing. He had a fish on the line, but it broke the hook.
And DB manages to slip out of that one. Blacklist, they smoke up, find Vari's in the trees. So that's a smoke that I guess instantly found a hero. But Blacklist, just keep going.
That's where you tell your team, I take that smoke, guys. Easy.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yoe running into Tim's can't actually do anything. He sees all these heroes mid, can't do anything against Techies because Techies has 20% magic resistance and he has Taser. And Storm Spirit, he has magic damage and right-click damage. So, yeah, rough times.
I think he has the Naga illusions there, he can kill him, but he doesn't know where the other heroes are, and that is a testament to how tanky Blacklist are.
I mean, I don't think the illusions actually do that much either, because he'll Taser and then the illusions all stop hitting.
Okay, but if you have illusions in a storm on a solo Techies and you can't kill him, I mean, what the hell are you doing in this game, right? That's the other way I look at it. Like, I mean,
well, you're losing. That's what you're doing. You're losing.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Smoke on mid. That's what you're doing. You're smoking it up. But you can't go on this edge.
I think they're just smoking the division down, honestly. I don't think they're going to kill. I don't think they're trying to kill anything with this because I don't think they can kill anything with this.
It's just too tanky, man. Just need more items. You got to stall this game. You got to start cutting waves, getting deep on the map, not getting picked off. Maybe Stormags is your answer. Yoe has it lined up here third. Try and get some AoE punish here. And as KP finds a little yokum.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Give it the boss, Ku. Look at that.
Very nice.
Nice guys right there. Some old captain appreciation. You know what goes a long way, I can tell you. Never had any, but I've been told it goes a long way.
Dire's bottom tower.
I was going to say, apparently it didn't go far enough for you, so.
Nope, that's why I quit. But I think on these really good teams,
MSS should have given you more last hits on kills.
I really should have, or I should have just taken him, I guess. I mean, that's why he's boss Ku, right? The boss takes the kill. The boss tells you who's getting what. Take a Naga illusion. That's mine, son.
Ward killers? Any ward killers? Hey, there we go. Surprised Vosku didn't deny that ward.
I don't think Blacklist want to go higher on one of the stages. Even though they're in a decent position of 5-on-5, I think the potential of getting speared back outweighs your potential of aggressively getting a skewer like we saw there. It's just getting blinked out on for KP. And I think you should be happy scaling to the second Aegis here with this mag lineup. As I think almost every lineup in Dota is now. I don't think your timings are ever this first one.
Sure.
But maybe they want to fish. I do think this fight can go bad for them, depending on where the jumps come from. We're going to try and
Yoe poking and zipping out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Maybe just believing in their early sustain enough to be able to take this. I would be looking for the spear back right now. Try and displace the fight in your favor. They're going to give up range tracks without anything. I mean, if you're here, you better jump, because you're not farming the map right now. You have 5 heroes in your base. You got to pick one or the other. These decisive moments, they matter.
You're not stopping them from taking a range barracks. Blacklist is like, okay, well, now we'll take your Tormentor. You obviously don't want to fight at all, so we'll take everything you have.
That's a Magnus Shard, too. Useless. Oh, let's see if it's useless.
I was about to say, you said that one with such conviction.
I know, I was trying to bait you out there. Carl is getting his roll baited, but we'll still end up catching.
Okay, they're going to grab the monkey here. Spear actually gets 2. That's pretty nice. Can they do enough damage, though? Raven looks like he's going to be holding strong with his BKB move on his command. The damage is out. The song goes out, trying to save these heroes. Yokum still dies. They're going to buy back off this one. But do they have the continued chase to be able to catch any of these heroes? They're just going to walk away. They're even ready to turn around and fight around this corner.
I mean, Tim's has a full pipe on top of that grease. Their 5v5 is just so strong because of the early sustain that Blacklist supports are bringing in these cores. You just can't kill any of them. That's a 2-core spear into an arena, into the global, with Yoe hitting the whole time. And they walk it off. Now you double support buyback. Another great spear connection, but where's the follow-up?
There just isn't any. Frankly, Raven, they can get him down to about half, but then the mech kicks in, the pipe kicks in. He has a BKB, a Wukong's command. They just do not have enough burst damage to finish him off.
And Naga is not a hero that can provide anything for you at this point in the game. Just watching her team get bamboozled.
Double support buyback into double support dieback now. Blacklist go high ground once again.
All right, not even going to wait for that second Aegis. They're just going to end the game right now. They bought the ores, they bought the sustain. That is what allows you to do it in this time period. And ultra punish on this EG lineup that really needed to get into this mid game in a better position so they can start split fishing the waves and find the pickoff. The ball, the secret ball. Very good read from Blacklist here with itemization and just accelerating this game out of control. They're not going to give the pickoff a chance because they're 5-man and they're itemizing for the 5-man.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That's one way to punish these blink stunners. Get the greaves up, get the pipe up. Your jump doesn't do shit.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing Mars again.
I mean, he's got some pretty good spears.
I mean, he has. That's why I don't think we're going to see it again. It's not DB. It's not like he had a bad game. It's just, I think the hero is just too ineffective against what Blacklist are rolling around with right now, which is a 5-man that you cannot touch.
What is this, am I the problem or is the hero the problem?
It's definitely the hero.
It's definitely, I mean, KP has just had an absolute free game here. From the lane to the fights to every blink. There's no punish on this guy. I mean, here's your punish, right? There's your entire Storm mana pool for half his HP.
And he killed so many heroes, and I don't remember the last time he used RP, actually.
I use it on that mid fight, but yeah, he's just not needed it. Another refill jump by Yoe on the monkey.
They need this. No, this 4-man. Oh God, a 3-man blast off. RP lands on top of that one too.
Okay.
Yeah, just call it. Just call it.
Okay. Yeah, we're done with that one, boys. I think 4-man boundless strike is the equivalent of a throwing in the white flag here.
Yeah.
That is a brutal way to end that game, but I guess they'll have some time to think about it before game 2. Is still time to strike back in the series. Blacklist looking pretty damn solid. This team is, I feel like they're good when they're all on the same page, but we just haven't seen it consistently enough for entire seasons to get there. Maybe this is the season they get there, right? I mean, now they're 1 win away from Bali. Finally putting some grease to the wheels, getting the machine turning. All on the same page, being aggressive. This is the Blacklist I think we want to see. Like, not some Blacklist. I think half a year ago, this team would have AFK farmed this game for another 30 minutes, right?
That is.
Would have had Raven,
yes.
Raven farming jungle, KP with some weird itemization, Carl left alone on an island. But hey, the 15 to 30 minute mark in this game was super solid. They were in a decent position to do it. I don't think it was too complicated, but I like that they itemized for this ball, accelerated the game, and just went to end it. Like, they don't need to AFK farm for another 30. Just going to end the game with our strength. I think this is a much better look for them, and it's cool to see them make some progress.
Hot off the press, Blacklist and the game within 1 Aegis pickup. That is a different Blacklist than we're normally seeing, and we're happy for it. Are looking in good form, potentially heading to Bali if they could take one more game in this series. We'll have to wait and see if that happens, though, as we head back to the panel.
Talk about character development out of the Blacklist Rivalry lads, as they have a strategy, and not only is it unique for them, but it's unique for Southeast Asia in general. Balling up and not having to farm for 40 minutes? Who taught this region how to play like this?
Especially with Magnus?
With Magnus? Empower means I farm for 30 minutes, right?
I feel like AG were ahead. They had like a good start on Yoe, but they didn't seem to be able to connect to each other. Like, they tried to go to these kills with the supports and Storm, and he missed a pull here and there. There was this awkward global silence. They had this weird smoke with the Mars too, like 300 go away from his Blink Dagger, and they kind of just started crumbling from there.
Yeah.
It just looked like they didn't know how to play the map or play the game anymore. Everything felt very forced.
Yeah, this usually isn't Aegis playstyle, right? Like I said, they like to play these three cores that kind of complement each other, but then this kind of draft is more like a bleed draft. Like, it's like stick as a unit and then we ball up earlier because we are stronger in the early phase, but I think they don't really understand what they drafted as well. I just think, okay, you had a lead on the Storm. You don't need to keep killing this Pango. Like the first rotation they forced was great. It was good enough. So when that happens, you should smoke to the other lanes. You should like kick this Monkey King out of the lane. You should kick this Magnus out. Like they are not allowed to just farm, you know, and then but it happened like for 10 minutes or so that it got too difficult for AG to do anything at all because they were just so tanky right on Blacklist and they lost their timing.
I think you're right about the spending too much time focusing on Pango, because the reason that Blacklist picked this Monkey King as opposed to like the TB that we were expecting is because they clearly wanted an earlier game strategy. And so if so much of it is dependent on the Magnus and the Monkey King getting off the ground, Army Geniuses put in no effort to shutting these side lanes down. It was a lot of focus on mid lane, which I guess worked. Although even at the end of the day, Carl ended up having a fine game too.
Top net worth.
He was top net worth actually, yeah.
I like his itemization a lot.
He was slightly behind Raiden.
Power Treads and BKB were something I spoke about before with Beast Aura. This game is kind of the same with Empower. I think the BKB was really smart against AG's draft because that was the only way they kill him, right? If he gets to pop BKB, then the fight's kind of rough for them. We also saw his fight bottom lane where In Your Dream initiated with Song, and the Storm could not be there, and they took the fight, and you know, I talked about how the Song was a counter initiation, you know, that's how their draft needed to be executed, but once they started with Song, the fight just looked like, oof, rough.
Yep. Cuckoo ends up being our MVP on the Enchantress. Cuckoo advantage, as they are now 1 game away from qualifying to the Bali Major. The thing is that Blacklist has been 1 game away before. I'm pretty sure in Tour 1, their tiebreaker, I'm going to verify this to make sure.
It was 2-1.
It was 2-1 against Execration. Did they win the first game, though?
I don't think so.
Oh, no, it was against Talon. Talon was the 3rd, 4th place. And no, actually, they got 2-0'd. So they have not been in a 1 game away situation before. Can they convert it?
They are a different team now.
They are
and
a very different team.
They look better. Honestly, they look better. AG didn't look too hot. I think the early game was kind of 50-50, but it looked like every time AG made a move, they looked like they were losing net worth. And I think that's something that you can't fix between series.
I think not picking Mars would be a good step. I agree with what Kappa and Avery were saying, that I don't think it was like DB was playing the hero correctly and doing well on it. It's just that hero is not good right now.
They needed more of a stronger offlaner, I would say. With Call Silencer, you want something tougher. That's why I think the Tide would have been really nice. Like, he could have filled the role of the Auras to match, and they could have played together with the Naga Illusions earlier, before they had damage to actually kill this hard Naga. And I feel like the Storm could have kept down the Magnus or the Monkey, like you guys said, and maybe their draft would have looked a lot more playable.
Maybe more emphasis on the side lanes in general, as maybe Army Geniuses need to reevaluate, because if they lose this, then they will be in a tiebreaker for relegation against Boom Esports. But let's see if we can push it to a 3-game series and keep things really, really 1 game away for both these teams. Stick around and we'll be back with game number 2 after the break.
Guys riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world for help, then we only think about our stuff, oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how then things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize.
It's been a hot minute since Blacklist Rivalry have been on LAN. In fact, never. This brand has never been on LAN before. So it'll be a first time.
It's going to be the BL season.
It is.
BL Blacklist Rivalry.
Rivalry. All these new brands that came into the SCA DPC and Tour 1 and persevered. They did not panic after their, I'm assuming, heavy investment did not pan out immediately, because they got some top tier names as soon as Tour 1 rolled in. Bleed came in, and Ice and DJ came in later, but still, it was a pretty ambitious project, and it did not pan out, but they did not get relegated. Same thing with Blacklist. Blacklist, I would say, probably had more superstars on it. Mm-hmm. Did not work for them. Did not work again in Tour 2. But after 6 weeks of development, hopefully it was worth the wait.
I mean, I guess it takes time, right, to really notice what is the actual problem. Like, you can't just get into a team and then you figure out instantly and then you just fix it. Like,
yeah, but sometimes it does work out instantly. I have seen some
very
teams.
rare.
Very rare.
I think it's like
not in
EG.
That's true, actually.
What are good examples? Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Did T1 start doing? No, T1 was not good when it started out. Adam, I hope you weren't on a T1.
No.
Okay, good.
The first T1 was the Miracle Pulse, and
yeah, that's
what
right.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
yeah, they didn't look.
They didn't
very
look good.
I don't recall any SCA teams. Maybe GeekFam, like the Ollie, Chuan, March GeekFam.
Oh yeah, that's true.
After like 2-3 months, they were pretty top tier.
Mm-hmm. How about last year's Boom?
Yeah, last year's Boom.
Last year's Boom, I think, hit the ground running real quick.
They were too fast for their
own. Yeah, it was
good,
almost too fast for their own good, because they won that Dubai tournament or whatever.
They won Tundra, and they decided to copy Tundra. I remember this, and it was the downfall.
Yeah, it was the downfall. Stay true to yourself, which actually, I should not be encouraging, because if I was saying that, then Blacklist, if they were to stay true to themselves, then they would have farmed for 50 minutes that game. So sometimes stay true to yourself, sometimes be adaptable.
Play the game.
Just play the game, play your draft, play your 5 heroes.
I mean, I think the thing that impressed me the most about Blacklist is the way they itemized for that game. I think Carl itemized well. I think KP did well. He bought the dagger early, even though we didn't see it have huge impact. He kind of wanted to match the timing of the Mars. And I think that was in itself impressive. And there was the mech on techies too. I think teams had a really good item build, and it just looked like they were unkillable as a ball.
So then why don't we see this strategy more often in Southeast Asia? These heroes weren't... Okay, so techies is consistently top tier. Techies and Mag seem to be at least somewhat foundational.
Pango as well, probably.
You think Pango was critical too?
I think Pango is definitely one of the heroes that you can put in any draft, and it'll probably work. And Carl just seems very confident on the hero right now.
Let's say, hypothetically, we swapped out the Pango for a Void Spirit because, oh my god, universal heroes. You think they could still have balled up this hard, or the Pango made a pretty big difference as we get into game number 2?
I think with the early start that Carl was having over Carl, I think the Void Spirit might suffer a bit more because he needs skills to come back into the game. Whereas this Pango with Empower, he bought his treads, he's just gonna farm and he's fine.
Makes sense to me. Which is why Blacklist Rivalry go back to the Pango, Carl's favorite hero of the tour. They ban out the Techies and the Bloodseeker. Mansion Army Geniuses, they take out Doom and Enchantress as opposed to Doom Beastmaster because they wanted to pick Beastmaster. And Blacklist get a Lich first phase.
I think it's in preparation for the TA. I think AG will already go for a Pango Ember instead. I think TA would have been really nice for AG. It's something they've shown confidence with before to just first phase.
I mean, I think I was also thinking what AG can first phase other than their 2 and 5. It's just Beastmaster, you know, they banned in the last game, so they went with the 2 and 5, and then this game I feel like when you can't do 2 heroes together, right, then you should pick something that is very, very stable and you know your player can pull it off anyway.
Yeah.
I like to see them pick heroes to enable this Ember and Beast right now. I think they have very strong cores to enable. And, you know, I just don't want to see them be greedy with their supports. Let's pick this, Rubik, this Skyraf maybe. It's something we commonly see against Lich Shield. Doesn't care too much. Silence against Pango.
How about the Silencer again? For Varize.
I didn't feel good about it last game. It didn't look like he had the opportunity to use Global very well because of their heroes. So I think not so much flame to him, but I think their heroes didn't have enough of an advantage, and because of Blacklist items, the Global Silence felt very useless.
Mm-hmm. Well, both Yokem and Varize have played Mirana. Ember Mirana is a classic.
Yeah, Mirana's pretty nice here. Gives you Moonlight for the Beast to play around as well.
Mm-hmm.
Buys Aura. I think Aura is something important. Even if you go drums of Slum on Beast, you still want some Aura on your team, because Blacklist have shown that they can abuse the fact that you do not itemize that way.
Yep.
Mirana also kind of great against Pango in general because you have Moonlight and you're a support that the Pango can't kill within one tap, you know.
Yep. Leap is too difficult.
All about them one taps.
Yeah.
They know about my one taps.
No. When I look at AJ's draft, I think of Dispel here for Blacklist, and something they've busted out before, maybe a bit far-fetched now, is the Abandon for Cuckoo. I mean, he's probably playing the Leech, but I wonder if there's anything along those lines, like some Shadow Demon for Tims. You also see the Slug Band and our Dispel.
Wait, but so far all you see is the Ember. What are you dispelling off of Beast? Just the auras?
The Roar, I mean, like Ebba. You have Disrupt safe against Roar.
Oh, I see. A defensive dispel.
It just feels nice to have saves against a lineup like AG. Like they have a very poke and, you know, want to throw spells at you kind of heroes.
Yeah.
I feel like AG's, these 2 heroes now, when you press the Raw and you don't kill anyone, you kind of feel very bad.
Yeah. Cuckoo also played Venge randomly that one game.
Who saw Venge, was it?
Yes, I believe that was the case. It was against Talon.
I mean, it's not that bad here because you have the Pango to abuse your terror on, and I would say, in a way, Ember is kind of like, when you play against Venge as Ember, right? Supposedly you feel really good because you can dodge all her spells, but it's not the same if you can swap you into something, you know, like maybe a FD Chrono.
Sinister Gaze.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Cuckoo is 99% playing the Lich.
Lich, yes, probably. But I do like your idea of getting a save, and Tims has not really been playing saving heroes.
He just he itemizes for saves, but he's generally not playing a natural saver.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they could give KP the Abaddon.
Possible. Definitely does play the hero. I don't know if it's like out of his wheelhouse right now. There's also I think something like a Tide is more likely for KP. They go for the Willow, so less Aura, more like we need more catch for Ember. Willow definitely good against Spirits. They have very fragile supports right now, I'd say, on Blacklist.
Yeah. A lot of damage, though.
Yeah. Wonder how AG is gonna abuse this. Pugna's banned. I like the Pugna ban a lot. It's really smart against Lich and Willow. It's also just an AG hero, I guess.
I feel like the Mirana is still good.
It is, for sure. It's a strong lane against Lich. It's just easy connection. Go for the Rubik instead. It's Rubik against Lich is really nice just because of all the spells you can steal. I also am a big fan of Jokam Rubik. I think he just tends to pop off on the hero, even though we haven't really seen him go ham recently. It's a gyrocopter time. I don't mind it with their draft, I think it's okay.
Yeah, but then who's playing with Ember? Ember gets a slight chains.
That's
What
true.
happens next?
That's true. What would Varys play? CM? I like Skyrath for them. There you go.
I think it's like a very Rubik though, usually.
Is it? Maybe. It's possible. I think it's fine as a 5 this game. I think that Scarf is just a nice hero against Leech Armor, and Blacklist don't really have heroes that don't die to Scarf right now.
Wow, even despite the massive amounts of magical damage on Army Geniuses, Blacklist still go for a Monkey King.
I mean, I think it's fine because you have Leech, and then you kind of want to jail one of the supports with the Beastmaster so that this Ember don't go overpowered, because in general, Ember already bully Pango in the lane, right? So you don't want the last game thing to happen again.
KP's laughing too much. Is he playing Spirit Breaker?
But Blacklist do want the last game thing to happen again.
That's true. I mean, Monkey's pretty nice. The Deso build looks really attractive this time. You have Swash with minus armor, and Sky Rubik are their food. Honestly, their food.
One tap.
Yeah, it gives you vision. And I think Blacklist tend to favor Raven playing this kind of connecting carries. He's become really good at it. I've been very impressed with his Monkey King. I think he's very calm, you know, like he doesn't run over when he doesn't need to. But compared to like when we first saw him play the Monkey King, I think last game he was like very, I don't need to come, okay, I'm not coming. Like, but if I come, you know, he gets kills.
Right.
I remember there was one game he played the Monkey King and he was figuring out what items to buy, and then he's still joining fights, you know. He's very confused, but he's still there.
Viper ban. Damn. What's this signify? Ursa? It's a hero that's good against MK. TV's out, Morph's out.
Faceless Void?
I could see Faceless Void. Oh, good call. I feel like Blacklist would just Tidal or Underlord here, and this is a pretty sick Underlord game. Free lane, you buy auras early, catch, you give more catch for Ember, so Willow Underlord is a pretty sick combo. I feel like AG set themselves up for a very hard safe lane.
KP also played some Batrider, which is still in the pool.
I think it's hard against Void and Sky, because you feed mana to Skyroth in the lane.
You're pretty confident that this is a 5 Sky. For some reason, I feel like giving Sky more farm will go further than giving Rubik more farm. But let's see.
You're probably right. I don't know, I feel like I see, yeah, it is a 5
you're right.
Sky.
It's a 5
I feel like I see Rubik, I just want Jokam to play Rubik, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
This Sky in the game to me is like, you're gonna chain and you're gonna press your spells on whoever's chained.
They probably also decided after seeing the Tide, like, you know, Rubik doesn't do shit against Tide in the lane.
That's true.
I feel like Blacklist has really strong lanes. I'm not sure if Yoe can accomplish the same thing he did last game. If he can, I would like him to also try to... It's hard for him to kick out this Monkey and Tide. That's my problem. I feel like last game as the Storm he could, but he didn't do it. And this game, I think this Ember moving to the side lanes is difficult.
He can kill the supports when he rotates, though, and then are the cores still willing to stick around after their supports die? Because like you said, this Lich and Willow are very squish.
Yeah. I guess they're going to come down in movement. It's probably not so willing to stick around. I mean, Roar with Scarf out or Chains Chrono, they're all like really scary spells, but I feel like Blacklist will be ahead from the laning phase, and maybe the stats item they buy would be enough to just help them live through it, you know?
I feel like it does come down to how they can force this Tanto to move away from the Faceless Void so that this FV can just catch back up and somewhat be very threatening. When you see the FV having like Midas Smithstorm in like, what, 80 minutes, you still feel very threatened, you know?
Right.
And they do have a better late game draft. It's just, I don't think it's that easy to get there.
Is this another situation where Blacklist, it's in their best interest to ball up?
I mean, I think it's easier because your heroes don't really need to think so much when pressing a spells, you know. You just need to have, okay, that guy's in front, this guy is behind, saving him. So just go. Yeah.
I think the difference this game is that Blacklist has a lot of silent pressure. So when you group up and this Beastmaster is split pushing you, you kind of create chaos on the map. And that's something that we're going to see how Blacklist have to deal with, because their supports don't have a good time dealing with it. And the Tide is probably the one that's going to have to deal with it, because Pango is also pretty susceptible sometimes.
Well, Blacklist are now 1 game away for qualifying to the Bali Major. Is this going to be it? Is the next one going to be it? Or is it going to be none of the above? Let's find out with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right, Blacklist are going to put trust in the KP Tidehunter that saw them get a victory over Bleed and put them in this position to be able to maybe sneak in a position at Bali. And I don't know how you feel about the Tidehunter here, Avery, but I liked it when I was watching KP play it. You know, Meteor Hammer and just get some team fight items afterwards. Seems all right. Why don't we see more of this hero?
I mean, I think this hero's terrible right now, but KP has played it forever. So he's very experienced on it. It also gets better when you last pick it, for sure. Like being able to see everything you're playing against and know it's a great Tidehunter game helps a lot. I just think this hero needs to get ahead. Like from behind, he's pretty much useless.
30 seconds.
So he needs a good lane, and then he needs good core matchups he can run into, and for sure, like be able to play aggressive around top tier 1 and mid tier 1. If you can do that, I think then you have a pretty reasonable.
What he's doing? Look at it. He's spamming the stop button, I think, and Sky. If you do that while he's flying, it just tweaks out.
He's getting pumped.
I guess so.
He knows he needs to be the spark for his team to get the energy to come back in the series. He's trying to give it to him.
Yeah, because that was a pretty depressing game 1, I would say, for a series that is trying to keep you in Div 1. Blood grenades flying everywhere here. DB actually taking the time to turn around and throw out some wild axes. He will die for that.
I think he might have been able to run that off, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I kind of felt like too, but
he'll just choose to get the axe and come back. That's a rough start. Early trialing for Blacklist paying off, and they're going to give Raven a lead on a lane that is pretty nice to get a lead on with this Monkey King. The big thing for me this game is also why I think KP needs to have a good time is I do think AG, I feel like they guarantee win this game late. Literally.
Yeah.
I think Faceless Void will carry this game with double Chrono and the Beastmaster Vision, because he'll always have vision advantage. So it's like theoretically impossible for Blacklist to jump the Void, which means Void will always just be killing them in Chrono. There's no save for Chrono. I mean, there's Frost Shield, but you're going to have a Nullifier at some point. Obviously, this is ultra late. We're talking like 50, 60-minute territory, but I think that's what AG are playing for. I mean, you pick Faceless Void to win those late games. So if you're Blacklist, you really want KP to have a good momentum game, because if he's going to go this Meteor Hammer, which he probably will, then he wants to be taking top tier 1, he wants to be taking tier 1 mid, you want to have some ancient stacks, you just accelerate all 3 of your cores in like this crazy good position with first 2 Aegises, and you just end the game with the second one. You do not want to go to 40, 50, 60 minutes versus Faceless Void, Beastmaster, Ember. Ember versus pretty limited stuns as well, right? There's a Lich Pull, maybe you land a Bramble, but otherwise a very terrifying AG lineup to go late game against. So it's definitely a clock on Blacklist. We'll see if they can keep that tempo up like last game.
I feel like you maybe alluded to it, but didn't outright say why do you think Tidehunter is such a bad hero right now? I mean, if it's a aura offlaner, doesn't this hero fit right in?
You know, sometimes I think you just bait me into saying stuff that I know people are gonna like be angry about. You know, it's like a reverse rage bait. Like, well, let's see what I can get Avery to say today that people are gonna think he's insane for saying or be mad about, because there's probably a bunch of Tide spammers in the chat. Raven cleans up another one. I mean, why does Tide suck? Because one, this hero's lane is not that great. He's not that good in a lot of the dual lanes compared to some of the lane dominators. His itemization's okay with the auras, but his spells are not impactful enough for me with the auras to justify him over a lot of other heroes that just have better spells that can also buy the auras just as fast. And I feel like he's just not that tanky anymore. Like, I think the base reduction on Anchor Smash is cool versus universal heroes, but I don't know, I feel like Tidehunter just dies now. He just goes in the fight and you just kill him. A lot of lineups nowadays just don't care too much. So I just think he's very clunky, he's very slow. His farm rate kind of sucks. He doesn't build items better than anybody else. Like, why would you want Tidehunter when you can have Devour?
Not Doom, just Devour, period.
Yeah, like literally just like, let's say I put Devour on a melee creep. Would you rather have melee creep with Devour or Tidehunter? I might take the melee creep with Devour.
I think I would take Tidehunter, but I'm not a watermelon hater like you are.
Well,
Apparently.
I mean, the melee creeps scales. Like, we'll give it a stacking and everything, you know?
Yeah.
Jeez,
It's got like the stacking of like Primal Beast.
Yeah. You know, I think I'd take. I mean, he's going to get faster ores than the Tide, so you got that goal.
That might be true.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think there's a place for this hero. I think there's a place for this hero.
Yeah,
I like the early
right
meteor
above
hammer.
Sand King in the trash can.
No, not putting him in the Sand King tier.
I take lives.
Some heroes belong in the tomb with the king and the dead pharaohs of the past trash heroes. That's where they belong. As Raven picks up a third kill.
Being a buried pharaoh.
I mean, one day he'll rise again, but perhaps in an afterlife, not in this one, because
someday he'll rise from his sarcophagus.
He very might. He will. He always comes back for like a month.
Yeah.
And then Valve's like, this hero's too good, and then they put him back in the trash can for another year. But it's because it's Gabe Newell's favorite hero, right? That's why. Like, basically, Gabe comes back to Dota every 9 months, right? And then he plays Sand King, and he's like, why is Sand King so bad? What are you clowns doing over at the Valve? They have to buff it.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's better. And then, you know, after a week of playing, he goes on to play other stuff, doesn't play Dota again. And they're like, all right, we put it back in the trash can. Gabe's done with it. They nerf it back down. Another year passes, another Gabe and week of ranked matchmaking. They buff it again.
I'm just imagining Sand King and the Mummy. Ice Frog is Brendan Fraser.
All right, well, we don't need to go that far. And plus, we've got a volley game on the line. Stop distracting the cap.
Okay. Well,
Blacklist are off to a great start.
Yoakum tried to put him onto the cliff, but unfortunately only made him about 75% of the way up there, and then Raven fell back down.
This early is a disaster.
Carl. Damn, Carl.
He just popped him, didn't even need to ult. Just outman fought him here. Orb of Corrosion up first. I guess that's all it takes. And I mean, Blacklist are just cruising to a triple lane win.
Yeah, this is looking real rough here. Yoakum's gonna try and throw him into the neutrals. Unfortunately, they were still sleeping.
Why you wake me up?
Yoa, he's gonna cut over. It's not gonna be good enough. Oh no, now he's just gonna die to Raven. Yoa's still gonna try and get here in time, but it's not gonna do anything. Even that slight was just sad. Raven heals it up instantly.
He's 4-0 on Monkey. Right off the first 6 minutes here, plus a couple boar kills. He's level 6. Raven has had the start of his dreams. Carl with the solo kill mid, and KP is free farming top. Gonna have a pretty fast meteor hammer, punishing this clunky Void Skywrath lane, which, again, last pick Tidehunter thrives because you know you're gonna go in this lane and just dominate.
Yeah.
And now it's a question of what Blacklist can get done with the lead they built. You don't want to throw away some core kills. You want to make sure you keep snowballing and punish this late game lineup as much as you can.
That's how it's done.
Dire are scanning.
Wisdom Rune going to be picked up by Tim's. The other side is available, which is a little scary. Do we have a whole lot of stacks here? I saw the Tim stacked up. Looks like DB has a little bit of stacks going for himself, but not a ton. I feel like this is one of those lanes where you just got to stack the entire time because your boars are probably a liability in lane.
I mean, Bosker is just running around killing his whole zoo, man. They're getting so much extra XP off this lane. Thinking about the roll in mid, but no. The problem with the stacks this lane is when you leave Beast alone versus Lich Monkey, he just auto-feeds. Like, this lane is such a heavy kill lane. And I mean, Raven got 4 kills, but it could have been even worse. At least only one of those is on DB. 3 are on Yoakum. If you get some stacks, I guess you'll take this, because DB's not in the worst position.
Yoe, he had enough mana to throw out a second remnant, so he is good to go. But
lose the rune.
Dire's middle
he
tower
does miss
is
out on the
under
power
attack.
rune. That's going to be a shield rune, so not the most impactful rune to be losing out on. But bottom DB, he's going to be losing his life, it's looking like, as he's going to get out the roar. But Tim's is here. Nice dodging of the brambles, but they back into one of them. Still, though, the telekinesis toss back. DB has a chance to get out of here. He's good.
Yeah, he has Lotus, he has Helm of Iron Will. This is a tanky Beastmaster. Like I'm saying, his laning phase was honestly not that bad. Like, Raven got accelerated, but this is an okay outcome for a Beastmaster lane, considering how strong Lich Monkey is. Meanwhile, KP left on top will take that tier 1 with the hammer. He's trying to accelerate his own while this bottom skirmish is happening. DB is still tanky, just
dies. Raven had this boundless strike and will be able to finish up DB. Carl is here as well. Go for the kill and joke him. And will likely get it, because I don't think anything is slowing down Carl, especially with this shield rune. They're going to try and slow him down, in fact, and now the jump forward in your dream's going to join in on this engagement. Great rotation by him. Getting this kill on Raven is going to be worth so much. Just don't let him duck into the trees. All right, Chronosphere just to make sure you got him. That's fair. I accept that.
No, that's well worth it. You're not going to have another good opportunity to use Chrono for that much gold in a kill. I mean, that is a big kill, right? That 5-0 streak. That's like 800 gold there to the team. This is what you want with the Faceless Void. You want to get these big Chrono kills, retreat to the jungle. He's going to have Midas up. Your towers are going to get taken. That is an inevitability. You just don't have the damage for the Chrono, especially without Sky Ulti here. Maree's still sitting on level 5. And you don't have chains points for Yoe because of how rough his lane was.
Pulling back in the Ravage. Can they chain this? I don't think so.
Awkward.
He's already got a Remnant out. He doesn't have another Remnant, though. This is going to be kind of awkward. He's got another one coming up in a second here. Needs to get rid of these stuns, but there's just too many heroes surrounding him. No help whatsoever. The help currently sitting bottom lane trying to take a tower of their own.
He tried to slight steal the rune, but Carl knew what was coming in and ran back that slight step, so he was out of range. Really nice heads-up play here. Carl turning it up this series. He wants to go to the Bali Beach, I'll tell you that much.
Sure looks like
kills. Tell him to maybe it's pretty try hard.
Maybe more importantly, go to Seattle if they could do it well enough at the major.
I think that's jumping a couple steps ahead, but I mean, you got to be gearing up for it either way. Like, you want to be in good form, so you don't go into those qualifiers without confidence.
Sure.
That's a huge part of TI quals. Like, the teams that win TI quals are not often the best teams in that individual qualifier. They're the teams that have the most confidence and the most, like, security in terms of leadership. Like, people believe, all right, like, we're going to be able to win this qualifier because this guy knows what he's doing. And that's why, like, great captains often make it through. I think that's why Liquid Secret made it through last year. Like, they had Puppy and Matumbo leading those teams. It's just such a huge upside. Not that they might not have also been the best teams, but, like, you remember VP was in that thing too. They were a damn good team, and by all arguments, probably should have made it. But sometimes confidence just wins you these things. So if you build some momentum, and your team is all of a sudden in a better head state, yeah, you might be making some serious dollars in some of these games that otherwise, oh, why does it matter? Well, it does matter. Everything matters in Dota. Except Sand King. That hero's terrible. He does not matter.
That is the lowest.
Look at our rally bottom. Got some serious push going on.
He does. The Lich Armor is delaying a lot of this. Now KP is going to sit in front of this push. He's just going to waddle his ass forward. Stop the push. Yokum's going to be left behind. They have to roar just to get out of here. Blacklist are not going to be giving up any towers for free. Not this game. Not with the big old watermelon ready to roll.
Man, DB just fed a whole other round of summons. I would love to see how much gold he's given in these summons in just a little over 11 minutes. It feels like a lot. And they get some decent XP as well. You generally don't want to give this away, because then you're just making your opponent stronger during the momentum you're trying to build with a Beastmaster. It's so nice for supports whenever you get these summon kills. There's another one. I mean, it's ridiculous. You look at the net worth on these supports, it's coming from something. This is a Lich ahead of year 2. Lich is not generally a very rich 5, but he's just getting everything on his bottom lane.
Dire's
taking these
bottom
The
tower
backup to
has fallen.
KP, and another Meteor Hammer takes another tier 1 tower.
This is the tempo that you want to set with the Tide. Top net worth, all 3 tier 1s gone. Now he can go back for the ores. Decent early game from Blacklist here. This is the position they want to be in to punish the late game lineup here, reach that timing. What you don't want to have is have this game stall out with some split push. So if you can protect your tier 1s, limit the map space, I think that's what's on KP's agenda right now. Don't give this beast any room to operate. And then the rat can start happening from AG, because they're still probably going to get some like big core kills in this game. You know, there's going to be a Chrono Aurora. There's going to be some Skywrath ult that flies out. It's going to kill somebody. It's pretty hard to prevent it. So you just don't want to give them the space to benefit from those kills when they happen.
Oh, grabbed him midair. Jokum a little too close to the sun there. Hopping around in the trees. Bosku with a quick reaction grabs and pulls him down to earth.
But you'll never have my
Diffusal doing work again for Carl right on cue. Made this Pango look really solid for him. Creating a lot of space. Here's that Skywrath Void Smoke. This is a guaranteed core kill if they can get the connection.
Dire's
Who they
middle
want.
tower is under attack.
They're going to go for him. They're going to drop it all on Carl. A big kill to get, as long as they actually get it. Oh, no. Oh, a bash at the end secures it. A little bit of a close call. In your dream, going to be ravaged here. No saves available. They drop double ultimates to get the return kill.
Yeah, that'll do it right there. Sending your dream packing. Still, they get another
Radiant's middle tower
pretty
is
decent
under
gold
attack.
kill. I mean, that's what you're looking for to stall this game. Take the Pango off the map. Buy some time, and more importantly, it lets DB take this bottom tower, because, I mean, KP's there for the Void kill, but he's not there to defend the tier 1, right? Sure. In some ways, I think this was the more important move for AG, because they need the space. They need these jungles open. They need the beast to be taking farm, and more importantly, farm not away from where the Faceless Void wants to go. So it's very important that DB can keep playing in these areas and not just stay huddled on their side of the map. They're even going to gate bottom. I mean, Carl could be in trouble depending on how aggressively he plays these small skirmishes. You get silenced, you get chains. This is an Ember Pango matchup. You've seen it be favorable for Ember a lot. There's a reason why. They're going to find him.
Gonna catch him on the neutral here. See if they hit the slight chains. Get him with the silence first. Chains afterwards. Big kill. 2 kills in a row on the Pango. Army geniuses showing they're not going to go down without a fight here.
This is what I'm saying. I feel like these core kills are just... It's almost impossible not to give up 1 or 2, but you just need to keep building the lead and ideally give them up on the heroes you're okay giving them up on, like a support or 2, but getting 2 Pango kills in a row, that is exactly what AG wanted this game. That's probably the best hero they can take off the map. Like, you don't care about Tide here, because Tide is not preventing your Void win condition, right? And the Monkey is going to be the hardest hero to catch, because Raven's always going to be farming the safest farm with an elusive hero. So Carl's the core who's going to tank this brunt. He just needs to dodge those ganks and have his supports help play around him, because that pickoff that's where AG's lineup thrives. That is what this Skywrath gives you.
Well, Yoe's almost to Maelstrom, which will create a lot of space by itself. Now we have slight Maelstrom proc. We'll just kind of clear out a wave.
This game can get weird if Blacklist feed like 1 or 2 more big kills. It really can. You have Helm of the Overlord up on DB. He's already got a Golem. This is a significant amount of HP to pump through as well.
Oh, Yule Scepter. That's going to help a lot against the Skywrath Mage combo.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kind of interesting he went Yule's though, right? I mean, it's Dark Willow, so you get the aggressive potential as well. But they really need 4 stabs in this game. That is the biggest thing. Bosku is rushing his... And if you get a 4 staff and you sit behind Carl, you can't really die unless you chrono him.
He stole Tree Dance again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bush is coming in bottom lane with the Helm of the Overlord, so this tier 2 is going to start being chipped away. Drawing some attention. See if he gets caught for it, though. Instead, they run into the Skywrath Mage. Okay, get a support kill. DB's going to TP on out of here.
Yeah, leaves the summons, so he can still farm, he can still cut the next wave, perhaps. And that's 5 heroes down bottom. That's what you want here. Create the move, create the space, free up time for the Faceless Void, he's going to work. The lead has not built here for Blacklist. The last like 6 or 7 minutes or so. Got to start creating your own aggression here, using this Dark Willow, Yules. Maybe Raven needs to help setting some threat up on these cores.
Oh, killing the Ember would go a long ways. They're going to get him with the Yule Scepter. Raven, they get the Bramble immediately afterwards. Good catch. And Yoe, honestly, a little bit slow in reacting there. I mean, it was nighttime. That helps a lot, but still.
Dire are scanning.
Right on cue. Raven helps get involved. That's also what Blacklist need. Now they have an opening. Now they're going to smoke, and Blink arrives on KP. So things are aligning really nicely here if they can get a good fight with this Blink Ravage. AG are not expecting this. Oh, they're trying to make the play.
And they're going to be baited into it. KP hits a 2-man Ravage, setting up for what should be 2 kills. Tim's going to go for the support here. Jokum being run down. Yule Scepter to slow him down. So yeah, they'll get both of those kills eventually.
Really good finds. Starting to strike back with that extra network advantage they have. Still haven't found In Your Dream. I mean, I'm sure that's who they really like, but taking Beast off the map, taking his summons out again, just slowing down so much lane pushing momentum. Tims might tank this Chrono bottom. At least it won't be Carl for a 3rd time.
I mean, are you willing to? Okay. Yes, they are willing to use it.
I mean, you have to because he has Yules. So, like, you'd want to just casually silence and kill him there, but that is a mandatory Chrono if you want it.
I guess the question is, are they too exposed using the Chronosphere?
I don't think so. I think you're happy to use it like this. Any good kill you get, as long as you don't die in return, I think you're fine with. You're going to slow down some map pressure from Blacklist, and again, if you look at the Blacklist lineup, there's no crazy push that's going to come into these tier 2s, right? It's not like they can say, oh, Chrono's down, let's go take a tier 2 tower.
I mean, they could say, let's go take Roche.
Yeah, but are you fighting that Roche? That's another question. If AG feel like they can't, then
sure,
you're not losing anything.
Yeah, what's the point? If they go Roche, it's just more space for us to farm.
I feel like you can't contest the first Roche here if you're AG. I feel like it's way too hard. And I think Blacklist know this. I think they are gonna go do it at some point in this game.
Got him with the blink off the clip. They're gonna hit him a 2nd time. In Your Dream, in big trouble. Good control out for the Rubik though with a stolen Rolling Thunder. That's gonna be able to give him enough time to get the Faceless Void out of here. Jokum is just tearing him apart with this one. Beautiful Rolling Thunder by him. Didn't get a kill just yet, but I think Tim's, yeah, he's gonna die. Raven's gonna cover KP there with the Wukong's command. Allowed to get out. They really wanted to make sure they didn't bleed away too many hero kills.
What Kong? Nothing.
Under attack.
Defensive, I guess.
Radiant
Those are like the Wukongs I throw out of my pubs that I get flamed for. Izomi Wukong.
Playing Monkey King.
Radiant's top tower.
Why are you playing Monkey King support?
I don't think I've ever seen you do that.
I mean, you're just a hate watcher. I don't know what to tell you.
Like most people who watch your stream.
Yeah, that's probably everybody. I mean, that's a decent disjointed fight here if you're AG. Because again, your Chrono's on cooldown. It's just all in that stolen Rolling Thunder from Jokum. I think if Carl doesn't have haste, he might go down there with this early Blink build. But
I mean, it sounds like to me we should be smoking up in about 15 seconds. We have Rolling Thunder back up. We have Chronosphere back up. But let's go fight. Let's go again.
Yeah, you could actually contest this Roche in theory because you have stolen Rolling Thunder. I think that's huge for this Roche fight. They know what's happening. Again, this isn't the fastest Roche in the world.
They're going to smoke.
They're going to do it. This is a really good play if they get there in time. But you have to get there in time. And, oh, Blacklist are just backing off. So they know what's coming. But stolen Rolling Thunder with Blink on Jokum, it gives you a really good chance at this 5-man fight that otherwise felt a little hard into the early pipe from KP.
Smoke's gonna break.
Blink Ravage.
Jokum smokes breaks. He blinks forward, goes to the high ground. Nobody to be found, and unfortunately he's stuck because you don't have shield crash. It's a lot easier to get stuck in that spot, and that Rolling Thunder plays against them, I guess.
Well, that was a good attempt. didn't work out too well for the Grand Magus.
Was it? I mean,
I guess cubes don't like rolling downstairs.
yeah, I guess so.
Actually, I guess they do.
Thank you, Avery. Student analysis, as always, is we're going to get vision inside of the pit.
If he were a Slinky, he could have taken that fight. Unfortunately, he got stuck. I mean, they're still going to fight this?
That's the point, yeah. I mean, they can slide and axe spam it. I feel like they've got pretty good spam, at least.
I think Blacklist are more afraid of the Hawk giving some chrono kill on the Roche, right? Like,
yeah,
what stops In Your Dream from going in with BKB, just jumping in the pit BKB? They can't interact with his BKB, and he just chronos, finishes Roche, takes an Aegis. That becomes really weird. I really think Blacklist are afraid of this, but they're having issues finding the opening into the better Beast Vision. What does In Your Dream find here? They find a Lich.
Got one. Nice force staff.
He's gonna go.
Trying to get away. Chronosphere on the two supports here.
But he got Frost Shield
either one of them. They're having a hard time with the Frost Shield going out. The BKB is going to wear out soon. Oh, In Your Dream. He's in trouble
screwed.
now. Hit by the Terrorize, caught in a corner, and killed the Blacklist. Oh, and a Ravage to follow it up too, being able to punch the Skywrath and the DB Beastmaster. The stolen Ravage goes out to try and cover DB as he looks to be able to get away. The Primal Roar only gets him so far, though. Slowed down by the Diffuser Blade, ultimately killed. Bosku trying to get away from the Dragon will be fine. Dokkum, he's going to die as well. You know, it was looking all right for Army Geniuses in that they were contesting the Roshan, but the actual fight itself, not for them.
Bosku just gets Frost Shield off, and that whole fight is ruined. Like, he gets everything off because he lives in that chrono. And I mean, chrono on two supports is nice, but ultimately you're gonna lose that fight no matter what, because it's very likely Blacklist supports that buyback, and you're on Radiant Outpost, right? So, like, even in a dream scenario where you chrono both the supports and you kill them both in chrono, they're both gonna buy back, TP down there, and you're gonna have to take that fight without chrono into 5, without Void BKB. That's just not a winnable fight in that type of setup. And Blacklist are happy to reap that reward, which is Aegis for Raven here, who is very farmed, by the way. He has been ricing it up. He's also been slaying it. 13-1 on Mr. Monkey King. His staff is big, long, and it hits hard.
Radiant's middle
He's getting into that one-tap territory. Daedalus, Boundless Strike.
Oh yeah,
that's some heavy damage.
He is basically one-shotting these AG supports with like any follow. Single Swashbuckle, single Boundless, you're gone.
Never refuse gold given.
Speaking of those supports, they might be in trouble right now. Retreating to the high ground of the triangle. Spot the Ember Spirit. He's going to take a DD away from them, and also has an Arcane Rune in his bottle. If it wasn't for the fact that they're 9k down and facing up against an Aegis as well, I would say it's a good time to fight.
Aegis just makes these fights really difficult. You're all about some single target burst, taking out a good core. At least one of the high damage cores, which is pretty much Pango or the Monkey. If you can't do that, I don't see these fights going your way, unless you get massive steals.
We saw Blacklist last game. Oh, what was that? Dokkum, quick blink away from the initiation of KP. Turn around, Boundless Strike. That's going to help him with the Glimmer Cape as well. He's out. Close call, though. Meanwhile, they lost their tier 2 at bottom for Blacklist, so they have to deal with this. They cannot keep going high ground.
Yeah, Raven's going to have to retreat. Decent pressure here from DB. Keeping his team in this game, they might even think about just smoking out now. I mean, Chrono's back up. In Your Dream is on the other side of the map, but you have significant pick off without him. Again, you're just trying to stall up this Aegis period. This feels similar to last game. Like, Blacklist have a decent lead. It's first Aegis. Their ball is pretty strong with the Tidehunter auras. He has Pipe, he has Halberd. Very obnoxious items. Utility is up. It makes his pick off a lot more difficult.
In Your Dream is completing his Mjolnir. So he's got
done.
that. It's
Let's think about Scotty. He just needs so much in this game because your real win condition is when you get to Nullifier, but he is just very far from it. And without it, it's just hard. You're dealing with so much utility from the Blacklist side. You can't casually go on these supports without Nullifier this game, which means he has to chrono them. And he doesn't really want to chrono the supports because you need to chrono the Monkey or the Pango here. And Blacklist know this. So if they just take these fights information around Aegis, around Raven, Carl going in, you have Frost Shield backup, you have a Terrorize, you have all this counter initiation that can come out.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And they're just going to force it. 5-man with the Aegis, similar to last game, that 30-minute mark. They're just looking to close this out.
Raven, with the help of KP, will be able to force a reaction out of AG. Maybe it's a bit more of a reaction than he anticipated, though. Loses Aegis in an instant. Has his BKB, though. And it's perhaps a good thing DB wasn't in range there. Might have been caught on a second life underneath the tier 3.
I'm actually curious if AG would have chronoed him. If because in your Dreams TP was the longest TP, so he wasn't there in time. But I'm curious if he would have chronoed him there on the respawn, if he felt like he had enough damage with this Mjolnir with no Skywrath. I think it would have been pretty damn close, but
I mean, surely with the Chronosphere and Roar available, that's a guarantee, right?
But the thing is, you're guaranteed to get a Frost Shield out, right? And they don't have any way to dispel it right now. I don't know. And then there's like a Ravage that comes through. It gets really weird if you can try and calculate these burst scenarios.
They're going to smoke out. This is a dangerous move. If you can't get the right kind of vision, you are susceptible to a Ravage. They spot KP, run into him. Not the hero they had in mind. With the backline, TB, his smoke's going to break on the other side of this high ground. Awkward. They're going to blink forward. Oh, they found the Pango.
What a find.
If they can get it, he silenced up and will be killed. Great pick for Army Geniuses. A 1-hero kill that gives them an advantage now for the continuing fight. They just can't seem to keep chasing them.
It's just bad positioning from Carl. I mean, great find from DB off the Hawk, blink, roar. He's instantly gone, but like, there is no reason when you know the team's smoking on you and your team has some high ground formation that you're on the river like that.
Middle tower is under attack.
You're just giving them a potential opening. Maybe it's a small percentage, but like, hey, they just found it, and now you're losing a tier 1. Now you're losing some momentum. A lot of gold going their way. They didn't even have to use the chrono. That is a huge pickup for AG off of a mispositioning here from Carl. That's really what I felt like it was. I mean, maybe he's just banking he'll get blink off first, but like, it's just an unnecessary position to be in the first. You should play around your Tide. You should play around Raven with his damage. Like, even if they go on you where your other 2 cores are around, then Ravage comes out, Wukong comes out, a Frost Shield comes out. Your team can turn that. When you're alone in the river, it's just a freebie.
We got a Kaya now done for the Ember Spirit, so he's going to be going for Kaya Sanj. He's also closing in on level 18, and I feel like with the Frost Shield being such a big problem, his magic damage and both being able to get level 3 Fire Remnants as well as this Kaya pickup, it seems like it is pretty important. That and the Skywrath Mage and how Varys is able to keep progressing in this game.
They just need as much damage as they can get, like, during the stuns. They have Chrono, they have Roar. These are the big 2. You need to get the big core pickoffs. AG want to find the Monkey, they want to find the Pango. And Blacklist, they do not want to let those 2 heroes get jumped on without the saves in formation or the ability to counter-initiate. Or maybe just feel like they need Aegis for Raven to go in. I mean, Raven's 13-1, but he can't just walk in the fight in 1v5, you know?
Yeah. Well, if they get the next Aegis and he goes high ground again like last time, that pressure really starts amping up because he's going to have an Aghanim Scepter. So then you start dropping those statues, the buildings just start getting demolished all the quicker for it.
It is all about the next Aegis. Blacklist needed to go high ground and end this game before it gets very late. AG, they just want to prevent the 2 lives so their Chrono and Roar can go to work. Both teams vying for map position, vision getting dropped deep here from Blacklist. Gem on KP this entire time as well. They will smoke, but miss 2 of their cores. So this is Gonna turn into like a pickoff smoke while KP shows mid, trying to bait out
Radiant's
the
top tower has fallen.
positioning and catch someone top, but nobody's there. AG already all got out. Playing this very safe. Do not want to give up anything on the map. Continue to farm. I mean, this is a very close
Radiant's
game.
top tower is under attack.
Like, you're looking at a faceless void lineup that I feel will win late game. Every minute that goes by, I feel like Blacklist are feeling the pressure. Like, you're one game away from Bali. You're in a winning position right now, but the later this game goes, the sweatier it's going to get. Ag's done for Raven. The Wukong soldiers dripping a bit. Oh, they're looking. Do they have the burst?
In your dream, are they going to go for him? Bound the strike into the terrorize. They got a force staff to be able to get him away. Slight chains onto the Dark Willow here. In your dream is approaching this.
They're going to sack him.
Tried to go for the Dark Willow. They're going to fight the Mage Ultimate. Not quite enough to be able to get
out
it. Time
again.
walks out of the Wukong's command, and so does the Ember Spirit. So
they didn't get the hell out.
Fight that one. They got vision of Raven. He's trying to jump away into the trees now. Blacklist backing away to an area that they think they have some vision, have some control, but without Wukong's, this fight is going to be hard.
I mean, you have to push this right now if you're AG. There's no Wukong. There is no Dark Willow. Yeah, there's Ravage, but I can't believe they're not trying to push this. Maybe they just don't have another smoke. Yeah, they don't. That's why. They don't want to run into this high ground Ravage when Roche isn't up yet, even with that advantage. Just big misplays from Blacklist, though, right? Like, you need to connect these cores together with the Ravage, with the Wukong, with some sort of stun connection. You cannot just be throwing the spell out without proper follow-up. There are force staffs. There's mobility on AG's side. Those initiations.
RB Geniuses, they don't have to worry about Roshan's spawn quite as much as Blacklist because they have the Hawk to always give vision.
Here's the question, though. Where's it going to spawn?
It's going to be top in this situation, but RB Geniuses.
Not a Radiant Roche.
Blacklist. Ooh, blink away after the telekinesis. No damage being done.
It's a tanky boy.
Let's pick up the pace, Dex.
If I'm AG, though, it's getting close to... They have a Hawk on Roche, right? They don't need to force this Radiant fight unless the Roche spawns.
Sure.
They're going to smoke up again here and look for the jump. This reminds me of that fight earlier, though, that might go against you if you kill heroes with buyback around this Radiant outpost.
And there are some heroes on the Radiant side who do have buyback. The two supports and KP.
I feel like you just play patient here if you're AG. It's the hard call to make, but if you can force this Roche back to your side, it's 20 seconds. The disciplined play here is just wait it out and go defend your side.
They're gonna back out.
This is the correct play. I'm impressed that they made this call because you're in these high pressure situations. That is a jumpy moment. It's easy to say, hey, let's just go take the fight with the smoke, but
are scanning.
they have the correct read. It's going to turn night. Roche is going to spawn up here. Now you need to defend your outpost, and if you have buybacks, you need to commit them to this fight, take the numbers advantage, and secure the second Aegis for late game.
Beastmaster and Rubik are the two heroes with buyback on RB Geniuses.
That's it. Those not two good ones either. I'll be honest.
No, it's not.
Time to start sending the vision in. Every Hawk kills
Maybe
pretty
even
big.
just being able to bait out a big spell like the Ravage or the Wukong's command.
Now remember, that was their last smoke bottom too. AG do not have another smoke here. They have to find a good angle. The line's been drawn by Yoei. They want to wrap, try and dodge the wards, but Boss Q has vision everywhere, even in the Lotus pool.
Get the initiation with the Rolling Thunder, going for Yoei, going for the back here. Carl driving through them, but the team not really following it up so much. The Bound the Strike is going to be a little bit off the mark here. DV, he's got a BKB, so he's going to be fine. Shrugs off that Bedlam damage, no problem. KP is in pretty deep here, but he's also very tanky. With the Heaven's Halberd, Army Geniuses, despite having him surrounded, can't actually go for the big man.
Yeah,
meanwhile, Roshan is being done by Raven.
Yeah, that was why that Rolling Thunder didn't do much, because Raven was killing Roche. Again, the team a little desynced, but will it be punished here by AG? That's the big question. Can they find this Chrono on a 9 non-tied target? In Your Dream is having issues getting in.
Yeah, the Boars, the Hawks, they get a little vision there from the Hawk. Doesn't last for long, though.
Radiant's
They know
top tower
Roshan
is
is low. They know it's taking damage.
They're giving up. I feel like it's
Giving it
not
up.
contestable. I mean, it's tough. It's a very awkward position. I think if they had gone there before the Roche spawned bottom, like they can hold it, but once Blacklist take it, it's very hard to run into them. But they didn't.
Yeah.
That's a gamble, right? Like you don't know when this Roche is spawning exactly. We'll go Blacklist way. They did stall out this game a bit during that period. They're continuing to find farm on all their cores here. As In Your Dream now second on that Neverwinter's ladder. I mean, he's only 2k behind Raven here, who's 13-1, right? So he has caught up tremendously.
And they're getting into like tier 4 items, which is, you know, when you have like the better late game, I feel like just time progression in general means, you know, like there's more shards that you're be given away from the Tormentor. There's more like better tier 4 items, which is naturally powering everybody up. So if you have the better late game, you got to be pretty content here. KP gonna drop the Ravage on DB to make sure there's no BKB. Get him out of there. A lot of ultimates being used for that kill, though.
I mean, you have 60 seconds. You just run down top. You have a wave going with you. I think you're going high ground with this if you commit the Ravage. Might be worried about a Beastmaster buy into the fight. He does have one. But this seems like a pretty decent window.
The hammer and the statues from the Aghanim Scepter, they can do some pretty damn good chip damage without a whole lot of commitment. Slight chains, telekinesis, throwing him back in. Looking at it with the Skywrath the Age ultimate, that's going to be half his health gone.
Yeah, it's up again in 30 seconds. Also giving him the armor now from that shard. Decent poke going out here. Definitely do not want to commit Chrono before this Aegis is out. You just want to keep stalling. And you're waiting for that Beastmaster to come back up. So Blacklist, they get some tower damage, but once again, they cannot end the game here. And I mean, this game is going to go late now, right? I feel like if you're not finding the opening now, you're not going to find it in the next minute or two, barring something cataclysmic. So you got to be thinking about late game and how you're going to play versus Chrono. Is it hexes to jump on him? That's what KP is thinking about. Is it some late game Wind Waker? Is it just getting damage on everybody? I mean, gotta have a game
both the offlaners are thinking of, by the way. DB is also going to go as Scythe.
And Scythes are a good option here. That's a very powerful item versus Faceless Void in general if you can get the jump, but I go back to the Beastmaster Vision. Like, the Beastmaster Vision is going to make getting the jump on In Your Dream very difficult this game. You can even frontline with the Ember and play with an Ember buyback onto a Remnant, which is another way to just deal with the initiation. So the Hex is going to be great here. It's finished up for KP. You got to start putting it to use. Oh, that TP was long, and he gets out anyway.
A close call. DB's going to get Nullifier, actually. He was going Scythe, changed it up to a Nullifier, so that'll help with the Frost Shield problem you've been talking about all game.
If he can get it off, it's amazing here. It means Faceless Void doesn't have to buy his right away, which, again, In Your Dream is aiming for that Scotty first. He might even want to save buyback in this game. Probably not, but it depends on the situation. I mean, AG continuing to rat out this game. The gold lead is not growing here for Blacklist. They're getting stalled. I mean, how much do you believe in their late game here?
Well, I don't think we believe in it nearly as much as maybe they do. We'll see. Still have some serious growth on the Monkey King. Abyssal Blade coming in soon. And they've been just shy of getting a couple of pickoffs.
I think their late game is better if they can get the jumps, because then you can have, like, you can get Refresh on this tide. You'll have double Ravage, double Hex. There's just a crap ton of damage going out.
Man.
You're stuck in a Wukong. But I think the late game is entirely dependent on that jump, which is entirely dependent on vision. And technically, they have the slightly worse vision. Maybe there's ways they can itemize to get that better. Maybe KP just runs in like an absolute Giga Chad with buyback and just gives vision for something else.
There's ways to do that right now. He's got a shield rune on him.
Yeah, good read. Still have Aegis for 30 seconds here. Getting some decent building damage on tier 3. And of course, you're looking for the jump. You have Blink Hex, found DB, and got another BKB out of him.
It's something.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Oh, is it enough to go high ground? Apparently not. They've got 5 seconds left on the Aegis, so they're just going to have to kiss that one goodbye. So they got a tier 3 for this second Aegis.
Yep, that is it.
I think that's all they got.
40 minutes of advantage for a tier 3. I feel like this is a decent outcome for AG. They're going to smoke up again, looking for the jump, send the Hawks in. Positioning all important here for Blacklist. They have every capability to demolish these fights, but it's all about the jump.
Baiting out a regen rune that Blacklist is not going to see because they're on the right-hand side of the map here. Looks like Aeon Dis are the choice for the supports, so a Nullifier could come in even more clutch. But he actually went Scythe, sorry. He went back to the Scythe again.
Interesting.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean, it
is
makes
under
his
attack.
single target jump a bit better. Makes the voids a bit worse. Not by too much. It's also a much more expensive item, so he won't have buyback for longer. See if it pays off. Both offlaners with that Blink Hex. The one thing I like about Blacklist here is they went for double ninja gear. One on the Tidehunter, one on Raven with this monkey. That is a very good item in this game. Again, a game where the team fights are entirely dependent on these blink jumpers with stuns. Being able to individually smoke yourself and dodge Hawk Vision for 2 of the cores on Blacklist side is huge here, especially for Raven, because AG want to find Monkey. They want to find Monkey. They want to chrono him. That just wins you the fight. All the damage is gone. I mean, these guys just perma-smoked. How the hell do you chrono him?
Perma-smoked in the trees, high amount of mobility. This is not going to be an easy catch, and it's all the more pressure on In Your Dream to hit the right chronosphere. He's going to go for Scotty, has Nullifier queued up next item.
I mean, that is the progression. The Nullifier is when he becomes incredibly scary. He can soft jump supports without using chrono and be a huge threat. Save BKB a bit, try and bait out a jump. Makes his gameplay a lot smoother. I also want to point out third ninja gear for Tim's. I mean, Blacklist really have identified the paradigm of these fights, which is cool to see. And it's gonna cause AG some vision issues as they once again smoke, looking at top wave to bring AG back or get a Rax.
Meanwhile, Army Geniuses, 3 spell prisms. So they're just going to spam the hell out of some of these high ground scenarios. Oh, this Ember Spear, look at this smoke! What a beautiful play from Blacklist. Now that's a setup right there.
He bit the bait, he bit it hard. Turns into a sheep and says goodbye. Does have buyback here. So you have to be wary of this AG jump into the Ember buy. That cost
me Blink, side. Oh, the Chronosphere doesn't land!
Only
they're gonna have to kill the Lich, but that's all they're gonna be able to get on that. Meanwhile, the Ravage hits on the 2 supports, and the Rolling Thunder is gonna cut on through. Slicing and dicing them. Buybacks now gonna come in from Army Geniuses, but it feels like this is a little panicky. They're gonna go in. They have to kill Raven here with the roll. With the follow-up, they are all in on killing this Raven.
Yes, cheese.
He got off the cheese. Oh, telekinesis toss back, but they can't save the Void. He's dead with no buyback, and just like that, Blacklist may have just ended the game.
That chrono was not good enough. The blinks and the repositioning on Blacklist, way too good, way too ready for it. That smoke was major worthy right there. Just a perfect read of what is going to happen on this map. Somebody is coming back top. Somebody is dealing with this wave pressure, and we are already going to be there with a Wukong. Cheese on Raven seals the deal, and you're going to get Mega here. You do not have Basis Void buyback. That might just be the game. Raven says,
they're going to go tier 4s. They're not going to worry about Megas.
Put me in that Bali hotel.
Blacklist. They needed a win here to be able to secure their spot over Talon to be able to go to Bali, and it looks like they've just done it. 3 versus 5 to be able to hold it, thrown at half health. Already giving away the tips because this game is over. This series is over. Blacklist, They're going to Bali.
God damn, to think about where this team started, like especially going a season back or first season, right? So many struggles for this team the whole year. For them to finally get a solid season together, to get a solid one at the end of it, I feel like they're more relieved than happy almost in a way. Like finally, this team is coming together to some degree. And I won't say it looked as convincing as I think we expect from this roster, right? I think they still have some stuff to work on, but they definitely are getting some stuff going. Again, I like when this team plays faster. This game, obviously this game is a high pressure game. You have a bunch of vision jumps, so it becomes very, it's like a Mexican standoff. Both teams are waiting for the other to go. But I still think Blacklist were looking for all this stuff, and they were playing a much faster tempo than we saw from them in a lot of the previous games for this roster going back in time, which I think is exactly what this team should be trying to do. Like, don't AFK farm, be looking for stuff. I mean, Raven's 15-1. Like, he destroyed this game. Him and Bosku destroyed bottom. He had a 5-0 start. Okay, sure, you have one death, but after that, it's all smooth sailing. You play the fights extremely well. That's what you need from your carry player in the clutch. When it's time to perform, you better hope he performs and you have confidence in him. So congrats to them.
That's right. Blacklist, they got 5th place, I believe, 4th place on the Tour 1, 5th place on Tour 2, and now in Tour 3, they finally get either 2nd or 3rd. They still have a tiebreaker to play, but that is it for the regular season. We're going to do tiebreakers immediately after this. I believe we've actually got Blacklist are going to play again here now against Execration, but we have a chance to be able to go back to the panel. But for me and Avery, this is going to be our last cast here for Southeast Asia DPC. So from both of us, thank you so much for being so supportive and welcoming us here to Southeast Asia, and hope to be able to see you guys again next year.
It's been a pleasure having the two of you. Appreciate it so much. Please, if you've been enjoying the show and enjoying their casts, send them some love on social media, and send Blacklist Rivalry some love as well, because after many, many struggles and 2 tours, they have now finally secured themselves a position on LAN. It was a little bit of a roster change that may have finally given them the crystallization that they needed. KP on the offlane, Cuckoo shifting off to support, and while it was touch and go for the first few weeks, they have now secured themselves a spot at the Bali Major.
I'm happy for them. I feel like they stuck to the path that they chose, very little changes. They fixed their problems, and I feel like Carl was a monster in SEA, and I think he's kind of waking up again. I'd be worried.
Pretty much 2021, I think, was the year where he was my favorite mid laner globally, not just in Southeast Asia. He was playing all sorts of non-traditional mid laners. I vividly recall his Doom mid just regularly taking kids to school. And then last year, he kind of fell off the map a little bit. I'm sure part of that also wasn't because he wanted to, but because T1 ended up replacing him before TI qualifiers and stuff like that. And then first 2 tours of this season, he also was not at the peak that I recall him being at, which is true for many of his teammates. Same thing with Raven. Raven, Tour 1, I was like, this is the dude? This is the Raven?
The Raven.
The Raven?
I think Raven's change was the biggest for me, because I've always known Raven as the hard carry core. No matter what, which meta, whatever it is, he is always the 4 protect one and the one of them all, But seeing him becoming this...
It's 1 protect
player,
4 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry, guys. I will protect you.
I wouldn't even, in my wildest dream, think that Raven could play this kind of Monkey King where, okay guys, I'm gonna take A gaze, go up high ground, hit Rex. You guys carry me, okay? I'll eat all the spells. I can't even imagine it with the old Raven at all.
That's what I said after post-game 1. Character development out of this roster. And this one wasn't even them playing fast. This one was just them being very, very methodical. That final play, the double ninja gear onto the racks.
Yeah, that's super cool, actually. Like SVG said, major level smoke.
Major level smoke, the killer instinct.
They were very careful too. They know that without the Aegis, they couldn't hit any racks at all. So once their Aegis is out, they just left. They wouldn't give AG any chance of coming back.
And with this win, they also give Talon no chance of coming back. Raven is our MVP for this game number 2. and potentially the most improved player of the entire season. May I be so bold as to say that? Would you say?
I think that's fair.
Would you, but you were saying Carl, so would you say Raven or
I think
Carl?
I think Raven improved. I think Carl found himself again. I think that's the difference. Raven is a different player than he was before. I think for Carl, it's more like finding back his form.
Raven has grown into and evolved into something else that we have not seen from him before. But yeah, with that, now we have secured all 3 of our slots for the Bali Major. Bleed take first place, and second or third place need to be determined as a tiebreaker between Execration and Blacklist. But now that does eliminate Talon from contention from the Bali Major, which also unfortunately means that no Indonesians will be showing up to the Bali Major, because Whitemon on TSM got third place in North America, and Zephyr and FBZ on Boom are potentially going to be now fighting for relegation with Army Geniuses. Army Geniuses had 4 Indonesians on that squad, but they were never in contention. And
it's fine with the ticket prices. I think there'll be no Indonesian fans in the stadium too.
But still, to be able to rep your country, Makoto, I'm sure would have liked that opportunity. And the opportunity that I'm looking forward to is speaking to a major attending coach, because we got Ninja Boogie on the line. Mike, did you even see the fight that just qualified you?
No, I went up and I'm like, did he win?
Okay, so let me describe it to you, because your team, Monkey King and Tidehunter, they both got ninja gears as their tier 4 items. They smoke up next to the top melee racks, and they're just sitting there waiting for their moment. Ember Spirit's like, oh, the lane's coming here. I'm gonna go TP up top and take care of this lane. Immediately, they converge Scythe of Vice, Ravage, Wukong's command. Ember Spirit just gets obliterated. And then after that, Army Geniuses were just in shambles.
Well, sounded like a fun fight to watch.
It's all right. You can watch it again when you're in Bali.
That's true. Well, so then what is the next, I guess, 40 minutes for you? I won't take too much of your time because you're going to be playing the next series now, but it's not that stressful as of a series. It's not a tiebreaker series. It's just you competing for points and for money.
Seeding matters too, right? At the major, does it?
Partially.
I mean, I don't know about the seeding, but like any point kind of matters, and hopefully we can do well in the major. And you'd want to avoid the qualifiers as much as possible, but just be prepared for the regionals.
Yeah. So then, what is your mindset? I guess now, if you can think about Bali, since you're not going to be doing Dream League, the next 3 weeks you have to prepare. Have you thought about that yet, or not yet?
Not yet. I'm just taking it one day at a time. I was actually worried for the team because they've kind of been in this situation in season 1, but luckily history didn't repeat itself. So
that's because Mike, you were on this side of the camera, and
you weren't there.
This time you're on that side.
Yeah.
Something that, well, actually, I'll let you guys take any questions first. Aurora, do you have anything on your mind for Mike?
Yeah, I do actually. Hey, how do you as a coach approach the team when, if let's say they lost a series and they still have more series to play within the day? Like, how do you guys cope with it?
It depends on what kind of like mood the team is. If they're really tilted, I'd give them some time to reset, relax, maybe listen to some music, just try to forget the previous series. But then if they're not too tilted, then we can try to discuss and figure out what went wrong so that it doesn't happen for the next series.
Okay, so what do you do if they win?
I think just let them do their own thing, but at the end of the day we still review the replay because we're here to improve.
Yeah, I think that's a challenging part because you need to make sure the players are having fun in the mood for the games, but also you need to be the one to discipline them, hey, don't fool around, like you still have to win your games,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I have a question. We asked Raven this actually, but after the Xerxes series, I imagine that was probably the hardest loss for you all, especially coming from a strong week 1. Like, how did you handle that as a coach?
Well, I was kind of lost too that day. Like, I was kind of sick and I didn't really feel myself, and I guess
no wonder.
also the team wasn't really feeling themselves, so it was really a big off day for all of us. But we had a long conversation, but I think we were also kind of mentally burned out because ever since KP came in June 1, we didn't have any break days, and only after the Sersha day did we have a break day. So it was like 3 weeks of nonstop scrim, pubs, and I guess the fatigue kind of got to us. And then one rest day, we bounced back.
It's pretty impressive. I think it's especially getting used to this new schedule. I think especially for you, since you've been like out of it for a while, just for a team in a whole.
And we're really bad at 1 p.m. games. Like,
we had a theory.
You're not morning people? Huh, what a shock.
Our call time's 11 a.m. and everyone's just like, if we didn't have our coffee, the scrims are horrible.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad we had our suspicions confirmed then. Mike, my last question to you is the last time that you were on LAN, the time that I got this shirt, TI9? Was that the time last time? So
yes,
what are you looking forward to most about being back on LAN again?
Just being in that environment again. Like I got spoiled because, you know, like 2018, 2019, I was in almost every LAN, there was. And by the time I got the TI, like my first TI, I was just like, oh, it's just like another major. So just being in an arena again would be nice.
Let's make it happen, Mike. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of all of you guys on Blacklist. But you're not done yet. You still have a little bit more to fight for against Execration, so I will let you prepare. But Ninja Boogie, a pleasure to have you, and congratulations yet again.
Thank you.
Yeah, they got some work to do, but the hard job is over. They are now fully qualified for the major. A sigh of relief, I can imagine, from the side of a Blacklist rivalry, because not only has Mike not been on LAN in a while, but all these players were seasoned LAN veterans. They show up time and time again, and the fact that they have been off the grid for so long, I'm sure many international viewers, like they look at, oh, who's coming from Southeast Asia to this major? And then they're like, where are all the regulars? Where's like the Ices, the Ravens, stuff like that.
They're all back now.
The gang's back, baby. It's the Bali major. Of course, we had to bring the best of the best over for our home region major. And on the topic of the Bali major, I believe, we're showing all the teams that we're sending, because they're all back. We're showing the teams that are all back, as now we have secured our third and final spot for the major. It's going to be Bleed taking the first spot with Jackie, Corden, Ice, DJ, and Dubu. Execration, we're the second spot, but not necessarily second place. We need to figure that out. It's going to be the 5 Filipinos, Palos, Bob, Tino, Shanks, and Carlo. And you just saw them, Blacklist Rivalry are now qualified for the Bali Major with Raven, Carl, KP, Tims, and Cuckoo. The gang's all back together. And now Execration are like mainstays. Only team to show up to all 3 majors.
I hope they make it to the stage this time.
I hope any of them make it to the stage, honestly, because Talon didn't even make it to the stage in Berlin. And so we've only had one SEA team make it to stage, and that was Talon and Lima.
Yeah. I believe.
One of these teams?
One of these teams.
But honestly, I can't. Do you have a favorite going into Bali? Because I look at these 3 teams and I could see them randomly peaking Aurora or randomly shitting the bed.
I mean, in terms of the team, I would say Blacklist is my favorite because I just love how they are playing as a team. You know, like they have everything, I think. And for Bleed, like I said, Colin, I want to see him. You know, like
Digivolve.
Get destroyed and then Digivolve. Yeah.
It's definitely Blacklist for me. I think they look like they're on the right path. I think. Like I look at the way they play Dota, and it looks like a team. It looks very nice to me. And I think it's very special that they could fix things over this past 3-4 months and come together and be this team that they are today that qualified.
With a new player too.
Yeah.
A new player, but a seasoned player at that, a TI finalist player with KP. But before we can start choosing favorites, why don't we just let the teams play for themselves? Because we need to play a second place, third place qualifier. Even though Execration and Blacklist are both going to Bali, there are still points on the line. And for Execration, I would say that the points are probably a little bit more important because they have been gathering points from Tour 1 and Tour 2. And if they are able to get second place and then do well in Bali, there's a very real possibility that both Talon and Execration will directly qualify to TI. But that all remains to be determined. First, we need to see which of these teams are going to be second place and third place in a tiebreaker. So stick around and we'll be back with that series after the break.
other guys riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah, on a cold plate. On a cold plate.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to our broadcast for the CDPC. We just saw our first match. We have a little bit of a break in between after seeing Blacklist take that win up against Army Geniuses. It's John Xfire here, and we're on for a very different version of Hot Takes. We've got our two new contestants on hand. We've shifted over, and we've got Neil, Mr. Tsunami, up against Adam this time around. How are you feeling about your chances this time around, Neil?
Yeah, I got pretty owned last time. I was, it was 1 and 2. I don't remember which ones I won on specifically, but also I feel like we had a highly biased host. I feel like I may have been manipulated into losing, whereas John, I have more faith in you that you will purely grade us on, you know,
our merits,
the caliber of our arguments.
Yeah, I think I'm always looking for someone to defend something absolutely insane. Of course, Adam has won quite a fair bit as well.
Adam's probably the most decorated hot taker.
The only one I lost was the Nature's Prophet one.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
No, it's hard. I thought it was easy to, oh shit, he has stats, what do I do now?
You were like, oh no, Nature's Prophet's actually good. It's just, you know, people haven't discovered him. Like, no, people are trying to discover him. They're just not doing it.
Oh well.
All right, so just to remind everyone, what we do here on Hot Takes is we give each player a prompt, and they can choose to pass in the first prompt, but they will be forced to do the second prompt, and their goal is to convince me that the take isn't that hot. Like, that this hot take makes sense, that it's like Sunbee's not crazy on Twitter, which is very hard to read into sometimes. I love you, Sunbee, but sometimes you have some stuff you say on Twitter, man. It's cooled down a bit. Still, usually we decide by figuring out who's lost their most recent game. I think that's...
I still haven't played Dota since the last
So
time.
let's not go with that. Let's not go with that. How about we do a little game of rock, paper, scissors? So a loser goes first.
Okay, are we doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot, or rock, paper, scissors?
Shoot. Whatever you guys
shoot?
are comfy on.
Okay.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
All right, so you do go first, Mr. Neil. We'll see your prompts coming out shortly. What have you got?
Tell me.
First one, Talon should replay Execration in case it was a big fluke.
Okay, I'll actually take this one.
All right, let's hear it.
So we've witnessed the character development of Talon. Tour 1, it was them just eking by with a third place tiebreaker, and then they go on to do great things in Lima. Tour 2, they get first place, go on to do terrible things in Berlin, although not as terrible as the other SCA teams. Tour 3, like, what has Execration really been doing on LAN? They're doing good in the league, but then you send them into international waters. Dream League also happened. At least, like, you know, a fluke, like, intra-regionally, who really cares? It's all about TI, it's all about the long term, which actually would mean that Execration is probably better off because they'll get more points. Oh shit.
Remake.
The gameplay was inadequate from, I don't even remember the drafts. What is the Void Spirit. Oh, that's what it was. Safe Lane Void Spirit. It was a misclick. Yeah, it was a big fluke. He didn't mean to click on that. And then putting Makoto on Storm Spirit, you never want two spirits in the same game. Big error. We need our admins to fix it immediately.
So is this more like a principled take on not wanting flukes? Would you want OG to repeat their grand finals?
Exactly. I think that oftentimes the result doesn't always indicate what really happened in the game. Sometimes you'll see a 2-0 and it was two nail-biter games, and then the enemy gets 2 ninja gears and all of a sudden life's hard, you know? BO10s for all grand finals and replay all flukes. That's the only way to get a true competitive result.
Yeah, why not? You know, I'm with you on that. I think you've somewhat convinced me.
Great.
I want 3 best of 5s for grand finals.
Yes, please.
Forward. Let's see how you do, Adam.
A best of 3, a best of 5s.
Yes, that's it. For some reason, it'll just never end. It's like Western Europe tiebreakers since we're one. That never ended.
They should make grand finals 3 ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just tiebreaker.
It just never ends. Just like this.
Forced learning so people get better.
Forced learning. Yeah. How you adapt, and maybe just have a sub swap in every now and again just to make sure they're consistent. You know, I'm somewhat convinced. Adam, what do you have for yourself here? What do you have to defend? That was pretty convincing from Neil. Okay, Dota should be a 6v6 game.
A lot of people thought that 7.33 was going to be that, or supposedly 8.00. I think I asked during one of my Dream League interviews, I asked Blitz. I was like, if it becomes 6v6, do your jabs become the 6th player? Because this was right after Lima where he stood in.
So what was his answer?
He was like, there's absolutely no way that I ever play competitive again.
All right, you want to take that, Adam? You want something spicier?
Let's go next.
All right, next one. What do you have? C has been on the decline ever since Eternal Envy left. You have to defend this. Come on, let's hear it.
What year did he leave?
2017.
17.
17.
That's when I left. I was coaching his team.
Well, then really it's been on the decline since you've left, is my takeaway.
Like
I'm back, it's still declining.
Convince me, Adam.
Let's hear it.
C and EE. Without EE, it's just S. You know what S stands for?
What?
Sucks. That's what we are now. We suck. We fucking suck. Ever since Jackie Mao left us, everyone else has left us. Dude, everyone's going overseas. Abed left. DJ's not left, but you know he's kind of back now, I guess. All right, no DJ. Who else left? Pi has left us, and Fnatic has left us.
True.
I feel like ever since Jackie Mao left, not only SEA but Dota 2, things are just not entertaining anymore. I've not seen a clip that said, "Drop your stick!" I miss that so much, you know? He was the most entertaining player in Dota. Even in secret, before Fnatic, before he came to SEA, he was the #1 person to watch. He just buy Rapier, YOLO, and I feel like SEA took it. They had a relationship with him, you know? We all did. Jackie was this cool guy. He brought Scam to Complexity, and he's broken everyone's hearts now. And SEA just isn't the same anymore.
Would you feel like a EE-like player be open?
There's no EE-like
no
player.
EE-like player. You don't want a 50-50?
1 of 1. Is there
Fair.
a 50-50 player? I feel like there's none.
Mid one in some tours, I suppose.
Mid one in some tours, Duraccio in some games.
That's true, actually. That's true. Maybe that's why gaming is doing so well.
Ooh,
Because they have Duraccio.
Oh, shit.
They knew the formula. Quinn knew. It's like this guy, he reminds me of Jackie Mao. And Jackie Mao was what a lot of players needed to find success.
Look, I've seen Diracho. He is nowhere near EE. I'll be fair, I will clear that up now. They are not very similar. Diracho is an actual human being. EE is a machine. I think I will say that. When it comes down to convincing me in this round, it's hard to say. I think both of you have done a really good job, but I would have to
both did
lean.
equally bad jobs, but yeah.
I think so.
I would have to lean towards Tsunami. I think you've convinced me.
Yeah.
We need two best of fives
Two
for
best
our
of
grand
fives.
finals. And Adam, take your prize.
So
Have some
supposedly
songs.
this is now we've been upping the spice level every episode, and this is now, seeing as how this is the final series.
You are very kind, man.
Well,
Yeah,
this is also a best of 3, so we'll up the ante each time.
I can smell it, man.
You can smell it?
Is it good?
Oh yeah. Oh man, it tingles. It tingles the nose.
All right, this reaction I trust. If it's Winter saying something's spicy, then that one's not the best judge of spice. But Adam, you're a spice connoisseur.
Let me get some tissue. It's not that bad.
Not bad. Okay.
It's just hard to swallow, like, as a whole. But yeah, it's definitely spicier than before.
Oh, I wish we had Winter. I wish we could just drag him in and toss some sambal in his face. Just
Me
to have
too.
him. Right?
Winter.
We'll bring it up for series 3.
No, while casting, he'll
While
have a plate of
casting.
I
sambal
get some
right there.
tissue.
He'll have some hot take to say it. I don't think we do.
All right, oh well.
But you will be fine. We'll just cover that up with our next hot take. Since you lost, Adam, let's have you go first. Let's see what hot takes Adam has for round number 2. Give us something spicy. What'll it be? Sumail is getting carried in China.
You watched Aster LGD yesterday? I don't think it's a
This
hot
too
take.
hard. Yeah, but
What do you
that's
think
like
is-
one game though.
Okay, week 1 China, then this would be a hot take. Week 3, I mean,
That's true.
I'm just
All
saying.
right, next.
Next,
Go
let's
next.
see. What do you have? An NA team will win TI 12.
I see no hot takes.
I see no hot takes.
Then give it to us.
No, you guys see an NA team, and all I see is Anna, who will be back. to win one more TI.
On what, Shopify Rebellion?
Maybe. Who's losing? 3-3 probably can't go to the major somehow because his passport doesn't allow him once again.
Okay, but
It's in US, yeah. Okay, never mind. All right. Back to the topic. Okay, that was a joke. All right, so the NA team, they'll win TI 12. Is obviously you guys think it's Shopify, but it's not. It's Nouns.
It's now.
They have broke the curse, losing to TSM. They've been training in the hardest region for the past 2 years. They've made some roster changes. They are now at their top form. They won with a stand-in too. Nothing can stop them. Estini does not lose 7 times in a row. It's just facts. And you guys will see at Bali Major that I'm right. Are they going to Dream League?
They are going to Dream League. No, wait, no.
Are they not invited?
No, I think there's NA's second slot got confiscated, or third slot got confiscated because we had three. We had TSM, Shopify, and Nouns, and I think the slot got given to Western Europe.
Oh, no. All right.
That's sad.
Nouns is furious.
Nouns is angry.
Now. They're angry. They're gonna prove themselves. They're gonna get so much better. And TI 12, it's for them, and it's for them. Back to Seattle. Coincidence? I think not.
Fair enough.
Nouns sweep, baby.
That would be nice to see. Someone other than Shopify Rebellion. Of course, you're asking for Artur's heart to break for one more time.
He's used to it by now.
It's another day at the office.
Just another day. All right. Well, okay. I'm down with that. After casting some NA, I'd love to see some NA love. Of course, Southeast Asia is still in my heart, but I wouldn't mind an NA win every now and again. Still, Neil, what do you have for your hot take? Something spicy to match that sambal here. Will it be Beast Coast without K1 is not Beast Coast?
I feel like you can push this in a way.
Yeah, this is a tightrope. I gotta walk a tightrope on this one. I have not watched enough SA to be able to give a good assessment on this one. I only know the most recent series that was completed against Evil Geniuses, and so maybe they are Beast Coast without K1. I'm not sure. Give me the next one. I'm not
let's go next.
knowledgeable enough.
Nouns was always better than TSM. Wow. It's tying in.
Very much in the same line as your hot take.
I know. All right, get him.
Nouns was always better than TSM. I'm talking even Moon Meander TSM. I'm talking even Undying when they were 4 Zoomers versus Undying. That's when I was covering North America, and I knew that. Man, this is. I knew that Gunnar was always better than Bryle. I knew it from day one. Where have you ever seen anyone respect ban Bryle heroes before? Never. But you see Lone Druid consistently banned out against Nouns. And then just North America's a cutthroat region. That was back when Quincy Crew, our boy SVG, was gatekeeping. And as a result, even TSM didn't have any spots. It was Quincy Crew, Evil Geniuses back then, 4 Zoomers, Undying, TSM, Nouns. It was a cutthroat region. And we're here scrambling over 2 slots. Nouns gets thrown to the wolves every time against Evil Geniuses, and now Shopify Rebellion. Man, there's been a lot of name changes in North America over the past 3 years. And that was the other thing, is that Nouns were the last team to get sponsored out of the bunch, I believe.
Yeah.
I think they were. Yeah. And the sponsorship buff was huge in North America. I remember Wildcard signed, I believe it was D1 Hustlers. They were the Hustlers back then.
Yeah, I think so.
Where did the Hustlers were the 4 Zoomers?
Zoomers was Nouns.
All right.
And then there was another team that also got signed in North America. But every single, it was Quincy turned into Sonics. Mm-hmm. And then did absolutely terrible afterwards because they got signed to Sonics. They went to Arlington and they got
They had a cool intro video.
They had a cool intro video though, and a cool logo and a cool color. And that's another reason why Nouns is better, because they have color in their logos. TSM is always this boring black and white. I like teams that have color in their logos.
In their goggles. The noggles.
The noggles, that's right. Nouns is always better than TSM. It's just now they finally get to show it on LAN.
Does that tie into your first hot take where we have to play 2 best of 5s?
Yeah, exactly. If on a best of 3 basis, occasionally TSM may have been a little bit better than Nouns 6 times in a row. But if they had best of 5s in North America DPC, then we would have no viewership whatsoever.
That is fair.
But Nouns would win at least.
at least now it's the win, I suppose. Thinking about it now, which one I'm more convinced by? I'd have to say, I think I'm convinced by Adam. I mean, Jackie Mao, right?
What a legend.
Yeah, there's no arguing with that. Neil, your turn to taste the spice. See if it's really as spicy or mild as it is.
That's about how much I gave you.
Yeah,
All right.
fair, man.
Fair.
Winter, we have poured everything, so there's no round
You
tree.
should have had Winter host, actually.
There'll be no more sambal for us.
Yeah, and he'd defend all the hot takes himself. It's all just Winter tweets or quotes. Is it good?
It's
That's
too
fine.
easy. I put too little for you.
Well, looks like the heat is manageable by both of you guys. Very well played. You guys throw me back all the way to previous TIs and old Southeast Asia. It's a rather interesting take, but still, that's all the time we have for our hot takes, ending on the draw. But we've got some draws to break ourselves once we're back for our broadcast. Stick around after a bit of a short break.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the beginning of Tiebreakers, where we only have 2 series for you, and it's featuring the 2 teams that you just saw earlier today. Blacklist, Rivalry, and Army Geniuses, after having completed their series, regardless of the result, we're going to have tiebreakers to play, but depending on who won and who lost would determine their opponents. Now, seeing as how Blacklist won, and the technically more important series is the Army Geniuses versus Boom game, because that controls who gets relegated. It's slightly more important than just who gets a few points here and there. That's why we're going to play the Blacklist series first. And so Blacklist will be on your screens soon enough, but not before I show 2 other people on your screen. It's Aurora and John. Welcome back. John, have you worn that shirt on broadcast before?
I'm not sure.
I don't think you have.
I forget everything in the past 3 weeks.
I've enjoyed your beach attire, though.
It's fun.
Did you know this was going to be the theme?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my mom was like, oh, it's summer, it's the beach, right? So it's the beach
Ooh.
episode. She was like, all right, we went shopping. It's my mom.
Good call, then.
She shopped.
Because technically, like, the overall theme is it's like a restaurant thing. That's why, like, Tour 1, it was, what's the term for it? because
Mamak?
a Mamak.
Yeah.
It was a Mamak stall. And then Tour 2, we had the Kopitiam.
Yeah.
And then this is just a generic beach stall, I guess.
Yeah.
Basically, just moving the Bing chilling mode to places.
Right.
It's still Bing chilling.
It's still big chilling. And right now, I'm sure Blacklist Rivalry are bing chilling after having secured their spot in the Bali Major, which was the most stressful thing for them. But now, this is actually a reasonably stressful series for Execration. So a lot of other regions have finished their, well, actually pretty much every single region has finished who's going to the major. And now they just need to figure out like who's getting relegated, including us. And as a result, the current point standings on my favorite unofficial source of Liquipedia has Execration at 13th place right now. There have been updates. Other teams have surpassed them. And as a result, you know that only 12 teams get directly invited to TI, and Execration's sitting on 13th right now. And so that is currently dependent on them getting a minimum of third place, because third place is going to give them 200 points. First place would give them 300 points. And now if they got 300 points, then that would mean that they would get 11th place. They would beat LGD and they would beat BetBoom, because those are the other two teams that are in front of them right now. And that's just out of this tour. And so things will still probably continue to change, because obviously other points are going to be handed out in Bali. But that would be dependent on like Bleed doing really well or Nouns doing really well. If we just froze things in place after this tour ended, then Execration really need to get this win. Otherwise, they won't be in 12th place.
I mean, they probably can, because from their previous games, they won games that they shouldn't have won, and like.
Yes, that is the tried and true method for for Execration. But when these two teams faced off in this tour, it was week 1, Friday. Blacklist 2-0'd Execration. So there's a bit of history. Two 30-minute games.
KP difference.
KP difference. Who's to say that KP won't bring the difference again? We saw him. He was your MVP for, well, not maybe MVP, but we were discussing hot takes, and we were saying who's the best offlaner in SCA right now, and you said?
I mean, I forgot who they suggested. Oh, it was Masaros. I think Richie said Masaros, and I was like, nah, KP was so much better.
But what about over Ice Ice Ice?
I mean, I think he has his moments. It's just, it's not the moments where it appeared to me like, oh my god, Ice 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 carried the entire game. Like, it was impossible for him. I mean, I guess his team was already doing so well, right? So I think it wasn't necessary for him to like Super Saiyan mode.
But there were definitely times where I saw DJ, oh my god, DJ definitely carried this whole game.
Like,
and so
that's the thing,
Bleed
is
has
DJ
the
was
player.
there, so it kinda got eclipsed. But I would say without him, DJ probably wouldn't have been able to, you know.
Oh, very considerate of you to give credit to everyone.
Of course, it's a team game.
But for Execration, I think they'd very much take it as a team game, because do you have a standout player, John, on Execration, or do you feel like it's all pretty equal contributions?
I think it's pretty equal. Sometimes you get games where Bob or Palos pop off in particular. Sometimes you see Shanks kind of have a good time, but it's like a shared responsibility. I think where they shine is finding these opportunities where they can capitalize on. And I think they've done a really good job in capitalizing on those opportunities. I think another thing to highlight with this matchup as well is these are two Filipino teams, right? So it's 5 Filipinos versus 4 Filipinos. Either way, you still have more than 3.
No, but I saw a great line in Twitch chat. KP is actually K Pinoy.
Yeah. I mean, he's been there since Talon as well when they were based in the Philippines. So I guess a naturalized Filipino.
You can adopt them.
5, sure. Yeah, it should be interesting.
Australians are, they don't have enough representation of their own region, so whoever adopts them. And
we just take away that Australian rep. They're ours now.
Yeah, they're yours now.
Hey, Pinoy sounds like the white guy dipped into like Filipino sauce.
The white what?
The white guy dipped into Filipino sauce.
Oh,
I don't know,
okay. So you got like a glaze on you. Yeah, a little coating. But deep down inside, he's still an Aussie. I won't ever try to take that away from the 5 Australians that are watching right now. All right, let's get into our first tiebreaker series. It's Blacklist Rivalry going up against Execration, and the bands Beastmaster, Enchantress, Execration take out the Doom and Techies. First pick, Rubik. Execration follow up with a Bat Rider, a Spirit Breaker, and Blacklist coast out the Phase with a Morphling.
I like that Morph pick. We've seen a lot more Morphling coming into these last few weeks. I think Morphling overall just feels like a core that handles a lot of core matchups well, as long as you protect ban for it. And just looking what you can turn into. The Bat Rider Universal type, the Spirit Breaker for a Morphling with Bulldoze on. I'm not sure how you keep the Morphling down. That sounds pretty scary if he gets that off.
Yeah.
And you can also morph into them, which is very annoying to play against, like Morphling, Spirit Breaker. Nah, no thanks. I remember when you could still copy your teammate and you would have like 2 Spirit Breaker.
Oh yeah,
my God.
That was I think TNC were doing, when TNC still had most of that old roster, they would do that and of course the Shaker. It was both
Morph Shaker. That was the Chengdu Major.
Yep. I wonder if they should bring that back. I don't know if it's balanced.
No, please.
No,
we are
Aurora.
fine now. We are fine now.
They have to bring it back because that was the last major that SCA won. If that's what it took, then you gotta bring it back.
Just bring EE back then.
Just bring EE back. Oh, you agreed with that hot take, huh?
I would prefer EE back than, that Morphling shenanigan. Nope.
I don't blame you. That was a nightmare of a patch. But yeah, if he does turn into Spirit Breaker and he has the Scepter, then inherently he's stealing 40% status resist from Spirit Breaker being a strength hero and Bulldoze on top of that. The only thing is that primarily I see Morphling being picked up against Agi carries or universal carries. And so far, neither of those, yes, Bat Rider's universal and a core, but he doesn't really care if his stats get stolen.
No.
It's the universal right clickers that are like, bro, where'd all my damage go?
Yeah, stuff like Magnus, maybe Abaddon.
Wind Ranger.
We don't see much. Wind Ranger. I'm not sure if any of those is what Execration will want to gun for.
Well, especially not now.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough with Morphling. I think overall, you can still handle a morph. I'm wondering if Execration will look at something like, say, an AA. I'm not sure if they want to slot that in. It's kind of open what they do with the Bat Rider. We used to see Bob play a lot of it on mid, but not too recently. And Spirit Breaker can be offlaner support as well. So it's kind of open for Execration to adjust. I think if they early pick an AA, it does lock them in a little bit more. But at least you get that solid response to Morphling, and it's kind of global presence, right? You charge across, you'll always have the follow-up to kind of set something up for the Spirit Breaker.
I mean, I'm okay with the AA pick actually, because it is pretty hard for the Morphling to find farm against a Bat Rider and Spirit Breaker already. Yes, like you can't die, but having an AA means you are denied that, right? But then I guess from what Execration just picked, they will probably not pick the AA.
Yeah, doesn't look likely unless we run again like core Spirit Breaker and core Bat Rider, which feels really early for both of these to just be cores.
Yeah, it's too all in.
Yeah.
And it's not the best when you want to run at them either, because you kind of need items on Bat Rider to be able to run at them, and it's not gonna be that easy because you already have like Spirit Breaker and Disruptor. They are not very strong laners. They can't really guarantee that you will get to that timing. But whenever a team picks Bat Rider and Disruptor together, I always think of the limbs destroying the last combo,
I think we've seen that a few times in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
For a team qualifying for the major, I would hope that their execution is better than breaking their own synergy.
I mean, I guess they're just trying to deny the pick because Disruptor looks insane against these two heroes on the other team.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I mean, Spirit Breaker giving vision for Glimpse is one of my favorite synergies after Bat Rider Track giving vision for Glimpse.
Yeah, does work itself out. I like that Blacklist go into the Quamp. Sonic Wave has been something that stops a lot of this forced movement. It's an interesting way to maybe slow down the Spirit Breaker. It tends to do well in most mid matchups. I'm wondering what Blacklist expects to be mid. Are they just assuming Bob Bat Rider? Because again, that's a combination that has been stuck together for a very long time. It's just, I don't know if you still want to do that. It feels like I've seen Bat Rider mainly in support in this patch, maybe a little bit more in offlane, but certainly not mid.
I think they are just trying to pick a hero that feels safe against Bat Rider, because I think if there's no Bat Rider, right, Puck would definitely be the choice, because Spirit Breaker can't do anything to a Puck. I mean, later on, sure, like when you have SB and she can't see you, then yeah, you probably can one-tap her, but early on, you need to kill someone to get there. Right now, you already can't kill the Morphling, and Rube is whatever. So, not being able to kill the mid is a problem. But then, I would say, Morphling Corp, it's pretty greedy considering they already have a Rube.
Oh, and they bring out the Cuckoo Mancer as well.
They didn't treat it to us last series, but they knew what the fans wanted.
Yeah, they already did the important thing. Now they can have fun.
Exactly.
Balance.
Oh God. Yeah.
Also, a consistently irritating hero for Spirit Breaker to deal with. Not as high as Clockwork on the list, but the Gale Slow makes Spirit Breaker's life pretty unpleasant, and Plague Ward Vision everywhere as well.
I'm a bit surprised they prioritize Venomancer over like a Shadow Demon, though. I feel like if you wanted to consistently slow and save people from the Spirit Breaker, then Shadow Demons have a much more consistent response. It's always funny to see a Spirit Breaker try to charge with the Purge on, because he's basically moving in slow motion. It's a little bit strange, but I understand why Blacklist uses the Ward Vision is pretty good. And to be fair, on the 5 for Cuckoo, it's looked a lot better. So I don't mind it too much. Execration into the PL, so that's their way of managing that Morphling, just overwhelmed. There is enough AoE damage on Blacklist, though, I feel, to kind of help track that PL. It's not the freest PL game. Sure, you don't have the best lockdown for it, but you can clear out the illusions consistently here.
The old PL, I will agree. The new PL, no. It's kind of very unfair, actually, this PL after getting Aghanims. Like, he's the assassin now, you know. He can just throw his illusions in front and he's just standing behind, chilling. So, yeah, I think actually they don't have the right tools to deal with his illusions. They can sort of deal with it, but not to the point where they can solve the problem, you know. And I think PL is just so good here because there's no, like you said, there's no lockdown, so nobody is gonna stop this PL from farming.
I can't think of a carry that likes having its stats more than a Phantom Lancer, though. Because you're gonna get, assuming Morphling goes for an Aghanim Scepter, you're gonna get morphed, and I believe the interaction is you can just cast it on illusion, and the main hero also loses their stats.
Okay.
And then all of PL's illusions are gonna be hitting, like, kittens.
I mean, I would just say, if I'm the PL, Morphling is not my problem. I'm just gonna kill this Quap, this Rubik, this Veno.
But how are you
my
gonna
kill
get
can deal with the Morphling.
How are you gonna get the damage to do that if you get stat stealed?
I mean, it's not all the time the Morphling can just go in and morph you, right? That's bound to be. I mean, I can see like a lot of initiation from Execration. There's no way that Blacklist Rivalry will always be prepared to just morph this PL, you know?
Yeah.
They can always just charge in or like lasso out and then kill one hero immediately because they do have the damage. And Blacklist Rivalry, like John said, like Shadow Demon will probably be more logical for them, but right now they really don't have any hero to stop the one tap from happening.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm wondering what they have in the offlane that might fix their issues here for Blacklist. LC band, Brewmaster band. The Brew may be more comfort for KP. They go into the Tidehunter once more. In lane, probably not too bad. Especially if you run, like, say, Tide Rubik. There's a lot of minus damage there for the PL to have to contend with. It is some team fight, but it doesn't feel like the kind of hold you'd want for the PL. Granted, at least you have your Tendrils of the Deep with your Shard, so you have some stun outside of Ravage, but that's literally their one stun. Adaptive Strike, Lift Back, and Ravage at this point, which is, again, not consistent enough, it feels like, to hold the PL down. So yes, you can kind of burst the Illusion Army in a prolonged fight. I think Quap Ags buildup is going to be pretty big, but it's not an easy game to handle the PL. Like, you have to handle it early here for Blacklist.
I think having this type probably could buy a Solar Crest early and then make this Morphling really, really strong. Because ideally, you don't want to just jump on the Morphling, right? That's Ravage now. You might want to think hard about that. But then it's also because if he is having the Solar Crest, means he needs to rush a Blink Dagger. Because right now, if you look at their heroes, they have no initiation whatsoever. Like, they can't always just rely on letting opponent jump on Morphling. They can always, you know, flank with their heroes. It's so easy to flank against Blacklist. So I think itemization on this Tidehunter would be very tricky.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And they close out with a Void Spirit as well for Exes, so that should just be our Bob hero up mid. And they will run the support Batrider. I mean, again, it's a hold issue, right? Like, how do you hold Void Spirit? How do you hold Morphling? You only have so much you can do here on Blacklist. The lane matchup of Void Spirit versus Quap is also, I'd say, not straightforward for a Quap. You have some dodge plays for Bob, but that takes like maybe level 3 when you invest in Dissimulate. So first 2 levels for Carl should be fine. Overall, I'd have to lean towards Execration's draft here, I think, right? Like, I still don't see an answer for Palos. I don't see an answer for Bob. I think their aggression, their timings feel a lot faster. And that is something that Blacklist will have to try to contend with, because you're going to have to try to build up with Raven here.
I actually like everything on Blacklist except for the co-op, because I think all of the heroes there actually have a really strong purpose, except for the co-op. Like, the co-op is just there to kind of make this Batrider go somewhere else, you know. Other than that, she's really not gonna offer anything. Sure, like, that's a PL, but like, the PL came after the co-op, so you can't really argue that. But I think I would really want to see Blacklist execute this draft, because, like I said, you can actually buy the right items on this tide and make this Morphling really, really good, and this PL wouldn't even be in the timing to contest that.
So it's time for them to ball up again, is what you're expecting, because it worked for them in the previous series, and here it seems like a very pick-off-oriented lineup from Execration, because it's Spirit Breaker, Disruptor Glimpses, Batrider Lassos. Excited to see how it goes down for this first of our tiebreaker series. Let's get into it with our casters for game number 1.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, indeed, Blacklist. They've already broken the ties. None of them going to the major winter now. It's tiebreaker now, around number 2 for them. And they're going to kick it off with the Cuckoo Mancer as well.
What can go wrong?
What can go wrong, Winter? Tell me, what can go wrong?
Nothing, pretty much.
Exactly.
It's your best hero. What can go wrong? Deciding game. Time to pick your best hero.
I mean, what do you think about this this draft that we're seeing here? This Queen of Pain as a hero in general. I know it's going to be for the lane, right? It's very much targeted against the Void Spirit, but we haven't really seen that a whole lot this season, have we?
Costly.
Like, do you think it's an effective solution, this Axe build versus PLs? Because I'm not convinced.
It's pretty good. I feel in the late game, when you get to the point when you have the Axe, you have the Shivas, maybe you get a Octarine Core, you deal with the illusions pretty well, and on top of that, you have a Tide on your team. Anchor Smash, so you limit a lot of damage from the illusions.
Right. Not sure what that meant. DD or a WoW cow? I don't know. They were talking about something, and then they said later, so I don't quite understand, unfortunately.
You should ask John.
I should ask John.
30 seconds.
Jonathan, what are they talking about? Jonathan.
What does it mean? They're having a good time, though. But these teams, I'm sure they're saying, well, see you in Bali. I'll see you in Bali. And we'll have to see who's going to be able to get off to a better start there. But for now, Winter, I think what's interesting to consider is, yes, those additional points that you get, but not to mention your seeding for the Bali Major, right? If you're 3rd place, usually you end up getting seeded with the first place team in C, which is Bleed. I don't know. What do you think about that? Would you rather have Bleed in your group or another international team? Is it better the evil you know or the evil that you don't know?
I actually don't know, but I do care about the 100. What is it? 100 extra DPC
I believe it's 100 extra DPC points. Let me just verify, because I know that the numbers go up every single tour, so sometimes Winter, it does confuse me.
Yeah, it will mean a lot for...
Yes, it's an extra 100 points. 500 for Bleed, and then 3, and then 200.
It'll mean a lot for Execration, since they're at the... I would say they're at the borderline. They're like 800 plus points right now, so the 100 might mean a lot to them to secure top 12.
That's right. If they get additional points here, Aster nipping at their heels. So if they get that 300, they would be at least above a couple of other teams. BetBoom's already locked in. LGD as well is locked in, so they'd be able to jump over those 2 teams and bump off a couple more for top 12. But they would still need a couple points at the Bali Major in order to really seal the deal there, you know. Lick the envelope, stamp it, put it in the mail, post your ticket to Seattle. Fight not literally fight, of course, but argue with the embassy officials.
That's like the final boss.
Yeah, that's right, it always is. And hopefully everyone able to get into the new, it's not called Key Arena anymore, but the new Seattle venue this time around. Looking forward to that. But for now, of course, all that still... It's quite a bit ahead of these two teams. For now, one game at a time. Blacklist Rivalry already warmed up here. Their laning stage so far, so good. But I would have to say, Winter, that they did draft for stronger lanes out of the gate, didn't they?
Yeah, it's easier to play the game if you have strong lanes. It just simplifies the game a lot. As you can see right now, Carl on the Queen of Pain, 10-6.
Right.
Bob is like just 5-2, so he's definitely having a difficult time here. I mean, he's going to have to rely on the botting up all the runes and just try to secure as many last hits as you can. You know, you're in a melee against Queen of Pain matchup. The lane is going to be tough for you.
Pretty lucky uphill misses there. Carl missed twice uphill on 4 attacks. Good for him. But yeah, you know, unable to utilize that natural damage increase that you get on a hero as strong as one of the universals, right? Carl's just always going to be able to outtrade you. I do wonder how many points in Shadow Strike Carl's going to be comfortable with taking here, because it seems like for now he's already getting the better of Bob in the mid lane.
Yeah, 2 points is quite common. Sometimes you see even the 3rd point, but I feel like most of the time 2 points is good enough for you, because you're going to need more points in the Scream to push waves, and you also want 1 point at least on the Blink.
Not a free quap game either, right? We look down bottom where Carlos already on the Disruptor, right? Got that point in the Glimpse, ready to go. Once again, I see you play a bit of Disruptor, Winter. This lane against him, he's gone for that earlier points in Thunderstrike. Is it just to get a little bit more of that magic damage in, help you trade versus the Rubik, because you can't really go one-on-one versus him?
Yeah, I think mostly when you take the Thunderstrike, you're in a position of weakness. You know, you're in a weaker lane with the PL compared to the Rubik tight lane. So it helps you trade a lot better, so the other support doesn't get to bully you so much compared to if you get a Glimpse plus Kinetic Fill at level 2. I only do that if the lane is like, I'm in a very dominating lane that I can kill the opponent.
Right, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's a bit difficult here, but he's at least able to start pulling a bit of creeps and using the Glimpse a bit more defensively in order to hold on to the pull. This is a big wave that Palos has underneath his tower.
Yep.
So big that Execration will fortify.
Should be fine for the PL so far. The wave is getting dealt with by the tower. Disruptor is like, he still has 1 south in his backpack, so they should be fine in this lane.
Top lane, Tino may not be as lucky. Blood grenades are out, and it's Shanks who's going to go down first as Tino. Oh, barely still alive. Winter survives through the Venomous Gale. He'll be A-okay.
Radiant's middle tower is
Kukumancer strikes again.
Kukumancer does strike again. I think we were looking top, but they also get the kill down bottom. It was just an anchor smash into telekinesis and couldn't get away fast enough.
Yeah, he didn't have his doppelganger, so he couldn't get out.
It's also this kind of a lane where you have to really be aware of all of your cooldowns. Like I'm sure that Tims didn't make the move until he saw that Phantom Rush would have been on cooldown, right? It's like one of these lanes where you just have to really take into consideration every little cooldown here.
Yeah, it's not just only about that, you know. Like being the support in this kind of weaker lane as a disruptor, you have to understand when you should be pulling as well. The previous pull meant that, because there was a big wave coming to the tower, so the PL was able to get pressured by the Tide plus Rubik. So that might not be something caused by the PL himself, you know. It might be because of the pull that the disruptor did there, which is, it might not be so optimal.
You're saying it was Cuckoo's fault? Oh, sorry, that was...
Carlos. It might be his fault. I didn't see the timing, but it might be caused by the pull.
Yeah, I was also a little bit questioned by that pull. That's always something I'm struggling with in my low Immortal gameplay, figuring out when you want to be pulling, in what kind of situations, and that one did.
You have to understand why are you pulling. Are you pulling because you just need the levels as a support, or are you pulling to deny creeps, or are you pulling because the carry needs you to pull the way back so he can last hit?
Well, it's dangerous right now. I mean, I think Execration want to have the creep wave closer underneath the tower, but it's still going to allow Boss to close the gap now. Palos waiting probably to use the Doppelganger. He still has that, but no Phantom Rush. Now he's going to be able to doppel off at least the Poison Nova, but he's only got enemy creeps he's running into, trying to juke them out.
Do they know?
Unsuccessfully. I think they know. Yeah, telekinesis. Another anchor smash at the ready, and Palos will take his second death. Mid lane, though, a bit of fighting as Carl's going to be able to secure the rune. Oh, the haste rune. He might still tick down. Bottle sip canceled by the blood grenade, but he lives on 8 HP, Winter.
Yeah, things are looking good for Blacklist right now. Queen of Pain surviving. They got the PL kill. And, you know, Teams, he was just like, you saw how much respect Teams have for KP. You know, he didn't take the last hit. He had Fable up, but he didn't get the last hit. He just leave it for KP to get the last hit.
Okay. Rotations coming through here now. Shanks as Bosku is going to be glimpsed into the Firefly. Nice slow out from the Gush.
They need
Push
Bob
back underneath the tower. Oh, really, really nice job there on the Spirit Lance. That should be a kill here on the Bosku, and indeed, won't be able to delay it very much.
Okay, Bob didn't have TP, so he couldn't come. I feel like he has to pay more attention towards the PL in the next couple of runes, you know. If he can come down and help kill the Tide one time, because right now Tide has Meteor Hammer, it means that the tower is going to take a lot of damage in the next couple of minutes.
You're right. Yeah, they might even be able to get it down before the 10-minute wagon comes into play.
They have to delay it as much as you can. If I'm Execration right now, you need to discuss about a plan to kill the Tide. You need to kick this Tide out of this lane.
What's the threat, though? Is it because PL's not going to have a good time in the jungle, or are you scared that they'll just invade a bit too easy with this kind of lineup?
Basically, it's the jungle. You know, if you lose your tower very early, then your carry doesn't have a lot of luxury farming the jungle camps, and Tino is going to get slowed by the nicely
really
done.
Good. 50% move speed slow basically neuters the Spirit Breaker. As KP, well, he's got the power already, Winter. And Palos, he might be in for a rough time. There's no level 6, no Ravage.
No doppelganger.
Holding on to the telekinesis. They will be able to catch him here on the Meteor Hammer. Palos, a little bit worse for wear now, is going to go down. Glimpse not in time. I mean, no effort was made on the kinetic field.
This lane is a disaster right now for Execration, and Bob is going to land his Aether Remnants.
Okay, TP up this time to, at least able to connect on the charge. Also has himself the ulti, but Bob, not a lot of mana to work with, allows Carl to at least blink back to his own side of the tower, ticking down those Shanks, picks up the kill, had lots of DOTs applied. Another charge on through. They're looking for another one. It's the Bosku. Down he goes. A 2-for-1 trade. And well, bot lane didn't go so well for Execration, but they have at least somewhat recovered the mid lane.
Yeah, at least. That's like a consolation prize for them. Bob is on par with Carl, the Queen of Pain, in terms of net worth right now. And if you compare those two heroes, I would say that it's probably more important for the Corp to get ahead, you know. Corp doesn't like to play in a matchup where she's as equally farmed as the other mid laner. You want to be dominating and ahead. But right now, the primary concern is still this Tide Hunter on KP, and I feel like he's just having too good of a time right now. And Execration, they need to figure out how they can plan a rotation, ideally with Bob, to kick this Tide Hunter out.
That seems like it should be doable between Tino and Shanks. Shanks finding a good amount of farm now as well, as he's going to go ahead and farm up a stack. 2 earn charges for him, but that's really where the trouble looms, I would have to say, from Execration. It's going to be this darn watermelon. KP just feels really strong. He completely owned his lane, and I don't know how you kill him right now.
His build as well, the Meteor Hammer putting a lot of pressure on the map, taking the tower so quickly. This is going to be a very, very hard watermelon to deal with, for Execration.
How does that impact, if at all, how do you think that impacts Carl's item build? The fact that KP had such a strong lane, that he can be the tower defender. Like, does this, if you're Carl, if you're a Queen of Pain, who's already won your mid lane, Sure, you got killed the once, but I would say Carl definitely in control here. Are you feeling the luxury of time? Can you go for more greedy items here, potentially?
I think you still go like the X rush. I feel like you go one small item over.
Too good. Oh, that's a good ravage. On to 4, resets the fights. A big ol' Sonic Wave as well. That at least clean up Shanks. KP as well sticking around, as is Bosku threatening to go for more. That's going to be a pretty good glimpse. Tino with the miniest charge of his life has 12 wand charges. Maybe he's trying to bait here, Winter, with that second taunt. KP won't be able to quite catch him. That is Charge of Darkness stolen though from Tim.
Oh, that's pretty nice for the Rubik.
It's maxed as well. Max charge, so we'll see what he can get up to with that. But
max charge?
Yeah.
Well, max bash on an offlane, on a core SD. Alright, that's not something I see quite often. Usually I see players max the bash, and bot lane Palos.
I think, can they actually burst him? They don't have Sonic Wave, they might not need it. Doppelgangers are ready, but Raven is here. They just need to identify the real one, and they're going to get him with the waveform.
And Blacklist is just scowling right now on Execration. They're making all the right plays, and there's kill after kill after kill, tower after tower with this Meteor Hammer, and KP just feel like he's a boss right now in this game.
Certainly.
Oh, he has the Occult Bracelet. Okay, that's probably the best item right now. Best neutral, level 1 neutral item.
Yeah, especially for a tanky hero. In goes the Rubik. Oh, alright, I thought he was going to go a bit further. Careful though, Carlo has level 3 glimpse, but doesn't, might have vision here.
I mean, they're gonna need the Disruptor to get level 6 before they can kill this Tide. And top lane, Raven TP's down to defend the tower. There's a charge coming in.
Yeah, lots of heroes as well. As you can caught by the 8th Remnant, charge hits. There is a lasso, Nether Strike committed, but got off the strength gain, Winter. I mean, what can you do, brother?
Run. You can't kill him, then you have to run. I mean, this morphing right now is also a big problem, you know, it's not just a tide. Because when morphing is so far ahead, you can basically defend the tower on your own because they can't kill you with the strength morph.
Yeah, I mean, even decent enough chain stuns, but you know, you're going to see that charge coming. You see that that Astral step on in. Execration maybe trying to jostle over the 12-minute runes. They will get the rune, but
I mean, they need some DD rune to kill them.
Exactly. I was going to say, it's only a regen, right? So it's not going to be too much there. That's a rare metric as well. I think that's a record-breaking performance so far out from KP. I saw that little tower damage notification. And, I mean, he's just making all the space. That's a Rubik charge onto Palos. There is a Ravage in 10 seconds. There's also a Sonic Wave ready. Blacklist playing around that ward that they left in the mid lane.
And Shanks, they ran into the Rubik.
Yeah, they did. Or is it Rubik who ran into them? I can't quite tell. For now, decent control on the KP. Not muted, though. He still drops the hammer onto 3. Pops the Ravage now. It's another 4-man Ravage. And there's going to be the Sonic Wave. Palos. Oh, he's going to go down to the dagger damage as Tino is going to be able to at least taunt his way out from here. But Tim's going for more on the charge. Stealing a level 1 Thunderstrike gives the team division they need for another kill under the tower. I mean, Blacklist, they certainly had their coffee, man. They're looking amazing in Game 2 so far.
I mean, KP is just playing out of his mind right now. This is by far one of the best tight early games that I've seen in quite a while right now. He's taking the towers, he's landing big ravages, he's forcing a lot of attention towards him. Because you can't ignore him, right? He's doing too much by taking our towers. You have to bring like 3-4 heroes at least to kill him.
And you just don't have any mobility spells right now. I mean, Static Storm, sure, it'll silence him. It's a pretty effective tool against the Tide Hunter because you can't dispel it, but...
way too far ahead right now. And with this neutral item is actually so fucking inbound on Tide right now. Given the start that he has, it amplifies his strength in the game so much. And because of that, the morphling, you can't even touch the morphing because the Tide and the Corp are presenting so many problems to your team.
Yeah. And then, I mean, Carl, I mean, he's been showing up to fight. He's been comboing very nicely, right? We've seen 2 Ravages. Both of them, Winter, I believe, have caught 4 enemy heroes. You highlighted why, you know, Execration are kind of lining themselves up for such big Ravages. But as you also correctly point out, it's KP who's really forcing the issue. I mean, Bob CSing down here rather uncomfortably, just constantly surrounded. All the vision here for Blacklist, allowing them to play up very aggressively. I think that's another thing I want to highlight about this kind of a pick, right? About this kind of a hero. It's when you do come out ahead in the laning stage, it takes also a certain kind of draft to be able to cut enemies off consistently.
Round 2, Richie, round 2, they have an invis.
He doesn't have Ravage yet, though. For 40 seconds, he's got a mech. And of course, Max,
here comes Raven.
Kraken Shell. They are looking to turn. Mechanism still at the ready with a 51 charge. He's actually got pushed out of the static field.
Oh no, Richie.
Static Storm is Tito's going to be next to go down.
Shanks?
This is
probably going to die too.
Yeah, Shanks ends up getting caught, thrown into the Rubik Aether Remnant as Bob. No way, he gets caught by a hit. Okay, at least he didn't get hit by the hammer. Carl, though, baiting him on the Sonic Wave before Bob
he has no
to step away. No TP here. Oh, barely getting away in the dissemblate. But Carl, oh, come on, Carl. You got all that time. And Tim just steal the kill anyway.
I mean, that was perfect, you know, like the morphing, he was already ready. Like, to make that kind of play look so smooth, the communication has to be so good. Because the morphing already, ahead of time, he already knew that the Tide was going to be in a very aggressive position. So he had to come down with the Twin Gates and be ready early so he can clean up, you know, even if the Tide somehow unfortunately dies in that engagement, because he's the bait, but the morphing will still be able to clean up a lot of the heroes there. And I was kind of surprised that the Phantom Lancer didn't try and join. He already has his diffusal, and you're already behind, right? So if you keep farming and trading farm, you're not going to recover the deficit that you have compared to the other carry. You have to join the fights and try to make a difference in the fights so that you can claw yourself back into the network.
You know what I think it is, Winter? You always talk about... it seems like you prefer this style, and because you're a bit of a Dota boomer, but you prefer it when the off-laners are the anchors on their team, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
Blacklist, I would say, so far, under that philosophy, really executing very well on that kind of a concept. Execration, you're saying, not really fighting very much into the anchor, and I think I know the problem here, Winter.
What's the problem?
It's because he has Anchor Smash.
I mean, why do you do this to me all the time?
What do you mean? Make jokes?
You call me the boomer and you come up with this boomer joke?
This is a bit aggressive. That's a pretty nice static storm onto 2 here. Maybe they can look for a kill, but Carl's just way too tanky here, and he's going to come out basically full HP. KB has himself a Ravage, did give Glimpse back to the mid wave, but Carlo is going to end up going down. KP is not even going to reconnect on the fight. He's just going to keep farming, honestly, because they see Shanks. They want to take his life, and they'll be able to do so easily. I mean, honestly, at this stage, maybe it's better that Shanks dies, so at least he gets another urn charge and another chance to get the ball rolling here, because Execration, they just can't find anything, you know?
Yeah, and Rubik right now has Glimpse, you know, he's gonna be able to own the game so hard. Like when you're winning and you get Glimpse, oh my god, this feels so good.
This is looking rough. I can't even fault Execration for playing around that area. You know, Blacklist had been recently really shoving down bottom. They took the tier 2. Any wave that even approaches where KP's standing is getting contested. Where are you supposed to farm if you're Execration? But I mean, there, but...
This is the problem when you have a SV off lane compared to a Tide off lane, you know. Like you mentioned, the Tide is a perfect hero for the anchor, but SV is not exactly the anchor. You need somebody else to be the anchor so you can charge into the fights. And if you look at their cores, right, they have SV core, Void Spirit, and PL. None of these heroes want to be an anchor on the map. If you want to play this lineup well, you have to start the game well with your lanes and reach a point where you can keep snowballing and keep chasing people with charge and kill heroes.
All these heroes, like you're talking, they want to be more of the type of heroes to join in,
yes,
right?
Correct.
Swing around and anchor, and right now, none of them are super comfortable in that position. Just ask Shanks, as he is going to take what is his 5th.
Just look at how Blacklist is playing the map, you know, like this game, I feel like if you want to learn something about how to place heroes on the map, who's supposed to be farming at what area, like this is the kind of game that you can learn a lot about how to distribute the resources to the heroes that are supposed to be farming the safe farm, the dangerous farm, and the anchors, of course, that you mentioned just now.
Well, it's going to be a 14-minute Wisdom Rune picked up 18.5 minutes in. I do have to say, Winter, Blacklist Rivalry, even in games that they win, do sometimes tend to forget about these things, I've got to say.
Yeah, but still, I mean, this is like one of the best games I've seen them play.
Oh, they're playing phenomenally. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, you know, we're pointing out the little tiny cracks in the veneer here, basically, right? It's nothing too crazy, but it's just something consistently I've noticed from them. They've much more value, and maybe even correctly so, they much more value keeping up map pressure, playing around their heroes, picking up their items, and just removing map control over, you know, sending back a support to pick up a wisdom.
And right now they're just too far ahead, you know. It's probably like better for them to just pressure the tower, one extra meteor hammer, or you just run around the map, you stop the PR from farming that extra camp.
Oh no, what? We got rooted. I think he got rooted by the creep. Tims is still going to go down as Raven jumping into the static storm, can't find anything. Carl as well. Oh, he's got an arcane. And, a whiff there on the sonic wave, but it won't matter because the TP canceled by the Ravage of KP. It's a 2-for-1 trade, 2 cores for the life of the Rubik.
You know what? This is like the first time I feel like there's so much connection between like the core players of Blacklist. Every time I see Carl and KP, whenever their spells up, they're always around the same area when the fight is about to break out. Yeah. You see the Queen of Pain running over and always arriving to the fight at the right time, you know. Like before, the criticism would always be, oh, Blacklist, their cores, they're always so greedy. Right. They're always trying to farm.
They're farming for 45 minutes.
Yeah, they're always trying to farm that one extra camp. Oh my god, I need this item, I need the 200 gold extra. But right now, it seems more like, oh, my teammate is ready to fight, let's go, you know. It's a huge shame.
Okay, that's a catch at the very least, and
they
did not catch him off guard, Winter.
No way, right?
No, it didn't catch him off guard. He got off the strength gain. He has BKB. Lincoln's is back in 5 seconds. And now reinforcements are here. It's just not happening. I mean, they don't even have Ravage, Winter. And they're still very eager to fight. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, the Tide is building a Shiva's next as well to deal with the PL illusions. I mean, at this point, the PL is so far behind that in the team fights, his illusions are just getting dealt with. He has an Aghanim Scepter right now.
I was going to point that out. That's the next big item. Bob's still pretty far behind the 8 ball here, unfortunately, as KP is going to get jumped. It's going to be plenty of damage onto him. He's already used the Greaves. Nice pushback is going to prevent Boss Script from getting in the Glimpse as well. KP tanky, but not that tanky. They eventually will be able to bust him now as Bob all blown up by the Sonic Wave. Didn't expect that as quickly thanks to the Arcane Rune. Carl picks up there. Another charge on throughs. Not bad out from Tino, but what else do they have left to fight with now? Certainly no Static Storm, but they are starting to struggle now with these PL illusions. Raven, though, still finding his men, as that's going to be Tino now dead. Tims as well will follow suit. Palos worse for wear as Carlo going for for the NA strat, hiding under the cover of the Shadow Amulet. Now he's going to be forced into action, but can't do a single thing to change the outcome of this fight. It's still going to be a full, not quite full team wipe, but 4 for 2 trade.
I mean, you get KP, then what?
Dire's middle tower is under
Like
attack.
he didn't have Ravage. Like, imagine if he had Ravage that fight. I mean, this fight would have been a clean fight for Blacklist. Like once again, you know, like KP putting himself in the line of fire, and his teammates. I mean, on this occasion, I guess they were a little bit late compared to the previous occasion, but they still got the cleanup onto the PL, the Void Spirit. So still a pretty good trade for losing the tide.
I'll tell you what, Winter, though. I mean, you know, we casted the Execration Talon comeback game. I feel like this is exactly where Execration want him. Down 3 times the kills, 13k at 22 minutes. We haven't even looked at a tier 2 tower this game. That's exactly where we want him.
This is a different beast right now for Blacklist. You know, the team is so hungry for the victory. They're very disciplined. They're not even making any small mistakes. You know, the other day when we were casting the Talon game, Talon looked more unstable. You know, sometimes they'll do something very weird and then lose a couple of fights. I just feel like with what I'm seeing, the vibe that I'm feeling from Blacklist right now, they are very disciplined. Remember all the 4v5 fights that Talon took the other day?
Yeah, they took about 3 in a row.
I just feel like Blacklist is not going to do this today, you know. Like KP feels like he's just the anchor and pulling the Morphling and the Quap to him all the time, and they're always together. I mean, Blacklist is just on another level, you know. I just can't imagine feeling that Blacklist is actually playing much better than Talon, you know. I can't believe that I'm saying that.
All right, well, high praise from Winter today for the side of Blacklist. We'll see this. They do go hunting. They've got some pretty nice defensive wards here, but Execration managing to play around it and farm
What do
around.
they see on the map here? They see...
Well, they just saw Bob, but now they won't. Oh, but now they will. Oh, he stole the gem! He stole the gem!
Is he gonna die?
He might be able to get away with this, actually. Right. Not bad at all.
Big pickup. Big pickup. Execration again, you know. In a very deep hole, but somehow finding some ways to play the game.
No, not bad. I mean, that's going to be a 900 gold swing. Bosku's going to go ahead and give him a tip. I believe that was his gems.
Yeah, it was his. The boss.
He stole the boss's gem. He stole the boss's jewelry, Winter.
Can they punish it?
No, they can certainly try. Oh, Carlo. All right, going for the cheeky T play out. Oh, no, the stolen glimpse. That's just disrespectful.
How did they get vision? Didn't he glimmer himself?
Dust.
Oh, they got dust? Oh.
Yeah. You don't see the lingering dust there, Winter?
Nope, old man eyes, you know, I need a new glass.
You know, I had to teach you the other day that when you push, you can just dust preemptively because it lingers now.
You just have to bring that up.
I did, of course.
So at least you're being fair, you know, you're bringing up everything, you know, when I do well with my disruptor in the lane, you're talking about it as well.
Yeah, very efficient with your moves, little glimpses back to annoy the enemy carry, save your off lane.
Impartial.
I try. This is Blacklist being a little bit split, but you can see with the Aegis, they're feeling nothing but confident here as they do continue to chase after Bob Carl. Oh, he forgot the combo there, but it's okay. He just needed for the vision because the glimpse is still super annoying. But can you stop me again? Yes, says Tino, as they have another Sonic Wave to deal with him. 3rd time's the charge as Bob is going to try and go through the gate here. Cut down by Tim's.
There's still a yields actually, so they could have still stopped him one more time.
Yeah, Winter, I don't think he was going to get through there.
Well, at least he tried, you know. The man tried.
You can't blame him for trying, right? I mean, he's a dedicated man. He does what he says on the box. I will go through Twin Gate, come hell or high water.
I mean, this game is just as good as over right now for Execration. You know, this mid lane is going to go down. Not sure if they can defend the next set of Rex.
I don't think they can get through the back door, can they?
I mean, there are creeps coming in.
Where are the creeps?
Yeah, top lane.
Oh, yeah, there is. Multiple lanes.
There should be at least 2 lanes here. I'm not sure how Execration can hold this against Aegis Morph.
Could be 3. I mean, Palos is farming now, trying to get his Manta style online, but it kind of needs to save for buyback here because it's getting that desperate. No, he'll buy up for the Manta as it's Blacklist who's set to work against the second high ground structure already, the second lane of barracks, I should say, Winter. As, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's still an Aegis for another minute and 45 seconds, and you don't have any more fortifies right now if you're Execration. That was your last fortify you just got.
In. Oh no!
No, why would you do that? Oh, my man's got Kraken Shell. You sneeze on him and then he's unbroken. I don't know what the play is now. The Ravage comes out. It's not even that great of a Ravage, but it doesn't even need to be. KP's like, that's fine. I'll give you a gift now. We'll see how this one goes. They are going to be able to at least catch Carl inside the Static Storm. He's killed off. Raven's in deep now. Needs to BKB to get to the other side of the Static Storm, as Bosku is being absolutely murdered here by the PL Illusions. A nice stolen charge to do from Tim's at least will save his life, but it's Raven who may in for... No, actually, he's fine. He's got Butterfly and another.
Man, how many SBs are there in this game? Tell me.
Only one, Winter. It's just your old man eyes. You're just getting really confused, okay?
All right, Execration somehow defended. I guess the Tide Ravage was...
lackluster.
Lackluster.
Well, you know, it's you get one, I give you one. You know, you me, this time me.
Is that how it works? You know, in my pubs, if somebody fucks up one time, so the opponent has to fuck up one time to make it even?
Yes, that's exactly right. Blacklist, you know, they want to take this game legit, right? You give them a gift, they'll give you a gift right back. KP, he's just a good lad, right? Contrary to most other Australians. He's one of the good ones.
All right, time to get the Tormentor.
Indeed. Raven, don't forget to shift. He's okay. I mean, he's still got Aegis. He doesn't care.
20 seconds, whatever. If I die, I die.
If I die, I die. That's fine. If I die, it was probably Cuckoo's fault anyway. It wasn't tanking enough. You see that trick, by the way? I saw this on the front page of Reddit, where Invoker can always deny himself if he Sunstrikes a Tormentor. It's a pretty clever trick, don't you think?
Deny yourself?
Yeah, because you can just Sunstrike the Tormentor, and it always deals damage back to you no matter the rank.
Yeah, that was because of the Enchantress.
Yeah, correct.
But now it works for Invoker,
No,
Sunstrike.
it works for Invoker. I mean, you can't Zeus ulti it, can you? So it's really only that. I can't come up with any other... I guess AA? I guess you could AA blast it, but good luck.
It's not instant, it's not fast enough.
That's the budget shipping about option compared to Sunstrike.
Yep, so state of the game wise are still very similar, even though Execration...
Tino's getting charged.
Yeah, who's the SB now?
Who's the SB now? You bulldoze me, I bulldoze you, says Tims. Easy kill for him there. As, yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of a problem when he steals charge, when he steals glimpse, because all of a sudden you have pretty good lane cutters, don't you? But not when they have global vision. I mean, here goes Tims. He's on into his next mark. Oh, it's just the mid-wave, actually.
Yeah, this is the true SB counter. The real big.
It's just better SB, honestly.
And he gets to lift you instantly when you come in.
Mob's gonna say hello to Raven. Raven playing it clean. You know, he got off the strength gain. The Pavis as well. Still tanking the tower easily. There's going to be a last, so it's a decent catch onto Boss to take down the Boss, demoralize the team, but he's kind of a hard catch here. Eventually he will go down as they do get on top of him. Nice job. Paulus is able to play it from range using the Axe Scepter. Plenty of illusions now spawning in. He's going to try and get through the mana of KP. Charge as well on its way on in, breaking the Linkins at least of Raven using the Axe Scepter. Surprised Tino actually committed there on the charge, but he's got Bulldoze and BKB, so he felt pretty confident there. Execration, once again, Winter, they will hold.
Yeah, they lost the tower though, so it's a something there, some damage there being done by Blacklist right now. And they just need to chill, wait for the boss, Kukumancer, to respawn and go again.
Right.
I mean, if they're feeling really disciplined, they can still wait for the next Roshan, but I don't think they need to do that.
Is there a risk if they wait for next Roshan? It could be up in a minute, could be another...
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a PR, you know. The longer you wait, the harder the game is going to get.
But at what stage are you actually scared? I mean, Paulos has 4K in the bank right now. Maybe he doesn't save for buyback, right? I mean, we could argue that, but his next item's what? I mean...
I think he shouldn't save for buyback, because if he dies one time and if he has to buy back, you're just delaying the game. But you're not going to win.
Good? You just said that was good for me.
Yeah, but not if you're burning your network for that, you know. If your team is delaying the game and you're still keeping your network, you're progressing with items, then that's fine for you, you know. Okay. But if you're forced to buy back to defend the tower, then...
That's more troublesome.
The delaying doesn't exactly benefit you.
Right. Well, we'll see. He's going to go for the Heart of Tarask. Still needs a bit more now and actually reconsider.
I mean, if he gets that item, I feel like the game might start to turn a little bit.
But he still doesn't. I mean, there's a Butterfly on a Raven and a Linkins and a BKB. Like, how do you get through him? Not to mention, by the way...
You don't get to him first. You have to kill Kukumancer first.
Okay.
And then you kill the Rubik.
The team is... The morale is shattered. They don't know what to do anymore as soon as Kukumancer's dead.
Yeah,
right?
once the water boy is alone, then he's useless.
Right. Especially when he doesn't have the watermelon.
Why are you doing this? Charge.
It's a fast Roche respawn, by the way. Tino, he's going to be able to TP away. Roche is going to end up spawning bottom, and they'll know because the boss's plague wards are there.
Yeah, right on cue, man.
Right on cue, and a pretty well-timed smoke as well from Execration. They'll manage to sneak past 2 wards. Like, wow, 2 wards here.
Right, yeah, here they go. Execration is coming. They have the hard completed on PL.
But it's KP out front. I mean, he's got Greaves, Blink, and the damn Shiva's guard now fully completed. Morphling with an axe.
Oh, here we go.
There's the lasso. Come on, kill the boss, boys. Into the static storm. Take him down, demoralize the team. Ravage still actually catches Bopovich. They're going to be able to get the kill. They do take down at least a Disruptor. There's a buyback from Cuckoomancer as well. He's looking to rejoin the fight. It's a long TP to get back in here, though, as now KB being focused down. He's already popped the Ravage with Apollos as well with the Heart of Tarrasque. A little bit more difficult to take down this time around. Bob looking for secondary support as it's Paulos who is taken down and killed. They managed to close the gap. They take him down. The rest of them were chasing down after Tims, and he is still alive. Tino cannot barely catch him here as the self-telekinesis is going to be able to get him away. The charge on through is going to bonk him, but he still gets the blink out in time. Charge through the fight from Raven as he picks up now his 3rd kill of the engagement. Tims is still alive. That's the 2nd dieback in this fight. An ultra kill for Raven, untouched in the fight, Winter. It's only Bosku who goes down, but he's right back in there.
Can't kill the Rubik, man.
How did they even...
He's full HP.
They couldn't kill Rubik, and Greater Bash is what ends up actually killing...
I mean, he had a Pubby's buff. He had the Solar Crest on him.
Yeah, the
Glimmer.
The Glimmer, right, which now that it's a magic shield means that you can blink if they don't get enough damage, which allows the charge and cancel with blink.
Yeah, that's why I like to build. If you've been stalking my games regularly, you always see me buying Pubbies and Glimmer.
Right. I see you losing a lot too. Is that related?
That's not true, you know. I've been winning my last couple of games. You can check. I'm not lying.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Your last 3 games, is it?
I'm Blacklist right now, winning all of the games.
You're winning all the games. Not bad, yes. Undefeated in the month of June.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Undefeated in the month of June, but only played, I think, 3 games.
Only 3 games. I mean, look, that's not bad. I've only done the 1. I'm also undefeated in the month of June, I'll have you know. But we'll see, because Blacklist Rivalry, I mean, they're looking to go undefeated as well. Careful here. Pretty good damage onto Raven. Does get the BKB off on his first life. Of course, he has Aegis for the 2nd.
They should wait for Ravage, so 30 seconds.
Execration will hold, and it seems like for now, Blacklist are keen to wait for that Ravage.
Did they just use cheese?
I did hear cheese, yes. Someone was hungry.
Carl?
I think he was. I think he wanted some Jollibee cheese right there. Get it?
I want some American cheese, please.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you really don't.
American cheeseburger.
I mean, look, that sounds a little bit better than just American.
I mean, do you know why American cheese is perfect on the cheeseburger?
It's because it becomes in square. It grows on the trees in squares.
No, because of the way it melts when they cook it, so it doesn't break. So it has the shape on top of the burger. That's why it's perfect for a burger patty.
Perfect, you know, product of nature. Bob able to assimilate in time, but they can't really do much to defend here. Oh no, could not match the top. Oh no, the silence into the Ravage. Down he goes.
Buyback.
Those buyback instant. That's 2 ultis now, Winter. The Blacklist, they got what they came for. Only the top lane remains, as they will at least be able to catch KP. Can they kill him, though, is an entirely different question, especially because he doesn't have Ravage, but still holding on to plenty of regen here in the Guardian Greaves and the Shivas. Top doing what he can, but his impact going to be limited here. As the PL Illusion's burning a bit of mana, but even failing that,
I see one more lane of Rex.
Yeah, there's still the top lane kind of chilling there. The melee barracks, they were forced off.
Are they forgetting about the last Rex?
I don't think they're forgetting. I think they're just taking their time. They're taking it easy. Bosku saying, chill, guys. Everything's okay. They're going to go ahead and take the scenic path on through as to not throw this game.
They're like, okay, we've seen the talent game, you know.
Right.
Probably not a good idea to repeat that.
That's right. Would not be a good idea. Tino does manage to sneak up and take the Wisdom, and that's potentially a risky move for him. The tiniest glimpse of all time sees Palos, well, in the same spot, basically. They're nearly bursting through Raven, but he
Shanks
still has
looking for an angle.
Let's see who we can find. He does. Oh, no.
They see
spotted by Bosku now. And Carl makes the jump instantly. The Orchid, the silence. He's dead.
No buyback.
50 seconds, no buyback. And now it's a 4 versus 5 to try and defend here against the Megas. Lots of PL illusions here in Winter. Lots of them. As a big charge through finds 4, they're gonna try and get through Carl, another strike as well. That's at least a pretty strong kill here, equalizing into a 4 versus 4, but Raven is looking for more now. Carlo able to keep himself alive a bit longer as they still want to get through Tim's. KP as well. Little relevance in this fight, but he's clearing all the illusions, and he's got lots of damage as well for Paulo, who at least has another dispel. Up to the high ground he goes, but they still have the vision, and Raven will finish him off. He's got buyback on the PL at the very least, as the fight continues onto the back line, still trying to get through these supports, still struggling now. That's buyback number 2 as Paulo spies back Carl back in the fight as well. Is able to take down Tino with the Sonic Wave. He will go down. Raven in the meantime focusing onto the structures, is going to be able to claim Megas for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. KP running right up to his ally here. Lots of AoE damage, but not nearly enough out from Bob as, oh my goodness, Raven just gets off the BKB and just simply leaves the Static Storm kinetic field. No cares in the world. There's going to be a lasso. Into the fountain goes Carl, but not enough damage. GG is called. And it's Blacklist who take game number 1, one game closer to second place.
I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, man. This is like by far one of the best games I've seen a team play in 12-1, SEA, and it's Blacklist.
What do you mean as a Blacklist? I think they've had a phenomenal season so far.
Yeah, but I didn't expect them to play such a clean game, you know? Like,
talk to me about this, Winter. Talk to me about this, okay? Are you more surprised by Bleed going 6-1, or are you more surprised by Blacklist coming into form?
Both.
They're both pretty big. I mean, look, I agree. They're both pretty big surprises, especially with how you saw both teams kind of struggling to not get relegated last tour, right? Now, all of a sudden, this level of a turnaround with this level of you know, respectfully, competency.
I mean, you know what? That's how much can change with one person. Blacklist, they change an offlaner, and for Bleed, they change a coach.
That's
one man makes a huge difference.
Can make all the difference. As the G-Man said once upon a time, the wrong man in the right place can make all the difference with a really weird cadence. I don't know if you've ever played those games.
Yeah, a wrong cheese will make a cheeseburger bad.
That's exactly right. See, full story here, and the right kind of anchor can certainly smash your way through these games. Isn't that right, Winter? We'll see. As for now, it's Blacklist Rivalry, who are making some pretty big waves here on our 10th and final day of the DPC. I've got another a smaller man who also makes equally as big waves. Back over to Neil and the panel to break down game 1.
And with that, a Blacklist Rivalry are now one game away from second place. Seems that came into this having been warmed up. If they were able to get a 2-0 with their quote morning series, even though we played it at 1 p.m. I don't really know if that wait, how many time zones away is the Philippines?
No time zones.
Okay.
Morning if you just woke up.
I suppose that is true. I mean, I'm not one to argue. I have an absolutely degenerate sleep schedule, but even with that, if they were able to get a 2-0, then obviously they would come into their afternoon series here already warmed up, looking even hotter. So Army Geniuses were the victim of the morning series, and now Blacklist Rivalry playing what Winter claims is the best game he's seen a team play in Southeast Asia Tour 3.
I would agree. I think Blacklist played pretty clean. They played with their advantage. They worked this laning advantage into a really good mid-game advantage. The best that we've seen from pretty much every game. I'd agree with Winter here. I think this was a really strong showing. It makes me feel good about seeing them go to Bali because their improvements are holding. It's still going up, and it's looking better and better and better as time goes on for Blacklist. Like, this is the Blacklist that I think all of us expected to see even by Tour 1. This is the potential each individual had in a team, and it takes them 2 seasons. It takes them a change in a player, but with KP around, they're reaching that full potential now.
Yeah, I mean, how to know a team is playing really well is when you watch them play and you feel like you want to be in a team like that, you know? You feel the fun, you feel the, not say discipline, but more of like just everyone on the same page doing everything correctly. It's something that is very hard, at least for me, to see in DPC Southeast Asia, I would say, because most of the time, we are the region that, you know, like, encourage chaos, right? So every team obviously always like trying to do too many things on different sides of the map. But like for Blacklist, from the start of this season, I've already felt like they just, you know, insist to be playing together, even though their draft is not, you know, the usual just traditional 1 unit draft. They have like very, very greedy calls, and even sometimes the supports are also very greedy picks. But like they make it work. They make it work as a team. So yeah, they're definitely the strongest team I've seen for a
Proud
while.
of them. And I'm proud of this man on the screen as well, KP, treating us to yet another Tidehunter performance. And it's rare that I would say treating us, because I consider Tidehunter to be an incredibly boring hero. The way that he plays it, he just asserts so much dominance. It's like you said, you watch it and you're like, damn, I wish that Tidehunter was on my team.
Yeah.
I wish I was supporting that Tidehunter.
I mean, another thing is, I think just Execration's draft is a little bit too ambitious, I would say. Like, I can see the Barrier, I can see actually I can even see the Disruptor, but then when the PL came out, I just feel like there's not a strong enough reason for the PL to come out. Like yeah, sure, you need an answer for this Morphling, and then you saw a Corp pick, you would think, like, PL can somewhat make this Corp feel overwhelmed in a certain point of the game, right? But then, again, like, they have the absolute last pick and all of your heroes are so not independent. Like, you need the damage, and as a PL, you're already gonna need time to farm, and you're not offering damage, you can't do anything in the fights. So I just feel like the PL was quite out of place.
It was a high execution draft coming out from Execration, and they weren't able to pull it off in game number 1, but both these teams are going to the major, so I would hope that Execration can make it a competitive full 3-game series. We'll have to find out after game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to our second place, third place decider game between Execration and a Blacklist rivalry, where we were just discussing the futures of, well, at least Execration. Blacklist, this may be the last game or the last two games that they play on officials for quite a while until Bali, but Execration's going to Dream League. They're also going with Talon, hand in hand, and Execration, if this is the Execration that shows up, then I'm not very eager for their performance come Dream League, because we were looking at the group, and a lot of basically there are 8 teams in their group, 4 of them get eliminated, and really the only ones I could see Execration beating are Entity and maybe OG.
Yeah, but you could argue the same for like Talon, right? Like if they looked in that form up against Execration, they're also going to bomb out of group. So who knows?
I mean, you're not wrong, but
hopefully both sides improve.
Where does that leave us?
Yeah, it leaves us nowhere. Tsunami, what are you trying to say? I mean, at least I hope for Execration, that they do improve here. They maybe bring us to game 3, or maybe bring some ideas out, because it looked pretty passive in game 1, I think is a kind way to put it. A rough one for them in that first game. Blacklist look online though, and again, I'm very impressed with how much they've grown as a team, because it's taken them 2 tours to wake up, but they've woken up. This is good.
They are alert, and I think that was probably why they looked so much better than Execration in this game, because we consistently say that Execration take advantage of the gaps in the enemy. I don't. It's not even on like a game-by-game basis. It's always like a weird mistake that they exploit every single time. But why are they always in a defensive position, Aurora? Why can't they ever be dominant?
I feel like it has something to do with how they approach the patch right now. Because before 7.3, they didn't look this lost. They were actually very, very strong in what they did with Visage and Marcy, alongside Army Geniuses. And then after the 7.3, both of these teams just look like they don't know what to do with their drafts even, because I can see that they have an idea with the Barractor and then the SB, and then it just went all the way downhill from there. It's not just a draft, it's like, from how I watch them play, it's like they're letting Palos figure things out on his own while they try and keep it together as long as they can. And then for some reason, like they would go until like 50, 60 minutes games and then still prevail, because like by heart they are a team. It's just they're really not, I would say, understanding the patch right now as much as other teams are doing.
That's why I would like to cite Friday's game of them being Talon as being like, oh, they know what's going on. But John, you and I both know that whatever we saw out of Talon may not have been the best benchmark for the name Talon that we have held in such high regard for the past 3 months.
Yeah, I was we had to do a content piece on the Sunday after that as well.
Oh no!
Yeah, so I was like, hey guys, so like they were in high spirits. I told them, don't watch the VOD. Like, oh, don't worry, it's fine. We know what you're saying. I'm saying, all right, yeah, but yeah, it's
tough love.
It is tough love, and hopefully that helps all of our teams improve. I've been harsh on a lot of these boys, but at least we have the draft and a little bit of a change here. Techies coming out for Execration, nothing too weird, but you get the Doom Pango for Blacklist, so nothing too weird there either. It's much more in line with what we've seen from almost every draft. I'm surprised all these slide through actually, but a lot more respect bans coming out. Bloodseeker, Rubik, Monkey King, so there's more leeway for the meta to seep in here.
I would say, like, I just talk about how Execration haven't figured things out, but I know they have figured one thing out at least. It's the techies.
Yeah.
If they can pick it, they surely have to just pick it, because if any of the chances they have right now is really just with the techies. It seems like Carlos is really, really comfortable with it, even though Shanks don't play it. But like, I just think, if you are a team where all of your teammates are from like way back in season 1, and one player just goes, trust me guys, we can do this, I'm on this hero, like don't worry about it, just drag this game as long as possible for me to carry this game. That's a techies.
Yeah, it is. Especially the reason that they have flex, like you mentioned, it could be on Shanks or Carlo. Underlord, though, will definitely be on Tino. It's a first 8th picked Underlord.
Yeah, the Underlord's been a hero that's it used to be priority first phase in the start of the patch into our first week, right?
Yeah.
Like we'd see Doom, Underlord, Techies, and then like Beastmaster bans. Now it does slide through a little bit more and teams don't pick it up. I like that Execration take it. It's like a stable anchor for Tino to play with, just a basic aura builder. I want to see Execration play with Wisdom Rune steals with us. Like you hit 6, you just warp away, take Rune, back off, and just kind of rinse and repeat. Try to build your advantage that way. I would prefer now for the Techies to be 4. I think Doom plus Underlord plus Techies is a pretty good lane. It can be aggressive, but again, it's open to still shifting depending on what your lane matchup will be.
Yeah, I'm not very sure though, because it has always been Carlos on the techies,
Yeah.
and he has never really gotten to the offlane anyway. Because I think you can swap players for certain heroes and go to the other lane. It's just, you know, like you're still the 4, I'm still the 5.
Yeah.
I'll buy the wards, you know, I'll be the slave. But then again, I think Execration talked about this a lot before in the interview. They like to approach this season with just drafting Tino on this stable hero so that they could kind of figure out what they want to connect the entire draft later on.
Which a lot of that early in the tour was also coming out of Palos Magnus. They were pretty early on the carry mag train, but they've strayed away from it, I feel, over the past like week and a half.
Yeah, I think they've just been, it's also been a priority ban coming out after second week, it feels like, so it's been harder to get your hands onto that. And
remember when Medusa was getting picked all the time?
Yeah.
A lot has changed in the past 3 weeks.
yeah, but it's Southeast Asia and Medusa somehow.
Yeah.
Again, that's one thing that confuses the hell out of me. Like us and Lena, it's like, why can't we play the meta sometimes?
Dude, if for our Army Geniuses Boom series, I'm actually not 100% sure if Mushi's going to be playing that.
I think he is.
Well then, in that case, I hope to see more offlane Medusa coming out of him.
Yeah, it's a good sign when you have something different like that.
Yeah.
It's more in line with the meta, actually, with the offlane Medusa. Still, Blacklist pick up the Enchantress, so they've got a pretty stable lane to play with. We've seen what the Ench does. This hero is so damn annoying. Every time I play a pub, I get this, I'm like, why? Why can't I have fun? Why do you exist?
Yeah, tell me a single safe laner who wants to go into this lane. Friggin' Doom Enchantress.
No. It's not fun.
I mean, you can kind of go in with the myself. Oh, I'm gonna have a shit. Then okay, guys, carry me. I'm just gonna farm.
Pretty much.
Well, I don't know if Underlord can do the carrying, but perhaps they'll give Bob something that can do some carrying. Ember's taken out. Blacklist themselves pick up the Pango. Void Spirit's still in the pool. But you're picking it into a Doom.
Oh. Go for the early Elk. Laning into Doom Enches, all right. It's not particularly amazing either. I don't reckon like your minus armor play is Doom doesn't care for it, for one.
Yep.
The Enchantress is standing back, impetus shotting you all the time.
And if it's a Carlo 5-position techies, then even he doesn't really take that much advantage of it.
Yeah, I get why. Probably it's just Execration trying to hit tempo faster, and Palos just try to get that fast farm and get active early, but
So they do pick the TA. They've done this before because they picked the TA earlier that time, and then they last picked an Alchemist. And they actually made a comeback with that game because I remember very vividly that the Alchemist couldn't farm at all or something. And then they kind of tough it out. Like I said, Execration just likes to drag this game, and then they would, prevail.
But you're saying in the game that they had this duo, Alchemist was last pick? But then why did they, now they're going to do a support last pick.
I think a lot of the teams just like to pick Alchemist against Doom. I personally don't like it because I think the old Alchemist is not the same as the new Alchemist.
Right.
The old Alchemist, I would prefer it against Doom because you just farm really fast and the map is really small, so this Doom can never really survive against the tempo that you're bringing. But like now that the map is so big, for me it's not that effective. But then again, I didn't play Alchemist for such a long time, so I could be wrong. But it's a thing where this Alchemist TA, when they're together, they just allow a lot of objectives,
Yeah.
and they're not that weak of a laner to begin with. It's just that they need this like timing to farm their items up, and it can be an opening for Blacklist to attack with. But then they pick up the Medusa, which is very interesting.
Yeah, that looks like probably a safe lane Medusa coming out. more than anything else. I don't see any flex with a Pango and Doom. Maybe some, I don't think they'll do something strange like support Dusa here, although this would probably be a good game to experiment because you can kind of throw it out if you're feeling that confident.
I just think, how is this Medusa going to deal damage, you know, because there's already an Underlord, and then Tekis also has that disarm, and then you're not gonna be able to do damage against this TA reflection as well. This Alchemist probably gonna buy Radiance, like how are you gonna do damage, you know, against all these heroes?
Yeah, it's not straightforward, which is why maybe it's a support. Like a phylactery build-up, it sounds terrible, but it's a rather strange pickup for sure. I don't know, the lane doesn't feel amazing. You could stand back and play with a snake at the least, but as the Underlord gets up, the atrophy does ruin you. Crimson Guard down the line, and you're just tickling.
I mean, if you're talking about weird support picks, Blacklist ban out a Morphling, which I'm assuming they think that Alchemist could theoretically be a support.
I mean, to be fair, KP was from the era of SMG running the support Alch with Avenge. They used to run the core Venge, and that was KP playing it, so it's understandable. But they do pick up the Clink, so it's a lot of damage coming out from Execration. This ties into their minus armor really well with Meld and the Acid Spray.
Yeah.
You can really rip into these heroes fast. You don't have a lot of hold, but you don't have too much to hold down anyway. Like the Pit of Malice should be enough, Unstable Concoction and Blast Off on top of that, and you should be set. It's rather interesting from Exa. This is a very off-the-wall draft. I do feel like it can go on pretty fast. It's just, I'm pretty unsure about the lanes. That's my one question mark. Like, the lanes are probably where things are a little bit spicy. But if they can get through the lanes, hit their initial timings, say Solar Crest timing on Clinks for one, and you can just run around, find these pickoffs, choke out the Dusa pretty well. It's not going to be an easy time for Raven to farm up and just have impact there.
And wonder what Blacklist has in mind to kind of make it happen for the Medusa, because right now when you look at their draft, they don't really have the damage to kill someone fast enough. I just think Doom is Doom, right? His damage is alright, but it's not the best. And then Pango as well, he needs a good lane, and I think he's already against TA, like that's not gonna happen. Enchantress, early game, yeah, but then like I said, this Medusa just feels really awkward, you know, like why this Medusa?
Especially after we've been praising Raven so much for being, oh, you're so active. I'm so proud of you, Raven. You're moving around so much. The homie's not going to do that on a Medusa. I hope he doesn't do it on a Medusa.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
He could go Phylactery and do it. That's an off-lane build.
Now we need to figure out what to give to Tims. If you are struggling on the idea of damage, I've seen DJ do 4-position Wind Ranger to great success.
Yeah.
Perhaps Tims could do the same.
I'd say the Wind Rangers still has the same shortcomings, especially up against Underlord. Like down the line, your damage isn't there. Early on, sure, maybe, but Crimson Guard plus Atrophy, and it's really just not. They go to Snapfire, which is rather interesting. The scaling potential is there. You have some good damage early on for these team fights. You've got the Cookie to play with. I like seeing Tims in that. I still have no idea what they want to do with Raven. I think that's the big question mark that we've all had. It's like,
yeah,
how well does this Medusa game go? I mean, number one, it doesn't look like a great Dusa game.
Nope.
Number two, we haven't made Dusa work in Southeast Asia in general. So are they trying to prove a point?
Statement game. Trying to flex on Execration.
Yeah, I really don't like the Medusa pick, but I like the team, so maybe that balances out.
You like the Snapfire last pick?
It offers what I think the draft lacked, like the damage and then securing this Medusa's game into where she feels, you know, like very secure with how she is going to progress from the game. Like her lane is not gonna be good 100%, but then later on, like if she has this Snapfire, they can buy a lot of space for her and she can just farm it back. But again, I still think it's very difficult for her to make impact against lineup like Execration had.
Feels a bit like a Blacklist are feeling like, oh, we won 3 games in a row. Let's do some experimentation. Let's try to complicate things, because if we're going to the major, we need to bring our best of the best strategies. Is this one of them? Let's find out in game number 2 with Seek and Strike in Winter.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, and also a little bit dazzled a bit by what Blacklist is bringing here. Now, Winter, you're a pretty tame kind of guy. You usually don't yell at too many things, and the draft is one of the very many things that you seem to hold quite sacred in Dota. You're always commenting, oh, it's a good pick, I like this draft is developing well. You didn't like that last pick from Blacklist. You didn't like it one bit.
I mean, it's okay. It's fine, you can't be wrong, Pick a Snapfire, give you some team fight, give you some good laning presence. But what I was looking for is more to abuse the fact that Execration had full physical lineup, like almost full physical. TA, Klings, Alchemist. I mean, Pit Lord also does, Underlord does a huge amount of physical damage, So I was thinking more on the lines of something like a partner that could own it, Decrab, force them to buy Nullifier. Because if you have like a Decrab, what's the TA? What is the Klings? What are they going to do, Even the Alchemist,
Oh, definitely agreed. We'll see what the solution's going to be.
5 on 5, let's go.
Carl's going to break the smoke. They're chasing. They're chasing. They want it.
Sorry.
But they won't find it. Tino, heading forward. Needs to be careful not to cop a snake. They are literally right underneath an observer ward. So Blacklist Rivalry trying to play it dumb without really giving away too much information, but seems like we'll settle runes.
Let's go, Carl. Steal the rune.
No, Bob. I don't know about this one.
The battle begins.
It'll be 2 apiece here. A little bit of harass thrown the way towards Tim, but ultimately it won't result in much.
Yep, so we see Execration once again. They have this European flair with the +4 Klings right now. In the previous game, they have Bar Rider +4, but this time, Klings +4. Those two supports, I would say that they are very similar in the game. They are very strong in the lane. They don't provide you with much lockdown, but they're strong in the lane, and later they can go for a lot of pick-off, like solo killing other supports, especially with the Klings. So you put a lot of pressure on the enemy team. It makes it very difficult for the opposing supports to put down vision. I'm sure you like to talk about the vision part every time, but Klings is the one hero that I hate playing against when I'm placing down wards.
I tend to struggle against this hero because he starts rotating basically around his medallion timing and picking you off as supports. He's really hard to actually trade against because he has Death Pact now as a base ability. So if you're fighting nearby creeps or nearby neutrals, which you tend to because there's a lot of creeps and neutrals on that, he ends up kind of just out-trading you. This Tar Bomb as well is super annoying, right? So it's a bit more of a tricky hero. Where you can start to really abuse him, though, is by getting down some good vision, getting some good dust down, because as soon as you're the one initiating onto him, this hero just does nothing. When he's using his Skeleton Walk to run away, that's when you've won. That's when you've won.
Yeah, you ball up together as 5 heroes. Top lane, Alchemist is going in on KP.
He's
stick charge
dead here. No chance.
Can't get his stick charge off.
Blood Grenade as well was ended up throwing in. And that is actually Nature's Attendance as well, level 1. So Blacklist Rivalry are going to start this top lane on the back foot.
Yeah, it's difficult. Alchemist techies, level 1, they're so strong with the sticky bomb and the stun from Alk. So I feel like KP maybe didn't really respect the damage from those 2 spells enough and playing a little bit too aggressively when Bosco is... I guess he was trying to check what creeps were spawning on the side, and then he came back and then he realized he has to skill heal.
Ooh, they're chasing. They got vision now thanks to the sticky bomb. Bosco taking a bit more and will go down. That acid spray and Techies does quite a bit of physical damage. I mean, you spoke about physical damage. I think obviously you were referring to a bit later on in this kind of a lineup where you will have a lot of physical damage, but it's already starting to become a bit overwhelming for Blacklist, even in the lanes.
Yeah, they have to try to itemize correctly to deal with this physical damage, I guess. Maybe you get a Crimson, like Solar Crest is nice, a Halberd.
Halberd, yeah, it seems like a really good Halberd game here.
Yeah. That's how it's done. I mean, we'll just have to see, if KP is going to buy those items, or because generally as Doom, you kind of want to be more greedy and get...
Yeah, you want that Midas, Octarine, Ags, BKB...
and then you just look to your support, hey guys, why not you guys buy the Halberd, buy the Solar Crest?
I'm a little bit busy over here farming, eating and digesting these delicious creeps. You can go for the Crimson Guard, right, Snapfire?
And Snapfire goes, I guess so, I'm Snap.
But I want a 4-staff so I don't die. Well, maybe you will. There's the physical damage. I think he just died to Cyblade spill in the mid lane.
No, he died to the Maelstrom. I was watching. He was just a little too greedy in the lane. He was low and he tried to get an extra last hit and he just died.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was talking about that overwhelming physical damage. I was also referring to the mid lane because, yeah, the Meld's really starting to add up. And, well,
I mean, this is not a matchup where you expect kills early on, you know, Pango against TA.
How is this going to be affecting Medusa then? Because traditionally a little bit more of a slower hero, and well, all the lanes are starting to really turn against you here early on.
I mean, for Medusa, she definitely needs the Pango to get at least a decent start, you know, so that the Pango is the one able to rotate around based on what runes you're getting and make space for the Medusa to farm. So another stun being charged up, KP, trouble again.
Yeah, did get out of the acid spray, which will help him live a bit longer here. He's also holding that heal amp aura that will miss the sticky bomb.
No.
And actually, with Carlo getting blocked by the creeps, he needs another last hit. I think Palos is going to get him here on the unstable concoction. Down he goes. Palos even getting an additional 8 gold.
This lane is so freaking strong. Techies Alchemist.
Yeah, Techies doesn't mess around anymore. He does not. Where's Tino going? Oh, well, back home, of course. He's tired. Yeah, and I mean, Bosku's just kind of grabbing creeps and trying to be efficient, getting a little bit of farmer here, but things are not looking really good right now for Blacklist.
KP is going to have a pretty bad start this game. Unlike last game on his tide, he got such an early Meteor Hammer and killing the towers very early, putting a lot of pressure onto Execration. This time it's going to be a totally different game.
Yeah, and I think what's scary now is Execration starts double stacking the triangle for the second time already here. It's freed up a lot of Shanks. It's freed up a lot of time for Shanks to do as he please. And right now he's going to prioritize stacking a bit and now rotating even, as they're really looking to put the pressure here on the side of Blacklist. They eat his creep. What an insult. They're trying to kill him now. That'll be a little bit more difficult. Blood grenade thrown on in. There's a heal out from KP for his ally, for the boss. Not going to make much of a difference, and Palos even gets 4 gold additional for the kill there. This is starting to look really bad. I mean, it is a Doom though, right, Winter? Like, certainly KP, he's going to get his Vanguard up, he's going to disassemble it, he's going to Doctor in, he's still going to get like 20,000 gold in 25 minutes, right? I mean, or what goes wrong here when lanes are this difficult?
What goes wrong is you have a Medusa as well on the team wanting the farm on the map. So when your lane goes this badly as a Doom, it's definitely going to have a very, very significant impact onto at least the middle game, you know. Sure, you're right about like Doom is always like the hero that can recover. So if you're going to choose a hero that has a bad start on offlane, Doom is probably the hero you choose.
One of the better ones, yeah. Him and Sand King when you could send your 4 to go.
Sand King, come on, that hero is in the gutter, man.
It's Gaben's favorite hero that you got to pick him up.
So first rune, the illusion rune, picked up by Bob. Not that useful, I guess.
Nope. I mean, I think a haste here would have been really tough for Carl to try and survive through. They're going to give a go here for Tino, who does not yet have the Vanguard up. He's going to get it quite shortly, though. Decided to go for the triple gauntlets, but now Vanguard delivered. Didn't avoid the Mystic Snake, and Carlo actually almost died to it.
Oh yeah, actually Tino is also not having that good of a time, yeah? Like, looking at his net worth, it's very similar to the Doom.
I mean,
oh my Raven.
No,
oh
they can't kill. They killed him. Okay.
I mean, there you go. That's the Snapfire.
I thought it couldn't be done, honestly, but the burst magic damage on Scatterblast level 2 finds the kill, and now Carlo's not really in a position to be able to contest here.
Oh no.
There's no spell though, Tim.
I'll die for the rune.
Yeah, it's still definitely worth it as Carlos will be able to snatch it. Does die to Raven though. Surprised we didn't see a rotation there from. Well, maybe Bob is not the most likely hero to rotate.
I mean, we've been through this discussion where the mid laners, you have to try to help secure Wisdom Runes, and once again, Palos gets another kill on this top lane. And this early game is just amazing, you know, for Palos. He's gonna get a very, very quick Radiance. And once they get Radiance, his next item is going to come quick, and then there's going to be the TA. That's all timing. So I feel like the Roche is going to go down very quickly this game.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, you're looking at a lot of minus armor already here. I mean, the medallion, not quite up for Shanks, but he is going to get that up relatively quickly.
Yeah, he almost has it.
Yeah.
This is going to be like a very, very high-paced game, you know, by Execration. If you are given this kind of start with these heroes, the game can just run away from you really, really quickly if you're Blacklist.
And who's your anchor here? Is it Tino? Is Tino the anchor you're going to be looking to play around?
Yeah, most likely, because he can play in very, very deep parts of the map, pushing out waves, and he can join with the Fiend's Gate. He can allow his team to connect. So Underlord is definitely a lot better than compared to what he was playing last game, the Spirit Breaker. You know.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, Blacklist at least establishing a bit of a foothold off of their aggressive play. They've nearly taken the bottom tier 1 tower. They get into the triangle and block any further stacks here of the Ancients. And they got a pretty deep void behind the tower. I don't really see that one too much, but perhaps they can try and play a little bit more like Raven is the anchor around these first 10-15 minutes, right? Where you can actually kind of realistically take fights.
You can do that. When your Doom is having a bad start, you definitely can do that. Carlo, I mean, this snap fire is actually, alright, fine, it's a last pick.
Doing some work.
It's doing a lot of work. It's the only hero right now that's giving some kind of like a hope in the early game for Blacklist right now. The tower's going to go down with the Enchantress, pressuring with the creep, so not much Tino can do about it, right?
Carl, he's forced to Rolling Thunder mid. That's a bit painful. Bob Penner just walked up to him and Meld strikes him.
Yeah, I mean, this is a result of dying solo to the TA previously. It's going to make the matchup right now a lot harder for the Pango to play in the lane, so that's how much he can do about it. He just has to try to wait for the runes to spawn. If he gets a good rune, he can rotate, help his team. But for that to happen, he needs to have Rolling Thunder. So if every time the TA forces it out of him, it's going to be really bad for his team.
Yeah, and we have level 6 on KP, but no point in the Doom yet. Scorched Earth and Devour being maxed first, as he does make haste for that Octarine first build, right? This Ultra.
I mean, this guy has such a disastrous laning phase, but if you look at his level, alright, he looks like he's fine.
And that's what I mean, right? He's a Doom. He's not killing it, but it should be way worse for what it is now, especially if they can find another kill. Rainbow
double
TP coming on in, though. As Blacklist Rivalry. Oh, they canceled one of those, actually, so it's just Bosku's here. It's a warrior.
I mean, they made sure that the Doom survive. I think that's pretty important. Like, you don't want a Doom, even though he's fine, you know, if the game is going badly for him, he can still catch up with the Devour, but you still want to keep everything in check, you know. You don't want the TA lineup to accelerate too quickly, especially with a clean support with Alchemist.
Yeah, especially when Palos gets all these good creeps for himself as well. That'll see him a lot closer now towards that. What is that called? The Talisman, right, of Evasion.
Yeah, it's probably going to be one of the... I guess he can't buy it because his career is dead, yeah?
Right.
It should be one of the earliest Radiants we've seen so far.
Yeah, pretty well timed. I mean, he's holding on to 2 Healing Lotuses as well, so he's also kind of in fighting shape here, honestly. I don't really see how you can kill him too easily. I guess a Doom would maybe do him in if you can get it off before he Chemical Rages, but where's your setup stun for that? You know, it's kind of lacking here.
So Bob is trying to get... so he's not buying Deso.
Yeah, he's going Blink Dagger after the Dragonlance. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's going to help him like fight much better with the extra range and the mobility. You can blink behind the back lines. Obviously, you're not going to do as much damage because you don't have the Deso, but it helps you play around your team more. And especially with their lineup where they are very reliant on the Alchemist stun, like the other heroes don't really have much reliable ways of disabling the heroes. I mean, Techi's blast off is one thing, but it's not always reliable.
Right.
So having a blink on the TA definitely makes the initiating hero much easier.
They're also not going to have a lot of damage on this TA, though, compared to the Deso, right?
Do they need him to have a lot of damage right now? Because they have Acid Spray and they have the Clings with Medallion.
Look, I mean, I would agree, right? They're certainly not in want or need for minus armor. Maybe in want, but certainly not in need, as you point out. However, the reason I point that out, Winter, is because you don't have all this minus armor when you're farming, right? So your farming is going to be negatively impacted, which I bring up in case Blacklist Rivalry are able to string together a fight where perhaps they find a big kill. Maybe it's here. It's not for Bosku, though. I mean, because he is just absolutely murdered. I mean, goodbye, deleted.
I mean, Raven feels like he needs to come and defend all his towers right now. It's too much pressure. Another Rolling
Thunder. Carlos. Oh, no! Put himself in the pocket. At least the Meld Strike missed also. Carl's not going to immediately die for this. Tim's as well in the vicinity. Bob's a bit worse for wear here when it comes to mana, sipping on the bottle as the Doom is going to catch the Alch, so he will at least guaranteed stun himself, but with the Chemical Rage and HP regen, he's A-okay. In comes Tino now. Ooh, the Pit of Malice catches 2 here as KP could be in for a bit of trouble. Receives a cookie, allows him to hop over Tino, as that's a space-creating War Stomp right there. Letting Tino know who's boss.
And Tino's going to just return back nothing, lost. So he's going to go back, get the tower. I mean, that's the nice thing about having Underlord in a game like this. You know, you can always go back to where you came from without losing anything. He's going to get a tower, but is he going to die here? Carl is coming in. No Rolling Thunder. All right. That's still a cookie to cancel a TP.
Well, I love the skill check there, by the way. Tino, like, going for the TP out. Like, will he cancel kisses and use cookie on himself, or will he let me TP out? Like, what a skill check, you know? Just poke. It's like in chess when you play against an opponent who's not as good, and you're like, do they know about en passant, you know?
No, do they know about the form of checkmate?
Do
The
they know?
scholars made, they call it.
Right. Do they know? We call it the fried liver attack.
Oh,
the fried liver. That one was so annoying. That's the only reason I know. What's the one opening I know on Black? Philidor. That's the one reason I know, because Philidor counters fried liver very effectively. You know, do they know about Revealed's check? I don't know. Does Bosku know that Shanks is here? You can bet your bottom dollar, but can Bosku live through this? I don't really think so.
Oh no, the rune. I'm ready to die for the rune. Die for the rune.
I don't think KP's gonna get here in time, Shanks. He's gonna secure it, and he's gonna die for it. Let's see if he can get out. No, certainly not. I think KP has himself a kill here. Oh, he's pretty darn tanky. Ate a skeleton, continue to fight through this, but no, not tanky enough.
Wait,
He'll go down.
How did they kill TA?
How did they kill TA?
What happened?
How did they kill? He got stone gazed, and then it looks like he just kind of got killed by Rolling Thunder.
I guess so.
That's kind of incredible.
He went for the rune, I guess, for 40 minutes.
Did he get it? No.
It doesn't seem like
no. Carlo took it. He's got a DD. This is a glowing blue techies. And this is kind of where, you know, I was talking about, where I think we're going to watch it here, Winter. Indeed. Rolling Thunder, set up for the stone gaze. Look into my eyes, and you shall find a prize.
Here we go. Alchemist is smoking.
Oh, the concussion. Oh, wow, he's got a blink and the radiance now. Both.
Double damage techies.
That's a lot of damage. Look, he got the kill as well. Not bad with the minus armor.
Give me the kill. I am going to carry you. I am techies.
Bosku as well, maybe trying to carry, although he is going to go really for the... Wait, but this Little Friends doesn't work on Clink skeletons, does it?
I don't...
Because they're like unit.
I'm not
they're
sure.
like,
now you're making me doubt myself. It shouldn't work, but I don't know.
Think it creeps ally and enemy. Because it doesn't work on illusions, does it? I don't know, actually. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, are those skeletons illusions? Are they considered illusions?
Well, that's what I don't know. You know what? I'll check the Dota 2 wiki.
I mean, if he's buying it, he probably knows something that we don't.
I mean, maybe, right? Where are these skeletons coming from? I'm just surprised to see it, honestly.
I mean, it's supposed to be like some ward unit, right?
All right, let's see. The Skeleton Archer. It's a summoned ward. You're correct.
So it shouldn't get affected by Little Friends.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No? I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yep, so far right now, he already has Octarine Core and is going to get ganked again by Palos. Has a TP in by Pango. Rolling Thunder coming up soon.
Yeah, but in comes the Underlord joining the fight. They drop a Doom Hut to the Underlord and his dying breath. KP decides that's the man who cannot afford to cast any more spells. Does allow Raven to join the fight. As this is an awkward spot now that Execration find themselves in. They actually managed to kind of close in the Underlord kisses as well, raining out. This is a really bad place
the pipe is up.
There's the kisses as well, and the Stone Gate. Plenty of damage with the Pipe of Insight is going to allow them to fight through this one. Low on mana and unable to get out of the pit either.
Raven.
Unstable concoction coming his way. It's going to be basically a max stun now. Completely out of mana. Has a greater fairy fire, not a fairy fire, greater Lotus, but unable to use it.
Oh my god, Raven, what have you done? I'm trying to help my team. But now, carry is down. That is the worst possible news for Blacklist at the moment. Raven dying. I mean, this game is just accelerating way too quickly with all those, especially with the Elk, you know, with the Blink, Radiance, and he's going to have his BKB up very, very soon. I guess it's time for Roche with the Solar Crest on Clinks.
Yeah, and they go. Let's take it down, especially very, very quickly.
I mean, they're just dying even without a Deso at the TA, you know, there's just way too much damage.
Yeah, and I'm just really surprised they think that they can, you know, take these fights at the end of the day.
The pipe means your Mortimer's Kiss is not going to do jack
nullified.
shit.
Yeah, nullified. That's the more professional way of saying it these days, Winter.
I'm sorry. I'm not professional.
You know what all this minus armor means, right? If you're Blacklist. As you would say, you're fucked. There's so much armor, minus armor, so much physical damage. And even though the Snapfire may have helped you in the lane, it's not really doing a lot right now.
Where's the decrep? I need the decrep.
That's the hero you're looking for. I wanted to see the Oracle as well.
I thought you wanted to see the Cold Embrace.
I did. I was thinking about it, but you had me convinced. I mean, that hero is extremely lackluster right now, I would have to say.
Yeah, I just remember True Signer. Give me back.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're going on. KP's I mean, my man can't catch a break here. Pretty fast at the very least, but Bob with the haster is going to be able to keep pace. Drops another Doom, but
he's fast.
He's fast. He's got the BOTs on.
Windlays.
Yeah, that's what it is, Winter.
Yes,
certainly the Windlays.
The Gossamer cape.
Yep.
Night time.
Looking for the TP out, and unbelievably, he's going to make it out. Space created. Unfortunately, Bosku's still going to die solo to Palos.
Yep, I'm sure it's his own fault, as we would always say. It's Cuckoo's fault.
Very true. Very true.
It's definitely his own fault when everybody's chasing KP and you're still dead.
I mean, what can you say, right?
So Elk is gonna. I mean, the final timing will be the AC. You know, like I feel like this is gonna be the.
Winter doesn't work. I just tested it. Little Friends does not work on the skeleton.
All right, then why is he? Did he buy it?
I don't know.
He bought it. What the hell?
For what?
I am lost for words.
That's what I mean. Like,
I mean, this is definitely Cuckoo's fault. I don't know what to say.
What could it be for? I mean, it doesn't work on mines. That would be really funny if it did. Doesn't work on TA trap.
You're trying so hard.
I'm really trying. But it gives you another unit, right? Now you can have another enchanted unit for the split push.
I guess that's probably why you want to do it.
So that it dies even faster to the AoE physical damage that they have.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I would just buy Ghost Scepter or buy a Solar Crest. We need armor.
I would, yeah.
Just buy a Solar for Medusa, man.
I might even go for the carry builds, honestly.
The carry build? Dude, you have a Medusa and Doom.
I guess that's too greedy.
Stop trying to...
Tim's. Disarm is good, but the unstable concoction is even better. There's all the physical damage. Shanks might even be able to pick up this kill, and he does. Not enough uphill misses there. Could save him. Palos does not have the Aegis, but do they have enough damage material to turn him to stone? Oh, but he turns away at the last second, but they don't need that bonus physical damage. They'll have enough there as they surround him.
Wait, why does the TA have the why does the TA have the Aegis? Oh my god, I didn't realize. Why doesn't the Elk have the Aegis? You know, the Elk is the strongest hero. He just feels like he won't die in team fights.
Is that how you want to give it to?
I mean, honestly, like the Elk is the strongest hero. The Elk is the Medusa.
Well, maybe Execration we're thinking that we'll be able to push high ground on this Aegis, and we want Bob to hit the building.
Okay, fair point.
I mean, look, I'm just, you know me, I'm trying to, I'm really going out of my way here. You know, like how in the Matrix, they jump out of the way of the bullets? I'm jumping into the bullets right now.
So you're Keanu Reeves.
Opposite of Keanu Reeves, really.
Okay, so Alchemist is going to respawn. I guess it's still time for you to go. Doom is still down. You have to try to take advantage of the cooldown. TA has Deso done. He's going for MKB next to counteract the butterfly from Medusa. I mean, this is actually starting to get worrisome. You know, if Execration, because the ball stopped rolling for a while. So if they actually lose one more fight, the Medusa is going to be online, and then that's going to be problematic for your lineup.
I mean, did you see how quickly they took down that tournament? I don't know if they need to be that worried yet. Like, certainly, right? I mean,
Medusa Doom, man. You can't underestimate the late game.
KB's gonna have a BKB up by the time this next fight happens. There's gonna be now the butterfly and a little bit more damage.
I mean, this game is not as comfortable as it looks like for Execration. You know, I feel like the lead is not as big. Like one false move, you lose a fight, you lose Aegis, and then you die. The Medusa and Doom is gonna take over the game.
That's why they put Aegis on Bob instead of the Alchemist.
Okay.
See?
I told you, I'm sold.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, and now Execration, you know, they'll take some time. They'll cut their teeth a little bit more here on the tier 2 towers as they'll be cleared rather quickly. There's another fortify here.
They need to finish AC on the Elk. He almost has it. That's their next timing.
I mean, he's basically farming in all 3 lanes, to be honest. Tim's as well is getting a decent amount of farm in. He's going to continue pushing alongside the creeps that Bosku's pushing. Shanks is looking for an easy kill. That's not really KP, but maybe with Palos nearby, they can look for it. They certainly will try. That's a lot of minus armor, basically down to 0 armor. Oof. And they've got him dead.
I feel like the Clinks did more damage than the Elk.
You want to bet on it? You want to bet your dinner on that, Winter?
Let's just check.
Let's just check.
Oh,
you are correct. You are correct. The Clinks did 300 more damage than the Elk.
This hero is just something else, man.
That is pretty incredible.
One Solar Crest, he did more damage than a carry that's Radiance and Hyper.
Well, he didn't get any right clicks in, right? I mean, we'll see how that changes here and now as there are...
AC online.
Yeah, AC online to the dust. Holy moly, Winter. I've never seen a building dive. What is this, a Necrobook 3 patch? What's going on?
Wait till you drop SF in the lineup, you know, with
yeah, Aura affects building. That's true.
That's
true.
like that's not even 10 seconds, right? They dealt like more than 1.5k damage to the tower. All right, where are they going?
Where are they going? Because Execration, they're going back to take the Tormentor. No way. Dude, Blacklist, it'd be so funny. I mean, they won't. They shouldn't do it, but it'd be so funny if they just went through the gate. They followed him through Fiend's Gate. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, Blacklist at the moment, they're trying to find an opening. They have Chrysalis down on Raven. So a little bit of a timing here. They are trying to find an opening. They have 2 observable wards down here.
Still don't have BKB though for KP, so him getting off the perfect doom is going to be a bit difficult. He's close.
Yeah, he'll have it soon. Just eat one more delicious creep.
They need to get back though.
No time for the extra supper, man.
No. Extra supper.
Second breakfast.
Second breakfast. Or as Malaysians call it, just breakfast. Brunch. I haven't seen that particular scene in Lord of the Rings enough to be able to tell you exactly how many meals that they have.
Yeah, the Hobbits.
Yes, 11 Z's, second breakfast, tea time, all of them.
High tea, dinner, second dinner, supper.
Midnight snack.
Too much blood sugar. Eating all the time.
I mean, this is a very... Alchemist is certainly eating rich though, isn't he? Basically been able to afford anything. Aegis is up.
They have to use the timing, you know.
Is this an opening? There's a BKB now for KP. Shanks, though, is the one to break a couple of smokes. As our techie finds Bosku, you can't scare him with this. It's the cookie out. He's A-okay.
I mean, right now for Blacklist, they're trying to just find that one good fight, you know. I feel like all they need is just one good fight. If they can get a Doom, I guess if you try...
What's the win condition?
You need to get the Doom onto... I feel like you Doom the TA.
Okay.
And then you try to kill him first. And after that, the Medusa can Stone Gaze the Elf. I feel like the fight should be easy after that.
Scans. Radiant Scan's gonna pop now, so they see Shanks. Tim's going for the TP out. Good luck. They will lose Bosku in the same stroke, but it's only 2 supports for a pretty big...
The cores are alive. They're pushing out the creep wave. Everything's still nicely intact for Blacklist.
KP's running around at max move speed, especially when he has the nighttime passive. Just look at this, hold on. Oh no, he's gonna lose Scorched Earth, unfortunately. He is one speedy boy.
Wait, that number is not right again, right?
That number is not right.
Because you have Travels and you have Gossamer's Cape.
Well, it's actually,
really?
I think it's correct right now.
325? No?
Oh, I have 415.
Okay.
Now I have 518.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 550. He's definitely running on max move speed. Look at him. Tino, he's gotta slow him down. He says, that's illegal. You can't move that fast. That's not right.
They have to buy the bongo boots to chase him. But nobody has drums, right?
Yeah, nobody has drums. Nobody has drums. I mean, honestly, you can see some getting purchased for.
I mean, that item is actually really good on against Doom. Because when he dooms your teammate, you just pop the drums and you run.
Yeah.
Can't get slowed.
Can't get slowed. Won't get slowed.
That should be illegal.
No, I think running around at 550 should be illegal, especially when you have BKB and you're a support hero, and then he also dispels your Glimmer Cape, so you can't even run and hide.
Right, let's go. KP has a gem.
All right. I mean, certainly Blacklist doing the right... Look how fast. Oh, my goodness. Certainly doing the right things here, right, to get themselves back into a game like this.
Yeah. I mean, this lead is actually quite misleading. I don't think the lead is as big as it looks on numbers.
Well, I still think Blacklist need, like, the right kind of fight. Otherwise, like...
All right.
Oh, well, that's not bad. And this is how you lose games as Clinks. You just try and go for all these solo pickoffs.
I mean, he was just farming creeps. I don't think it was a pickoff.
He was going for the 28-minute rune. Oh, whoa,
relax.
Tino, no, I don't know about this. But they will actually scare away Blacklist from the rune.
Anything for a Wisdom rune.
Yeah, anything for the They're just down bad for Wisdom runes. And I think they're all going to take the gate back home, with the exception of Bob. And Tino, actually, who will stay. KP gets himself on the opposite side of the map. I think Kuku's just like grabbing any creeps he can and shoving them into lanes.
Yeah, so that KP can boost a travel to them.
Oh yeah, okay.
Cut waves.
I mean, especially with the BOTs, makes it rather difficult for him to do anything. And I do like how safe KP's playing this. He's not necessarily making any dangerous plays for Wisdoms. So it's going to be 2 Wisdoms still for Execration.
Palos has the Illusion Rune, so he can push out the side lanes with the Radiance. And right now, Execration is still trying to look for an opening. Ideally, like a pick-off onto one of the important heroes, like the Pango or the Doom, and then you proceed to push high ground. Obviously, if you get the Medusa, that's even better.
Could be a play.
Yep, Blacklist, they are way too careful right now, so they're not really giving Execration much opportunities to pick off.
Dust on Tim. So see, they are recalling everyone now back into the base. Blitz TP, Rolling Thunder, and Diffusal. So still plenty of damage here. But lots of damage out from Execration here anytime they actually commit to hitting buildings on the high ground. Still though, I mean, high ground is certainly scarred, but
they should wait for the next Roshan.
It's up at 30. Do they have enough time? Careful here, KP looking for a Doom. Doesn't really want to have to commit it onto Carlo, and instead the kisses are not going to be sufficient for a kill. That's maybe one tool they could have used to fight for Roche, but Winter, it's going to end up spawning bottom here.
You should definitely try to set up right away with the techies at least. I guess what you start to do is you mine the
gates,
and then you mine the outer areas towards the pit, the low ground. So
but
you
make it showing here. There's only Carl nearby. It'd be kind of a tough kill. These illusions as well starting to do a lot of damage.
You have a TA trap on the Rush pit, so they'll know. Okay, they'll know.
And they do know. And Blacklist getting here in time. Blacklist also decides to smoke top, so they're going to have to end up going through the gate.
Where's the techies? Did he set up the mines yet?
No, he did not. He's got a gate next to the Watcher.
They might not know what's coming, you know? I mean, this could be big. Underlord,
they know. Yeah, and Roche dies so quickly, we didn't even see it. Oh, now they're going back through the gate. Bosku, he's standing guard, but I think
Hello, my friend.
He's gonna die.
You're no longer the boss.
Well, I mean, Bosku wasting a couple seconds, runs himself into the corner. No one puts Bosku into the corner except for himself. I mean, it's a hard game for Blacklist, but you know, I have to say that they're nobly playing it out. Yeah, they're giving themselves every single chance that they can.
Everything that's happening right now is a result of the early game. How Doom struggled so much in the early lane, and Pangolin getting killed solo by TA.
Ooh, TP out in time.
I mean, all these small little things just add up, you know, and it just became like a big ball of a mess with the Alchemist timing. There's so much minus armor, so the game accelerated way too quickly for Blacklist to be able to deal with it. And right now, they're still doing a good job, you know, like you say. You know?
They are, but I think the problem is Execration have been doing a pretty good job as well. Like, it's not like they've just been kind of walking around aimlessly, not farming, not getting objectives. They've been doing a mix of both, and sure, that's allowed the Deuce to farm a bit as well, but I mean, who dares oppose Palos, especially not when he's on your high ground? Certainly not Blacklist right now. He is simply too scary. He's holding on to a cheese as well. Do you agree with this, giving the TA Aegis on the second time?
Like you say, you know, they feel like the TA is probably the one designated with the job to hit the towers. You have the Dragon Lance, you have the range, and Alchemist, he just wants to hide and wait for a good chance to blink him with the stun to kill off a hero. So
got Abyssal to follow up as well.
Yeah, so he's not going to be the hero hitting the tower.
We'll see how it goes. You can see these Lynx illusions doing, or they're not illusions, right? They are, I guess, ward archers in a way. Trying to hunt for KP. I mean, that's a bold kill if he's going to try and do that one alone. The kill into Bosku, though, now that's a little bit more his tempo. Drums committed. Bosku unable to make it out alive. He's even got the Burning Barrage to make very quick work of the ENG. Back in 40 seconds. Buybacks, though, a little bit more limited here over on the side of Blacklist Rivalry. Basically, it's just Carl without it, as he does have himself Ags. So
he's taking no damage?
It's got to work. This Ags has got to work. Oh, and he's nearly died to the TA. Looking for a disarm, but an aggressive blink sees Bob safely on through. KP as well, searching for a Doom. Can't find one. That's Kisses committed as well. And top lane of Barracks as well, being sieged by Shanks nearly as quickly as they took down mid. It's a full Heaven's Halberd. I believe it's Tino's. It is a long disarm here onto the Raven as KP looking for a Doom target. Can't find one on the Bob. As he blinks away in time. A Blacklist just like that. You blink and you miss it. The mid lane of Barracks are gone. Shanks as well, pushing down bottom. In the meantime, now that they've gotten a reaction, they're going to go right back into this top lane.
Rax is down.
Rax will be down shortly. KP doesn't have BKB. Nearly kill up Levelcheck. That's a 3-man stun, but just a mini one from Palos. Bosco hit by Bala. One shot on him, basically. Dispel not in time as Raven is dying to the skeleton archers.
No mana.
Skeleton archers are killing him.
Oh my
He's okay
god.
for now. Palos back in the bottom lane as the top lane of Barracks had been cleaved through as well. Execration, I mean, at this rate, Winter, it seems all but certain that we're going to get a game number 3. There's a Doom. They finally found him, but it's only on the Tino. Bob's still free to do what he wants in these fights right now. He wants to try and kill KP, who's just a little bit too fast for him. Is maybe in a bit of trouble. He will lose his first life now.
They need to time the cookie.
3. No more Doom, though. They still have themselves the Crimson. Not a lot of mana, though. Cookie, not good enough. KP is going to try and run away from this one, but will end up dying. Has buyback at the very least, but meanwhile, bottom lane of Barracks, he's not going that well. Apollos is going to die. He's got buyback, Winter, but Execration trying to do a little bit too many things at the same time. Have been maybe dividing themselves
buyback with the Fiendskate.
There's a buyback from both offlaners now. Fiendskate does see, at the very least, the Underlord back in the fight rather quickly as KP forced to BKB and run for his life a second time. Palos throws the stun, but a nice glimmer K from the BKB sees KP to safety, but they're just focusing onto the Barracks. Carl dropping low, will be able to live for now. That was his Rolling Thunder already used. A nice stun, though. Should shut down Tim's. There's going to be the Melt Strike to get it done. Raven in the middle of the fight as well, off the Cookie. Does not have Stone Gaze for 8 more seconds, Winter, and does not have buyback either. In trouble, taken down. That's Megas at the same hand as well as KP goes down a second time, and that ought to be, indeed, game 3 here. Let's get ready for that as Execration will get a pretty darn good kill here. A darn good game underneath their belt.
Yeah, 2 really good games, you know, like Blacklist played a really good game 1, and this game Execration played a really good game 2, and both games had one thing in common. The team that had a better laning phase managed to just steamroll their opponents to oblivion. So laning phase is going to be key.
Well, it is. I'm happy we got ourselves a 3-game series. Of course, this is just going to be the second, third place decider, which is a difference of, I think it's like 2,000 USD. And of course, most importantly, 100 DPC points, which for now seems to be a little bit more impactful for Execration. Yes, indeed, for Execration. But I have to say, this Blacklist, you know, now with KP in the mix, reminds me a lot of Talon in Season 1, right? Where they kind of started off the season a little bit in recovery, some question marks about how well they would perform, especially after a rocky start. But now, you know, especially after their Game 1 performance from Blacklist and after their first series over AG, I'm wondering what the ceiling of this team truly is. How far can they rise, and how far can they accomplish in Bali? Because maybe if you're a fan of C and you want to see the most C teams in TI, maybe you want Blacklist to get these points.
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, but for now, it's time for us to go back to the panel and get their thoughts on what happened here in game number 2.
I believe my conclusion is similar to what I was at the end of the draft, which is, what's up with this Medusa? What's your grand plan here, Blacklist Rivalry? Because to me, it seemed like they were just overcomplicating things. They've had Raven be playing on many active carries. And you know what? Despite my warnings, John, did we not see Raven show up on the top left hot tub, the tier 1 offlane of Radiant? He was showing up randomly at that fight and dying.
Yep.
Because that's what Medusa does if she shows up to things early.
Yep. That's what happens. And again, Medusa, it didn't feel like it had the most impact. It had a pretty rough time. I mean, maybe not the lane. You were doing all right in the lane. But again, as the game went on, like you're dealing with Atrophy Aura. Eventually you have to deal with Crimson Guard. That's an interesting shot of Tim, so it's just caught off guard. It's like, it looks like he's feeding himself the cookie to feed a cookie in game. But yeah, I'm not sure where Blacklist was going with this one. Sometimes you just don't let them cook. You know? You have to stop them from cooking too hard.
Let the unstable concoctions cook, because my man Palos, that you and I, John, were both equally skeptical about this Techie's Alchemist lane.
Yeah.
Turns out it's goated. It's a slow with a sticky bomb and 2 high damage stuns that you can keep people in the acid spray, which may have been the downfall of KP, because Aurora, game 1, KP was doing work. Game 2, this Doom was supposedly had some net worth, but I don't know what he did with it.
I mean, I honestly don't know if they were trying something else this game. It's just there's no possible way for this Medusa to have a place in this game, you know. It's just, even if KP can, you know, do what he usually do, wreck the lane or whatever, I still don't think they can close the game, because this is just not the game for Medusa to play in. Like I already mentioned, there's so many stuff stopping her from attacking. What is she gonna do?
Yep.
Yeah, it's... I guess they're getting it out of their system before they hit the major and they're like, all right, everyone's picking Dusa, let's try Dusa out. So they're figuring out its weaknesses and all of that. But Execration, they have a great game. Palace has a great time, very worthy of our MVP. And he popped off. I was a bit surprised by how well that Alchemist Techies lane went. I figured Doom would be able to tank through a little bit better, but I guess you don't really have the best of time in trying to trade back. It's just...
But it was Doom and Enchantress, and both of them were getting slapped around.
Yeah, I know, it's tough. I guess it's one thing with techies. It's very easy to just play with the acid spray when you have 700 range.
Yeah,
like even if you're not throwing sticky bomb, just acid spray, melee hero, 700 range. What do you do to stop that? You don't.
Mm-hmm. And then the unstable concoction guaranteeing your blast off will land as well. It was don't give Carlo techies, I think, Aurora. This dude's crazy on it at this point. So before this game, he had played 4 games on it. He's never lost on techies. This is now his 5th game on techies, 100% win rate. Carlo techies built different.
I mean, they definitely still stand a good chance in beating Execration as long as they don't draft a hero that can't do anything, you know.
Based off of what I've seen for the past 3 games, yes, you're definitely right. But also, this was a rare situation where Execration were actually in a winning position the whole time.
Yeah.
They just didn't have to win based off of the enemy team making any mistakes. So now that Blacklist have perhaps gotten their loss out of their system after a very, very winning day for them, well, now it's time to put these two in a head-to-head best of 1, because only 1 game remains in this series, and we'll catch it after the break. I feel like our ticker person's being a bit generous on this one. I don't know if I would go so outright as to call this series a Rambulan quite yet.
I mean, it is. I mean, technically the only
in terms of the
qualification-
stakes, yes. In terms of the gameplay, is this Rambulan gameplay to
Well,
you?
you know, sometimes 5 Filipinos versus 5 Filipinos is just chilling in the corner. You know, that's it. The second game was pretty chill.
I see two sets of intro boys, if you ask me.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one. It does feel that way sometimes, but yeah, I mean, it is a Rambulan. It's just not as explosive as you'd want it to be. You know, you want people fighting. You want people getting angry. We did have some all chat at the start in the first game.
I missed it.
They were saying something about boxing. Carlos said, Cuckoo, book the grab when we're done.
Oh!
I think they all want to head out. I know where they like going out because every time he used to chat Cuckoo in lobby, he's like, let's go to Okada. Like, it's near Mall of Asia.
Okay.
And it's a hotel casino. Oh. Every time I thought of that, I was like, Cuckoo wants us to go eat in the buffet, but I'm pretty sure they have other minds in there. So they enjoy their leisure time together.
They work hard, play hard.
Work hard, play hard. That's exactly it.
Also, I don't know what team is Play Hard on right now. Is he playing hard, or is he?
Is he on Team Kicked? I forget. He went out of MAG.
Hard.
Is he with AU on Team Kicked?
According to Liquipedia, his most recent team is on MAG.
I'm not sure if he played open quals into closed quals, so not 100%.
No, but MAG didn't get relegated. MAG is still in Div 2.
Is he still in MAG though?
Let's see. For Tour 3 Div 2, which will be coming up basically in like 3 days? 3 days Div 2 starts?
I think so.
No, it starts in 2 days. Vision versus Polaris is in 1 day and 18 hours from now. Get hype. But yes, MAG, it doesn't have Play Hard anymore.
Yeah, he's somewhere.
Karma, Exercise Learn, Zeal, Paulson. Oh, that's Zeal's team. Okay.
Yep.
Paulson and Miracle. But that's in a whole 2 days from now. The good times don't stop here in Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, the game 3 of our second place, third place tiebreaker is upon us. Aurora, you've been conveniently quiet this whole time.
I mean, I have nothing to say except Blacklist was just trying to fit in the C team theme, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, we have to do something unpredictable and then, like, lose really badly so that, we can be accepted by the community. Let's go, guys.
You know what's unpredictable? Winning clean. Just win cleanly. That's unpredictable. It's like, I haven't seen that.
For C?
Yeah. Game 1
very
was
unpredictable.
That's why
for
Winter said Game 1 was like, wow, that's amazing. They didn't make mistakes. How on Southeast Asian? That's completely different from our gameplay of messing about for 30 minutes, you know?
Very unorthodox. I still don't think, after all the games that we've played, the fastest game that we've had in this tour of the Southeast Asian DPC, last time I checked, I believe it was 28 minutes. And this time, hold on. Wait for it. I will investigate. Shortest match, 25 minutes, SMG versus Army Geniuses.
In a way, that's good. It's showing that we aren't raffle stomping each other like NA is with Shopify Rebellion in 16-minute games. On the other hand, it's also like, I'm pretty sure some matchups should go that fast. Like certain teams do feel like they outskill at that level, but maybe they just respect their opponents more?
Our median match duration is 41 minutes long.
That's pretty terrible.
That's insane. I remember checking this during Tour 1, and most regions we were like 4 minutes higher than the median, but 41 minutes in this patch is wild to me.
I mean, I think it's just a C thing, like we don't like to play too clean and just end the game well, and like even if we are on the losing side, we don't like to GG out so fast. Like even in pubs, you would say GG can end, but then it's a lie. It's totally a lie. So
it's the culture, you know. There's a term I learned in Singapore, lepak. You just want to lepak, you want to rest, you relax, enjoy your game, enjoy every moment. That's it.
This is our leisure time.
Yeah, Dota's leisure time. Hopefully both sides aren't laying around here at all.
For these guys, it's business time.
It has to be business time. We've got the Doom Monkey King opener for Blacklist Rivalry, Execration with the Venomancer and the Underlord on their end. I like the Monkey King into the Underlord. That's a pretty good way of just managing the lane. I'm also interested in Execration stealing Venomancer. It's always something when you're up against Cuckoo, you take Venomancer. It always makes me giggle a bit, but I'm never sure how Cuckoo himself feels. I'm wondering if he's laughing or if he's happy. It's like, what's his expression when Veno is taken away from him?
Because you don't know if he wants to play it or if he's thankful. It's like, oh, thank God, I don't have to play it.
Honestly, to be fair, it might not even be that deep because Cocomancer was only a thing because we all made it a thing, right? Like maybe he just thought, hey, maybe let's try it.
His gameplay made it. No one else was playing it, and he was consistently playing it offlane and support.
Yeah,
the dude has some affinity for this hero.
It's been a meme since, when was it? TNC even?
I think last year's TI qualifiers is when it started like really taking off.
But it was like even before then,
before
it's
that,
like he always leaned into this damn thing. Him and March in particular, I remember him running that pause 5. Maybe that's where he picked it up. From his time with good old March.
Maybe.
Toxic.
I don't think so. I don't think March is toxic. He force feeds us. I remember that game. There was a, I don't know, Pro Series game where they had Gabby on Dusa or something, and March was on like a support. We had Mango Tree back then, so he had like 12 mangoes. And he literally force-fed Gabby all the mangoes in the middle of a fight. It's like, live, and they both died. But you appreciate the gusto in making that play, you know?
I'm just not very sure in the first phase, so like, usually when you pick Veno, there's a very strong purpose for you.
Okay, so I'm just casually looking through Cuckoo's Venomancer history.
Yes.
He was on, in competitive games, he was on a 10-game lose streak on Venomancer up until a week ago. 7 days ago, he got his first win on Venomancer since August 2020.
What match was that in 2020? Was that a DPC game?
Geek Fam versus Neon at ESL Thailand 2020.
Oh God, that's so long ago. Geek Fam. He was still on Geek Fam, right?
Yep.
Jeez.
It was Carl, Cuckoo, Whitemon, Abed, and Zephyr.
Yep. And that basically just became T1 afterwards.
Yeah.
When Geek Fam left.
That's right. Aside from Abed.
That Neon was Yopaj Neon with Skem?
Yep, that's the one.
With
Good
Playhard JG?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a damn long time ago.
Well done. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I've watched too much of this. I've been suffering for several years.
As a result, that is why you have the bias against the Cuckoomancer, because he lost 10 games in a row over the course of 2 years.
Yes.
Man's still going to major, man.
Man's still going to major.
That's true. But
who am I to talk?
I mean, you know, he's found a win. On pause 5, it's a little bit more forgivable. I'm sure Mike is also feeling a little bit better. Michael Phoenix is like, all right, it's not as bad as when we had to cast it off lane. Execration, pick up a bait hero in the Wind Ranger. I'm never sure how to feel about this. Because again, it's like, it win stomps. I don't think you're going to stomp either side here. Into what Blacklist pick as well, they get the Pugna and the Storm Spirit. It doesn't feel great for Wind Ranger. Decrep just ruins you. You've got the battery going for Blacklist Rivalry. The control of Wind Ranger is also subpar. I'm wondering whether or not XA will consider it for a core or a support. And I still am not sure which I prefer. What do you feel, Aurora?
I mean, I think a Pug looks good here. It's just, when I look at Blacklist heroes, they don't really have proper stunts. And although they can have this storm flying, right? But like, where's the...
They're grooming each other.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's the Pug. Very
nice. There's no follow-up damage to kill this Pug, you know? I mean, sure, you can ideally want the Monkey King to be around when your storm flies in, but if your Monkey King uses stun on the Pug too, then like, what happens to the rest of the fight? How are you going to take the fight further on?
Yeah, it's the connections with the Monkey King look a little bit awkward. It's, I'm not sure where they can kind of fill that void. I guess there's a very slight chance for a flex on the Monkey. Tim's used to play a lot of support Monkey, but I don't think that's been a thing in like over a year, it feels like. So I don't think that's coming out, but I'm not sure what fixes that in the 4 either. Like,
I think I'm pretty sure it's a Raven Monkey King, just in reaction towards the Underlord.
Yeah, like, but I'm not sure what pick on the 4 kind of ties into the Monkey King for that aggression now, like, as follow through.
Grimstroke.
That hero is dead as heck.
It is. But a leash against Puck, Ink Swell on Monkey King.
Could come out. We've seen Stranger, I suppose. Tim's Tim's Grimstroke is...
He played it against SMG one time.
Yeah, it's not his top hero, but it is something he used to run a couple of times. I believe even back in his time on Boom.
Execration take out the Snapfire, and Blacklist are expecting this Wind Ranger to be a support, or at least one of their bands is dedicated to a carry pick. They take out the Alchemist. Now
I'm just surprised at how Execration really just banned 5 support heroes.
They really did.
That is true.
And then they took the Venomancer. Haha. Ban out Cuckoo.
You just want him to... He's paying for the grab later, you know? It's like, you want him to hurt.
What was the name of the place?
Okada.
Okada.
Yeah, Okada. It's a hotel. Yeah. It's a very nice hotel. To be fair, their buffet is really good. Fresh coconuts, fresh dim sum.
But people don't go for the buffet.
I do.
Oh.
My family does. It's like you have to walk in, you pass by the gaming area, and we're like, you just go to the casino, you go to the buffet, and you're like, oh. We stay there the entire morning, then we fly off elsewhere.
Oh, it's a morning thing for you?
Yeah, we do a breakfast there. Usually, like, we have this weird connecting when we're traveling abroad. So, yeah, it's like we go early, we stop there, and then we meet our aunt, my mom's sister, and then we fly off afterwards, like by lunch.
That's a nice routine.
Yeah, it's a good way to stop over.
Yeah.
Pretty fun, but you can't do it too often, you know? It makes you fat. Winter would rage at me, I'm sure.
That's true. I don't know the last time Winter has gone to a buffet. I think the concept of it probably sickens him.
Probably. It's just morally wrong for him. Yeah.
We should not have access to this much food on demand.
I was going to say, the Mirana is an option left. So they just go for comfort with Tim's. I guess that's follow through from Boundless Stun, from Vortex. You can kind of set a place. Again, this is Tim's comfort. I don't mind seeing him on game tree Mirana. This is something he styles on. Mind you, it's not like you have the best control for a puck right now. It's not like you have the best connection still with your monkey, but this is a little bit more activity coming out. They can kind of play tempo off the back of this.
And now Execration need to make a decision on where this Wind Ranger is going. Again, Blacklist are thoroughly expecting it to be a support.
I think it's not bad as a carry because I just think Blacklist heroes, like I said, don't have the lockdown. It's pretty difficult for them to make this Wind Ranger like not play her game. Okay, they went for the Bloodseeker. I mean, I can understand it on a certain degree. It's just, it's not that great against their cores, you know. They can kind of just stand there and fight. And Doom is like, yeah, I don't really care.
And Storm Spirit can just ball right through it.
Yeah.
That's a weird Bloodseeker pick.
I would say the puck combo with the Blood Ritual is actually quite nice, to be honest, because that is what can kill the Storm. You don't necessarily have to use Rupture anyway, but it's just, this hero is about Rupture, right? And then later on only about your passive and all, but I'm not sure whether it's that realistic to go for against this lineup.
And it's also like, is it even necessary when you have Pit of Malice to already kind of help you set up or just maximize the coil? So I'm curious what the game plan is from Execration. Mind you, I've seen a lot of Bloodseeker. I've seen an NA Bloodseeker where they've always rushed Ags. I remember Arthur pinging his self-damage being higher than the damage he received elsewhere. That was fun. I don't know if Paulus will go for that. But if you do go Blood Mist, you're dealing with Decrep. So that's amped up spell damage, I guess. It sounds terrible, but...
the biggest justification is the barrier.
Yeah, the barrier for sure. But the active...
the active, I guess. I guess it gives you an extra spell, a liability, if anything.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know, like draft-wise... I'm not sure where I actually lean. I would go with Blacklist just because it's hard for me to vote against Tim's Mirana at the same time. The issues you pointed out, or it's still all there. So I know where to go with this draft.
I mean, maybe they also just wanted a Vessel hero on this Mirana, which makes a lot of sense because they don't necessarily have the damage to kill this Underlord. I would say you wouldn't want the Monkey King to itemize for that.
That is true.
And then if you are getting a Vessel builder, then again, what is the Bloodseeker? Why Bloodseeker? Is it really just the coil into silence?
I mean, it's a stable hero against a Doom lineup, but then it's not the WinCon hero, I would say. He probably doesn't have to be.
Does that make Puck the WinCon hero?
Yeah, most probably. She can.
Okay. Well, let's see it happen again. This is going to determine who gets second place or third place. Both of them are going into the major, but You ever play a $1,000 money match on a BO1? Let's find out how these players handle the stress with their casters Seek and Strike in winter.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, panel. Yeah, and back down to a best of one here, and we got a couple classic heroes in the mix. The Bob Puck, we saw a ton of that over back in Tour 1. And, well, speaking of a hero who you think is a little bit more of a classic winter, it's Palos' Bloodseeker. That was a hero you called the pick with about 30 seconds to go, and you even said, why is he still in the pool?
Yeah, why? You gave Bloodseeker and Venom, and Bloodseeker, I feel like this hero should be picked a lot earlier. You know? This hero is like one of the best, if not the best carry right now because of how you can break Lincolns on BKB heroes with other spells, so Rupture is much more reliable in the team fights. You're really, really strong in the lane, as what we saw in the first and second game. If you can dominate the lanes, it's very easy for you to dictate play and pressure the enemy and cut off the whole map from the enemy. And Bloodseeker is perfect hero for that.
He's gonna take a couple tower shots here in order to try and find a ward.
Yeah, and the team fight is also looking really, really scary with the coil into the Bloodseeker running in with the Venom. Blacklist, they need a lot of team items, I feel, this game. Like, I don't feel like the Doom can actually afford to go like too greedy items.
I got really confused there for a second, not gonna lie. I was like, why is there a regenerate? It was a Monkey King. Mid lane, though.
Why is there Roshan?
Why is there Roshan there? He doesn't live here anymore. Talk to me a bit about a Puck Storm Spirit matchup, though. Anything changed with this matchup recently? I mean, it's a matchup we used to see quite a bit, but not for some time.
Yeah, probably not much has changed. Puck just not a hero that a lot of the mid players like to pick right now. We've seen a rise in, especially Void Spirit. So I feel like Puck's place is a bit weird right now. She provides you with a lot of initiation, silence in the team fights, but laning phase-wise, she's not the best. And damage-wise, she's also not the best, you know. She's like a off-lane hero, but you play her from the mid.
Right. Feels like very similar to our first kind of mid lane matchup from Brawl, that Quap matchup, which Carl won heavy-handedly. It's another one of these matchups where it's like you don't want to fall behind the enemy laner.
Yeah.
Right? Like solo kills early on here, and it just feels like for both sides, it becomes just about impossible to play. We'll see how that continues to develop. I want to take a look at this repeat hero down bottom, where KP is once again, taking to the field on the Doom. How do you feel about his chances this time in this kind of a lane? Do you foresee him having a little bit more of a better time here compared to last?
Yeah, this game, his support is going to be much more useful. Enchantress that doesn't know what's happening. This time, there's a Mirana in the lane actually helping. I mean, the Venom plus Bloodseeker lane is going to be very, very scary as well, as soon as the Bloodseeker gets a couple more levels up in the passive. So I would say that the first two waves should be easy for the Doom, but after that, things are going to get hard.
A little bit more difficult then. Yeah, I can see that. I think it'll get a bit easier. KP's actually found the Kobold Foreman.
Oh, Speed Aura.
Yeah, so he already has Speed Aura, early brown boots of speed, and you can see he's already juked a little Venomous Gale already. Maybe even thinking about going under the tower. Arrow is actually going to catch Palos, who was maybe trying to get in the way of things. Oh no, and they're just way too fast here with enemy spells.
Couldn't get the last hit.
Steal. Mid animation winter, he is denied, killed. That is going to be a first blood split, but still a first blood down bottom.
I mean, I should stop telling KP this is a hard lane for him. He's like, no.
He accepts the challenge, winter.
This lane is easy.
He tells you what he thought of that. I mean, that's what I was thinking. I really like the Speed Aura early. Now you start to see a little bit more of why this lane's supposed to be difficult. He just copped a Venomous Gale, and that 50% move speed slow is a bit too punishing for him, getting caught by that Blood Right. But you see the idea, and a great execution so far from Blacklist in that offlane.
Lotus is going to spawn, so Venom is going to run over and pick that up.
I think Execration they're set up to get both of them, actually. Unless, Raven's probably not going to commit the stun here.
If you lose the Lotus, at least get the bounties. Usually the team that's losing the lane, you can't contest the Lotus, right? Then your support will go pick up the bounty.
Right.
If you don't get both, then if you don't get even one of both, then the lane's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I'd say bounty is a bit of an interesting mechanic because now that you have the water runes at 2 and 4, you tend not to see mid laners pick up their own bounties anymore. It's a little bit more rare. I feel like the only times we see them is if you shove a lane and then you try and steal enemy bounty. But I'm wondering if we'll end up seeing that play out here. Blood grenade thrown. They're going to try and make another play for KP, but it's really Carlo who might be in a bit of trouble now. He's okay. He's the one that threw the bloody grenade in the first place. This KP thought about getting a little bit aggressive versus Palos. But a couple of nice denies. Good CSing from Palos. And he's a little bit too tanky here to take down.
Yep, and KP has a salve too. So he's actually buying... Okay, he's buying arcane boots first because he has the... He was looking at the creeps and he saw a harpy. So right now he has chain lightning, so he proceeds to get the arcane boots. That's actually really smart for this lane.
Rather than the earlier Vanguard, especially because a lot of the
arrow.
Oh, nice arrow. They've gone fishing and they've caught Carlo.
Oh, is that a double kill?
Caught him sleeping. KP eager for the second kill. But Palos is really fast thanks to the third.
Oh my god.
A little bit of ring around the rosy.
Okay, this lane is not hard for Doom, apparently. This is an easy lane for Doom. KP is the best.
Easy for KP so far. I was asking you, Winter, I tried to set you up for this. How is he going to lane this time? Is it going to be okay? what can we expect? And you said, oh yeah, it'll be pretty hard. Wrong. No, don't disrespect KP like that. Careful though, Paulus but he's pretty speedy here. Thanks to all that thirst movement speed he's got, but not fast enough to really make much of a difference.
Carlo TP mid to refill the bottle for Bob. So now he's going to be a bit late back to the lane.
Yeah, both mid laners actually TP in to refill the bottle. I mean, there is still 10 denies for Palos, so, you know, he's doing a pretty good job. But the problem is you're still laning against a Doom, so he doesn't really care. I mean, he just doesn't respect your efforts in that regard, does he?
Yeah, no. Right now, Palos is still getting some decent amount of CS in the lane. KP has kills, but he doesn't have a lot of last hits in the lane.
For now, mid, it's still a bit of a race to level 6. Fancy footwork from Bob, but it's another arrow that's going to connect down bottom on Apollos. Another blood right here, but that's not going to stop KP. No Tims, but Palos looking for a couple more CS. Needs to get out of range here of the chain lightning with its very generous range. Another one will connect.
Lotus.
The leap on forward. Lotus consumed, could not get the deny off in time, and now he's hit by the envenomed weapon. He is fast. Why is he so fast? I guess KP's a bit low. He can't even show. Now it's on cooldown. Needs a last hit. Will not get it.
Okay, that hurts.
That's painful. That's painful. CS lol, as the kids say. There it is. Okay, he's all right now.
Oh, chain lightning. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
Nah, he's fine. He's got the stick now. He's got even the full wand. In fact, they're going to make a play for KP, forcing him to TP up for the Blood Right connects. Not bad, not bad.
All right, time for Palos to farm quietly. No Doom in the lane.
No Doom in the lane. He finally has some peace.
Yeah, and first rune will be Arcane Rune, so picked up by Carl.
That's big. I think it's a little too early for Storm to really make amazing use of it. He'd much rather have this be like the third or fourth rune.
The first rune, I feel like regen. It's probably the best for Storm. Yep.
Regen, maybe like a haste, I think can be pretty good, right? Because then you, maybe not against a puck, but it allows you to gank the side lanes with ease. As Execration.
Early smoke, by the way, Richie.
Indeed. I was going to call this Winter. They're going to go ahead and maybe try and find a kill in this top lane. I mean, it definitely seems doable. Not a whole lot Bosku's doing here. And in fact, the Primal Spring already used into the leash. Now Raven is pretty tanky here, though, Winter. Bob's going diving, tanking for the tier 1 tower as the wagon is getting a bit of work. Nice two-man stun here. Bob a bit worse for wear. Does not connect, it looked like, on that illusory orb as Shanks is going to be finished off. Tims, though, makes the rotation from the bottom lane. Actually commits the TP scroll. Arrows off the mark. That means they don't actually have a stun here to stop Bob.
Oh, disaster, this smoke. And the underdog died in the river to this Storm that used the Arcane Rune.
Indeed.
I mean, the Wind Ranger, I think he missed the power shot and the blood grenade. He missed the power shot and then he missed the blood grenade.
It was, as they call it, not a symphony of skills. They kind of whipped on everything here, and Bob's in trouble. No, he's okay for now. Carl, yeah, he's still got plenty of mana with the Arcane Rune. He's up safely to the other side. But yeah, that was painful. They missed the illusory orb, they missed the power shots, and
3K gold lead, Richie. 8 minutes in the game, 3K gold lead.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Paulos down bottom, he's missing out on some CS here. They just got a kill onto Bob, by the way. That was just Bosku rotating in. And so thank you very much for that. That's unbelievable. And down bottom, Paulos as well. It's gonna end up going down. Wizard, this is starting to look like a very one-sided affair.
Haste!
I mean, just like that, out of the lanes, 4K ahead for Blacklist. Execration, they are once again in this hole. Like I said, after the second game ended, like the laning phase is going to be crucial. Like if Blacklist starts a game like this, I feel like this game is going to be really, really difficult. As much as I like Execration coming back, like Carlo's going to die. Another kill for the Storm. This is probably the hero that you don't want to give like a free start to.
It's like this.
It's the worst hero to give.
Who else is really rough out from the mid lane these days?
I mean, any spirit. If you give any of the spirit a good start, good runes, good kills, the hero just snowballs and takes over the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's true. Yeah, that's
Void Spirit is probably the scariest one.
Yeah. When he gets that early Manta style, then you can't even catch him with like a silence or.
It's not even to the point where the Manta, like if he gets Power Trades and Echo Saber way too early, you just can't kill him. He's so tanky and he does so much damage. Anyways, if you look at the other spirits like the Ember, the Storm, if they get a good start, they won't have an item that give them damage and HP. Only Void Spirit does because he's universal hero.
I guess that's a good point. Palos, he might just be dead here. He's gonna need to get some real good CSing in. Monkey King's gonna TP in and maybe jump back in this fight as Tim's gonna get juked by the tower. Can they find a deny on Palos? No, they cannot. KP's gonna get the kill with the lingering damage of the Doom. Dream Coil committed, not finding a whole lot there, and they fail to have even more damage on the KP, but now joining from the river, it's Carl. Big Zip committing a lot of the mana here. He's got a little bit of follow-up, but Boss Q unable to commit too deep in there for the kill. Instead, they're gonna lose Carlo underneath that tier 1 tower for the second time.
God, Blacklist is just destroying them. Right now, everybody's on point with the rotation.
There's the gas station.
Gas station.
Stop.
Gasoline station.
Gasoline station, Bob. Rune spawn's top here, so we'll be able to reach for it. It's a shield rune. And Shanks is going to be able to wind run away. Carl, though, of course, he's already got his gas station here. Well, actually, no. Bosco needs to disassemble the arcanes and go for those tranquils, and then he'll have the gas station. It's what I tend to see on these Pugnas when there's a storm in the game. Unless that's changed. But usually you see tranquils because you can just trade your HP for mana.
Yep, that's normally what you would actually do. And if you have no mana, just go to the neutrals and drain some mana. Oh, another kill here by Tim's, just looking for Kalos, but Rupture.
He's got TP. He's going to hit him with the D-ward first. There is a Shackle now, which would be able to set up for a kill. Shanks. I think somehow he didn't connect on the Shackle, but that's fine, because Palos gets the last hit, I should say. Carlo dying to the Scorched Earth now. So he does at least hit KP with the Venomous Scale. And it's something, right?
Here comes Storm.
They're on the board, but there's a Storm Spirit. Maybe diving a bit too far here. Carlo being sucked back on in, just way too much damage. KP even assisting from the trees. At least it's a D-ward for Execration and their first kill.
Yeah, at least 1 point onto the board.
There it is. But they're down 5k. Winter, this is
it's pretty bad news.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
As the dogs call it at the shelter I work at, call it rough.
This is like the day where you forgot to feed the dogs, yeah? That's how bad of a start.
Right, that's right. And then they're all barking, and you're like, shut up, just play, lol, because you're in your Dota pub.
Yeah, meanwhile, Raven, yeah, he's gonna have his trade spell for it in a pretty quick timing. And at the same time, he's also been connecting to his team quite frequently, especially using the Twin Gate to connect towards the other side of the map.
I mean, this is... I don't even know what they can do, man. Especially if Carl can continue this snowball. Like, if he can keep rolling here, Raven keeps farming behind. KP as well, of course, always finds farm here by naturally just being a Doom and existing. I don't really see how Execration can fight their way back into this one either. There is a Twin Gate, but just for Tino to get some Fountain regen before he heads back top.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard if you lose your lanes this badly at the start of the game, you know. They pretty much lost almost all their lanes, except for the Underlord's lane, which he kind of lost too, but not as bad as his compatriots.
Yeah, I think the loss in that one was expected, though, right? Monkey King into Underlord, right? You kind of expect that one to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, at least they are winning the rune wars. Execration managed to pick up the last 2 runes. So that might be something for them to focus on. If you can get like a good rune for the park, maybe
That's
you can...
big zip! Dude. What in the world? Okay, the Doom finds the Bloodseeker Raven through the gate, and it's a kill. It'll do.
Welcome to my Twin Gate.
Yes, indeed. Easily done there.
Moonlight Shadow. Blacklist that are looking to pressure more top lane.
Yeah, and they should be able to find him. Arrow set up. Oh, the creep actually blocked it. Does allow Shanks to wind run out. So he will make it out with his life. I mean, I'm not really sure how much that's worth in a game that's going this poorly, but at least it's not more farm, more gold into the pockets of Raven, who is going for that Battle Fury build, by the way. Carlo is experiencing what it's like to have a 24/7 gas station open next to you, and it's pretty bad. Carl's just kind of running around here. They're finding D wards real easily. There's at least a rupture. Should allow Paulus to get something, but he's not even confident about this with KP and Carl both showing Bob as a Dream Coil. They will connect it onto 2 as Paulus
gonna die.
not get the kill. Bob is going to die at the very least. Paulus might not make it out alive as Carl, freed now of the coil, is going to find himself shackled now to a tree, but it's a very short shackle. It's a shackle shot level 1. Fortunately, he's out of mana for now with the gas station dead.
Not worth it to kill the gas station,
no,
my friend.
No way, right?
Solo kill?
Paulus? No, it can't be. Oh
okay.
God, I mean, if he doesn't get any last, it's maybe.
You know, if he didn't have that neutral item, the occult bracelet,
he would have died.
Would have died for sure. I mean, this item is just so inbound. 10% magic resistance, it's so huge.
They've got themselves a DD rune into the bottle of Carl. Bosku's back alive and refills Carl, tops him up.
I mean, this is the best feeling as Storm. Poke on your team. And you're always full mana. You can play really greedy.
You know what I noticed? I don't know if this is just a Malaysian thing. I've seen it in Singapore as well, but you guys love saying top up. Like top up your balance, top up this, top up your tank, top up your tires. We don't use that phrase very much in America. Top up.
Top up my rice.
Top up the rice, exactly right.
Top up my bak kut teh soup.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one as well. And for now, I mean, well, this wouldn't really work, I suppose, nearly as well. But top up Raven's farm because he's now got a Battle Fury finished up. He's getting ready to go here towards the next item, BKB. Blacklist is coming along very swimmingly towards their next volley of items, aren't they? Carl now with the full Witchblade. He's got a DD rune, and again topped up constantly here by Bosku.
Yeah, Execration still doing their best to stabilize the game. Like
struggling.
The Unger Lord is like gonna be like a huge hero for them to play around with. He's gonna be the anchor. He has the Vanguard. He has the pipe going to be done soon. Actually, he already has the pipe.
Okay, that's
so
something.
That's gonna stop a lot of the storm damage. Storm, Pugna, and the Scorch Earth from Doom. Those are pretty huge in the early game.
DD's active, so Blacklist would very happily
they're not
take
trying to defend the tower at all. Well,
no,
okay,
I think you see DD rune, and I want out of there.
I guess.
KP is going to TP top on the Moonlight Shadow.
Did the ward see him TP down there? Might have seen him.
I'm not sure. I think you need to cut this tree, and then you can see. You see? Oh, you don't see. I think you need there's like one tree in the hot tub there. You have to
I
cut.
see. I'm looking at a screen.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think this is actually a pretty undervalued ward. I usually like to put it a bit lower, though, so you can get the vision here. I like that vision. And then usually you can see around the tree a bit easier behind the tower. What's your favorite ward spot, Winter?
I don't buy wards.
That's not true. That's not true. I quite like this cliff one as well. I think that one's pretty fun in the middle of the river where the old Roche pit used to be. Super
you definitely put more effort into placing your wards.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes I buy Quellings even. If it's a game where like I'm like pick this Witch Doctor hero so I can't really farm and
I'm afraid to say that I focus more on last hitting creep so I can carry the game.
Wow. And this guy plays Maiden and Disruptor, by the way. I mean, he doesn't really play anyone else. Big old zip for Shanks did not get... Oh, did get off the wind run, but it's not going to help him because Tim's has got Starstorm. An easy kill there. It's a full mech, nearly Greaves now completed for Tim. So he is slowly but somewhat catching up to the farm that Puck's managed to find so far.
Yeah, and Bloodseeker is making his way towards the BKB, which would be really important in the team fights.
That's a good point. I mean, just starting to make his way there. It does have the Mithril Hammer, the most expensive component, but still needs another...
Bob. Some twin gate action coming in.
Oh no, and he didn't get off the Wayne Earth in time, and he won't be able to, Winter. KP not taking any chances there. Drops the Doom, secures the kill.
Monkey King, one of the best heroes to catch Puck because he doesn't see you. The second one will be Earthshaker because they both can stun you out of vision. So it's pretty hard to play Puck against those heroes.
That's a good point. I think Nyx as well is up there, which is why you were thinking about that hero earlier, right? Can also stun you from outside of vision. Who else is really good against the Puck? Hex carriers in general, right? Once they get blinked.
Yeah, not when it's 18 minutes.
Sure.
Nobody's gonna have Hex at 18 minutes.
No. I'm talking about your Lions, your Shaman.
Shadow Shaman.
Usually they're able to
hero.
get vision.
Dead hero.
Dead heroes. Yes, indeed. Earth Spirit can sometimes be a bit tricky if you're up against a good Earth Spirit player.
Yeah, but nobody gets silenced right now.
Usually you take a point by 7.
Most of the mid players have.
Okay, mid's different. I don't know the mid builds. Mids they rush Octarine and they do some really unholy things. So
max stun and max slow.
Yeah, max stun, max slow. Carlo is in some trouble here. Does at least break. It's not really a smoke, but it's a sweep under a Moonlight Shadow. So they'll take that. So long as they don't lose Tino here, that would be far more stinging, and it seems like they won't.
Yeah, back then we would say that please stop feeding the Storm Bloodstone charges.
Oh my God, yes. And then you would get ready to kill Storm, and that was a comeback mechanic, and you'd be like, wow, guys, this Storm, he's on a 4 times killing streak. When I kill him, I'm going to get 3,500 gold.
And then he's back alive again.
And then he would press Bloodstone and deny himself, and he's instantly alive.
Oh, no,
you remember Pocket Deny?
I'm actually talking about the one that allows you to respawn fast.
Yeah, it was the same one.
Was it the same one?
You don't remember Pocket Deny, huh?
Pocket.
That's literally what it was. Wasn't it called Pocket Deny on Bloodstone? I'm looking this up. There's no way I'm out boomering you right now.
I don't get to buy the item, you know, on support.
Yeah, me neither, but I was always upset because that's when I started learning how to play Dota. How come Lesh never dies, and when he does, I don't get any gold for it? Right now,
brought a face off. Shackle. Oh, he missed!
Not in time, Winter.
He missed!
Hit a Malice, still allowing them to at least connect now on the Rupture, and hey, it's not 3,800 gold, but it's a good amount now. 600 in the pockets for Palos.
Yep. Right on point with discussing about the Bloodstone charges and then the Storm dies.
Yeah, Pocket Deny was into the game until 7.20.
Okay, fine. I need some pocket money. Give me some pocket money.
Yeah, you do. Respawn duration.
All right, there's your pocket money, Raven.
There's some pocket money. I mean, it's another kill onto Carlo. At this point...
Oh, Boss School actually gets the kill. Never mind.
There are a dime a dozen those kind of kills onto the Venom. To make his way, or try and make his way here towards that. It's just far too expensive an item for him, honestly. I don't know what he hopes to do. BKB now for Raven. He's not really a viable target right now, Winter.
KP also has a pipe, so he'll block a lot of the Venom, park under a lot of damage right now. Nice, Monkey King again.
Catch, and just no chance for Bob to do anything about that. They also managed to find a stun onto Tino using the arrow, set up the Wukong's command around him. Continuing the stun control now is KP. Nice little shackle shot. Not doing enough though, but still, that's major, as Raven didn't even need to use the BKB here to pick up those extra kills. Blacklist Rivalry go where they want, taking what they please, find the puck, find the tier 1 tower.
And this is getting from bad to worse for Execration. I said the game is starting to be stabilizing for them, but then again, after I say that, Blacklist comes back again.
I mean, they've trapped it well around this puck, haven't they? The real question that Twitch chat is clamoring for, Winter, is will Blacklist get 3 more consecutive unanswered kills? Will we see the magic scoreline for the second, third place tiebreaker?
One more team fight.
One more team fight.
Yeah, one more team fight.
And 3 more pickoffs onto Bob, as those have been just nearly as likely. Palos, at the very least, now he's approaching the farm that Carl have. And as you said, right, stopping this farm snowball machine is real important. Let's get a kill there. Heavy price to pay, but
Radiant are scanning.
Sacrifices must be made. You know, you can't come back in a game without breaking a couple of supports, as they say.
Even in a game when you're winning, the supports still have to tank.
That's right.
Some ganks for you.
Tank spells as well.
Tank spells, run in, use your body. In SEA, we call that body initiating. Run in and let the enemy focus you.
I call it space creation. I mean, it's not bad. It's legit, you know? It's like when you play a lion, you jump in, you heck someone.
Come on, not with a lion. You body initiate with a lion.
Listen, right? You're pushing high ground. Your team is pushing high ground, all right? Picture this, Winter. You're playing Radiant side. Your team is just standing there. Just standing, just outside of range. No one's doing anything.
What kind of team do you have?
You have an alchemist who has Aegis, who's just sitting there and says, nah, I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of doom. And you just say, okay. You smoke yourself up in the team and you say, get ready to rip, boys. Leroy Jenkins your way into the base. You hex the first hero you see, throw the Earth Spike, Finger of Death while you still can, while you have time to draw breath. And then they throw stuns back at you, and then you just yell at your Elks to go in because they've already used everything. It's easy. This is how I win like 50% of my games. This is not a joke.
That doesn't sound like your normal job description as a support.
Well, sometimes, Winter, you gotta wear a bunch of different hats. For now, the hat that Shanks wants to wear, maybe like a bit of a fedora as he tries to sneak away from this one. Nice shackle shot. The Doom, though, is onto Palos, and with Carl coming on in, they are all but guaranteed to get the kill. Both kills going to Carl now as Bob.
Oh, Bob.
He's making it out alive. Yeah, with the Blink Dagger. BKB was used from Raven, so they get something out from it, but they're immediately looking for more as they actually take the Tino's Twin Gate on in. At least KP is bold enough to do so, but they have vision now onto Bob. He walks past the ward.
And how many times has he died to this Monkey King stuff?
Well, that time it wasn't even Monkey King, was it? It was just Storm zipping in. Yeah, it was just Storm zipping in. Monkey King didn't have anything to do about that particular death. Got on a right click at the end, but that was just Storm finding a zip. Bob thought he was safe. He thought the rest of the Blacklist side were mid, getting ready to siege, but they were patient. They were taking the scenic path on over, and Bosku's ward ended up picking up, netting them an extra kill.
Radiant's top tower is under
I mean,
attack.
just a great game for Blacklist and Winter. The answer is yes. One more scrap, and here we are, 3-22. 24 minutes in, we've done it.
Let's hope the game ends right now.
I don't think it's going to end. I don't see that happening too quickly here. We'll see, though.
Yep, here we go. Execration.
For another fight. That's not a bad one here, Boss.
I mean, just a support.
Not going to do a single thing about
Save
this.
your support.
There's the decrepit fight. Tim's looking for the TP out, but of course they have.
I mean,
a lot of
Cuckoo was like, do I go in? Do I risk my life?
He gave him
for anybody other than the Storm?
Give him a decrep, you know. He gave it a little college try.
He was hesitating. He was like running. He was thinking hard. Shall I put myself in danger for someone who can't carry me? Then he said no, and then his support is like, fuck you, I'm teams, you know.
Well,
then he turns back.
And then he remembered sometimes playing support, Winter, you have to be the mental support for the team. Oh, I think Shanks needs a mental support now. That's Windrun being dispelled already by a 25-minute nullifier. Yeah, Carlo is up next. That was at least the ultis. They're gonna think about taking the Twin Gate on in. Tino, he did take the Twin Gate on in. He's gonna be immediately nullified as Bob's gonna find a Doom now onto Bob. Or sorry, it's KP who finds a Doom onto Bob, pardon me. Jumping in, looking for another kill is Raven. Did not have the Primal Springed up, but has another nullifier. 3 casts the nullifier. Spells 4 kills against Execration this early on. This is just starting to get, I mean, it has been bad, Winter, but...
It has been bad since minute 5, man. Since the laning phase.
Hasn't been Bob, it's been bad.
Bob hasn't been building anything this game.
No, he hasn't. He's been hopefully trying to take out a life insurance policy because it's just not going well for him at all.
At this rate, even the insurance company is not going to sell you any premiums.
The actuarian is going to say, no, I'm sorry, we don't offer a plan to support your lifestyle. And you just say, I'm just trying to live my life, man. He says, yeah, but have you seen what KP's up to? Raven? Even Carl catching you out? I don't think so. Carl's going for a damn sight device. It's treacherous out here to be a puck. And what stands behind you? A Windrunner? No, I don't think so. There's a nullifier here. Palos nullified as well. That BKB Mjolnir, you're far too late to do anything about it.
They can't run right now. There's an ops behind. They're too far committed.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can do. That's a nice jump on in. They're going to try and burst through KP, but Raven's going to get off the Wukong's command from the trees, buying precious space and time. Palos can't even get his hands onto Bosku. And now in goes Carl. Immediately wants to kill here on
nice
Palos. The stun gets caught by Bob, though. He's arrowed up. Carl making the jump on him, but he's actually low on mana, so can't quite as easily get the kill. Gas station gonna end up starting up now as Carl healed back to full, but Bob does make it out alive. Here comes the big reset now. Execration haven't really lost anything, but they haven't really gained anything either.
Yeah, KPS Doom right now. It's online.
Oh, yeah. Carl going in on his second bout. Did get topped up a little bit there by Bosku as Bob may end up getting caught here. They're going to try and get KP, but no. Bosku healing him back up a bit too much, and Palos is going to go down. Tim's got the kill through the BKB. The debuff immunity, not death immunity here, as that's 4 dead for Execration and Winter.
Oh, arrow. +1.
Another one.
Is he buyback? He used buyback, right?
Did. That's a dieback. I mean, this just has to be it. You're playing for a miracle at this stage.
I mean, Blacklist is just showing them who
is the winner.
Yeah, who is the winner of this Rumble-on?
That's them, by far. You know, earlier on we had a little All Chat Friday segment where I talked to Kuku and I said, who's the best Filipino team? And he said them because they play the numbers game. But now it's Blacklist who I mean, you look at these numbers, 4 to 31, pardon me, you can barely even say it, 25K net worth lead, 28 minutes in. This is rough. I mean,
almost 1K.
Winter, how? Wait. Hold on. Okay, I mean, there's a little bit of a fight going on, but no, actually, it's not a fight. It's just Bob, unfortunately, adding to the lowlights here, as he's going to get doomed up yet again. He's just simply dead.
How what, Richie?
Winter, how is Bosku more farm than Bob? Bosku.
Because he's the boss. Don't you get it?
He gave himself a pay raise. The stock buybacks.
I mean, if you're the boss, you can give yourself additional shares. You can give yourself an extra pay. Oh, this month I deserve an extra dividend because I'm the boss.
No.
And what can you say, man? You just say, okay, boss, I don't want to get fired tomorrow. Sure, boss.
Well, when you're playing against LGD, nothing to say. Tino, he might not even make it out alive. Arrow, yep. Where are you going, son? Absolutely nowhere. They still have a war stomp, by the way, so he is not getting out of here. I mean, it's just impossible. At this point, it's like the Blacklist is just playing with their food, pretty much. Raven, looking for a jump. Shanks, yep. No way to win run himself out of this one. We're out of 8, so he's gonna get out. He's been so bold to throw a shackle. Carlo, what are you, Carlo? Carlo, you can't be leaving your base like that. You're down 30 kills, my man.
What do I do, Richie? Carlo's asking you, what do you want me to do?
I think this is a game where
if I stay in the base, what can I do?
You break out the copium and the hopium. I don't know what else you do. I think you honestly, Winter.
At this rate, you just defend high ground and hope for the best.
You make dinner plans. All right, boys, where are we going for dinner? We had a pretty good season.
Are you forgetting about this is SEA region? There's always hope.
That's right. There's always hope. No, but Winter, SMG's not in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I just don't see it happening. Look, I absolutely commend them. They are fighting hard for these DPC points. It means a lot here to Execration, but clearly, Blacklist, they aren't keen to put themselves in a position to make any mistakes here either. You know, it's going to be the top up here for Carl.
Yeah, talking about dinner plans, Blacklist definitely looks the hungriest right now.
Yep, there goes Bob. There was a tune, by the way. They just were confident they didn't need it, because now they'll have one if Bob decides to buy back Carl. I mean, just permanent mana here. There goes Bosku again. He says, no problem, boss. You need more? I got more. Thank you, sir.
Who's the boss? At this point, I feel like the Storm is the real boss, not the Pugna. The Pugna is more about the...
Oh no, he's back to full mana? How could that happen? He was just out of mana. I can't believe it. Who could allow this to happen? And Bosku's like, don't worry, I got you. Oh, the Doom is onto Tino. Okay, I mean, that'll certainly result in a kill here. And actually, Winter, he does not have buyback. Bob is trying to conserve it for the last 10 seconds here. Paulo's nearly getting beat back and to death, really, by that Wukong's command. Fortifies are out. BKB's now expiring, but it's Blacklist, who are still A-okay now. I mean, still with Aegis, of course, for quite some time. Raven somehow finds a tree with that shackle shot, but careful, Carl's in, finds yet another Hex, and it's just a trivial kill there. Bob, I mean, certainly is going to have to buy back, but why, I guess? Aegis reclaimed. Forward at 37. In goes Carl yet again. There's the buyback. It will at least catch KP. He voluntarily, I want to say, breaks the leash there, as there's another, I mean, what? This site's the vice. It's got Bob's name on it or what, Winter? GG, that's it. Bobby, he just can't play. Kuka, look at that smile. He's as happy as could be.
I mean, you think you can pick Venomancer and beat me?
Unbelievable. What a game. Honestly, what a game from Blacklist Rivalry.
I mean, what a day for Blacklist.
Raven looked like he even almost had an emotion there for a second. That's how happy he was. I mean, incredible stuff from him. KP as well, a sigh of relief into second place, which likely means, Winter, that they won't have to play against any other C teams when it comes to the Poly Major. We'll see what the seeding rules are, but I predict if they're like the other majors, usually you get seeded opposite.
Good, sounds like good news for SEA.
Is that right?
But would you actually, no, you would actually rather play against the other C team.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously, Blacklist, they want to take highly value the DPC points.
I don't want to be playing against Tundra in my first round.
Right, that's just one more draw to potentially have Tundra in your group is what you're saying. I feel that. I think for me here on this game, you know, it comes down to, even if Blacklist go to the major, they perform so-so, but don't get enough points to directly qualify, these 100 points are still going to be pretty big for them, right? Because when it comes time for TI qualifiers, you are seeded based on your current amount of DPC points. And if by some way Execration doesn't make it by points, you know, you're going to want to have more points. You're going to want to have that better seed.
Yeah, 1 point last season. Was it 1 point?
It was half a point.
Half a point.
Quite painfully half a point. And we'll see if those standings get updated again, because there's the official standings and the non-official standings are vary quite wildly.
0.75.
0.7. Yes, by quite a little bit more, by a couple more significant figures than 0.75. But we'll see here, because we still have one more position to settle now, Winter, and that is going to be for a relegation slot. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, but we're actually not going to break. What am I doing? We're going to go back to our panel, of course, who's going to tell you a little bit about why this game broke out this way and why Blacklist is going to be the superior Filipino team.
That's right, friends. We have now figured out our second place and our third place team. And congratulations to Blacklist Rivalry as they secure a silver medal, and Execration end up with a bronze. And it's a bronze that may come to haunt them. As we had mentioned at the beginning of this series, Execration are currently 13th place in the rankings right now. If everything just froze at the end of this tour, then they would be one position away from being directly qualified to TI. Now, basically, that means that if they go to the major, they need to at least place top 6 or top 8. Which one gives points?
8. 8 at minimum gives you points. Obviously, you want to go higher, you want more points than that, but whether or not Execration can break the trend on their LAN performances remains to be seen. As, you know, they're on the upswing, but it's not quite enough to really be dominant in any way in the region. Granted, it's been a weird tour for Southeast Asia. This game, it was just dominant start to finish for Blacklist, really. It almost feels like there's not much to say. Like, it was that clean. Our scoreline was very lopsided. Blacklist were the ones in control. Their lanes felt good. They execute, they play as a team almost reminiscent of Game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's also Bob kind of ruined his own rotation. And then I just think actually there's no rotation that he can go for, because it was a Underlord versus Monkey King lane. And then on the bottom lane, it was Bloodseeker just not having a good time at all. Like, I think hitting those arrows from Team Marana definitely mattered a lot. It's just, I feel sad for the Pug. Like, she can't move anywhere, and like she has to move before this storm, you know, touches his teammate too, because that's what you're for, right? You pick this Puck to, you know, control this storm, this Puck now, but then like there's no lane for you to go. It's just pretty sad.
Just look at the net worth on this screen in the top left whenever we stop looking at webcams. She was, oh my god, it was bottom 3. I didn't even know it went that low.
Yeah.
Puck fell behind Tim's.
Yeah, she's not really considered as a pick in most teams, I would say, because now all the offlaners are so bulky, right? All the Vanguard and then into Octarine. In general, you want to feel strong as Puck because you can burst quite a few heroes, and then like because you have this cooldown thingy on Puck, right? You're gonna buy Octarine too. So when you meet heroes that are also gonna do the same thing and you can't kill them, you just feel really bad.
That's what ended up happening in this game number 3, but at least Execration pushed it to a full series, which is encouraging in the sense that both these teams are going to the major. I'm glad that it's competitive between the two as opposed to just a straight out stomp. I mean, given the track record of SEA, I would not even be surprised if like we have some sort of rock, paper, scissors situation where theoretically if Bleed had to play Execration today, Execration would have beat Bleed randomly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just God knows what's happening in the sea. I don't know. I don't know if the players even know as well what's going on, but it's random sometimes. And at the least, in this case, Blacklist, it's a little bit more consistent. They have a great day.
They had a great day.
Game 1, Game 3, pretty much in line with how their first series went, except for Game 2. Again, maybe down to that Dusa experimenting a bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, we are getting a real treat for back-to-back Blacklist interviews. And this one is with Cuckoo. way, Cuckoo, welcome. Oh, you
Hello.
adjusted your webcam. Why is it whenever you're playing, I'm like looking at your chin?
You like that angle? Or
Yeah, I like that angle. That's how I like to look at you, Cuckoo. Yeah, that's right. That's the one that I want.
Yes.
This is the POV
This is
that I
the-
crave.
This is the old T1 angle.
Cuckoo, my most pressing question, we were wondering this during the draft. Do you enjoy playing Venomancer?
Actually, I like the Venomancer, but my carry player don't like it.
Really?
I think, yeah.
What about when
because
you were...
it's kind of weak on the lane, so it's like there's a level timing, I think. Yeah.
Okay, then what about when you were off lane? Did you enjoy playing it then?
On offlane, I just want to cancer the enemy, like against like Ursa, Void, something like that. It's like there's a good feeling, you know.
You just like being
winning lane with,
annoying.
Yeah.
Well, it works out. Although this time it was denied from you in, was it the most recent game?
Yeah.
Or was game number, game number 3.
Execration took it.
Execration took it. But it doesn't matter because you got the series in the end. Aurora, any questions for Cuckoo?
I'm really interested in the Medusa pick in game 2. Like, what happened there? Why did you guys decide to pick Medusa? I feel like there are so many reasons that you shouldn't pick Medusa there.
Actually, I think the Alke NTA, they cannot fight the Medusa if we have like 50-50 game. So that game, I think they just snowball like after the lanes. We got destroyed, so he cannot carry that game, the Medusa. I think it's our fault, his teammates.
Not Raven's fault.
Maybe the Crystalist only. He buy Crystalist.
Some itemization. John, what you got for Cuckoo?
Cuckoo, I miss talking to you. I hope you miss me too, because you better miss me. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm curious. What was this all chat in game 1? What was this? Because we didn't catch the first half. What's this? Ikaw mag-book ng grab? Why are you booking them a grab? Where are you guys going to celebrate?
It's the Exeboys is asking for hangout, something like that. But I don't know if we will hang out there because of we win, and I think we want to celebrate, and they inviting us. Like that.
Oh, okay. What's the default hangout spot for you guys? Because I know the one thing I remember with you is Okada, but where do you guys tend to go when you're looking for a good time together as a bunch of lads?
They asking to have on the club.
Okay. Not quite what I expect. Now, what's the one thing that you're looking forward to the most going back to LAN, going into Bali? What's the one thing that excites you? Is there any team you want to play against, or is there anything about the LAN that you miss?
I think I just wanna fight the Europe teams because it's so far. I think the level of competition. So I like those competition. Then I'm thinking that we need to at least do well, like top 6 or top 8 or top 4 or champion maybe. Yeah.
It's an SCA major, Cuckoo. Nothing would make us happier than have an SCA champion. Before I let you go, one last thing. Let me get your analyst take. Our next series is Army Geniuses versus Boom. Which team do you think is going to get relegated between those two?
I think Boom will win.
Boom's going to win. They got the Mushi magic. Is that what it is?
Maybe it's because of the mindset for the Army Genius. They just lost, something like that. So I'm just thinking the Boom got better mindset. Maybe they need to reset. The Army Genius.
Yeah, I mean, that explains why you guys did so good today. You were in the right mindset for both your series. Cuckoo, Bosku, congratulations on such a fantastic series and such a fantastic day, and can't wait to see you guys perform in Bali.
Thank you. Bye,
Much
guys.
love. Catch
Bye.
you later. And because that was a full 3-game series, unfortunately that means that no defense of the hot takes. You actually witnessed our final set of hot takes after our first series, because now we got to get into our third series. But before I can do that, I have to extend my thanks to Aurora, as I believe this is your last panel here on the SEA DPC. Were you here from the beginning of Tour 2?
Yes.
Okay. Well, like I said, I was going to save the nostalgia for the end panel. So, Aurora, what was your experience like as a panelist?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't come here just to be a panelist. I was like, oh, Winter's there, Adam's there. Okay, I can get my free lessons.
Tsunami's there? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, true. But yeah, for me, it has always just been a great learning experience, like from the game towards, game and then to like being a person, like being able to communicate and then express myself. I just think it's a really great opportunity and I'm very grateful for it.
Do you think... No, go ahead.
I just think like I lucked out in, rolling all the friends and colleagues when I work. I just feel like every time I go to a place to work and then they just set the bar so high, I don't want to leave,
Dota people are great. I've worked at great many events, and every single time I get to interact with a new cohort of people, and every time there's always very, very fun dynamics. So that's why, be honest, have you learned very much over your time over the past 6 weeks?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it's a lot also whether I think of the game and also in reality as just a solo person or like I need to partake in, society, because I would very much prefer to just, like be alone.
Yes, of course. We are all introverts, but Dota is a very collaborative game. It is a team game. And Aurora, it's been a pleasure to have you on our team. Could we get her lower thirds up? Any shout outs? Where can people find you on the internet? Do you stream?
Yeah, I stream.
Okay.
So it's
Twitch.tv/
Aurora Pew Pew Pew.
Aurora Pew Pew Pew.
It's not the same as the Instagram.
That one has 2 A's.
This is the Instagram, yeah. This one has 2 A's. My stream only has 1 A.
Okay.
After the R.
But on the gram, it's Aurora Pew Pew Pew.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Well, Aurora, thank you so much for your time here on our panel. Good luck in your future competitive gaming aspirations. Can't wait to watch the next Commonwealth game and then hopefully a next DPC game one day, Aurora. But as for right now, we need to get into our relegation series, the last series of tour number 3. It's going to be Mansion Army Geniuses taking on Boom Esports. We'll see you right after the break. That's right, friends, the Bali Major. And guess what? All 18 teams have been decided. That's right, as we get into our final day, basically, of the DPC and our final day of league play all around the world. I believe North America will have some tiebreakers going on, Western Europe has some tiebreakers going on, but we all know the teams that will be going to the Major. And I'm going to quiz my panelists on it. Winter, welcome back. Actually, welcome for the first time. Adam, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, Winter, tell me the 4 Western European teams that are going to Bali.
Damn it. Tundra,
Okay.
Quest,
Yep.
Liquid, and Gaming Gladiators.
Well done. You got Quest. I thought that was the one that might throw you off. Okay, good job. Adam, Eastern Europe.
Bad Boom,
Okay.
Spirit,
Yep.
9 Pandas.
Yeah. that was easy.
Yeah.
It's basically been the same 3 teams for every single major, except in Tour 1 they were called Hellraisers instead of 9 Pandas. China. Winter.
LGD,
Okay.
Aster,
Okay.
IG.
Yeah. And then the last one was just decided like a few hours ago.
AR.
Correct. Good job, Azure Array. That's right. That's the last team. It's Lu, Somnus, Chalice, FY, and YFTX, or Jiang. I am not familiar with that support player, but yeah, he's their support player. Adam, Southeast Asia. Oh God, I'm panicking.
Bleed, Blacklist, and Execration.
That's the one. That's right. We determined that today. And North America, Winter, which one?
Nouns,
Yep.
Shopify Rebellion.
Correct. And last one, Adam, South America.
East Coast,
Yep.
EG.
That is correct. Those are our 18 teams going to Bali. As for the teams that are going down to Div 2, we need to figure that out right now because we got our draft for game number 1 of Mansion Army Geniuses going up against Boom Esports. Winter, we didn't get your thoughts or input on series number 1. Were you able to watch much of series number 1, the Army Geniuses versus Blacklist?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine then.
I was busy taking care of my errands.
Fine. But this is your real job, Winter. So then, to refresh everyone's memory, Adam, do you agree with what Cuckoo was saying? Cuckoo said that Boom is probably going to be able to take the series because AG just looked out of sorts.
Yeah, I think he was spot on. AG does look kind of lost. I think Boom maybe were more lost, but ever since Mushi came in, I think they've been a bit more okay.
Yeah.
I think all along they've had like a system. It's just an execution issue. Whereas AG looks a bit more pubby in my opinion.
Yeah, they didn't have the heroes that make them look strong in the last season. This time they are still figuring out at the end of the season. And I do agree with Cuckoo as well. I feel like looking at the last couple of series that both teams played, Boom definitely felt like they are the better team right now.
Let's see if they'll be able to continue the magic because both of these teams are actually coming off of a bit of a cold streak. Obviously, Mansion Army Geniuses just lost to Blacklist a few hours ago, but also the last time we saw them in an official game was last Wednesday, where they also got 2-0'd by Bleed. And Boom, after doing phenomenally against Talon, whenever Mushi made his debut back in the offlane, they 2-1'd Talon. Then they played SMG on Friday, and they looked like old Boom, kind of. It was the Mushi v Mid 1 showdown, and SMG got a 2-0 against Boom, and we were like, oh, never mind. The Mushi buff only lasts for 3 hours.
Yeah, but maybe it's off cooldown now.
It's ready now. The Pango is online.
Even pick Carl for himself.
The Yule's Pango is back, man.
He knows. I mean, it's a good response against Pugna. I like the Doom coming out from AG though, because I was wondering what they could pick against the Carl. Like, they could do Carl Ember, Carl Storm, Carl Pango, and there's a lot of heroes that you don't want to open up yourself to that combo. But Doom is and has been always the old school counter to Carl Ember, because you just Doom the Ember, and it doesn't matter if you chakra someone if they're doomed. You know, they don't have spells. So I also think it's a DB hero. Also probably one of the most OP heroes right now.
Yeah, talking about DB, like he's been struggling this season. You know, they didn't really find a lot of like good heroes for him, and Doom is probably the most suitable one.
What DB stands for?
What?
Doombringer.
Okay. So is he gonna bring the Doom on Boom?
Bring the Doom.
That's a question that we're gonna answer at the end of the game. So they ban out Clockwork, Rubik. Clockwork not a very conventional ban, but I guess it's mostly for the partner. You open the draft a partner, you just want to remove that hero.
Or if they want to pick Spirit Breaker.
I guess so. Rubik and Clockwork, they're both really good against Spirit Breaker. I don't like Spirit Breaker as a core as much off lane, you know. Mid, I
Played
think
on
is,
Jokam, right?
yeah, mid I think is fine, or pause 4, but I don't like it because in the earlier series we saw it on the off lane. Like I feel like if you have Spirit Breaker on the off lane, then you are lacking a lot of like the aura carriers unless you can have supports to buy those aura items.
Hold up. What
So
is this?
Pause 4 slug.
What's this fish?
Saksa.
Slugsa. Yeah, I feel like it's a flex for them. I don't really understand why they would pick a core slug here.
Yeah, so must be like a position 4. But I
They
feel
don't
like
see the lane.
yeah, but I feel like a position 4 slug with Pugna position 5, it means you're gonna have
Some stun issues.
no stun again, and you're gonna have to rely on the cores to make up for that. And I feel like pause 4 slug is not something to be pulled off easily. You know, you need to really understand on how to abuse the vision and how to make your hero. Obviously, the shot is amazing on the hero, but you need to be able to abuse the vision and place down walls, get information. He's kind of like a pseudo bounty hunter. You run around the map, especially during nighttime. You have the vision advantage. You have to give your team a lot of information during that period of time to make this pick useful.
Speaking of the save, it was kind of weird to me that they picked it because I feel like the save is not good against Pango Portal, right? It's just stuff on the floor, which Death Shroud isn't really a counter to. Maybe just trying to expand their hero pool a little bit more.
Bro, is now the time to do that?
I mean, nothing else seems to be working for them.
They've been yanking open this hero pool. They've been digging the pool deeper and deeper and deeper.
They found Slark down there.
Yeah,
I mean, do you
stay
feel like it's just taking a book out of a page of SMG's book? You put the slug mid against the Pango.
It's not a good matchup though.
Yeah, I thought it was only good against the Ember. Who said it was good against Pango?
I think it's pretty hard.
Didn't they do it like one game, like one?
Really?
I don't know, maybe we'll see. The batteried Slark at nighttime running around. It's just very interesting that they would pick it here.
I mean, it threw Boom off.
15.
Boom off has been churning through reserve time because they're like, what the hell is with this Slark pick at the beginning of the second phase?
Yeah, Clairvoyance is definitely up to something, hopefully.
Hopefully.
So Enchantress Elk, we saw how Elk is so inbound in the lane with, what was it?
Tekis.
With Tekis. I mean, obviously.
So much damage.
Tekis is a bit unfair, I guess. The hero, I probably rate Tekis as the best hero right now of the patch.
So does everyone else, I think.
Yeah, the hero is just so busted.
Ban of first pick.
Enchantress can kind of do the same thing in the lane. You're pretty strong in the lane with the Elk. You have kill potential. You do a lot of damage. You can get a creep, run in. And Enchantress also, you get to dispel the decrep. So that's pretty useful for your team.
AG1 here. Looks like a pretty good Timbersaw game. I don't know if they're willing to flex the Doom. They could also just pick something for his Pangolier. We see Boom removing Bloodseeker and Queen.
How about if they just keep this Slark as carry? How do you like that?
That sounds like a better idea.
I don't mind it, but they should pick their mid here then.
Okay. Ember?
Actually, that's not true because Boom run Pango on the offlane, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
that is true.
there's a high chance the Pango's going off lane. So it's better to keep the slug open and then pick the support,
the
right?
last pick.
Pick a position 4 hero that hopefully has some stuns.
Yeah, but then picking a mid does keep the Slark open.
Oh, as a support flex. Yeah, I think he was thinking more of like safe lane or mid.
Flex. Oh, okay, I see.
Yes, that's probably the decision.
Freaking Slark pick, dude. The Slark pick is so weird.
It is.
I can't outright say it's bad though.
Do you
'cause,
want to know what's going to happen? DB is going to play Pugna, Jokem's going to play Doom, and all right.
Oh yeah,
never mind.
didn't they do it like one of the games, right?
They did. I feel like the Pugna has had the most success on DB so far.
CM, so Slug CM.
Also
of it's
nice against
mid-flex.
Elk. The Pugna against Elk is pretty nice because he has no way of last hitting when you decryptify him in the lane.
It's good against the stun too.
Yeah, but Ench does bully you.
True. I mean, you're a Pugna, your Ench bullies everybody.
That is true.
Like, how are you supposed to play this lane? Do you just like run around, block his camps? You avoid confrontation, right? You try not to play
As the
lane.
Pugna or as the...
Yeah, as the Pugna, you just keep the Ench busy so the Doom 1v1s the Elk, right?
Wait, so we're talking support Pugna here or support Doom? 'Cause I think it's a support Doom.
Oh, you think it's a support Doom? So
Yeah.
the Doom follows the Ench. And
Yeah,
the
you
Pugna
just be a
stays-
body between the Pugna.
Oh yeah, that's actually much better for the lane.
Yeah, because Pugna doesn't want to get chased by Ench
Yeah,
and
you're
Doom
right,
can
you're right.
kind of man up on you.
Okay, and then what does a 4-position Doom do in the game?
Just Doom things, you know, buy bongo boots, run in, Doom
Devour his Ench creep.
Doom the shit out of the Pango. So he can't heal your teammate.
That's the same. What's the 4 Pugna do here?
Okay, yes, I agree with that, but only in the lane. At least like past 15 minutes, I see more 4 Pugna than I see 4 Doom.
No, actually, the core Pugna makes more sense here
Okay.
with their lineup.
That would be pretty cool. I mean, it is one of DB's most played heroes, so yeah.
Buy auras for your boys. You have a tornado save. There's a lack of stuns on Boom.
Dude, and then Doom can just get the armor creep, get the Ice Ogre.
That's true. I'm surprised they went for CM instead of Leech. I feel the Leech Slark, the talent ran was pretty strong. It's also a nice lane, right? Like it helps Slark man up against the minus armor.
Yeah, and the Lich is good against the Elk. Later, the shield. Like I mean, CM is like it's totally
That's
different.
an Eng creep killer, right?
Eng creep killer, but the whole game feels different because you can play a lot more fast. You're actually much better at ganking the early game, especially if you compare a Lich and CM that won their lane. The CM would definitely do more initially after you win your lane. You run around, you rotate, you gank with the Frostbite. Well, Lich is more like later, you know, you're stronger. I feel like Lich is stronger later compared to the CM.
Lash and Viper Band. Damn, where did they dig this up?
What is... So the Lash and Viper Band is to protect the Slug, right, I presume?
Yeah, it is.
Because the Lash kind of can kill the Slug through the Shadow Dance.
But
and
I
Viper
just
for
don't
the break.
remember last time I've seen this hero.
This is the second time we've gotten a final phase of Viper ban.
So for Boom, they are going to look for, I presume, probably a Yopaj hero. Or they feel like Mushi is like, I don't want to lane Yopaj. I'm not going to lane against...
Fine though.
I'm not going to lane against Slug.
I think Pango Coddle will actually win the lane because you drop like 2-3 nukes and he's like, the Slug can't do anything to you. This is a Yopaj hero. Okay, no way Mushi's playing Mars, right?
We were talking about how Mushi can't play Pango the other day, but he played Pango.
Yeah, he's just ready to show off. I do think it's a Yopaj hero though.
Yeah, the Mars feels more like a much better mid hero here. Because the lane is better, right, to put Pango against the Slug compared to the Mars against the Slug.
Yeah, but giving Mars that much net worth, we saw Mars in our first series.
Yeah, it's not easy to kill AG's heroes too. Like once this Doom gets a pipe or something, like he can definitely choose to go for auras, right?
And then if they have a Timber, you have 2 strength heroes.
That's true. The Yoei Timber, they might bust it out here. It's a very good game.
Yeah.
Lame. But they want to win. I can't blame them.
Where's this Mars going? Yoei takes the TA.
I want to know. Come on, Mushi, what you playing? All right, so Mushi Mars.
Mushi Mars. I feel like this dude is intentionally picking heroes that have been released in like the last 5 years.
Yeah, he's like, I can still play Dota.
But why the lane should be harder for him as a Mars against the Slug?
I think they want Yopaj to scale more, use the chakra. Because he has no one else to chakra, the Pango's not
could this be because of the last pick TA as well? They feel like the Mars TA lane is bad, so you want Pango there, but I feel like Pango there is not really, like even the best
better. I don't know, but Mushi will make us know soon.
Hopefully.
And your dream still has not fixed his headphone cable?
So I'm so like, I have PTSD. You know? It's just across his chest. He's been like this since the start of the tour.
I know.
And it's probably a wireless headset too, so you can probably just take out the wire.
But my latency.
Oh man. Alright, DB Doom and pause for Pugna.
Yeah, let me ask you, who feels like they want to win more with the draft? Feels like mentioned.
Before the Mars, I think Boom had a decent draft.
Yeah.
And then the Mars kinda threw me off. And AG, as much as their picking order was kind of weird to me, I do like their draft a bit more.
Agreed. Sold.
The heroes do make more sense, but yes, I'm still very confused why second phase first pick Slark.
I mean, if they
It's
win,
probably a flex till it wasn't a flex. And they're like, oh, Elk, I can play Slark here.
I mean, if they can win the game with it, why?
That's true.
Who are we to question, man?
Who am I to question? This is the game that controls whether or not you will be relegated down to Div 2 come the 2023-2024 season after TI-12, and also has some influence on seeding, so it's a very, very important series for both these teams. Let's get into it with our casters. It's going to be John Xfire and Seek and Strike.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks, panel. And yeah, exactly that. You know, might not make the most difference immediately. I think a lot of people, including these players, much rather have eyes on TI rather than what comes after TI. So I think for a lot of these players, it's maybe a point of pride as well for Boom, right? Not to be re-relegated after their rough, shall we call it, Tour 1 in the Winter Tour for their debut here. but I do think it's going to be a lot about seeding here, trying to make sure, give yourself the best chance to get into that upper bracket.
For sure. I'm not sure how we do seeding. I remember last time it's by DPC points.
It is by DPC points, but Boom don't have any.
Yeah, would
so
they get points for staying? They would, right?
No, you don't get points for staying. You get points, I believe, only for a top 5 finish, if I'm not mistaken. I have it open here. Let me just double check. You get points for a top 5 finishing. So SMG have locked in 50 points already.
Right.
6th place, your only prize is not getting your butt sent.
And some cash, right? Like, what's the
yeah,
cash?
I mean the money's all right here, 24K.
Yeah.
Compared to 23K. So it's a mild difference.
I mean, if you think about it, isn't that a prime ePulse prize difference?
It is.
Exactly
it,
isn't it?
You can do that now by scanning the QR code and entering promo code. I think it's DPC23 Summer for 1 week of free Prime. We're giving away those Bali Major tickets. I don't know if we did the promotion, the activation last time, but you can figure it out by scanning that QR code.
You see what I do for you?
There it is. There it is. And I'm looking at these points, right? And SMG have 167, and Boom have 0. So they won't be able to overcome that. And I believe AG as well, also at... Oh, AG have 80.
Yeah, they place a little bit higher into it too,
so
they're in a good spot.
It's based off of just your last finish then.
Yeah, we'll see if Boom can at least hang on to Division 1 after what you called a rough start in this tour. Yeah. We do have a little bit of a strange draft that we'll get into as we go into the game. Are taking a look down mid. Yo Punch on the Pango up against Yoe on his Templar Assassin. And this is, funny enough, all right, the funny enough, 2 Indonesian orgs, but 2 Filipino mids. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
And this one should be a little bit easier for Yoe for sure to harass out. The Pango shouldn't be too bad off, so I'm keen to see how much Yo Punch can get.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a funny matchup as well between the TA and the Pango. Because as you say, the lane's really hard, especially when you start meld striking him, and here's those side blade spells that Yopaj can't really outmaneuver.
Yeah.
But actually you get this Rolling Thunder, maybe you start connecting on a couple of your cores, you have Swashbuckle spam thanks to the Chakra Magic eventually, courtesy of Zephyr down bottom. But then comes a moment of the game where Yoe says, okay, I'm going to kill you when you roll at me.
Yeah.
You just have the damage.
Yeah, you just don't care. That's the cause of concern down the line. Well,
that's much down the line.
Much down the line, but honestly, sometimes not too far down. Like Dragonlance Desolator is a pretty good launching point.
That's a good point, yeah. Fair enough. Maybe that's where you expect the Natsume Alchemist to have a little bit of a better start to help soften what could be a pretty big haymaker that TAs tend to throw here. You don't have too much minus armor, too much in the way of minus armor, so at least there is that. So speaking of minus armor, DB, he's going to eat a bit of it now. Blood Grenade thrown towards Natsume to try and slow his roll. Not the case here. Jokum turning to fight towards X-Nova, who has impetus, but has not enough HP to take the trades versus the Baby Skeleton Man.
And this is the kind of start that you would want on the Alchemist, of course. I love how you describe Pugna, Baby Skeleton Man.
Yes, he's a baby skeleton.
He's a very weird character.
And he is.
His lore is deeply disturbing, but at the very least, his gameplay is not too disturbing. And again, a strong start for Boom coming out. This is exactly what you'd want on the Alch. You're not really being contested in your CS. Natsume's having a great time farming up. There's only so much you can do here for like this. I've seen this Pugna Doom lane a couple of times. I'm not the biggest fan. It's a little bit strange to kind of play this because you don't really have natural synergy with Doom and Pugna outside of like Scorched Earth with Decrep, which is also not that impactful. So it's a bit strange for you to kind of apply that pressure, unlike say Doom Techies in comparison as a lane duo. That's something that slows down the Elk. So I'm curious to see how much DB can get. If not, if it devolves into a farming lane, you're pretty happy on the Elk here.
Yeah, certainly. Especially because normally Doom is quite happy to farm. You've got a built-in farm mechanism. Do wonder here. Ooh, quick little cheeky pause right as we have our Lotuses about to spawn in. I do think you got to get really close to the pool. So X-Nova cannot channel from here. I believe DB is going to beat him to the Lotus. Let's see if that ends up making a bit of a difference. Oh, hold on. Who clicked first? No, it was X-Nova. Unbelievable. He got him.
It's Pro Gamer.
Pro Gamer. So it's Boom with both Lotuses. Zephyr secures it down bottom as well. Not bad whatsoever. Pretty big. Allowing you to out-trade in this lane. We've already seen it come pretty close once as Natsume almost got his courier killed by neutrals. Hopefully it'll make it alive. It'll make it out alive.
Yeah. I think the last lane you and I haven't really talked about is down bot here, Richie. In Your Dream on that Bloodseeker, along with Varish on the CM, up against Mushi on the Mars.
Yeah, that's a new one for me, I've got to say.
Did we not see FBZ bring out the Mars?
We did.
Maybe, as well?
Maybe it's Mushi's idea. Maybe he really likes Mars. He's like, no. FBZ, go upstairs. I'll show you how to play the Mars.
That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm curious to see how much Mushi can get done here. His laning start, it's going pretty well, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, he's finding the CS. He's not being zoned out.
19-3, as Winter always said. He was always a lane specialist. We'll see how much more he can get out of this, as he is going to be taking a fair amount of harass. Really nicely timed spear, though. And doesn't really miss out on any CS either. I mean, top in the CS charts right now. He's going to get plenty of mana as well. Some regen. It's a happy lad. Top lane is where DB once again is taking a bit of harass. This time, though, not lethal. And even 2 denies on the range creeps, which is going to hurt a bit. Backing up the range creeps, not being able to secure the last hits on them is a bit painful for Doom. You hate seeing that as a support.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling. At the same time, at the least, you're not dying in lane, so that's a little bit of a silver lining, I guess. You get to hold your ground. You've got level 2 Devour. It's a little bit harder to melt you down with your bonus armor.
How the hell? Why is this mid lane denying so much? Are you seeing this? 10 denies on Tango, 8 on Yoe. What is going on? What, are they too proud to hit creeps? They just want to out-deny each other? It's like Laney versus Dendi again?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're also getting decent CS on both sides. I think they're just opportunistic mids, you know.
I suppose.
Outplay.
I think for now... Oh, that was Zephyr, by the way, who threw a blood grenade at Veriz. Almost actually... I don't think you can't deny yourself a blood grenade, I assume.
No, non-lethal.
But almost did. If you could, you might have.
If you could, I'd use that all the time.
That'd be pretty cool.
I'd buy a lot of blood grenades.
Buy a lot of blood grenades.
And that's exactly what I want. I miss my Pudge play in gameplay. Ricky.
Oh, yeah. No one can do that now. I think Elk can do it, right? Doesn't this unstable concussion damage yourself?
I believe so.
And then...
But I don't know. Is it lethal on yourself?
I can't recall. I used to think it was. And then I think the other one used to be... well, Oracle's got a lot of really weird interactions.
The one I remember is only Pugna. Pugna can life drain himself to death.
That is very true. That's always a good time. We didn't see Bosku do it last time, so he's clearly been practicing. We'll see if Jocum ever finds it necessary to actually do it as well. As
it's always necessary.
He'll go for the double stack. He'll at least stack the Ancients, but Xnova has actually blocked his hard camp, and now is starting to beat his butt here with the Warpine Raider and his illusions following suit. Impossible to run from the ENG even as fast as a skeleton boy as you are on Pugna.
Yeah.
This ENG will be faster.
The chase down's always a little bit scary. He gets invade at a large camp, that hard camp now, so he can just clear out the small stack that he blocked off and just start to get going, gets a tomato creep for his trouble as well. So some good rotations can come out here from Xnova. And let me tell you, this is not a fun Pugna game for Jocam. You can't even use your decrep up against the ENG. You've got Dispel on hand. You're not going to be able to save for too long.
There's Coddle.
Squishy as hell.
Illuminate as well, which you don't really want to be buffing, even if it does mean you're avoiding, I don't know, 3 seconds of harass from a chemical raged Elk. Like, there's lots of problems, especially because Natsumi is going for the Radiance, so he'll still be doing a little bit of damage as well. Mushi maybe in for a rough time down bottom as Zephyr was off collecting the Wisdom Runes. Jocum does the same on the Radiant side. Mushi stays alive fairly easily here. I do wonder what his build is going to be, by the way. I don't quite remember what FBZ went. I remember the Mars being extremely underwhelming, and to me, that was just more of a symptom of the hero and not so much of the player. I recall a Blink.
Yes.
If I'm not
It was like Phase Boots Blink, if I recall right.
Right.
It was just the build.
Well, here's the phase. There might have been 2 bracers even. I want to look it up.
Mayhaps. There might have been 2 bracers, but I think that's basically been the build FBZ's been going for on his Mars for like the past year or so. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Mushi just goes the same route. He's going fairly all right. Again, the timing's not too bad. He catches out in your dream. Misses the arena.
Ooh. That's going to be a bit painful. It's okay. The first one, it's a warm-up arena. Oh, and they still might just get the kill here. They ought to. The last auto attack secures it from all sources of damage that were down bottom, Jonathan. I didn't think it'd be the Coddle right click to do him in. He's not universal.
Yeah, Kenny Sephardio does it, so more than happy to pick that up. Flaming some heads from the side of the Batham boys here on Army Geniuses. 0-2, a much slower start. a lot of focus on just farming up. We've seen a lot of heroes start to drop low, but no heavy commitment. I think both sides understand there's a tempo to this. The rotations are in, at least to try to retake that lane.
So, a little correction for us. FBZ rushed the Meteor Hammer the last time.
Ah, of course, okay.
I say rush, I mean it, naked, no boots. So Mushi decides he wants something to protect his feet here. Hard to blame him with the physical damage that he's up against, especially during this lane.
It's worthwhile. Nova can sacrifice his Alpha Wolf, but should be able to gate up. At very least doesn't get caught by the pounce. Again, a very even game so far. Trying to build up some stacks now. It's the side of Boom. Try to get that farm going for themselves. There is a trap. Keeping watch for these stacks. So you can try to invade down the line. For Yoa. Yoa is also getting some room to clear out the top jungle himself. And yeah, it's just basically a very farm-heavy game. Neither side really wanting to look to be too aggressive. They've got cores that need build up. The launching point, at the least for AG, is like this Dragon Lance to Deso timing. Once that's up, we can at least expect AG to try to make a play off the back of that. Until then, for the most part, you're farming. Like, you don't have that much activity. It's a Pugna CM, it's a Slark Doom. Everyone kind of just wants to sit back, so the supports have no one to really connect with yet.
Still need this Echo Saber for In Your Dream. I imagine at some point he's going to disassemble that, maybe for BKB, maybe for Ags, and then of course into the Mage Slayer, where Ij is in some trouble. As Mushi connects the spear, setting Yopaj up for the kill. That does get him much closer now to the Diffusal Blade, which I think is going to be the second jumping off point, or the action point. What's the word you used?
Launching point?
Launching point. For Mushi, I think it'll be Blink. I mean, he's got 1,600 in the bank right now, hasn't queued up the item. I think he prefers to open the shop and buy it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Dragging it into his inventory. I don't think you can buy items like that, can you?
I'm not sure. I've never tried it.
That's how Warcraft players always sell their items. They always drag it
yeah.
into the shop. Yeah.
Yeah, to sell. I don't know if you can buy them that way, to be fair. I always used right-click.
Yeah, same.
I have a very tiny brain. My recollection of the past, Richie, it's gone. I don't even remember what match we had right before this. It's all gone.
That explains.
Cache is cleared.
That explains why the boss coup, the boss coup Pugna does not stay in your mind.
No.
So even for now, it's both teams not too eager, not too excited to defend their tier 1 tower. Boom have the opportunity. I mean, there is gonna be an Arena of Blood ready, but Mushi seemingly would want to get this Blink Dagger up in time. Taking the gate on down is gonna be a difficult ask, and the tower's already down anyway.
Yeah. Again, just trading objectives. Neither side keen to overcommit. I would say it's easier for Boom to take fights at this stage.
They seem easier, right? Rolling Thunder, Chemical Rage, Chakra Magic, some heals, and of course, to tie it together quite nicely, the Mushi Arena of Blood.
Yeah, I don't think you even need Natsumi for that Chemical Rage. Just literally play with your Pango or your Mars. Like, you can make some plays across the map. They are just focusing to apply pressure, that build up. Again, maybe once you get some of these starting items like this, Diffusal for Yopaj flying out, that's when you can start playing.
It's funny, Yopaj just whipped on the swashbuckle, like super hard, like not even the right postal code, but it's fine. You have another one right away from Sakatl.
You've got Chakra, you have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you're fine. So expect that to get real annoying, especially now as there is Diffusal Blade ready to go for Yopaj.
You've got the blink up for Mushi as well, so this is the point where we have to see Boom do something.
Yeah, and they almost actually have Radiance as well on the Alchemist. You know, I don't expect him to start pushing high ground with that item, but it's not unreasonable for him to start showing up to fights. Nova ready to throw some creeps at towers. As Jokum nearly dies. That's Diffusal for you right there.
Yeah, I believe he got 2 salve uses on him as well. From the shovel at the very least. So.
Oh, Mushi really nicely positioned here to break the smoke. Blinks back though defensively to your disappointment. I think that's what you Mushi wanted here. Rolling Thunder getting ready to go. Like, here are a couple of bounces. Am I going crazy? I'm not. Yopaj went for a little bounce there onto DB and then didn't want to get doomed mid-roll. And so what could have been a big old, what do you call it when you redeem a good redemption arena for Mushi is going to turn into, well, just a blink back.
Yeah,
no big arena.
Yeah, just go back and farm. Who needs kills, right? Just play the map, work on objectives. You drag your attention away from your Alchemist. Natsumi is just going to be able to outfarm everyone. His farming pace is damn quick with his really fast Radiance with no pressure at all. Had some stacks in the triangle, so he's finding himself in a really strong position to build up on this Alch. For Army Genius's end, I mean, they've got the Dragon Lance and Yoa. Blink is on the way. He's working towards a Blink. I'm surprised he's not opting for Desolator first, wanting that early activity, because frankly, I don't know if you're going to do much with a blink.
Right.
I'll be frank with you here, Richie, considering their farming patterns.
I guess it could be like you're wanting to link up within your dream's diffusal time. And he's got Echo Finish now, just got delivered, so his farm rate will increase. He's substantially tankier, and I see a couple of supports you can just kind of steal stats from. Problem is Mushi, yeah, he's online now, and yep, that's plenty of damage. I'll get ready for double, right? Because Zephyr's going to be able to give him the Chakra Magic, leading into basically infinite swashbuckles here. Using them on the waves, but you can start to see why that'll be annoying for his doing well to stay out of the way of that one. But that'll be a mid-tier 1 tower taken down.
Nice pick off. Not the biggest kill in the world. 0-4. Boom with a 4K lead. With very little activity on the map, just being more efficient. You know, you've got all the room in the world for Natsumi. Literally no one on AG bothering to check on this Alk.
I guess
it's a little bit surprising, but
I guess for me, it's like everyone just wants to farm right now for AG, including this Doom, which is kind of weird. Like he showed up mid before, and then he forced Rolling Thunder, and then Boom awkwardly avoided a fight, and that was fine. Here we go. That's the Doom we're looking for. Blinding Light, buying a little bit of space and time for the Pangolier, but seems as if the only place he's going is 6 feet under. Now it's In Your Dream joining the fight. Zephyr in for a bit of a trouble here. Do they have the Hurricane? They don't. They've already used it. Oh, they just used it. And I think it's only assisted In Your Dream. A little bit of a misclick there from X-Nova, I believe. But it's fine. I think those heroes were dead anyway. And DB now joining the fight off the Crimson Guard being completed is going to be able to equalize your mid-tower for mid-tower.
That's what you want to see out from AG. They break the mold. They finally get some activity, some initiative on themselves. The blink almost done here as well on Yoe. So the process does simplify.
Purchase now. Arena of Blood, speaking of blink, out from Mushi. They're going to try and kill DB here. They got a lot of damage in before the Crimson Guard came out. But look at that Diffusal Blade damage starting up as they interrupt the freezing field. Magic damage as well is going to do a lot of work here. Another Rolling Thunder, but a swift little avoidance there using the Hurricane. Not good enough. Not so much a Hurricane, more of a tropical depression, really.
Yeah.
What do you guys call them? Because they're typhoons here in the Pacific is how it works, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
But once they degrade past below a category 1, we call them tropical depressions. Do you guys call them?
They're not typhoons, they're tropical depressions. Before that, they're also low pressure areas.
Yes,
before they evolve into a tropical depression. So
of course.
Those are the terminologies, Richie.
I was wondering if they differed here, but they don't.
No. I think we just don't call typhoons hurricanes, but that's just literally it.
That's it. Yeah. A typhoon is kind of a cool name. I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds, I don't know, it just makes me think of Deus Ex, you know, the Typhoon system. I don't know if anyone's ever played that game. It's a pretty good game. Good story.
Watch the movie. Pretty good movie.
There's a movie of Deus Ex?
Oh no, it's a
different Deus Ex.
It's a pretty artistic sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I have it on my watch list. Like I have this game on my watch list right now.
Yeah, indeed. We're watching it right now, Jonathan, as we watch, what a segue, Boom. Now smoke on up. They still have half left of this shield run for Yopaj. So at least in terms of its durability, they will be able to at least guard Yopaj towards the regen rune. But how much else can they get from this smoke? How much more do they want from this smoke? It doesn't really seem like... Well, maybe I'm wrong. Mushi is going to gear up looking for a fight. I mean, it's just a support, but, you know, we take those.
Yeah, don't mind.
How much more do they need to be fighting? Should they be fighting? I don't know.
We've got Arena. It misses again.
Misses again. Mushi. 2 zoning arenas.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. You've got Chakra.
It's 50% hit rate, you know?
Yeah. It makes them scared. I mean, you're building them up. You're like, make them expect, oh, the arena's going to miss.
Yeah.
She's a non-factor.
Look, spoilers, I haven't seen the movie, but I assume Oppenheimer does not literally start with a nuclear bomb going off. And you got to build up to it.
I suppose so. I'm not sure. You know, I hear the lore in that one. It's very deep, Richie.
Probably is.
Very deep lore.
There's a lot more in this one.
I love the memes of it already.
I mean, especially if we get many more average of 0.5 kills per minute.
God bless.
Gameplay. Then we're going to be forced to get into some of the lore here.
Oh yes.
I mean, for now, the lore is do not snore, because Yoe is just standing here patiently, ready to farm a wave. Has his blink dagger, has refraction charges. Can Mushi jump him? Difficult without the Arena of Blood to follow up.
Radiant are scanning.
Good scan.
Yeah, and Your Dream is, he's got his own diffusal. There's Blink Dagger now for the Elk. Usually you see, oh, well, Blink and BKB, so he's almost about ready to get going here. Do hear a fight breaking out, and that's just X-Nova getting eaten by the Slark. Second stack of permanent Agi here.
Yeah, It's starting to ramp up a little bit.
We're getting there. We're building.
They've got the smoke out again on Boom, though.
As Christopher Nolan says, this movie is going to kiss 3 hours long. I think this one's going to be quite long as well. As In Your Dream's going to be able to get off, the Shadow Dance, but he's still trapped inside here. Mushi, it's actually Natsumi who collects the kill, but let's say credit there is definitely well-deserved by Mushi. Root, of course, does persist as the debuff immunity doesn't stop the debuff, it just prevents the effects of it, which is what makes Rolling Thunder a little bit weaker, which makes a lot of these kinds of debuffs that persist quite strong these days.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, but it does pay off in the end for Boom. Really good smoke out, and again, taking the initiative in these fights, finding that big slurk kill, slowing down that momentum.
And AG, I mean, they're going to be pretty happy here, right? You're farming your way towards this Deso. That's another aura item for DB. He continues to be an aura master here, occasionally dropping a Doom every other blue moon. But there are big items as well being picked up over there on the side of Boom. And in particular, I'm kind of focused in on what Yopaj is building here. He's going for a Heaven's Halberd, which is going to be a pretty punishing item, considering that for at least the first couple of fights when this Deso is completed for Yoe, most of the damage is going to be coming from him.
Yeah. He's not going to have a BKB anytime soon, so...
His game's hard, too, you know? I mean, make that Mars as a last pick is definitely a little bit more uncommon, but it is going to block those ranged projectiles.
For sure. It's a good way of mitigating that output that they will want to bring out on RTA. I think for AG, what's important now is, regardless of that Heaven's Halberd, which Yopaj does pick up now, once you have the Deso, you've got to look for at least a pick off, then go for Roche. Like, it has to tie into that Roshan.
You have to wet the Bloodstone.
That you do.
Get that +2 damage.
That you do. Just like you have to watch 3 hours of Oppenheimer on IMAX
before you can see a bomb go off.
Oh, Oppenheimer and Barbie.
And Barbie.
Those are the best films of summer right there.
That's right.
I'm watching both of them 4 times, Richie.
Did you see that? I saw this little pop culture bits that Tom Cruise was upset.
Yeah, he was pretty upset.
That Barbie and Oppenheimer
I mean, what can you do? These are the best films. Like, this is the best match.
Yeah, you
so save it for last.
Much like Oppenheimer, this one might kiss 3 hours. We'll see for now. AG smoked up, just waiting patiently. A good movie, you know, it builds. We don't get into the action straight away, Jonathan. We're patient. We're patient moviegoers.
We are.
Or it's being set up, but it's Boom right now with a bit better vision. Yoe with traps on the high ground do allow him to hit for the D-Ward from range, showing off those Deso as well. Roshan left much well, actually, for where. He's doing A-okay for now, but he's going to be home, at least on bottom, for 4 more minutes.
Yeah, just stepping outside, shoving the kids away.
Nah, get off my lawn. That's my pit. Jokum can't allow Xnova any bit of efficiency. Denies another ward, and both teams now settling in.
This is a lot of time being expended by both sides. Literally no one farming.
Nope.
Maybe one hero shoving out the waves, but
eat your popcorn.
that's it.
You know, we're in for a barn burner here.
It's an absolute barn burner. Why did they say barn burner? As a term for something long.
Well, it's because a barn burner, actually, I think it refers to things popping off quite suddenly, because when the cow would knock over the lantern in your barn,
yes, of course.
Everything was dry. I mean, the hay, the dry dung, the wood's pretty dry, everything would just go up. And it might go up now. See if AG can set up a ward to try and fight around this, but the creep wave currently being in the position everyone's kind of settling around. They do see DB now, ward set up by Boom Esports. They have the initiative, but they don't have the the cast speed there. Yoe is going to be able to blink away in time. The Doom, however, onto Yopaj, so they're looking for the big old reset. AG still don't have vision on this clip. Is not going to be forced to BKB under the Chemical Rage. Mushi with a nice stun onto DB. That's going to be another unstable concoction charge up, thrown the way towards Jokum, who is invis, but underneath the Sentry Ward is kind of struggling. Gets off the Lotus, but is not going to live long enough. Yopaj now freed up the Doom, looking for the jump back on in, as he will find a second stun on the DB, as Mushi unable to connect. I think he had the spear lined up onto Yoe. In Your Dream now joining this fight, only has 5 sacks. Make that 7 now sacks of the Essence. But this fight, long, much like Oppenheimer, it's not done yet. We're still going for more, John. DB pushed off the high ground, forced to take the scenic route around. As In Your Dream finds himself completely alone. DB is trapped here, by the way. It's a little bit of a life drain for him. He'll be A-okay. And here we go. Fight round 2. Little intermission. Everyone stretch your legs, run to the bathroom, refill your popcorn. We're not done fighting for this Roach yet. At least I don't think we should be. But Boom, they might not have a chance.
I mean, they're on cooldowns now. They don't have the roll, they don't have the arena. It's much easier for the side of AG to just go in with the sheer output you have on Yoe.
The fastest Roche, though. And I mean, you're going to have Rolling Thunder in 30 seconds. If you can just keep him outside of the hit, that might be good enough. And that's a good start with that disarm. Jokum now, this time, he's going to have to take, I think, a second death. And this is going to be a dieback for him. Starts life draining, but immediately interrupted by Mushi. Exnova dying to Roche and the Slark in the pit. As Inner Dream sets to work on him. Bridge letting it go now. Immediately canceled that time by the unstable concoction. Yopaj just constantly getting these swashbuckles. And everyone's low on mana as Inner Dream pinned to the trees. But he does get off the Dark Pack in the nick of time. DB jumping back in. He's not got another Doom in this fight, Jonathan. Yopaj now is going to be settling in for this kill onto DB, as it seems like the fight is long. At the end of the day, it's Boom who take the Oscar for longest movie.
I mean, this game it's got some really topsy-turvy fights, Richie. It's 3-12. Boom is winning. I have to say, this is probably the most patient set of fights I've ever seen.
Insane.
Everyone's just like taking their time to use their spells, getting their positioning right, poking and prodding.
It's like 4 D words in every fight.
Yeah, and it does pay off for Boom, which is a massive win for them, because that's AG. We talked about it with this Deso. They needed a pick off into Roche.
Yeah.
They did not find a pick off.
They weren't really farming either, because everyone was kind of just awkwardly
standing off, like the new mid standoff.
Dancing on their toes there. Yopaj in some trouble though. Careful, out of mana. The casual evasion, will it save him? Exnova with the Force Staff in time. That's why you buy Force Staffs and even actually burning the mana back on the Slark, because it got that Orb of Destruction as well. What's going on here? Can they actually catch him? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, kind of close. Out of mana though, not doing too much more damage. What is the Orb of Destruction active called? Impeding Corruption. I would have never known. Never would have guessed it.
Impeding corruption. Ah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Isn't corruption
attack.
always impeding? It impedes stuff? Is there a non-impeding corruption?
Well,
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower is under attack.
when I do it, it's pretty good. I don't know about you.
I know you, Richie.
No, generally I would generally agree with you, DB. He's blinked into possibly his death, the Hurricane. More like a depression for him because he doesn't get into the river and he's killed off by Yopaj.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was a really bold blink in. I'm not really sure what he aimed to achieve there.
I'm not sure either. It looks like AG is still a little bit lost when we saw under series up against Blacklist. And just
Mushi.
Maybe not in the right mind space.
What are you doing there, Mushi?
He's watching film.
He is watching this film. He's getting ready.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
Watching.
structures are fortified.
Waiting.
Dire's
Listening to
top tower is
KYXY's
under
advice. Just listening to the advice to stay in the trees.
There he is.
Just there.
Getting ready to go here. Boom, really eager to force the issue. There's the spear back he's looking for. It's only onto a maiden. Does force his BKB, but he catches 2 inside the arena of blood. Nice stun. Also finds In Your Dream, but Bridge is going to live, at least for now. Doesn't have enough mana, actually, so he's not going to actually die to that Diffusal Blade swashbuckle, but the auto attack's now coming on through. And as the second spear back from Mushi, this time finds his man. DB finds any Doom, however, onto Mushi, trying to hurricane him back on in. Popped all the aura items here for DB, but he's still going down relatively quickly, or is he actually? The life drain from Jokum's going to be uninterrupted. It's Natsumi who's going to be forced back. BK being on his first life, but the pounds connecting doesn't actually, stop him because of the DB debuff immunity changes. In Your Dream back up to the high ground, but they've lost DB. Yopaj poking at him. They'll find him. These long fights, I mean, even though you have a Slark, it just doesn't feel like he gets ramped up fast enough for you to have an advantage. I don't know if I've seen him with higher than this, 11 essence stacks.
Yeah, it's not going up there quick enough, and your level spikes to really have those long durations essence shifts are still a ways off.
I think In Your Dream, before even Scotty, ought to consider turning this Oblivion Staff into the Mage Slayer. I think he needs that magic resist. He's taking a lot of damage here. Basically just from like Swashbuckle, Diffusal, the Spears. Might be a consideration for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault him for going for something like that. I do feel like he is prioritizing the stats, which is fair enough. It feels like there's a lack of direction on AG. Like,
yeah,
they need to start these fights somehow. Maybe just blink War Stomp off.
They haven't found her. They haven't found one yet.
Exactly. Like the Hurricane's fine and all, but it does feel like when you compare it to Boom, with how many angles they have to jump in, with Blink Arena, with Rolling Thunder, it's much easier for them to just.
And they poke better, right? Because their initiation's not so heavy in the commitment, again, the Swashbuckle, into basically refreshing it with Chakra Magic. And given how commitment heavy the side of AG is, you know what? You're going to send DB in, and if he doesn't find the Doom, well, what's his backup? Nothing? Well, you're in for a rough time. I think them starting the fights, especially into this Aegis here, is going to be a really big deal breaker for them. Much like that 3-hour movie length on.
Hey, that's not a deal breaker. That gets me excited, Richie.
Does it?
Talking about it. It does.
I see you love napping in the theaters.
I do. I enjoy napping in a cast as well, Richie. We're close to my old boomer nappy time.
You might get there. We might get there. We'll see. Hard to beat your record. Was it 110 minutes? Was it in Singapore?
I believe so. Somewhere about that range.
Almost a long one.
I'm not sure if that's the longest me and Mike have done either. I feel like we did a 118 game online once. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe something from China.
That's far too long, I must say.
It's not the worst scenario. I think I had a game in Singapore for PvP Esports, which went. This was old Boom with Kezcute on it. They decided to keep me up from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. I had to take a cab back in Singapore. You know how expensive that was for me? It was more than I made in a day.
I know. Took your liver.
Yeah. Gary still owes me. He doesn't know about this.
He doesn't know? Well, now he does. He's definitely watching this. Maybe he's watching at the same time as Oppenheimer. I mean, he probably has enough time to fit it in before the next team fight. We'll see. I mean, for now, I mean, Roche is up. Everyone's just kind of farming, trying to get to their next items. BKB for Yoe. Again, still hasn't found any kills on the Deso. His team only has 3 overall, but it's Boom who move. We'll take initiative here yet again. See what they can find. Yoe would be a really big catch here. He's trying to get into his triangle. No camps there will possibly be the thing to save his life, though. Mushi wants to end it, though. Has Blink ready, has BKB, has the spear, but no vision to actually make the jump.
Yeah, just patience. Don't want to risk it too hard on Boom.
Patient gamers.
Absolutely. Our patient gamers look for those discounts.
Yes, they do. They look for the best kind of fights. They look for a 2-for-1. Buy one, get one, as they
buy
say.
one, get one. Maybe you get a double feature. You know, get to buy a ticket for both Barbie and Oppenheimer.
You watch one, you watch the other.
Yeah. I mean, who would want to watch Barbie?
I know nothing.
I want to watch Barbie.
I know nothing about Barbie lore.
The lore is just Ryan Gosling, I suppose. The fact that he was a Blade Runner, right? So he goes from Blade Runner.
He was.
And then into Barbie. It's like, yeah, this is where to watch, I'm sure.
Then he's Ken doll.
Yeah. It's all tied into the dystopian setting of pre-collapse Blade Runner, I believe.
What are the toy movies that have come out? Transformers. There's quite a bit of them. G.I. Joe.
Yeah. I mean, there's no new G.I. Joe, is there?
No, they made one like 4 years ago. Or
yeah. I mean, not recently.
That still counts, I would say.
There's Toy Story, literal.
That's a good point, but that was a story first, wasn't it? I guess they did put Mr. Potato Head in there. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Right now, Boom, they're playing this game like it's PvE.
Yeah.
For the most part.
I mean, why not? You know, Overwatch lost their PvE, so we get ours.
That's right. So now we got ours. And boom, they're innovating here. Mushi's like, guys, I was really looking forward to that. He's a huge fan.
I suppose I could tell you a story now. I was playing a few turbo matches with Boom.Lane, manager of Boom Esports. It was around 12 a.m.
Sorry, Jonathan. I think we're gonna have to. It's gonna have to wait a moment.
That works out.
Lovely jump in. Natsumi sacrificing himself in order. Well, didn't really sacrifice himself, but in himself with the stun to ensure they get the kill on the In Your Dream. In any case, let's not lose this story, much like Lane loses all of his.
No, Lane griefed me. It's like I used my mic in game. He's like, wait, Mike, he ended up randoming in our turbo game. Played a mid Broodmother, lost that lane. I had played a random Clockwork safe lane because he couldn't pick.
That's pretty good.
And so that was our first game. And these degenerates, 12 a.m. looking for some nasi goreng at 12 a.m.
That's the time.
I'm pretty sure they've had dinner though.
It's the best time you can get nasi goreng, honestly. When the best ones are open. It's like, you know what they say, the best time to get a Ramly burger is now, and the second best time is at midnight.
That is true. That is true. I'm much more used to a midnight prata run from my Singapore times.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm wondering. This is a question for chat. Do you guys eat your prata, you know, you dip it in the curry and then you dip it in sugar? Or is that just a very Singaporean thing? Or are my friends actually just degenerates and trolled me?
I mean, you gotta get them in there. It's like I'm not exactly sure what the dish is, but I'm sure it's like dipping your French fries in the milkshake, you know?
So somewhat, but maybe not as sweet. It's actually really interesting. Like the smoke is interesting. AG finally trying to find.
It could be. It could be. We'll see. Last time we tried to fight around here, they were like two high school teenagers in their first relationship, seeing who should ask each other to the dance first. No one really knew what they were doing. They had their eyes closed the whole time. It was a bit awkward. But now Mushi, well, he's been scouted first. And AG, they're going to try and initiate on him. They do connect onto the Doom. Reflected, however, is going to prevent the Doom's aura items from coming out. The fight continues as Yowei starting to punch into Yopaj now. In the meantime, In Your Dream onto the supports. Xnova actually trying to body block him as now Yopaj jumps and says, no, take me instead. Xnova says, okay, take him instead. Force stabs himself away. It's a buyback now from DV, who did get taken down in the meantime by Natsumi. Back into the fight rather quickly thanks to the outpost. Another kill for Natsumi now as he's the only one doing things in the fight until Bushi joins the fight and finds an amazing arena of blood. This could be trouble now for Army Geniuses, but the buybacks coming out in mass now as 23 stacks of the Essence Shift is not bad here for In Your Dream, especially considering the ultis, the cooldowns more or less expended here for Boom. You can have this chemical rage back in 20 seconds, as well as the Swift Blink Nullifier and BKB all at the ready. All right, John, what's your read of the fight? What's going on now?
I'm actually really
Take your
impressed.
time. You have an hour.
Well, they're smoking up again in AG, so we don't have the full feature to go through. But I'm impressed by the discipline from Boom. Like they take these fights in a very staggered way, isolate AG one by one.
I can't help but to see if AG is kind of doing them a bit of a favor as well. They reflect the disarm, but of course they're happy with that. But the stun onto oh my god! Did you see it? You're blinking, you missed it. Yowei got deleted there with the Swift Blink active. Now In Your Dream doing the best he can here. The Spear actually might buy him a little bit of extra time. Does find the pounce away, but the Blink daggers to chase. AG will lose out on this kind of a fight.
We've got the scoreline.
Natsumi. Oh, we do. Only for a second before Natsumi ruined it.
Natsumi.
I mean, it was there. I think everyone, did you have time to wind up your film camera?
Yes.
Did you have time to pause your movie and make sure you joined in for the fight?
Yes.
Because that might be the last one, honestly. That's quite a decisive one for Boom. So much so that they can't be bothered to take the Twin Gate and finish off Roche.
It doesn't feel like they need it. Like they're 3-23, 21k lead. Again, the discipline for them to take these fights, how staggered they make them, how they force AG to stream in one by one. It's actually really damn impressive. I think this is something the team has struggled with, but now they look like a unit, like a very organic unit playing
the
together.
shot calling, you know, I think it's certainly coming together here for them, right? You do kind of need that one person on the set to yell action, to yell cut, to say no, make the movie longer, 3 hours, right?
Yes.
And that's Mushi here. Same. Oh, all right. Cancel the TP. Why that little cheeky play? Steal some of those stats.
Yeah, just a bit. But yeah, Mushi, the director, the auteur. Mushi is the auteur.
It can't be the director, right? That's Zhao Ba.
Yeah, true. He is the auteur. He's in control. These are his tools to tell the story.
That's right.
And he is the writer, the director, the cinematographer.
This Dota map is his canvas.
Yes.
Right.
He's just
these spears.
I'm worried about the smoke from
utensil.
AG. My man, this
and the Mist Arenas.
Yes, the Mist Arena is all part of the bigger plot.
Yes, indeed.
The smoke from AG worries me because, quite frankly, I don't know how they're supposed to do these fights anymore.
Well, never try, never know. Down 22k though, it'll for sure be a bit messy for them, especially without In Your Dream in the fight. I mean, he's gonna be far too late. Arena of Blood, by the way, that time didn't miss. Mushi collecting the kill onto Varij, does not have buyback. Boom expecting more. And they'll get it, actually, because they're going to chase after him. DB's pretty far away. Yopaj, he hates the trees here. He'll take them down.
Yeah. Who needs trees? You don't need them in this set.
No, you don't. You do not.
Setting is made. This is a post-apocalyptic setting for Army Geniuses.
Right.
The boys from Batam just struggling. It's really hard to see an angle for them to take these fights. Again, the big thing is maybe just Blink or Stomp Doom onto one.
That's right.
But they've tried that last time. The Doom gets reflected and they can't do anything.
Yes, they need to get these aura items off in the fights. They need to kind of take them together because right now it's like Slark lands a pounce and then Boom, even though like they kind of have some lockdown issues versus the Slark, it doesn't really end up seeming to matter because they can just afford to kind of throw stuns at him somewhat lackadaisically without really needing to chain them together, without needing to burst them, just because there's no one really around to actually help him out. It's not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe on high ground it'll be a bit easier because, of course, then, you know, the fight's a little bit easier to put together. You do have a couple Blink Daggers here on the side of Boom, which do kind of break apart this natural fortification.
Radiant's top tower
Natsumi one-shotting the tower. Oh, he's getting to work.
Yeah, let's go into town.
It's got that the base attack time talent as well.
This is very awkward. Like the Crimson Guard's only on 1 Rax as well. Which I've never seen it.
Okay, the Doom once again reflected, I believe, but they are trying to fight through Natsumi. Yoe is not winning, does not have enough damage, surrounded by 4. The Rolling Thunder as well, finally finding a couple of stuns here. Yoe finding a little bit of a respite here, gets off the second charges of refractions, but pinned to the trees. Natsumi beats him to a pulp. That's 3 dead. GG, well played call. Bit of a barn burner, as they call it, but AG will buy the barn in this one.
Not a good investment when the barn is burning, unfortunately for AG.
No.
They take their time. It's a really slow start to the game.
It is.
It was a very slow game, to be fair.
It is.
Kicks off at the end, the investment from Boom. The one thing that stood out really was that discipline. Like the fact that they'd weave in and out of these fights, they'd stagger their engagement.
Yeah.
They'd push it to the limits, and AG, they just looked a little bit lost.
You can't fault, no, AG, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is they just didn't connect with each other at all. Kind of looked like 5 people just kind of playing Dota, you know, and a little bit just disconnected. I mean, for Boom, you know, as you say, the patience, they never really took a bad fight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for me, I think that's definitely indicative of maybe a strong voice, maybe just outclassing their opponent. I don't know, right? I'm hoping that AG kind of turn it around and give us a much closer game too, but Boom, honestly, just kind of cruising to victory here in game number 1.
Yeah, it does look like the Mushi effects kicked in. That shot calling, as you mentioned, looking really sharp. So AG, it looks like they lack a voice. They need to find one by that next game.
That's right. That's right. We'll see which voice it'll be, if it's going to be a little bit more of an Oppenheimer or a Barbie, as we've alluded to here.
Films.
Both great films, different messages, I'm sure. Haven't seen either of them. We'll see what'll happen. We won't have time to watch you get them, actually. It's going to be a short intermission, pardon me. We'll throw it back over to Tsunami to break down a little bit more what happened in game.
I'm actually checking the release date. So I know that they're both coming out on the same weekend, but I'm wondering, is it actually, it's July 21st. Is that during the Bali Major? The Bali Major?
Bali is 57.
Oh, it is. Yes, that's right. The 7th of July. Well, maybe these teams can celebrate staying in Div 1 a whole 2 months later by watching a great movie, watching a great film, or watching a great VOD of game number 1. I'm sure if you want to learn how to play Mars, well, I've got just the player on Boom to teach you. It's FBZ. But then after FBZ, then it might be Mushi, because that was yet another time where we're seeing Mushi on a hero that I've never seen him play in my entire life, doing a pretty good job on it.
Not as impressive as his Pango.
Not as impressive.
Not as impressive. He definitely missed some spells. He did a lot of like spear into God's Rebuke.
Yeah.
Like you kind of stop the spear halfway, you know, like the projectile to get the damage out. I feel like AG could never fight into Boom. I think the Halberd on Yopach was super sick. The early 4-staff and the Radiance as well. It just felt like the Slug was unkillable, but he also couldn't kill anyone.
I mean, the team fights as well, I feel like maybe they're not really connecting like together with the right targets. They have this like timing with the TA went Blink, Dragonlance, and then the Slug at that point here, the Echo Saber plus Diffusal. They were like trying to take a couple of fights, but I feel like maybe the lack of BKBs, like they needed to wait for them to get BKBs before they are fighting. They are maybe fighting a little bit too early, like for their heroes, and they lost those couple of fights, and I feel like the game after that became just so damn difficult for them.
Dude, every single one of these highlights I see Slark playing his ass off, and I just don't know where Templar Assassin is. Like every single time Slark is having to initiate.
He couldn't go in and hit people. He doesn't have BKB. Like I feel like they are trying to fight like a little too early. Like sure, you're worried about this Alchemist like farming the whole time, you know, but you're up against a Pango and Mars. Without BKB, you're not hitting heroes.
And Radiance.
Yeah, that too.
That was just really difficult. I think they were very scared to give objectives away to Boom because they had an earlier spike with the way they itemized, and AG just couldn't accomplish what they wanted to.
Yeah, it just feels like they're not really sure when their lineup should be fighting, and then they feel like, why are we not fighting? So they're like fighting for the sake of fighting, or I just get this item and I get that item. We should be able to fight, but they're not really certain that they need a BKB to be able to go in, you know, and do damage. Without the BKB, it's just not happening, you know.
10-0 and 13 out of Natsumi's Alchemist. I am surprised at how popular Alchemist has become in like the last 72 hours. I did not rate this hero that highly, but over the last like 3 days of competitive play, not only in this region, but I've seen him pop up a few times in other regions, starting to look like one of the more intimidating carries in this patch.
We used to call Elk the TI hero. It just gives pressure, you know, in like an important BO1, playing with Elk forces your opponents to make moves and feel like they're losing out, because that's Elk as a hero, right? You feel like as time goes by, if you're not doing anything, you kind of start to lose. And I think AG felt that way this game.
It's a powerful hero, and it's the same concept kind of as Doom from the offlane. You're just sitting there and you're like, dude, this game goes late, we're so screwed.
But I feel like Doom's been a bit more answered recently.
Yeah.
Since Elk is like the new Doom, I guess, in a way.
Exactly.
It feels like Doom, there are games where he does have the net worth, but he's not able to transition it into anything. I feel like this Elk hero, at least in this series, it's ease of execution, right?
And yet, despite it being ease of execution, Mushi's still trying to play all these wild heroes that I can't imagine he has an extended competitive history on, especially in the offlane. Now, will he be able to give us another great performance, or are we going to 3 games? Find out after the break. Oh, I haven't seen this drone footage yet. Seems a bit suggestive.
Maybe if you came during the first week.
I'm so sorry, dude.
Welcome back, everyone, to potentially the final game of the entire Southeast Asian DPC, as we are figuring out if Boom or Army Geniuses are going to be relegated to Division 2 come the 2023-2024 season. Or, you know, maybe they keep the slot and sell it also. That's another thing. If you...
This point would be figuring out if they're keeping their roster.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, are you playing TI with all these same players? Is Mushi going to be playing a TI qualifier again? Maybe.
If he's playing Mars, why not?
Maybe Ohio's turn to come in.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious. That like we brought this up last time that I'm pretty sure Ohio was playing competitive.
No. Mushi is the better offlaner. I guarantee you.
But I mean, at this point, yes. But I wouldn't have guaranteed that before seeing any of these games. Would you have guaranteed that before?
Yeah, still.
Really?
He
Just because of how much Dota he plays?
He actively plays.
Yeah, he plays
Yeah.
a lot of Dota, you know.
That's
And
it.
Ohio, I think he plays less than Mushi.
For sure.
And I'm not sure if he's doing more of the, the data he compiling and other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, he's more busy with those things, and Mushi is more hands-on with the team.
Right.
So when you have somebody that's more hands-on, sitting down and playing, it's easier for the players.
It's going to be hard for them, though, without a coach. I think it's like a lot.
They might just move him
off
to the
Mushi,
coach, right? They
like
move
Ohio.
to the coach.
Possibly, but then you have to take over the drafting role, right? Which is kind of tough.
That's not always the case. I've seen many teams that just use them as like emotional coach / analyst. But generally, yes, coach is heavily
Angle ban.
the drafter. Pango and Techie's taken out Morphling, and Beastmaster banned out by Boom. What are we getting? Doom? First pick? Coddle.
Who cares, Doom?
They really like the Koto.
Yeah, he likes the Crimson Guard. I'm still questioning it.
I don't understand it.
Zephyr and I
Not a
think
fan.
SMG, they're both teams that I really like the hero, and then both teams not doing well.
I mean, it enables his team, right? Like the heroes Yopaj plays.
Would you say it's a
essentially.
bit similar to the other day when they opened and draft with first pick Snapfire? It's all about, and their first pick, same sequence. So they are just planning to open up with a support, which allows your offlane pool to be huge because you're just picking a hero that's good in the lane, so you can pair him with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, Call is definitely a good hero right now. I just am questioning his item build. I think there are
You think he
better items.
He shouldn't buy all the team.
I think he shouldn't buy Crimson Guard. I'm fine with like every other
The force
item.
stuff was great.
Yeah.
Force stuff was critical. Crimson
Mech,
Guard,
force
like,
stuff,
But what
Pip.
if he
what
felt
are
like,
his strength
but
gains,
what if he
actually?
felt like he needed to buy it because the offlaner doesn't want to buy it? Because you don't want to buy it on Mars.
Yeah, but do you need Crimson? I don't know. It's strength based, right? So why would you buy it on Coddle?
Coddle's
that's-
strength
that's true.
gains. It's actually not that bad. He has 2.3 strength gain per level.
But it's still, it probably still better than not buying it in certain games.
I guess
you
so.
feel?
I guess so. Alright, so with the bat coming out here, I wonder if they'll go for Ember instead. Since Yopaj does like his Ember versus Bat Rider matchup. There's also a Storm Spirit, which I wouldn't pass.
Yeah,
would pass Boom.
both
to
of
just
those
pick here.
are fine too. Do you prefer like the two spirit picks over the Quap against the Bat Rider in the lane?
Yeah, I think just because of the Coddle,
Okay,
it makes
okay,
much
yeah.
more sense. I think that's something that Boom is good at. They like pick around things that make sense. You know, they draft around Yopaj in a way. At least with their 3 heroes.
And they get the Ember, 8th pick.
It's all about the 8th pick, man.
It is.
First pick, your 8th pick.
But so many teams squander it. It's
Yeah.
always about the 8th pick, and then sometimes I see just downright dumb 8th picks.
That's what differentiates the better team and the best teams. You know?
I think when you're prepping for draft, usually you'll have scenarios where if let's say I first pick Coddle here, what do they pick and what's my response to it?
Yeah.
If you're happy with your response,
Isn't there like a draft simulator?
Yeah, there is.
But it varies for every team. And every team.
The
rolls
coach is
different.
usually the draft simulator, but there is an app, I believe. I don't know what's it called anymore, but we used it at some point. And it's cool because it puts in stats of teams and like how they respond to things.
Right.
It's
Their
pretty nice.
typical first phases, typical first phase bans.
I mean, how about like the DK? Is that like a must ban every time you pick the Ember for the lane? Because it's not a very popular hero right now. Are there no other heroes that can bully the Ember in the lane?
Slark.
There's SF, there's Slark, but I think for Yoe, it's probably DK. I would say Death Prophet is one of them, but Hero's kind of dead. I think the answer to this Ember Coddle before is heroes that demolish Ember in the lane and buy Griefs. There was a Grief patch, right? Like where SF, DP were like popular and they go mid, they win and they buy Griefs. Or Doom, Faceless Void kind of heroes that just outright stop your hero from casting spells.
Well, they do take out the Slark, seeing as though Army Geniuses have proven they'll pick it in situations where we don't even know why Slark's good.
They definitely got stuck for a little while when they saw the Slark earlier. AG banned the Disruptor. I think it's an offlane Bat Rider, just judging by the ban. I'd like to see them take out the Venomancer as well, because Veno has been particularly good against Bat Rider in lane.
I mean, do you feel like the Bat Rider as a pos 4 has a lot more potential than the offlane?
I like the pos 4 more than the pos 3, but
you guys keep bringing it up, but when have we seen it?
I mean,
they played it in Execration just
now.
And DJ played it in their series.
DJ?
Other than that, I think Tundra played it.
Yeah, but I mean, Sox is playing all sorts of crazy shit.
It's a bit similar to Klink's position 4. I feel like you do a lot of damage in the lane, you're pretty strong in the lane. But later, the difference is Klinks can kill a lot of heroes, like you have a lot of damage. But as Bat Rider, you then become the pseudo initiator if your offlaner is like an aura carrier which cannot initiate. So it deals with that problem when you draft like an aura offlaner and you don't have an initiator.
He also can clear stacks and camps in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really strong in the lane. I feel like primarily the main reason why I would do a position for Bat Rider is just to win the lane. It's like so strong in the lane.
Nice one.
Go try it, man. You'll have lots of fun.
There was I don't remember which patch it was, but I think it was like a year ago where 5-Bat was pretty viable.
Yeah, it was the no-tail patch.
It was the no-tail patch, that's right, yes.
Why was it good on pos 5 back then? I can't remember.
I don't know
was it because of the napalm being really strong so you can just win the lane?
If I'm not mistaken, it's because every time Bat was in the game, people would dodge the lane on course, and you have these musical lanes. So if you put it on support, it was very easy to like go to the lane you want to.
It was probably the patch where the laning phase was so crucial, right? You get a lot of...
Yes,
and people just run around. Yeah. And if you put the Bat as support and you have your core in your lane and the Bat's the one running around trying to find a matchup, you feel great.
Army Geniuses take out a handful of supports. They take out the Disruptor, they take out the Marana, they take out the Enchantress. Boom. They get 2 mid lane bans to protect the Ember Spirit, and then they just take out Doom just in case.
Yeah.
Jocam looks like he lost his soul.
Yeah, I mean, AG is just banning the supports that can win the lane, I guess. Like,
Veno's still in the pool.
Veno's
the bet.
I mean, Veno's I feel like Veno's not as strong as the other two, especially Mirana and Enchantress in the lane, but to go for the Tide, so it's a bit similar to the last game where they picked the Slug here and nobody knows what's happening.
I'm Monkey King. Oracle Monkey King. Calling it.
Yep.
Yeah, Oracle's too good here.
I like it a lot.
Too fucking good.
You could also do Elk Oracle. I could see that as well.
I mean, Elk's probably like stronger in the lane with the Oracle, right?
Yeah. What would AG do if they pick out TB, I guess? Morse Band. They could also look like for some Dusa +1. I could see that as well since they have the Coddle. Decent lane against TIE Hunter, not great, but...
I mean, but why are they blind picking the off lane like this?
I think they want to keep the bat open, so they go Silencer instead. I guess that's their answer to a Bat Rider. I would definitely prefer the Oracle here. I think he offers a lot of magic damage to the Ember kill combo, and just having a save against Lasso is always nice.
Yeah.
I mean, is Silencer better in the lane? That's why they wanted to go for Silencer, the Arcane Curse against the Bat?
I think so, but you look at their heroes, Oracle just looks super high value, right?
I know.
Fates, like magic damage stop and purge and false promise. I don't know, everything just looks great.
Yeah, the D-Crab is just...
And X-No was an Oracle player, so it was kind of weird that they picked a Silencer.
I mean, then would you say that the Silencer is just better for the team fights? Like if you're clashing and you're getting the initiation with
I think Silencer's probably stronger in the lane, like you said, and he's good at when you jump in, you know, like you pop this global.
But overall, Oracle just gives you a lot more options during the game.
Yeah, I think so. Makes team fight less... It makes team fight simpler, I think. Yeah. With Silencer, you have a specific win condition.
You have to time your initiations with the global precisely. Whereas for Oracle, you can kind of you can go in, you can try and poke at prod, and obviously you can wait on the ulti, or you can just like play defensive and just wait. Whereas Silencer, you don't want to play defensively. You don't want to click your R button because they're jumping your team.
So another Dusa against Elk. We saw Dusa earlier against the LTA. It didn't look really good.
Nope.
I thought they picked the hero because they wanted a Manta Skadi hero, but he ended up buying Manta Butterfly. And I mean, they were kind of far behind, so Dusa just looks like
I mean, their heroes feel so heavy, right? If you're doing like nobody can do anything because you have a pause for bad, then you have a Pugna. Like early game, everybody needs to like.
It might still be a mid bat rider.
Yeah, I think it's more likely to be a mid bat rider.
Yeah, with their draft. I think their draft looks fine. Like you have initiation into like big team fight spells. Just how the lane's gonna go, you know? Because right now it looks like when this Silencer and Caller walk to the mid lane, this bat rider is gonna cry. And AG, the cores don't really want to move around the map, you know? It's Dusa is tied there, so heavy.
They need a pause 4 that can run around, like some Spirit Breaker hero that can run around and gang people.
That's true.
To help.
Boom thinks it's a support bat rider though, based on the bans, both Timber and Monkey King removed. Just.
I mean, it's still definitely possible, even though it's. I don't think it's good.
Meanwhile, AG banned the anti-mage. I kind of respect that.
Off lane
anti-mage. Moshi can play anti-mage. You Chakra for the double spell shield. You go for Terrorblade, so it's a Moshi Alchemist. I'm surprised they went for this instead of the Naga. I feel like Naga was their go-to against the Dusa.
Yeah. I guess, no, even Naga would have been better against Tidehunter, I feel. Yeah.
I think so too.
Weird.
Something
Wait, is it for the lane? Is Terrorblade better for the lane?
I don't...
Compared to Naga against the Tide?
So... I don't know. Some team picked Naga earlier and they banned Tide as well. Was AG, wasn't it?
I think so.
So maybe there is something there that we don't know about.
Because if I feel like if I'm the Tide, right, in the lane I'm playing against the Naga, I feel like I'm free farming. But with TB, I feel like I can still die if he pops meta and I'm out of position.
Well, you guys were right. It's a support bat rider.
I mean, it's so fucking greedy, man.
I feel like they moved the bat away to pick a hero that does the same thing as the bat rider. I guess Storm uses the Pugna battery more, but I think mid lane is going to be very difficult.
This Pugna only has so much health. He needs to refill the Medusa and the Storm.
If they win their lanes, maybe they can play the game. If they can survive. But if they don't do well even in a slightest bit in the lane, their heroes are just going to fall apart because everybody needs so much resource on the map and there is only so much creeps and XP on the map, you know.
I feel like this Elk's going to get some early team item and it's just...
Yeah,
they're gonna just
I feel like he just needs to buy all the like
Crimson Crest,
Solar Crest maybe, but get a pipe because there's so much magic damage. Then they ball together with the TB and just literally end the game. They have heal from Kotal, and you have the team items on Elk. You stand behind the Terrorblade. Amber standing there, slide chains, get somebody. You come in, we pop R, Global, GG. We get your tower and we win the game. This sounds easy.
AG don't really have split push too, so if they can't take fights, I think it's going to be really difficult for them.
At best, I can see the Tidehunter Bat Rider lane at least going well, because for some reason they opted to pick Terrorblade instead of Naga Siren.
Possible.
But
Silencer might be strong enough.
Yeah.
Might be.
Well, it's do or die time for Mansion Army Geniuses. If they lose this, then they will be facing relegation along with Xerxia. Let's see if they are able to stand true in this game number 2 and push us to a game 3. It's time for our casters. It's Jonix Fire and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, everyone. It is time to see if it'll be AG or game number 3. I think for Boom, considering how smoothly, let's say, that last game went for them, might be nasi goreng time already.
I mean, they could be ordering. I'm sure Alphonse in the back. They've yelled at him, hey, Alphonse, order me food.
All right.
And he's going to complain that his order has spice, but someone else got the no spice. It's always a mess.
That's what's like I've heard when you're a manager.
Yeah, and that is true. I think these drafts are really interesting because it does feel like both sides have just not taken stuns. You know, just one stun out for Boom.
They've it's the spirit of karaoke is with us in this room. Kuro, if you're with us, can you hit me with 5 slows?
Yeah, this is something. This is exciting because if we had trouble last game looking for initiation, this one should be a bit easier for AG to find some angles. Right, you've got a Storm. Yoic can start these fights and just get some follow-up from his teammates. You've got a great mana battery for both the Storm and the Dusa. In fact, for the Dusa, it's rather interesting because as long as she doesn't take damage, her shield will always be healed up.
That's right.
So there's that.
Varish is going to be a man in demand this game, isn't he?
Yeah. Everyone's
like,
swiping right on him.
That's right. It's like that scene from Monty Python and the Holy Grail with
which one?
Sir Galahad the Chaste when he finds the beacon.
I don't remember that. I remember a lot of other things.
I hope someone in chat does. It is a very apt analogy for this situation.
I'm pretty sure it is. I have the memory of a fish. I just remember.
You should be careful saying that around winter.
Do fish remember that much?
He certainly does.
He's not a fish.
No, he is.
But he wishes he was. Oh, a fish in wintertime.
I don't think he does. I think he'd much, because then he couldn't eat. We'll see. We'll see how much they eat or how much they let Natsumi cook in this lane. I think that panel is a bit concerned about that given the, existence, frankly, of a Bat Rider. They seem to kind of shrug it off and say, nah, don't worry, X-Nova's got them. What are your feelings on this top lane? It's already popping off. Natsumi's got a TP.
It's not an easy lane for sure. I mean, he popped Metamorphosis and just gets a couple of right clicks, TP's home. It's not a good feeling.
He got too aggressive.
He has to watch his posturing.
Another blood grenade. Just keep throwing them, boys. He's ticking down. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
He's fine, but no salve. 2 tangos left. No salve either on X-Nova, so you're stuck in a very awkward lane. This is very painful for a Terrorblade early on. Good read from AG to just play it aggressive.
Yeah.
Run down early.
Honestly, I think it's more Boom choosing, misreading maybe that lane and playing a bit too aggressively there, especially with Flame Break level 1. Like, obviously, you're not expecting Sticky Napalm level 1 here. Maybe they were expecting Firefly and not the repositioning, which is what got them into trouble on that gush, but it's good that they lived through that. Otherwise, imagine if Natsumi has to run back to lane without Metamorphosis and miss the first 2 waves.
Yeah, that's painful.
You might just, I don't know.
Well, at least he's finding something now. So taking a look at our mid, the classic Storm versus Ember matchup. Yopaj has played this a million times before, so he should know it's in and outs. Yo is doing a good job of just applying pressure as well. Like, the Storm does feel a little bit better here. I'm surprised Yoa does go for the level 2 overload rather than something like, say, the Vortex for the double overload. But he is doing a great job of just burning through Yopaj, making sure that the Flame Guard doesn't stay up for too long. And this is the advantage of the Storm. Level 3 timing does feel a little bit better until level 4. By 5, the Ember can even out, and by 6, it's a race to that level 6 mark for sure.
Right. Yeah, I think it's got to do with just the Ember kind of can play it from range with Slight, so you tend to struggle to actually connect on the Vortex. You got enough damage at the very least to break through a Flame Guard relatively early on. So I do wonder what Yopaj is going to decide if he wants to go for more Flame Guards, because the Storm usually has enough damage, or maybe an early point in the Syrian Chains if one of the supports decides to rotate on over. I gotta say though, this support duo from AG, I'm not in love with it. You know, I see the Pugna as a 5. He's not my favorite in general, but I understand his strengths in games like this. But this Bat Rider, I mean, I'm not so sure what he's going to be able to do here. If AG had a hard time starting fights off last time, I think this time is going to be a mighty challenge for them
For
as well.
sure. It's not really down to the supports. I think we've got to keep our eyes on DB and hope that he finds these angles on the tide, and then your supports can follow through.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless you get a really fast blink or something on Joe Camp.
His challenge, though, is he's playing into X-Nova. He's playing into, the Global Silence, of course, right? He's playing into a couple of heroes where it's like, if we do not continue to chain stun them or get in a significant amount of damage in, or really just chain stun them, you're getting a Chemical Rage off, you're getting a Sunder off. You know what I mean? And this kind of a lineup, like it's a tight timing. I could see it happen, a Ravage into a Zip in, maybe you get the Stone Gaze off and then the Lasso out. Like, I could see it. It's not impossible, but as far as it comes to ease of execution, whereas Boom kind of just have to press R and then kind of press their other button, you know?
Yeah.
It's worrying for me for AG, but I hope they can make it work. I'd love to see a game 3.
Yeah, I think the one issue for Boom is, you mentioned pressing R. I mean, you've got 2 transformation heroes in Terrorblade and Alchemist, right? So I think the one thing is that it doesn't feel like these 2 cores can maximize Aegis as much as you could say on AG. If they manage to get Roche control, that's where they can seek that advantage with, say, 2 lives on Storm or 2 lives on Duso, whereas for Boom, it's pretty much just Yopaj who can maximize that Aegis well, because he's not constrained by any transformation spells that are on a pretty long cooldown.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
That's one thing AG can do to capitalize. Just look for a way to get Roche early. Mind you, this lineup is not necessarily a fast Roche taker.
No, not very. Not very. Especially with their corrosive weaponry not being the most high impact spell in the entire game. Yeah, that's a pretty good point here. And in general, Boom are going to be limited a bit by their cooldowns, even though I would say they've got some pretty good team fight. Not to say that AG as well are going to be reliant on cooldowns. Very nice flame break there onto 2. Jokum is getting his ass beat, though. I mean, severely underestimated that. First blood given on over. Nice blinding light sees DB also in the line of fire. Turns around for a big ol' anchor smash. Now, he does have this healing lotus. Will he commit for it on the first light? No, he doesn't. He does not. Natsumi had the stick charges, so it wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah, guys managed to force something really big kills coming out for Boom, popping off in that lane. That's the one lane you want to really get aggressive on AG. It's your Batrider lane. The hero wants to curb stomp a lane. It's not quite that start for Jokam. And I don't think this gets any easier for the Batrider as the game goes on. You might be able to switch around, stack up, and try to clear some stacks later on, but if you don't find those early kills, you don't find that early impact in this core, then it gets a little bit hard to see these timings for the Batrider to hit, like the drums, the boots of bearing on the support role. Takes a little bit of input.
Right, it does. Natsumi, though, is going to go down. Great heroes here. Will be able to clean them up. Level 2 Nether Blast. And again, repositioning. We're going to be very strong here. It's going to allow the Tidehunter to continue farming here at a comfortable rate. First power rune that spawns in is a regen into the bottle for Yopaj. I think they're going to be happy they didn't give that over to Yoe. And I was checking out down bottom where Mushi is actually kind of having a little bit of a rough time here into the Dusa. Has his ring of health up. He's got a pretty big wand cooking, but gotta be a bit careful here because In Your Dream is getting aggressive even so far as going underneath this tower a couple of steps.
He's got the right click to support it. Every time he turns off split shot, it's a big chunk of damage, around 76 to 82 swing. So you kind of just lose out on Mushi until the Vanguard's up, then you feel a little bit more secure. Even then, like Dusa in a solo lane, 1v1 does threaten a lot of matchups. Alchemist not one of the heroes that deals with that all too well. At the least, you've got room to stack up. Sepper can build up that resource for both Natsumi, for Yopaj, and Mushi to kind of catch up on. And Mushi kills himself.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's...
I think he meant to do that.
Well, he found the creeps while he's dead.
He
efficiency.
He farmed the creeps. So he died to a chain lightning. So I don't know. I don't know if he meant to do that.
It's all planned.
To be honest,
it's Mushi. It's M-God. How dare you question that play, Rich?
Because he had so much mana.
It doesn't matter. He had no HP. He needed a reset.
But he's got a ring of health, John.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have HP. He needs a reset.
He's gonna reset, that's for sure. I think he was trying to cut a wave there. We'll see what happens because there's action over in the mid lane, where Zephyr is gonna fall Yoe. He's got a pretty long Arcane Curse supplies, but he'll be okay at the end of the day here. 1 for none. As Yopaj and Xanova are going to just kind of have to let their comrade in arms die. DB takes the tower in the top lane in the meantime, and he's gonna be looking to do that a bit more. DB inspired, perhaps, by the performance that KP was able to have on this kind of a hero, and is looking to mimic that into the Meteor Hammer.
I like seeing that. I think, again, a little bit more control, some more stun, some more push coming out here for the side of AG does wonders. Their stacks are being lightly invaded, not the biggest stacks, and they might find a freebie.
Lightly? As in being lit on fire by Yopaj? And then I agree.
Lightly. With lots of light.
With lots of light. Killed off there relatively easily. They do look for a kill onto Mushi. Yopaj TP's on in. He's got a shield rune as well here. Easily able to tank through this. And he's got the slight in 2 more seconds. Jokam almost juked him, but Yopaj gets the kill anyway.
And finds a nice one. At the very least, you're highly mobile in the Ember. This early activity on this hero in particular for Boom should set the tempo because you will be farming up in your Terrorblade and even your Alchemist for quite a fair bit. So it's down to Yopaj to work the map, and he is getting to that relatively early on. No mana left in Your Dream.
14 wand charges though, but no points in the ultimate here. Burning down, decides to TP away, and despite having very little to no HP, at least maximum HP, will be able to get home safe and sound. Jokum, don't know if you want to keep fighting this Ember Spirit. Even just with that over corrosion, he does pack quite a punch.
Yeah, it's the early spike for the Ember. Phase boots or corrosion. Typical build up, right click damage, pretty damn good. No real high armor hero here is on the side of AG.
These position 5s are 4. Nova Ember is both. Big ol' zip down to the bottom lane where they look for another kill on Mushi. Throws the stun, but will survive.
Yeah, he's not really able to do what he wants on the Elk. They've managed to focus down his hero really well. Again, the 1v1 lane up against Deuce is not something that feels good for Elk, because they were jumping in your dream again, but he's got enough sustain. He does have his little arcane ring as well for safety. So not the easiest here to drag away. There are still good stacks, but Boom aren't able to contest this time around.
I'm honestly, John, a bit surprised at how poor DB's net worth is, considering that he had a pretty strong start to the lane, and he's got a full Meteor Hammer. I suspect with time, he'll start to really ramp this up, but the reason being is that if he can't like generate the same amount of net worth and the same amount of map presence that KP found in game one, in the last series we saw, then I do start to fear for, you know, the amount of pressure that Boom will need to apply to him, right?
Yeah.
If they kind of treat him like they treated his Doom of last game, then, you know, I am a bit more scared. Now, he's got Ravage, but he's got really no incentive to use it because he's going to die alone.
Yeah. Some say in reality we all do die alone, Richie. That is just the reality of life. When you pass away, it's only you.
That's true.
That's his ways, and that is the reality for DB as well up top. I mean, he is pretty poor.
Yeah, and he actually doesn't even have the point in Ravage, pardon me.
Yeah, he's just going all in and kind of shoving a lane, kind of getting some farm. So again, it's the name of the game for AG's somewhat moderate pace, you know, a very moderate pace.
When I die, most likely, I will not shoot tentacles out from my body in an AoE stunning everything.
Yes, that's just not how it works, Richie.
Nope. Causing tentacles to erupt in all directions.
They erupt out.
Nope, not for me. Top lane, but make that bottom part of me. They continue to apply pressure to Mushi, who's kind of just farming it up here. X-Nova with the global now as they do look to try and turn onto Yowie, but not enough damage there. He'll make it out back to the fountain. Jokum. Oh, Mushi got distracted by the rage creep. But he's gonna it's done. He's like, Mushi, step out of it. Look at the kill. You saw that too.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I was like,
oops. Slap the rage.
What's happening?
He had auto attack on or something.
What's happening this game? They find a kill on Verish as well. Very nice for Yopaj to take.
Good global. Good global.
This is again a slower pace from AG, but Boomers, despite having maybe a rough start in a lot of your heroes, they're still finding this attention. Although,
I mean, there's a Ravage, but I don't think there's a real opportunity to use it, especially with the Remnant out. It's not bad though. I mean, this is good map pressure from DB, right? He will eventually heal off that damage, slowly but surely, even faster now with the life drain. And, well, that hammer, maybe the next one. That's going to be good enough for the tower. Down bottom, though, is where Boom Esports are making a bit of an aggressive play, going behind the tower. They want a Bat Rider. You really want a Bat Rider here. He's pretty fast now with that Faded Brooch. Stuck on the cliff down, making this a bit awkward for Mushi, but not for Yopaj. Maybe we'll be able to pick him up. On the mid lane, it's DB who gets the tower at the end of the day, as we do continue to fight. Storm Spirit connecting over from the mid lane, wants X-Nova here. Mushi has a stun, sees creeps, throws it at the Storm Spirit, though.
he turned around for the creeps again.
Hey, he did. He gave him a look, though.
Yeah, it's like, juicy, but I can't. Not right now.
I'll be back for you.
He will be, I'm sure. Does get the first aura item up, a good old Pipe of Insight. There is a lot of magical damage coming out from AG, so this does make sense. I'm keen to see how much of an impact that will have.
I'm pretty big. I think this is going to definitely cast some doubts onto Yowe's, pardon me. That's a Ravage catching two. Not bad. X-Nova. You will die, right? Yes, you will. He had the Meteor Hammer of all things to do him in. They need to be able to interrupt Varish's life train, but in comes Zip now from Yowie. DB's still alive as well. Lasso, Natsumi just killed off Mushi trying to fight, but versus 4 will go down. Last Remnant here. Ooh, nice double Remnant. Picks up 3 kills there for Yopaj. It's Zephyr who's kind of cutting her out in your dream. Yopaj doesn't have any more Remnants, but they're also lacking control here on the side of AEG. They want this last kill, though. They jump back on him, but look who's just respawned. But X-Nova gives the ultra kill to Yopaj. I don't think he can look for more. Well, they may consider, especially with that haste rune. I think they're going to lose the cooldown or the countdown timer. Yeah, and they're just going to chill, which is the wise move to make. But Boom, once again, you know, somewhat haphazardly joining the fight, I would say, for Natsumi, but ending it quite convincingly.
Yeah, it's a nice win for Boom. Maybe a little bit too costly dropping your TB. You know, you kind of want to get a little bit more out of it. It does cost you a fair bit. You're starting to build up now in a big way for In Your Dream, #1 in that word.
Yep.
And even though you're sacrificing your 2 cores to get that done, your Dusa is your win condition.
Absolutely.
For the most part. So,
and I'd have to say, like, you know, what do they say? It's not about, well, I guess in this case it is about the destination, but it's not so much about the journey either. You know, so long as you get there in the end, sure, maybe we took a couple you turn left when you should have gone right, you merged when you should have unmerged, and happens to the best of us, especially with these SEA roadways, but,
Radiant's bottom
and boom, if they get there in the end, I think they can be quite happy with that. That's improvement for them.
for sure. At the very least, they're not riding a bus in Indonesia. Have you seen those videos?
To be honest, I haven't, no.
Well, I'm sure chat knows what I'm talking about. They go like it's a race. It's like a racing track. Buses, tour buses.
Yeah, I got you.
They pass like madmen. So this is safer.
I've taken a tour bus up from KL Central to Genting.
Oh, we've all done that. And that's terrifying every single time.
Yeah, let me tell you, my man was taking racing lines up there in Genting.
That was, I remember when we were going down from ESL 1 Genting, that was terrifying at like, what time was that? 5 a.m.
Oh man.
We head down and said,
oh man.
He was just drifting.
Yeah, they don't really care. Here's a replay of that drift. Oh no, okay, this is going to be the last fight. What are we looking for here? This is post-Ravage, so this is going to be the Ultra Kill then. Just good initiations. Oh, the death of Natsumi, I believe. Nice control, honestly. The Vortex into the lasso. Regrettably, though, it's just a little bit too much AoE damage. Even though they kill Joker, he's got max Firefly, so by just lingering there, it's becoming quite painful for them.
Yeah, Yopaj is just sickening. Look at that smile. I have not seen Yopaj smile in such a long time. So good to see.
Frustration for Yowie as well.
I mean, sure, he must have been. Because again, they managed to focus into terribly. You feel like you can take more.
Right.
You take care of the up. But this
feels like a good fight, right?
You just lack stuns.
Yeah.
You had to use Lasso.
Yeah.
You had Ravage earlier on. And again, it's down to both drafts. No, both drafts don't really have that much control.
No, I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, again, I've highlighted how important it is. You call them the transformation heroes, and perhaps that's a downside of Boom, granted. But at the same time, these are heroes that thrive once they do get their transformation off. And if you're going to expend a lot of your very limited lockdown here on the side of AG to prevent a Sunder, to prevent a Chemical Rage, well, Ember's all too happy to not build a BKB or to go Kaya Sandra, to still build a BKB and just completely run around in these fights. I mean, he's done it once already. Eager to see how much more he can get in. In Your Dream, though, is certainly farming up, though. I mean, man is farming and almost has that full butterfly online.
Yeah, he's got the tractor out, he's working the fields, and the harvest is ready. And he's going to be a massive issue. You do have a decent amount of magic damage coming out from Goom, maybe not quite enough. Mushi chasing.
Yeah, stun is going to be able to catch Furish. Mushi, who, by the way, has gone for the Solar Crest. This used to be a slight deviation from the classic off-lane Alchemist build. This is silly, but it's fine. It'll work. Furish realizing he actually can't life drain because he's about to get stunned, and is blasted back to the fountain.
Maybe not the best thing to have the Kotl take, but you know what? You take what you can get. A kill, it's a kill. Does line up in the end. What is Zephyr building up with his farm? Zephyr is going the Crimson Guard for the team, which... Honestly, I'm always bewildered by low strength gain heroes having to go for Crimson Guard. Like, this is still impactful.
Yep.
I just figured Mushi might be the one to build it up. Instead, Mushi's rushing the Ags.
Yeah. Like I was talking about, it's the classic Alk build.
Yeah.
I suspect he's going to want to give it. I mean, maybe you give it to Terrorblade to reduce the downtime of those transformations like you mentioned earlier. Could very well see giving this to Yopaj as well, right? Increased remnants, way more mobility for you to help match against the Storm Spirit, jump around and really annoy these supports. Might be crucial for them in the fights. I have to say, though, I know it's difficult for AG, and we've identified why, transformation, heroes, lack of cooldown, but I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen, like, I mean, I guess Yoe's just farming a ton with the life drain, but not seeing a whole lot of poke and prod from AG. It's mostly farm, get our items, and, well, they're getting there.
Yeah, it's the same story as Game 1 here, Richie, right? Where they kind of want to play it passive. We're seeing more activity from Boom, which is actually a really good sign for me. I think they recognize that they have the initiative, and they've been taking that initiative themselves. Whereas AG, everyone's farming. Even Jokam's having to sit back and farm. He does have the drums up.
Not bad, he's almost got the blink. That's a maddening amount of farm. I mean, maybe even Boom are going to be a bit upset once they see the replay and see how much farm they've actually... But then again, so is Zephyr, right? So, I mean, if they're farming as well. The Dusa is managed to outpace the Alk. Again, it's an off-lane Alk, it's not the biggest concern. Because the carry is the TB, and the TB carrying is carrying a diffuse blade now.
Yeah, he's ready. He knows they've got to find a way to melt that mana. They don't really have the best answers here to kind of get that done. Maybe.
But Jonathan.
Yes.
But Jonathan, there's a butterfly now for the Dusa.
Just go for MKB afterwards, right?
Yeah.
That simple. Just sit back and farm for another 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll still be here.
Nothing too long. I mean,
watch any good movies lately?
Yeah, Oppenheimer. I think I'm looking forward to that one. Barbie. Looks pretty good.
That was the last one. John Wick 4.
John Wick 4, I did watch. Yeah,
I'm a fan of the serialized content.
Yeah.
Very good cinematography in that.
I've been watching a lot more anime. I will admit it here on stream. Gundam Witch from Mercury is really good. Everyone should watch that one. Mike will call me, oh, he's a bloody weeb. He doesn't watch the anime, the action anime. Witch from Mercury, very good.
Well, for now.
Don't listen to Michael Phoenix.
It is, it's a witch from, it's a Gorgon from Earth.
Yeah.
There it is, not bad, right? It's going to end up leading the smoke now. Very limited amounts of cooldowns, so we're going to have to be careful when this Ravage is popped, who the Vortex is on, and of course that lasso. If they can connect any of those stuns into Stone Gaze, fight might be good. There's going to be the lasso, or at least an attempt. Global silence here, holding on to it as X-Nova, because honestly, they've already killed Jokum. Stone Gaze is used, but Yopaj simply looks away, and with the power of the Haze Rune, can continue to chase here very easily. 4 versus 5 fight already. Stone Gaze already used here as AG are going to have to retreat, tail tucked between their legs.
That was a really strong response from Boom, instantly getting the root off with the chains on Jokum as he jumps in with the blink. That's the blink reveal gone, and kind of just get the pullback.
You know, keeping their cool, right?
Yeah.
Didn't pop Global. I sure thought Global was coming. I might have even said it, and it didn't, because now they're going to save it for this fight. The goal for AG might just be to burn some time here. They've already lost Chemical Rage, and shortly they're going to lose the Metamorphosis. They just have to make sure they don't lose any more heroes off the back end of this. And remember, no Stone Gaze, as Batrider is going to be rejoining the fight. DB being healed up rather nicely here. Back in under nearly full HP. He still holds the Ravage, so he'd be the key here, especially as Boom. Well, the distraction has kind of worked. AG maybe now with the advantage. Stone Gaze back in 25. Lasso in the same amount of time. So Yowei looks for the right angle on into the fight. Still doesn't have his own BKB, so it's DB being the one to really hold the ace card here. They do have themselves a Chemical Rage. Remember, Mushi the one with the Pipe of Insight. He's not the carry, much more just the annoyance. And for now, he is certainly annoyed by him. As out comes the Ravage now. It's only going to catch on to 3 heroes. Meteor Hammer's pretty good, though, and Mushi is going to go down. Global silence. Let's see what they can get off the back end of it. For now, not much, because there's no chain stun on Yowei. He's free to go as well now. Yopaj hit by the lasso. The Blink Dagger catches him, and boom. They have simply underestimated their opponents here. AG playing their cards right, are looking now perhaps 3 of a kind here. As Zephyr hexed up by his own big pole, taken down by the Gorgon.
And they find everything they want on AG. And this time, Boom gets punished for their patience. You know, they don't choose to force Roshan, a good call. They pull back, but without certain tools, without that Metamorphosis, there's no threat. It's much harder for them to just lay that damage on. Yopaj as well, playing a little bit more far forward, exposing himself this time to that lasso, and the difference is huge. Army Geniuses, they equalize the game, they take the net worth lead off the back of that team fight.
And honestly, they just really chipped down Ember. Like, lots of damage done there and a really good lasso to secure the kill, but, you know, there was 24 auto attacks that Dusa got onto the Ember Spirit in that fight. I mean, she's got Butterfly, she already had the Manta, like, she's got stats, right? So those things, she's packing a punch. And I think it's a double-edged sword, you know, playing into a matchup, or playing into a lineup as an Ember Spirit where you do feel this liberated to kind of jump around and make a lot of space. Because at the same time, like, your team expects you to have this aggressive playstyle, right? And if you're not taking advantage of the lack of lockdown, it makes your pick and makes that space feel maybe even a little bit wasted. But here, it ends up kind of biting him in the butt, right? He's playing it real close to the fire. It's time he got burned.
Did get burned, but they've still got, they're actually able to force out Roshan here. They're hedging their bets, not going all in.
I don't know if they can do it, though. And that's, again, Chemical Rage using, again, Alk, not the carry here, so not the biggest steal in the world, but just lots of time wasted.
I mean, it's hard to force this one. Stone Gaze is back up, Lasso is ready to go.
As is the TB Metamorphosis. I don't know if we've seen a Sunder yet this game, but
no, I don't think we have.
It's 30 seconds until the Alk has Chemical Rage, but that's go time now for Boom Esports. BKB at the ready here for the Ember Spirit. Oh. The fight is kicking off. There is a Stone Gaze. There's no Ravage for 15. That's the last big cooldown we're waiting for now. The lasso is ready, and there's that life drain. I mean, way too much in the deck. Caught it, Heroes. This time, no Global Silence is coming through. DB has Ravage in 5 seconds. They didn't actually manage to get the kill onto Mushi. Out comes the Stone Gaze now. DB has Blink Dagger, trying to find the positioning here, perhaps for a Blink Ravage, but that Stone Gaze now utilized. Yopaj low on the mana, wishing he had a gas station. Oh, DB thought about going for it on the Ravage. Now we'll decide to, as they're going to be able to connect onto Natsumi. They need a bit more damage. Because the BKB and the meta fighting into this. There's the global now out from Xnova as the stun catching in your dream, but the damage, it's kind of lacking here, John. Yopaj walks on the Meteor Hammer. He doesn't really care, can shrug that off. But it's AG who, once again, with these long, drawn-out fights, poking and prodding, will be off left to just lick their wounds, remuster, and go in again.
But it's also awkward for Boom because you had to pop that Metamorphosis once more on Natsumi, and he doesn't find anything for his trouble. So you're not going to be able to fight once that fades down, and it will fade down rather soon. Global Sound's taken away as well.
You know, John, I have to say, both teams playing with a lot of respect for each other.
Yes.
Right? A lot of respect for what's at stake here, right? This is an elimination game now for AG. Boom, 1 game away from making sure that, speaking plainly, you don't have to buy a slot.
Yeah.
After TI. Right?
Sure.
Speaking plainly, make sure that you get a much more favorable matchup here.
Yeah.
You know, once you start off, you know, from 4 to 8, which of course Boom is going to be in because they don't have any DPC points, right? So they'd be seeded 4 through 8. That can really make a difference. That's the difference versus facing the first to the 3rd best seed in your first round of TI qualifiers, which is at this point the only way forward for Boom.
Yeah.
So lots at stake here, but
for sure.
I can't help but think, John, they're playing with a little bit too much respect. They have to be able to take some risks, and now I think AG, with a bit of wind underneath their sails, might have just cracked this game open for themselves.
Yeah, they find a nice kill on the Silencer. They've got control over that top Roche area, so they can get started on it right away. Did we get our gifted Ags out yet from
Who's got it? Who's got it? Is it the Ember?
It's Yopaj, all right.
Well, of course. Me mid.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yopaj is the playmaker. I think for the most part you want someone who's playmaking to have this ability to go all over. And he has to kind of set these opportunities up for the team.
There's Roche, eventually.
Yeah.
It was pretty painfully slow, but now we'll be going away here of Army Geniuses. I like giving this to Storm.
Yes. I don't think it's too bad on Dusa though, as you basically full mana. The hero does enjoy getting fully refilled on both ends.
That's true.
So
that's true.
On both fronts. I'm not saying anything wrong here, Richard. I watch Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm a good guy.
Of course, of course. I was just thinking that there is no better user of an Aegis than a Storm Spirit, because it allows you to go in deep. You pop BKB as soon as you end up getting caught, and then you come back with full HP, full mana. You end up being a pretty happy camper at any stage of where you're at in the game. But I also see reason. My only concern is I just don't know if AG are in a state of the game where they feel like this is the right time for Aegis on Medusa. She's going to be frontlining, hitting towers. She is a little bit playing, like, to use a winter term, a bit of the anchor around the team, which does free up DB to look for these big ravages, which I do enjoy about this kind of a lineup that AG is playing, but can't help but wonder if maybe it still wouldn't have been better on the Storm, just so he can initiate.
That is fair.
You know, find Xnova, force out the ultimate, look to find a better fight from there. We'll see how it goes.
That's fair. I think you are at the point where In Your Dream is big enough, though. Like Scotty, Butterfly up, Manta up.
That's Scotty's a big one. That's a good point.
Daedalus not too far off either. So the output of In Your Dream is going to be massive. Has the double damage found as well. So that next fight might be sooner rather than later for the side of Boom. And for Boom, again, it's just you basically have two heroes you're playing with as chorus, because frankly, when your Alk does go for the Ags,
it's an offlane Alk. It's a respectable build.
Yes, but it's not. It doesn't like give you that much control.
He's
it doesn't
not
have
a
that
carry.
much impact there.
He's utility. Although I do wish maybe this is the better build these days. Offlane Alks used to go blink daggers in these situations. It wouldn't have done a thing to change this kind of a fight, but they are going to pop the global Yoed out with the BKB activated as Mushi trying to live through this one. No chance. With that, Scotty reducing his heal amount. Oh, John. This might be high ground.
Yeah, this might be high ground. This could be game 3. If AG maintain this. Boom. and they sit back a little bit. They get punished in that fight on the first Roche, and it just kind of spirals down from there. Like, where are you supposed to find the damage to really burn down In Your Dream when he's up front with that butterfly? How is Natsumi supposed to handle that?
Right?
Yeah, like it's that Pugna combination. Again, he's always going to get mana because he's never losing HP.
Pugna combination. Our boys at gas station. Ember Spirit in, looking for the win. No control. I can't rhyme. I'm not that clever, and it's far too late in the day. But Ravage is pretty darn good, catching on 3. Yopaj trying to escape the mini. Remnant will do him no good, however. He dies, drops Remnant in his wake, but has no buyback here. Natsumi as well. I have to say, spooked into using the Metamorphosis. And again, it's AG who aren't even going to wait that long here, John. They're just going right back on it. No way, In Your Dream. I don't know if that's quite advisable though. Is going to lose his Aegis. There's an Eye of Scotty as well for Natsumi, but it's Jokam who is going to be able to provide cover here, and the mana. Sorry, make that the life drain, which does give a little bit more sustenance for the Dusa. Bold move though to go up to the high ground like that.
Yeah, quite bold. Fully reset now though. So
except for Verge, poor man.
Who cares about
He's all skin and bones now.
That's the life of a Pugna 5.
It's like, you know when you're a little kid trying to blow up a balloon?
Yep.
Give it your all?
Nope.
That's Pugna right now. Big ol' zip in from Yoei. Has BKB. Natsumi. It's going to be pretty calm, cool, and collected on his 8-second charge at BKB. Careful here. There's more damage onto the Dusa. Bridge a bit lower on the mana. They are out of mana now for the Dusa and her shield, but a Decrep will get her off the high ground, and they got what they came for. Tier 3 and the first barracks. Melee barracks at that. Not bad at all.
A big take for the side of AG, as they still have pretty much every tool under their disposal for Boom. It gets a little bit awkward, because now, you know, Yopaj tries to go in to make these plays. Who's there to follow him up? You don't really expect Natsumi to gap close in the same way as the Ember does. Mushi on the Alchemist, sure, he's giving out Ags, he's got a Solar Crest, he's got a Pipe. He doesn't really do much in the middle of these fights either. I think there's a connection issue for Boom in that it's a lot of pressure on Yopaj to clean up. If he maybe finds the backline, these fights simplify. You know, you find the Pugna. It's probably the big one you'd want to take care of. Just find the Pugna, they remove that battery.
That's right.
You might be able to handle this.
I agree, because even if you do want to take these long, drawn-out fights, with Pugna not being in the mix, you're going to make things much easier for yourselves.
Okay,
I see what you're saying there, Jonathan. The C teams with connection issues. See, I know.
Yeah.
You get it. You get it.
On multiple levels, we do have that issue.
Here's Boom. Okay, Jokum kind of showing off a little bit here. We'll see as Mushi looking for a way into this fight, but of course, without a Blink Dagger, isn't really a reliable Blink initiator here that perhaps his team would want him to be. AG, make that Boom, pardon me, at least finding a decent position here from behind. Yoei will be a tough grab, not only because he's a Storm Spirit with level 3 Ball Lightning, but he's got a BKB and a Shield Rune to back him up. Not to mention the mana battery. But Boom, they're going to have to, basically recall back to the base here. Give this another go. They didn't get that first go around correct, not at all.
No. They're about to just defend against stall out. They're 7k behind now.
Do you think this is bold though from AG? I mean, there is no Aegis anymore. It's been reclaimed.
I don't think it's too bad for them to go for a smoke play and look for something aggressive. Like, if you think about the counterplay Boom, it's very limited.
Maybe Yopaj, yes, they found him. X-Nova, Global Silence is going to be activated now, but Yoei already got off the Vortex. Now, Yopaj freed. Jokum's going to be punished for that one. In Your Dream now might struggle to get away here from Natsumi. Does have the Stone Gaze active now, which buys him a little bit of time. Separate. Is that, what do you hear in the distance, John? Is that a bell ringing? Do I hear round 2? Any takers? No. No takers.
No takers, no bells. Just a reset, Richie, as they go back. They bought back in Jokam. Well, in all honesty, Global Silence for a Batrider support, not a big deal.
True.
You're still pretty happy here. You don't lose your Storm. Medusa's very healthy in the middle of these fights.
I think the buyback may be a bit stinging when it comes to this Roche fight, though.
I mean, it is a little bit, but quite frankly, you don't really care too much about your Batrider. Like, he did get the lasso off, you didn't manage to find a kill, but you force a bigger role in the Global Silence, so it's worthwhile. You have a window where you can just take this fight again.
Well, that's true. I mean, and they're going to look to push it now. I mean, a bit surprised, but it is going to be the right time here with Metamorphosis on cooldown. You can see Zephyr basically giving head pats to Natsumi as frequently as he can to get that thing back off cooldown. Jokam sees the ward. I think they see him as well, as X-Nova is going to be the one to get caught here. He's a pretty big kill, especially because he doesn't have buyback. So even if he had Global, could not really commit for it. But by the time he respawns, will have it. Map control now, and potentially it's a fast Roche. a moment here for AG to really just apply the brakes here, freeze Boom out of this game, and set up for second Roche, pardon.
Yeah, they're in a position. They've got map control. Boom can barely go outside of their base. And then for Boom, these engagements are just really awkward. What the hell are you supposed to do in these fights? Like, you jump in with Ember and you expect Yopaj to just do everything and clean up afterwards? That's not how it works.
No. In your dream, going for a Scythe of Ice as well here, by the way. And Virij, I mean, AG, for the love of your gas station, please do the Tormentors.
No.
It's so good this game. You got to get rid of these illusions.
No. Not that. Virij doesn't need any more.
It's not. He's a support.
He's living on poverty mode, but that's perfectly fine. Less is more, Richie.
He did so well with that thing, man. In any case, he's still playing a pretty mean game here on the Pugna. I mean, he's very much, filling some support shoes.
That he is.
He's doing an excellent job thus far. They do continue to set up here and try and cement this one in game 2. Any win conditions here that you're seeing for AG? And any way for them to start the fight off where you're like, that's how you want to do it? That's how you make the biscuits?
I think they've had the right idea. Just Blink Lasso. Maybe if you Blink Lasso plus Ravage or Blink Lasso plus Tendrils of the Deep, it's kind of simplified. Just more control onto Yopaj, kill him off, and
they have those tendrils.
Pretty happy.
Not yet. I'd like to see that done.
Yeah, if they take their Tormentors.
Yeah, DB can afford it, but they're not going to go for it quite yet. So we'll see Roche respawning here. Aegis number 2, and he comes with the cheese, of course.
Yeah, full side of ice up now.
Yeah, did you see that? I thought that's cool. That's something to get Ember paused now.
Yeah.
That might be troublesome.
And more int as well, bigger barrier for you on your mana shield.
Good point.
It feels great. Like, again, Yopaj just has to do so much because you went for off-lane Alk buying Ags. Like, this is almost like a support Alk instead of the off-lane. Like, what's Mushi supposed to do in the middle of these fights? Really nothing.
Well, I'm glad he at least got Blink Dagger. I think this is the last time we saw lots of Alchemists. This was generally the mistake I saw lots of Alks making, is that they wouldn't get Blink Dagger, and as you say, they just feel like supports. Hopefully this does give them at least a new lease on life. I'm not sure how long that term of lease is, because there's an AG in the Roche Pit, Yoe as well with a shield rune ready to go. He's got a casual Ags in his backpack. Okay, so now he's got the budget Black Hole, significantly helping out issues that they had in terms of catch, great illusion clear, great wave clear. I mean, that's quite the item here now.
Yeah, I like that coming out. I think AG, this is their timing. With the Aegis up, with a cheese on hand, they should be able to just force a fight, pierce high ground, and just
Jonathan, here. This is SCA. We're not ready for this, AG.
Yeah, we are. We aren't ready yet. No, we're gonna take our time here, ladies and gents. Build that tension up. I mean, this is a nail-biting moment. These are 2 Indonesian orgs.
Big one. Oh, Mush jumps in. That's gonna be a stun on a Yoe, but of course he's got a Lotus dispelled. Still ends up finding himself silenced, however. Next Nova, by the way, holding onto a Gem of True Sight as Joe comes for an initiation. There's going to be a Ravage. Really nice job. And then going to be the budget Black Hole into now the Meteor Hammer from DB, but the damage not really there, to be honest. It's still mostly on the Dusa, and even if the control was pretty nice and you got the buyback out from X Nova, not really much else was gained.
No, and your dream was just not in that fight.
He's just not as spoilers. Medusas are not as mobile as Storm Spirits.
Gosh, that's a little bit surprising. Perhaps it's the lack of feet for In Your Dream. He can't utilize boots.
No, you're absolutely right. And in fact, he's got boots in the backpack now.
Exactly.
Prove your point.
Can't wear them.
God, John, you're so fucking smart.
I'm way too smart. I watch Barbie and Oppenheimer, by the way. And Witch from Mercury. Very good show. I mean, for Boom, look, they have the spike where they get Ags up again on Wuxi to gift out, I'm assuming, to Natsumi.
Yeah, definitely. I think you really, like, could you imagine global silence into this terror wave? It's just like, it's too much.
It's a lot. It's a lot. With the MKB up as well, you don't have any issues laying on to the Dusa. You should be able to get control now in these fights for Boom. They just have to find the angle. Because again, I think that's where it's a lot harder for Boom. Almost reminiscent of how AG had it in game 1, where how are you supposed to start these fights? Because again, it's just Yopaj jumps in, causes havoc.
Yeah, your repositioning is incredibly limited to basically blinding light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your damage isn't like super overwhelming. Really, you have control issues as well. Remember TB, he used to come with 20% movement speed debuff on meta activation, which got removed a long time ago. I only bring that up as to say, my man can get kited really easily. It used to be like a natural balance to him until that was removed, but still certainly going to struggle against it here.
Radiant's top tower.
Slow siege has begun.
Keep your eye out. Oh, there, keep your ears out now. In comes the Unstable Concoction. Does get reflected, but they have got Smoochie. Yopaj considering going on as well, but they're going to keep Natsumi at bay. From the high ground, though, he's starting to do some damage as Smoochie does stay alive. These darn Dusa illusions, man. Look at these things. Tough to get through. I think she's got a block of cheese as well, hasn't she?
Oh.
Does she
have
not?
a full block of cheese.
I've never seen that before in a game I've casted. Natsumi's going to be able to get up the BKB. Global Silence as well. Does allow Natsumi to get away the Sunder. Good boy, Zephyr. Nice job, man. Now give me magic. Now give mana. You give your life, your soul, everything here for Boom to try and stay in this game. Unfortunately, AG have Pug now, who does the same thing. It means that AG is back up to the high ground just as easily. Nice Satanic pop there. Sumi continues to stay alive. I couldn't tell. I think that was a block of cheese.
I don't think so.
What was it then?
We still have the cheese intact.
Oh, pardon me. What the heck did they give him?
I'm not sure, but I have seen the block of cheese in a secret game in Div 2 with Puppy picking it up on the Silencer. Let me tell you, on the Silencer, it doesn't seem amazing, Richie. Maybe not the hero for the block of cheese.
Is secret already in Div 2?
I mean, that was like last tour.
Oh, got it.
So I did see that.
Right.
I'm pretty sure we talked to Puppy about it, and he's
I think your watch is 2 days fast.
Well, I know my memory's loose, Richie, but I'm not senile just yet, okay?
Well, maybe you're...
I'm close to it.
Yeah. Boom. Really holding on for dear life. Now, this is their last lane of barracks. Dusa has Aegis only for 55 seconds as Mushi will stun himself on the high ground. They have caught Yopaj, that's quite the jump into the Ravage, committing everything here. They need a pop-bomb.
Wait, what?
Does he have a Remnant? He does, but it's a deep Remnant. He didn't have a defensive Remnant, Jonathan. Does have buyback, though, can be into this fight, but it's Boom who are losing this engagement. They're going to have meta back in 8 seconds as Mushi throws the stun, reflected back towards him as DP backstrokes his way on over him and proceeds to do nothing because he doesn't really have any damage. It's the Dusa who's on to the structures. The damn Coddle in the Year of Our Lord 2023 popping the Crimson Guard, keeping these buildings alive a bit longer, but it's X-Nova in trouble now, basically 3-shot by the Dusa, does not have buyback. That triggers the buyback now from Yopaj, but in trouble.
No.
Somebody's done to be turned into stone and killed.
That's
Without
big.
buyback, that'll be game number 3 here, almost certainly, Jonathan. Yopaj doing what he can, and sure, they may not be able to stun him, but you sure as heck can't kill him either. Game number 3 here as AG fight their way back into the series.
Yeah, and another moderate pace game from both sides. This time, it looked strong from Boom once more, right? Like coming out of the laning phase into some of the mid-game fights, they looked sharper. But my issue with this draft, my issue with what they had to do here is that you relegate Mushi into an item machine. Like, all he has in this game is feed Ags out to people, and you expect Yopaj to literally do the work of the entire team. That's not how it works. Like, it was just really difficult for Boom to take these fights, to handle the Dusa, to handle the Storm, to break off that initiation from Jokam. Like, it was all Yopaj. Like, just because Natsumi, he's doing damage, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mushi, he's feeding Ags.
There's no control.
Like, after he feeds Ags, what does he do? Nothing.
I think the support duo is a little rough as
That
well.
as well.
Right? You get maybe a Disruptor in this game. You get a support Mars, even. I don't know, something like that. Just a little bit more control here, make things a bit difficult. AG, you know, it was funny. Towards the start, I was kind of critical of this AG lineup because Boom could kind of walk all over them, Remnants all over them. Didn't really matter. Towards the end, it was AG who were simply too tanky. They didn't care. They managed to get the job done.
Yeah, they make the Dusa actually look like it works in Southeast Asia for once.
That is true, and it'll lead them towards a victory here. 17-17. So again, a slow game here as we do wrap it up in 42 minutes. Any predictions for how Game 3 is going to go? What do you expect to see?
60 minutes.
60 minutes.
That's it.
80 minutes. I think we're going to be kissing 3 hours. Like Nolan. There it is. It's going to come full circle here. We're going to go ahead and see, as we're going to throw it on for the panel to see what they thought about Game number 2.
Guys, I have a flight I need to catch. I need to go to Stockholm soon. Please don't drag that game out for 80 minutes because I want to watch the thrilling conclusion and not have to be stressed out about anything. Although I'm sure both these teams are now extremely stressed about the current situation as they are now both 1 game away from relegation. Adam, let me throw out a phase 2 set of picks for you. So they picked Alchemist Silencer, How does Monkey King Oracle strike your ear after watching this game?
What the hell are you doing?
Dude, it was Pugna Batrider first phase. You guys were already fairly confident that it was going to be a support Batrider after we saw the Tidehunter pick. And then they picked Terrorblade into that as the final carry pick. That was 23rd pick. So no way to dispel off Flame Break in the lane. So that lane is a total wash. Mid lane was actually heavily Yopaj favored. That went quite a bit for the Ember Spirit over the Storm Spirit, which was exhibited in this fight because Yopaj was styling. But then after that, he was kind of the only person who could do anything.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to the carry player. Why did the carry player AFK in that game?
Yeah, I didn't like his item build. I thought he had a good path to carry the game, but he went for his Diffusal and they couldn't fight. He didn't realize that Manta Diffusal doesn't let you fight into the spells of Army Geniuses. There's Decryptify, there's Stone Gaze, there's Ravage. His TB played for this, 15-20 minute timing, but he couldn't.
Even
He
the
just
mana
couldn't.
burn against Deuce isn't that useful because Pugna's behind.
Yeah, exactly. I would have liked to see him just go for a harder carry build and sing their auras. They had this like Call Elk building auras, like play for that one timing and maybe Manta Skadi BKB or Yasha Skadi BKB. I think that would have been really nice.
I mean, now you know why your patch is playing so bad.
Is he playing bad? I feel like he plays fine.
He feels like he has to always push his limits. You know, you see him feeling sometimes because he feels like he has to do so much in the game.
Training wheels on.
Because the Terrorblade is not doing, like he's literally not really hitting the
If there's
enemy
anything I
hero.
want to flame this game, is the fucking Crimson Guard on this keeper on the line. Why would you not let your strength offlaner buy the Crimson Guard? Why would you not buy
we were
like
having this discussion.
No, let him buy the pipe instead.
Yeah,
Yeah, right?
you're buying Solar, Pipe, and Crimson, right? Why not just put the Solar on the Cotter? Because the Cotter has the ulti
Cast range, right?
to give you more cast range. So Solar would be perfect for the Cotter, and then you put the Crimson and the Pipe on the out. Since you're gonna buy those items anyway.
I didn't like Mushi's decision to buy the Axe for Yopaj as well. I felt like he needed to scale into the game.
Yeah.
Like maybe some AC, some Abyssal kind of thing, because Natsumi was not doing it.
It's been a while since we've seen this man on the MVP screen, but DB earns it on the Tidehunter, who has been a very, very effective hero today. KP was doing work on it.
I wonder how much he paid the silencer.
Dude, yeah, so you want to talk about...
He blinked.
Pretty much everyone caught strays except Xnova, but let me tell you, I had some moments where I was just like, oh, I guess Global must be on cooldown. And then I look up at the top bar and it's like, I see a green diamond and I'm like, no, it's definitely up. Why isn't he using it?
It was so weird because defensively, he didn't use it. Like a combo of spells came out and he didn't global, and there was this fight bottom where he said the Tide blinked in, didn't Ravage. Natsumi didn't BKB too, and he's like, does the Tide have a Dispel? Like, nope. No, he don't.
No Guardian Graves, nothing. I wonder why.
Eventually, he did end up getting a Lotus Orb, but that was like way down the line.
50 minutes.
Yeah.
He didn't even need it.
He didn't even need it.
There's no point in the
I
game.
don't know. Peculiar performance out of Boom, but maybe the stress is getting to them of facing that they were just one game away from staying in Division 1, but they are still just one game away from staying in Division 1, or one game away from a relegation. It's time for game number 3 in our last tiebreaker, the very guaranteed last game of the Southeast Asian Spring Tour. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be right back after the break. It always had to be this way. 9 weeks of the Southeast Asian Dota Pro circuit. 27 days, no, actually more than that, because each tour had
9 days each.
Yeah,
10.
10 days.
No,
each.
10 days.
Because we always had the Monday.
Oh,
after.
9 and
we
Monday,
had
yeah,
3
you're
full
right,
weeks
right.
and then a Monday after. And so 30 days. 30 days of play. And we are no smarter than when we started.
Silencer stole our It'd be like that.
It do be like that. But is it enough for Do Your Power, Adam? Do you have enough power for the final game of Army Geniuses versus Boom Esports?
Do they have power?
Do they have
They look
power?
like they lost some power there.
Does Mushi have enough strength? The old man, he has to carry the young kids up that hill.
Master, I've given you an Aghanim scepter. Please carry me for the rest of the game. My support has built the Crimson Guard. I can only do so much with my pipe.
I just want to smoke my pipe.
You can smoke if you win. If you lose, you get slapped.
You get smoked.
You get smoked. You get smacked around. Because that's what is the situation right now. I have many questions for both these teams, assuming that we do get a winner's interview. For Boom, I would be very curious to know if this is the roster that we will be looking at come TI qualifications, or if they will let Mushi return to coaching. Tough call.
Yes, it comes down to if they win or not.
Yep, maybe.
They want to pick more Mars.
They won with the Mars.
Which Mars?
Which Mars? The Mushi Mars.
FBZ Mars? If he's not upstairs right now?
I wonder if he's in the house, actually.
I don't know,
Kinda
actually.
curious.
That's a good question. And then for Army Geniuses, I guess, what would be on the top of my mind for them? Varize, do you miss playing Gyrocopter?
Oh, sure. Hell yeah. That's the hero that I don't have to play an actual POS 5 hero, but I'm a POS 5. I'm a gyro. I can play the lane however I want, even though I don't know how to play the lane because I'm a gyro.
But he wins, though.
That's true. I mean, I feel like I mean, I'm curious to why he's not playing it. I feel like at this stage in your team, you kind of just want to give players as much comfort as possible.
Did the hero get nerfed this patch?
No, he's actually been getting a lot of buffs recently, which also had me curious why he's been off the grid. I don't know if they were carry-oriented buffs or like to homing missile and stuff like that.
I think he got like a flat cannon buff.
Right.
Must be a flat cannon buff.
So most recently in 7.33C, his move speed went up from 315 to 320. What else? Homing missile stun duration. Oh, it did get nerfed actually. So
It's fine.
At max, it used to be 3, now it's 2.5.
It's fine. You don't get max stuns anyway.
In that case, then, I mean, Rocket Barrage is still the same as it ever was. The talent got slightly nerfed, but that was a level 20 talent. So, dude, whip out the support Gyrocopter. If there was a way to go out of Div 1 or stay in Div 1, do it one of these.
I'm so surprised both these teams are ignoring Doom. I feel like it's been our hottest hero.
Yeah.
I guess Mushi might not play it, but
Doom, and the other one is Magnus.
yeah, that too. And it feels like AG heroes, right? I guess they did play Doom in the first game. Why would you pick Silencer again, man?
It's their answer to the partner.
Yeah, but what the fuck did he answer last game?
I think it was just
Someone called and he didn't pick up.
Sorry, straight to voicemail. I think you're dead right now.
Yeah, I guess they have initiation to use it with this game. They didn't really have a jump last game. It was just Ember Chains into global, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, but part of that was just the way that TB itemized.
It's how TB played. Come on, let's be real, man. The itemization is the least of his problems.
Sensitive topic. Not sue me.
I'm gonna press it one more time. I'm not gonna be able to press this button very many times. I just realized it's my final game with this button.
All right, so you get the Naga, you get your wish right now, but it's on AG. Naga against the Silencer, against the Bat.
I
You
wanna
can
see him-
dispel now.
That's true. I want to see him target Mushi though with the bans. I feel like Mushi's hero pool is probably not the biggest right now.
He has played almost a different hero every single game. So he's played Pango, he's played Medusa, he's played Magnus, he's played Mars, he's played Death Prophet, and now he's played Alchemist. You telling me that's a small hero pool?
I mean, does he play anything that's good against Naga though?
No.
Yeah. So I think removing those are
Wait,
pretty good.
what's good against Naga? Underlord?
Underlord,
And
Tide Hunter?
Tide, I
Tide.
guess.
I mean, I'm sure he can play.
Darkseer. Tide
Darkseer.
ban, but
Darkseer, I'll reserve my.
I don't think he plays Darkseer.
Yeah, I don't think he plays Darkseer too.
Boom ban out the Tide Hunter.
I think he definitely can play Tide.
Tide's definitely good against bad silencer. Like you kind of just man up, and if you get
Yeah.
ISO, you don't care. So I think it's a good ban. It's also a lot of mice armor with Naga.
About Timbersaw. That was an FBZ classic.
Mushi does not play Timbersaw.
Muji doesn't play any of these heroes, Adam.
That's true. So by your theory, he's the best Timbersaw ever.
Until proven otherwise.
Yeah, but you have to look at each of the heroes' functionality. I think like certain heroes that function more with the team, he's probably gonna be able to play like maybe at a worse level than FBZ, but he can compensate by commanding. He's good at telling people what to do in the game.
He knows how to use himself when he's strong and like pull the team to him, right?
Yeah.
And if Mushi calls, you better pick up. Guys come bottom, boom, rainbow. Do I remember watching Mushi plays pubs? He's playing mid, okay? It's like anyone can TP mid and then 4 lights. Power Rangers literally coming in.
All right, they take out Spirit Breaker and Mansion Army Geniuses. They take out the Ember Spirit and the Alchemist.
And they're just banning what heroes the top opponent picked the last game.
Yeah, pretty much. That's always the game
I
three of the
guess
series.
Al is good against Naga. Because you buy the Radiance and the Acid, you can deal with the Illusions in a team fight.
I feel like Naga outskills you at some point though.
Yeah,
Usually.
I mean, Elk is always like that, right? You need
That's
to
true.
end the game at a specific timing. Usually it's at the AC juncture.
Gotta sell, you can't hold.
Yeah, you just have to get to that point and win the game.
Kunka ban.
Ah, Kunka.
It's a new one. It's the Yopaj Kunka, man.
It is a Yopaj special.
I mean, is it because Kunka is good against Naga?
It's okay. You can definitely itemize for it. You can go for his Radiance. The Water Park is nice. It stops the team fight. But they could also just be banning for the Void Spirit with this Ember.
Oh yeah, they did that matchup Conquer against Void and Yopaj won that lane.
Yeah.
But somebody else did the same matchup and didn't win the lane. It was probably like Execration against some. I can't remember the game, but I think
Was
Bob.
Bob Void Spirit against.
Was it Yoe on Conquer?
I think so. Yeah. Sounds right.
Yeah, and he didn't win the lane. So I'm not sure if it's the matchup that is not accurate or he just played the matchup wrong.
Or maybe it's just Japoi Diff.
Japoi Diff. Japoi has his glasses off now. Clark Kent be gone. Superman is here.
Yeah, I mean at this rate, you need to be Superman to win this game for your team.
Yeah, but Pugna's the kryptonite. Look at him. Green crystal glowing. Look at Yopaj, he's scared.
You just need to keep your distance away from the kryptonite.
Magnus.
The Decryptonite.
Kryptonite, there you go.
I mean, are you sure he's playing the Magnus? For sure?
Who else would play it?
Natsumi?
Nah.
Why not?
He has not been a very universal player. He's been sticking to Agi cores pretty much this entire tour.
But what can go wrong if he plays Magnus? You're just
lot can go wrong.
empower and right clicking.
Dude, ask Execration when we saw Palos spamming this for the first week and a half.
I mean, what's the worst thing that can go wrong? You are only supposed to go in with your Harpoon, get somebody back, you have Global to back you up.
That's your offlaner's responsibility. You need to sit there and reliably right-click people.
It's hard against Naga and Pugna though, right? To dish out damage. Like you have this song, you have the just a very tanky hard Naga, right? Like you can't really right click through that as Magnus.
I mean, so what would you rather him be? Like some slug?
See what AG picks and maybe some Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey King sounds good.
Page out Blacklist book. What else is good against Naga?
Is Water Boy good against Naga?
Anti-Mage, Morphling, yeah.
I always love Water Boy.
I mean,
against
Water
Agi.
Boy is his best hero.
For Bali too. Gotta do it.
Gotta do it for Bali.
You guys said it, if you're going out, you go out with your best hero at least.
That's true. Where's the gyrocopter?
Yeah, pull up Vari's gyrocopter right now.
Honestly, Jakiro looks pretty nice. Disruptor looks good too, since they have the Naga. Against both Magnus and Bat Rider. I think Rubik looks great right now as well for AG. Even though it's into global, you still can have pretty high impact. You can buy Greaves.
If
or
they
Lotus.
buy Greaves.
I trust in Jokem. Jokem's the one player I trust. Timbersaw. Interesting choice. Just more attention drawn away from the Naga Siren, I guess.
Why?
To draw attention away from the Naga.
I mean, you're against Silencer and Bear, right? I wouldn't say it's exactly easy to play against those heroes.
Has there been a single first pick, second phase from Army Geniuses that we've been like, oh, this is a great third hero to pick on your lineup?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the reason why they
feel
are
it, you feel
playing
it.
for relegation, man.
It was Slark in game 1. Game 2, it was the Tidehunter after they already had the Batrider, which ended up being good.
Yeah, I guess it's still good against Magnus, even though Magnus is universal right now, because it's still right-click damage, you have a lot of armor, I guess.
I
But-
think you draw attention, right? To
Yeah, but still against, I feel like I hate playing
Ooh,
against
Dark Wheel.
Silencer and Batrider especially.
Why is there a Dark Wheel here?
Why is there a Dark Willow here?
For the Void Spirit carry. Well,
it's-
Monkey
it's-
King, what a surprise.
I mean, it's for the RP, I guess, counter initiation.
Yeah, but there's Global Silence, right?
I don't know.
I pick
Just trying
Rubik
to
or
rationalize.
Disruptor.
I mean, the heroes are all seem like they're terrible against Batrider in the early game.
So if you song them in the right position, you can bramble all of them.
I don't even see what's the combo and what's the reason. They don't even lack damage when you have Timber, right? Timber, when you pick Timber, the supports that you want with you are supports that have initiation,
Fun, right?
so you can throw your spells and kill heroes. Like, not something like Dark Willow, you know. They both are heroes that want to do damage and kill people, and they want to rely on somebody else to do the stuns for them, you know. So I don't understand what's the logic. I mean, their lineup again looks very peculiar.
Alright. Last game, Claire watched the game and he's like, guys, Natsumi does not know how to play against magic damage. And here we are with 3 very high magic damage heroes. Fair?
I mean, Mushi's just gonna buy pipe.
That's true, and Zephyr by Crimson Guard.
And then we're back to game 2. Yeah.
Is bad a flex for Boom? I feel like they have their 3 cores, but I might be wrong.
Has Zephyr played the bat so far?
No, but I'm sure he does play a hero. The guy's pretty flexible. He plays a lot of stuff in PUBG.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
But they're banning Quap and Storm, so I guess it's your patch better, right? Wind Ranger. Yeah, that's my reaction too. Dude, this draft looks like Talons.
What's this?
It does look like
Talons.
that's
Timber
true.
Solving, they won with it.
Was it Talon's draft looks like this?
It was Timber, Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Wind Ranger
Core,
and Dark Willow in the same game?
No, it was just Timber,
Not
Wind
the
Ranger
Willow.
actually.
Yeah. The cores are the same.
And with Pugna? I think it looks so fucking weird. So the Pugna is supposed to be the battery for Timber?
Yes,
Yeah.
I guess so. There's no one else to really battery.
And then you don't want to decrep the enemy team because all your team wants to right-click the enemy
The
team?
team has a lot of magic damage. Maybe you just offensively decrep and kill people. Maybe that's the strat, the genius behind the draft. Wind Rangers sort of their answer to Monkey Kings, and OK lane against Batrider doesn't really get threatened, but it looks very greedy.
So it's an off-lane Wind Ranger against Monkey King.
Ooh,
I thought it was mid.
no, I don't
and
think
off
so.
lane Timber
Yeah, I
slot.
think it's off-lane Timber. I don't know, man. AG's gonna surprise us.
No, actually, it's DB Pugna and support Timber Saw, so it's gonna.
Yeah,
be...
maybe. Pugna Willow lane against Monkey.
Actually, it could be DB Pugna and then support Wind Ranger and then mid Timber.
But I think Varys doesn't play anything here except the Pugna.
Yeah, probably.
Might be wrong, but Timber and Gyro look the same. So
Yeah,
maybe
fair
the
point.
compensation. What does Boom want here?
They seem equally befuddled. I'm assuming that this is a core Batrider and they're looking for a support, but
I like Grim. Oh,
wow. Why do you like
it's
it?
good against Naga in the lane. And it gives lockdown against this Timber and Wind Ranger. Kind of debuff for their heroes. I think it's a good pick.
Let's go with the Magnus in the game. The Inkswell and RP. It's a lot of synergy.
You know how we mentioned they had a lot of magic damage? There's like no way to deal with the Naga eggs under and focus fire right now.
Wait, Naga
I mean,
Ags?
Sorry, Grim Eggs.
Grim Eggs. Oh, yes, that's true.
And focus fire. Looks very annoying to deal with as a support. I don't think Pugna can drain it.
Nope, you can't.
No.
Nope.
It's
You can't click on it.
debuff immune.
Yeah, you can't click any spells on it.
Guess it's a typical Naga answer. I feel like Boom has a draft that makes sense to me and AG doesn't, so AG is probably gonna win.
Only because we were looking at relegations. If you were looking at going to the major,
that's true.
Then it's hopefully the draft that makes more sense. Winter, which way are you leaning for the final game of the SCA DPC?
I mean, old man Mushi is gonna climb up that rocky hill, that steep hill, one more time, just to drag his young guns up that long downhill.
Drag them up or drag them down?
Drag them up, obviously, because they are dragging him down.
He's gonna blink up and then he's gonna skewer someone down. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, bring your opponents
He's
to
gonna
you.
bring the opponents down and bring his team up. Oh man, Moshi, let's do it, man.
I appreciate the conviction. Whoa. Whoa.
What is this?
What's that? Did we, what?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that.
Shout out to Celine Dion. Our hearts will go on as the SCA DPC comes to a close with our casters for one last time. It's Seek and Strike and John X Fire.
Oh, Jonathan.
I was wondering when we were going to get to use that. I was going to go in a completely different direction, but got completely derailed. I suppose this is now a freaking Titanic themed cast. Now, welcome. When's the last time you've seen the movie?
I don't know. I remember watching a lot of meme videos about the pirated games, those bootleg Titanic games.
Of course.
Watch a lot of that. What I do know is that it's a good segue because we've already sank the ship in this cast in the first game.
Oh, we have.
And we've been talking about films, 3-hour films. Oppenheimer's a good one.
But Titanic
Barbie?
also a 3-hour film. That boy is
it's
on
not as memeable.
2 VHSs, man. I remember. Yeah,
it was a fairly long one. That was a barn burner, as they say.
I was gonna go with a different direction on the throw. I was prepared to talk about, you've heard of the myth of Sisyphus, certainly, right? But have you heard about the myth of Mushi?
What is the myth of Mushi?
It's about when you carry some young guns up. You do it back in the day, especially when you're developing a region on perhaps a team called Orange Esports. And then all of a sudden, as Sisyphus does, it rolls back down to the bottom.
Yeah,
you start to climb back up, only for Winter to be there at the top and kick you back down on the panel. Et tu, Winter, says Mushi.
Et tu, Winter. Et tu, Lit Bin.
It too, Chanlit Bin, how dare you? After all they've been through. I saw you go 0-15 at TI, and I still backed you up. I still played with you the next year. No, here it is. Everything.
True
Boom
friendship.
Esports, and I mean, what a journey for them as an organization over the past 2 years, right?
It's been so we've seen them with good old Remo, Selm, Mikado, Hyde, Kezcute, FBZ. That lineup, and then they just completely change, keep FBZ, then they do amazing with Yopaj, Scam, Tims, Jackie, and then now this. It's quite the up and down for this Horde as they jump onto X-Nova now.
I think for me, the craziest part about this is we will see X-Nova get sniped by Yowie.
That's the most amazing thing?
No, the most amazing thing is for me is, if I'm not mistaken, AG. No, pardon me. That was Xerxia that made a roster change heading into this one. Pardon. But, I had a really strong start to their Tier 2, to their Tour 2 for AEG, right? Kind of made a big splash, played a lot of games to start off and played very well, only to kind of not really be able to finish so strong.
Yep.
This time around, unfortunately, not really finding the same amount of luck, but still in contention for 6th, 7th place here. And again, for them, make a big difference when it comes to your first opponent in the round of C close qualifiers for the international.
Yeah, like those regional quals are where all the teams are setting their eyes on now, especially as they're not going to be able to play in a lot of tournaments until that point.
Very true.
There's a lot of time to think as we do have time to contemplate on these lanes. Richie taking a look at Zephyr and Mushi on that Grimstroke Magnus lane up against Varish, and of course In Your Dream on that Pugna and a Naga Siren lane. There is a lot of good synergy here, as the panel pointed out. The Inkswell lane is pretty damn good to play with. You can eventually kind of harass back with your cleave as well. So you can kind of clear out these illusions somewhat.
You can. I think that they're pretty good into these illusions. Unfortunately, as Naga, you don't really have a choice to not skill this mirror image, of course. It's more going to be up to the usage and how efficient you can really be without lining yourself up for these big old Stroke of Fates and for plenty more damage. They look for Varish. Now, they committed the Blood Grenade, but they're a little bit too eager there as they jump the gun. Remember, that little skeleton is very speedy here, especially without boots. When everyone is lacking boots, he ends up being pretty fast. Mid lane, I see Yopaj getting pretty close to Yowie here. He's holding on to 2 skill points, so we might actually see something pop off here on the next Flame Breaks. We saw about 10 seconds, but he's going to have to be a bit careful here as he does manage to get himself, the bottle refill. He'll be okay.
Yep. Should be fine to sustain this lane. Not the most straightforward for a Bat Rider to just run down, right? Even with a Firefly, he does opt for the sticky napalm instead.
Dumps 2 points into it.
Yeah, and you just can't chase a Wind Ranger when that Wind Run is up. So you might as well try to... What the heck? You might as well try to... Yeah, that disturbed me deeply. Shook my soul. At the very least, again, you napalm down, you can flame break. That's your harassment back. Although this isn't going to be too hard for Yoa. He's going to get free stick charges and just farm up. So whether or not Yopaj can shove away the Wind Ranger remains to be seen. Maybe if you get a support rotation. But again, considering what we've seen the past 2 games, you don't really tend to see too much action on mid outside of just securing ruins. Not even kill attempts.
No, not much. Not yet, anyway. Eager to see what this Grimstroke hero can kind of show us now. I do think there's a place in the meta for this kind of a hero. But I'm curious as to how it'll play out this time around. The Soul, hold on, mid, Yoe, tracking up the power shot, avoided by Yopaj, who has more sticky napalm charges to throw and has the kill. He doesn't mind if he dies here. I think he will live just barely as he avoids the creep wave. So that's obviously the ideal outcome, but he's going to have to run away a while for his bounty rune refill. But not bad. A good start, in fact, as most mids would say. He does get the solo kill over the Windrunner.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. Again, it's a little bit harder, but if you do see that earlier commitment on the Windrun, fairly long cooldown even at level 2, you can kind of harass, look for your window to just jump in, and it's down to just lane control. Down bot, still trying to be aggressive.
Little Link Soul stun here, but careful, they do have that ensnare. Plenty of damage as well onto Mushi. It's not first blood, but it's going to be a kill then in favor of AG in this bottom lane. We'll see if they can stem the bleeding here in this bottom lane, because top also in a bit of trouble as DP ends up getting really aggressive here. Doesn't even have the reactive armor quite yet, doesn't need it. Fights well into X Nova. Jokum gets him real good there on that. Check out that bramble placement. That's brutal. Really, really good work there. Didn't leave him anywhere to go.
I like this aggression coming out from the side of AG. Very cool and calm and collected coming out there on Yoa's camp.
Yeah, you could see him. He was getting serious mode, right, versus the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I mean, this is all in, right? This is the best of 1 that decides whether or not you stay in Division 1, whether you have to slog it through Div 2 or look for a slot elsewhere. Like, you don't want to have to repeat that journey for either team.
Yeah.
They've both been in that Div 2 jail for a while, up and down as an org.
Definitely. I mean, you were talking about the last year's Boom Esports, right? Especially with how strong of a year that they started with. People having high expectations then for this roster, unfortunately not panning out at the end of Season 1. But, well, improvements were made. 14-0 through Div 2 in the Spring Tour and the Summer Tour. Mild bits of success. I mean, taking down talent, certainly the high watermark for this org. They do have to be careful now, and Your Dream still fighting pretty well through this one. It's going to be able to live.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to pin down the Naga. It doesn't feel like you've got really enough damage despite having that Stroke of Faith. As long as in Your Dream micros his illusions, you're pretty fine. I think every lane is starting to feel pretty damn good for the side of AG. In terms of harassment, at the very least, Boom, you're starting to find a little bit more CS on Mushi and Miopaj. His mid lane's probably the shining point here up against that Wind Ranger. 25 and 13 in denies, 24-6 only on the Wind Ranger. So you're really cutting off the EXP gain. Level 6.5 up for Yopaj. Yoe only level 5.25. You have a really big moment here where Yopaj can make some plays. I'm curious to see if they have prioritized stacks. They have not. So there's not much flash farm potential just yet for Boom, which is where their lineup can shine.
We'll be seeing some fighting. I mean, certainly this is still a lineup that can farm. I expect Mushi to try and head into this max Empower build. See how eager he is. I wonder, do you think he'll stay the course? He'll go for the normal item, being probably Echo Saber into the Harpoon, Blink, or do you expect him to go more for the Aura kind of carrier? What's your read on Mushi here in this kind of a game?
I'd like to see him go for... Well, it's hard to say. I feel like Harpoon is still a really good item, but it depends on how they want to play. If they want to play it a bit slower, perhaps just build defensive auras, you know, just have this retreat mechanic for your team and just keep farming up. If you want to be offensive, then the Echo Saber comes through into the Harpoon. It's all a matter of how Boom decides to play, because again, this series, the games have not been the most action-packed. They've been very farm-oriented.
I'd be surprised if that didn't change, though, just based on the nature of the two offlaners. You know, either way, once you get your items, if you're going for the aura carriers, you're ready to team fight once you have your pipe mech blink. I think B quite naturally is going to be quite an aggressive hero here as he does get underneath the tower. Rotations now coming through from the side of AG as they will show 3 heroes. Countered by 4, though, as they will be now countering the rotation that Yoe makes. Already has the wind run off. Popping the wand charges, only has the bottle left to play for, really, and he's going to drop. Yopaj countering the rotation there, has the lasso, reaching, finds the Pugna, drags him further away. Didn't even want to turn around there, didn't need to, I suppose.
And finds the rune.
Yeah, finds the wisdom rune to boot. Can't TP away as quickly as he'd like, because Jokum's going to have a stun on him, but Jokum lacks the damage. In fact, Yopaj, okay. Yopaj, it's a tier 2 tower.
Kind of crazy.
Yopaj, that's a tier 2 towers there. Picks up the kill, triggers another TP, runs into the bramble to celebrate, as we all do, but should be able to get out of this one here for free.
Yeah, it's a big set of kills, and it's as you said. They change it up. They play much more aggressive now with its kind of early tempo. Yopaj is bringing. They're getting a lot of space out for Mushi to get this farm down. But
that's huge, though. I mean, Yoe going down after running top lane.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. He did pop the DD as well. Doesn't really find anything for his trouble. It's just maybe a lack of control. You're relying heavily on your Dark Willow right now. You don't have a value point in Shackle, so you can't set up for those solo plays right now in the Wind Ranger. And that's where things can be a little bit awkward for the hero. You know, you can't dictate these ganks by yourself. Your team has to kind of set up for you with this kind of skill build. And boom, again, finding themselves a really strong early start. 3-5, 1k lead up. Yopaj at the top of net where it has the travel top. They're getting more aggressive here.
That they are. This is going to be a kill for them. Virij pops the last word, trying to save himself and buy some time, I guess, with the B-Crep. It's quickly taken on down. A bit of counter synergy as well. I don't remember which TIOG it was. The one that they fluked, of course.
Yes, of course.
Where they went with the Pugna and Grimstroke combo. I remember that. Ended up doing really well because then you can't hit the Phantom. Ends up for some easy solo kills. Really good kill there as well. 2 out of 2 lassos committed to this top lane as Boom seems to be eager to get the ball rolling early for Natsumi. That's an aggressive play from Jokum. Has a TP out. Will be A-okay.
Yeah. And again, I'm liking where the aggression's coming out from. It's from Yopaj, and we were talking about like the history of Boom. This Yopaj reminds me of Yopaj and old Boom. Aggressive all over the map. He's just set to go past a win on the laning phase, and he's making space for the team. All cores of Boom right now, top in net worth. Natsumi starting to inch ahead, going into the Battle Fury build-up.
Yeah.
Mind you, there were some words when the Monkey King came out, certain flashbacks to running into mines, but no worries like that here.
With explosive games.
A very explosive barn burner.
Extremely explosive games. No, I don't think we're going to see anything too similar here. Natsumi's even dodged a couple of nice spells. That's BOT's online, of course. Ooh. Oh, they're interrupting the song! Oh, but there's no lasso, so, aggressive moves, they will force out a song and what some might consider quote-unquote a waste of a skill point. Now Natsumi still chilling in this top lane, by the way. Has not gotten the boot quite yet. AG now will swing down with 3 heroes to try and at least force the Monkey King elsewhere. Natsumi finally is going to move on into the jungle for a while.
They have the siege creep up, they've got their Pugna around, so they can start sieging on that top tier 1. Boom, slowly but surely kind of poking down bot, but not the quickest process with only Mushi around. Should be able to find that tower advantage for yourself here on the side of AG.
Yopaj, I think he's looking for the real Naga.
Oh.
He knows which one it is, finds her with the lasso. It's an arcane rune, a lasso. So reduced cooldown. He's not too dissatisfied, but forcing the TP out, reducing the efficiency of the Naga Siren's farm. Not bad.
I mean, they're doing what they should be doing on the side of AG, right? You were talking about kicking Natsumi out. Yopaj is going as far as kicking In Your Dream out of the jungle, which is where the Naga does shine. With these illusions running around, with the Riptide going, the farm pace of the Naga should not be at the bottom. So this is maybe something that AG is kind of lacking, trying to pressure on the opposing course right now. Still waiting for that build-up themselves here.
Mushi, by the way, going for the Echo Saber, so expect the Harpoon from him. So he'll be a little bit more farm-focused for a while. Yopaj might want to connect around him. But it seems like Yopaj is going to be set as the playmaker, at least for some time. Because between the Echo Saber into Harpoon build up, add that to a Monkey King who is going for Battle Fury, those are two cores that just want to hit creeps. They want to play some PvE.
Yeah.
Get their drops. Get ready for Diablo, wrong game. And
get ready for Overwatch 2?
Yeah, exactly. Just get ready to go, right? And then eventually they're going to hit this really, really strong timing where you're having a ton of damage, lots of items and mobility, and that might be just a bit too much for Naga in these kinds of fights. I mean, Heart on top of Butterfly sometimes tends to be where this hero becomes problematic. We'll see how far it'll take to get here for her.
Yeah, it feels like you need a lot more time here for the side of AG to cook up. So it's down to whether or not Boom relents on this pressure, because we've seen that multiple times where they just stop taking these early fights that they shine in and opt the farm. Not the kind of lineup you want to do this against. You do not want to give that Naga space at all, and they are smoked up looking for a kill here with Yopaj once
Yeah,
more.
but they'd rather take In Your Dream as Jokum, not quite the kill that they really want. This is going to be the wraparound now. Global Silence. There's no Song of the Siren here, but it is going to prevent the Willow from doing anything. So they will be able to drag now the Mirana, the Naga Siren, back into the Wukong's command. They lack the AoE damage, however, to be able to kill off the Willow through the TP in Shadow Realm. However, that was basically exactly what they came for there. Boom Esports, excellent execution on the smoke.
Yeah, that's the kind of movement we need to keep seeing. Never rest, always go hunting for this Naga, keep her suppressed. And DB and Yoe are finding some farm, but that's your Timbersaw and that's your mid Wind Ranger. These heroes can scale up well, but the Naga is always going to feel like a burden until those items are up, and that's exactly what you want to do in Boom. Just apply that pressure and get the map under your control. Let Natsumi get some activity on as well. Battle Fury flying out, full Echo Saber up for Mushi as well. So your timings are lining up. AG, you're looking for a smoke play though.
Yeah, they will get aggressive here. Let's see, there's still no points in the life drain. Yoe with the Rod of Atos online. They're building two rods actually. Jokum wants one as well. DB is going, by the way, for the Kaya and Sanj, I presume, after the Vanguard here. I'm going to ask you here about this build and how you like it in comparison to the Ag Scepter build. I just want to see if this smoke pans out to anything. It is AG who are now going to head towards this bottom side of the map. Farming. Well, actually not farming, just waiting in the trees, stalking his prey is Mushi. Not making the jump quite yet. And I think we're not going to see anything too crazy here. Timbersaw, Ag Scepter, we've seen a lot of it from the few Timber games we've seen.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that compared to Kaya Sanj?
It depends on the game. I think this is a decent game for Kai Sanj. Kind of needs some output. You want the stat resist up against someone like the Magnus. The Ags, I feel like, is an item you pick up when you can afford to just run forward and there's not as much control. That's very punishing.
Right.
Whereas in this case, there is a lot of punishing control. RP, skewer back, lasso as well.
Speaking of lasso, but in trouble here, actually need to get up to the high ground and not being able to do so is Yopaj. Did I hear that wrong?
That's a massive one.
Ah, that's a big kill. It's a huge kill. Shield run as well from Yoe. Knew he had himself covered there, and the first time here, it feels like Boom are going to be stopped in their tracks, basically. I mean, they had plenty of kills running their way. We'll see if this is going to be the momentum shift they're looking for. Mushi, by the way, not rushing the Harpoon, stopping for the blink in between. I'm kind of curious.
I don't mind that too much. That reminds you of an older carry Magnus sort of build. Maybe just wanting to set up for the RP for his team. Important enough. Maybe expecting comp-ups from AG to start rather soon.
I actually, this game, by the way, Amar, maybe ahead of his time, wouldn't mind a Manta style on this Timber.
Yeah, I think that works out. It is universal type now.
Universal type, you have a global to dispel. Yep. It also instantly kills the Phantom if it's latched onto you, which is pretty good. I don't know. Maybe it's not as good as Kaya and Sanj, but it might be a consideration because Kaya Sanj into this global, into this Phantom's Embrace is going to be really annoying.
Yeah, it's still oppressive. We'll see if that's something that DB will want.
Boom also, they're kind of lacking tower push, right? They smoke up as two, but are going to very quickly have to come up with another plan, right? They can't really sneak across this tier 1 tower. So they'll bring Mushi on in, who's trying to finish up his Blink Dagger to try and push this tower. There's no... Oh, Lasso's ready again, pardon me. Is there a combo you see here, by the way? Is there like some song into Terrorize, into lots of damage for AG? Like, what's their team fight look like? Should they want to hypothetically defend?
Again, you're relying a lot on Jocam to actually find you these openings. You do have Shackle up in Yoe. level 2 up now. And when you have Gleipnir, it becomes a lot easier for the Wind Ranger to be the one to dictate these fights for you. So you just kind of need to wait for that item timing. I will say as well, we didn't point this out, but Yopaj, when he died, he had 7 of the 8 kills on Boom. So that's how impactful that was. 7 out of 8.
Everyone else just kind of enjoying the farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's carrying, he's putting everyone on his back right now, Mr. Yopaj. So it's a big bounce back for AG. Again, the game equalizes as at the round 2K lead. Not too much of a gap now between our cores here on the side of AG and on the side of Boom. You've got that blink up for Mushi. So this is where we need to see Boom make that blink work. It can't just be a farming tool to jump across map.
That's a decent shackle though onto the creep, but it's going to catch the Bat Rider. Global Silence is through, but it won't make a difference. In exchange, they will be at least able to take down Jokum, so it's not, you know, the worst trade, because of course you got something out from it, but it's not one you're probably happy with. That's your second straight death now to that Rider.
Yeah, it's not great for Boom. Overall, it's still a big win for AG to find that activity out. Your one benefit here for Boom is that you drag Natsumi in, so he gets a little bit more first trouble on the Monkey King. That same play shouldn't be as easy to pull off with a BKB up on Yopaj. So he's got some defense now up against the chain control.
True. Regenerating the river for Yoa, nothing too big here on the 8-minute power. Next one could be anything though. It's the last one of the rotation. Mushi has now Blink all finished up. I don't believe we've seen an RP yet, unless I've missed one you've seen.
Not yet.
So I haven't really seen him become too big a factor. I could say the same of DB, however, who finally has finished up his Kaya Sanj. So now he's got a lot more damage stats. Of course, that status resist. Seeing how he gets involved here. Smoke breaks. Yopaj looking for the real Naga. Maybe he thinks he's found it. Ooh, he's going to be able to at least get the BKB off. Has identified the one that's singing, of course. Dragging her back as close as he can to Zephyr the TP. Out in time, though. As Yopaj kind of had to bait the TP out first, didn't he? That mistake there, costing him his long duration BKB charge and his life as the tips come through onto Yoe.
Yeah, he gets the shackle off. And when the Wind Ranger shackle does connect onto 2 heroes, it feels pretty damn scary to play into. And the side of Boom, just misplaying a bit. Like if you held off your lasso for maybe half a second more while your BKB was up, you probably would have had the Grimstroke up to at least try to do something.
Yep.
They miss out on the opportunity and they get punished for it massively. At the least, the space is paying off for Boom. You've got the item buildup you'd want here on Natsumi. Manta up now on the Monkey King, BKB afterwards.
Yeah, I just can't help but think with how the things played out over the past 3 minutes, Mushi's probably kicking himself, thinking, man, I should have finished up this Harpoon.
Yeah.
You know, like
they're just not getting these team fights.
Oh, I thought he was going to RP there for a second. He's in deep, by the way, but it does have reinforcements quickly crossing the river to help him out. See what else they can find. It might cost the life of Xnova, who's going to be terrorized here, running for his life. Had a lot of move speed there.
Skewer,
as the TP out from Farish, not going to happen in time. The skewer is going to be in place. 3-man Gleipnir from Yoe, but no additional follow-up. Does make it at least a trade in favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's something to find. Not the biggest kill on the support Pugna, but they'll take what you can get. Finally seeing some activity from that blink on Mushi earlier on.
That's right. And this Monkey's farming, right? Like, we haven't really talked about him much, but did get off that battle period timing, full Manta into the BKB now, starting to really kind of stretch his legs here in terms of his farming speed. We'll see if the Naga can keep up as she is rapidly approaching that heart.
I'm pretty sure Naga can keep up. You're not too far ahead, 2k above, half an item. Not too bad for Naga to play on. Although ideally, again, you want to be ahead in this hero, but you scale up pretty well.
Okay.
So you don't mind too much. Smoke out from Boom.
Yeah, Mushi holding on to a greater healing Lotus, by the way. So he's got a big heal on himself. Yoe, taking up time. Smoke's breaking. But they're guessing why. No, Xnova does see his man now. There is a Song of the Siren, however, available. Lots of dispels, of course, for the Naga. So this Smoke close, but no cigar here for Boom.
Yeah, missing out an opportunity. And now it's Natsumi who could be under threat.
The opposite move now is AG will follow through into the jungle. I mean, they do hit the shackle, but he's halfway completed the great journey to the west by the time it hits him.
Just a speed run on that good old epic poem there for Natsumi. Of course, the movement this time is much appreciated, not like the last time we saw this Monkey King. Still get flashbacks myself
Again, so far, both teams kind of just playing it safe, not really looking to put themselves in position.
Yeah, I mean, you said it would be faster, Richie. I feel disappointed now.
Well, it was fast, and then all of a sudden, Yopaj.
I mean, all the games were like that, though.
They were pretty one-sided, though. This one was now a little bit more back and forth, kind of spooking teams into settling into a farming pattern. Exnova nearly died, by the way, to the Naga illusions. Doesn't need to be a bit careful there. Oh, he nearly died to the Tormentor.
As I have resupport almost.
Yeah, he got the shard. They probably wanted it more on the Grimstroke, who still has that Dispel. It's a little bit, lackluster these days, given that they've nerfed the stun durations overall. But having a hard Dispel at your disposal is still not something you want to, really ever sneeze at.
Yeah, it's always big to have that. Fortunately, gonna have to look for another Tormentor to kind of get that done. Again, game has settled into a bit of a farming pattern, a holding pattern as we wait to land. Smokes out, this could be them breaking that holding pattern.
We'll see. Into the butterfly next, like I said, for In Your Dream. Monkey King, of course, not too crazy a purchase for him to go for the MKB, not just for lore reasons, just because it's a good item on as well. But careful, your way into the triangle. We'll be able to find the shackle onto Xnova. Has Global, but no chance to even cast a single spell as he is cut down by DB. See what AG can make use of the space. Now with Heart, they can tank and very slowly do Roche. There's no Diffusal on the Windrunner, but it can be done.
It can be. It should be the big objective they gun for next. You can always kind of song out if any trouble presents itself here as well from Boom.
Yeah, the Radiant Sights, if you need to buy back, you have the Outpost. Oh, but they've scattered a Monkey. The trees, gets off the Wukong's command. So, Natsumi, feeling spooked, honestly. Feeling spooked, I have to say. Especially with the butterfly there, like he's kind of struggling against those illusions. That should be Roche basically for free.
Should be. You can't contest right now in Boom, even with that Blink. I'm just a bit disappointed with the spacing from Boom, right? Like, the itemization, the choices, like the Blink on Mushi pays off once, but this is kind of the fight you want to use it in. If you had Wukong's, would have been a viable fight. Blink RP, contest to Roshan.
Blink RP, but it's BKB next, so still no Harpoon. Does hey, John, lift your mic so they don't hear this. Does Mushi know that they added Harpoon into the game?
I'm not sure. I think Mr. Winter would say that he's pretty sure. He's pretty sure. Would be there. I'm sure Mr. or Mushi knows.
Well, we'll see. Mid lane, careful. Yoe is going to be dragged back now by the lasso. They're going to have a stun and a silence follow up. Double actually on the global. Someone save Yoe, but they can't. They're all global. Can't do a darn thing. Xnova there. Taking a bit of damage from the side now is Jokum, and now In Your Dream. Going to be in from the jungle, but they've kept DB at bay. Xnova is likely to fall, but that's going to be an RP. Cannon's going to be bringing enough damage. Can he actually land the auto attacks before the song comes? No. Little mini stun there is going to at least prevent an immediate kill on In Your Dream as he tries to TP out. It'll be pretty close, but does manage to get out in time.
And bails out. RP comes out from Mushi. Doesn't manage to nail the kill, but they're starting to bring that threat out on Boom. They're the ones fighting into Aegis here. So AG are not able to break off that initiation. So Boom again gets on the aggressive, get the upper hand in these trades. Not enough to really give them, too much map control. They can't go in for the tier 2s. They can't do as much as you'd wish, but they keep the game slightly favoring them. A network advantage coming out here still for Natsumi. Finally seeing an RP is just a bit of a...
Yeah, it works.
Overall, it's something.
Button works, Now, I'm eager to see what the next move is going to be, the next go time here. Of course, still into this Aegis, so that's why they don't commit as hard as they necessarily need to. Wasn't like a dying moment for them there. It definitely could have been tricky for them if they weren't too careful. BKB now for Monkey King all finished up. Next into Nullifier. That is going to be problematic for Yoe until he gets up to his 25 talents.
Yeah.
DB next going into the Ag Scepter as Yopaj going hunting again. Oh, DB missed on the Timber Chain, but fake hype because that's all the gap close Yopaj has. Even if he had Lasso, couldn't quite catch him.
Yeah, and he did see a little bit of a movement out from Varish onto the gate up top. So not going to really chase. You're fine here. Aegis still has 2.5 minutes left. And both sides will just opt to go back to farming.
Mike,
no faults here.
Going for the TP out. Yopaj doesn't even need to use the lasso here, as they are going to be able to get him with the skewer. Pretty mean life drain, honestly. Pretty mean. Yopaj certainly coming off with a nose bloodied there, as he will lose his tier 2 tower, but they have the kill pretty easily there.
Yep, nice little pickup again. Not the biggest kill in the world, but you take what you can get when the game is at this kind of pace.
You've seen, by the way, I mean, because the game's at this kind of a pace, you see what Zephyr's building up here.
He's got the Ags going.
Dark Portrait nearly there. Needs another 750 gold, which for a support is pretty close.
Yeah, it's not too far off, and again, that's going to be massive. You can get a Naga illusion going for you. Probably the best bet. Just to be really annoying with a Riptide, so...
Yeah, I mean, Windrunner does a lot of damage now these days, honestly. She's not a bad get either, but certainly I think Naga's going to be the big one, just to,
for sure,
to throw illusions in there. They do have Riptide, right? So certainly it'd be pretty annoying.
Would be. Just need to find the angle in. 2K lead still stands for Boom.
Yeah, he's going for a bit of a hunt now. DB's a bit of a hard catch, though, as DB also trying to finish up the Ag Scepter on the Timbersaw.
I don't mind it.
In the mid lane, has BKB, might have to use it here lest he just die, or he's just gonna die.
Yeah.
Shackle Shot finds him. Yoe quick to commit the focus fire. Now we'll see what else they can get. Natsumi though in the one tree that they didn't check, whiffs real big there on the Boundless Strike, and that frees up In Your Dream. That's another support dead. Now Yopaj trying to TP out, has enough BKB duration. Nearly having the damage though, actually, is AG.
It's starting to crumble down a little bit. Again, all this waiting around for Boom, it does feel like they've conceded way too much space for all the cores of AG to kind of catch up. And just a few mistakes there, right? Like not popping BKB and Mushi, feeling he can survive through seeing a couple of heroes means you don't have the threat of RP. Without the threat of RP, your team fight's kind of lackluster. There's nothing to keep them in the Wukongs, and you know, these mistakes pile up. Mushi made a couple. Natsumi whiffs the Boundless. You can't find a trade on the Dark Willow. You just get run down. They had to pop Global Silence there as well, along with Wukongs. So you're down a couple of spells. AG are in a pretty good spot to just control this game, I'd say.
It's true. Aegis is going to be timing out here soon, so there's maybe still a move to be made, but I think the troubling part for them is, there's going to be a Butterfly now being fetched to the Naga Siren. This is the big timing I was kind of thinking about earlier.
Yeah.
Butterfly, Heart, both online here, and still no MKB quite yet finished. They've got the Demonic Edge, so they're getting there. Is it Demon Edge? Or it is just Demon Edge, Demonic Edge.
Yes, it is a Demon's Edge. What is an edge? How do you own an edge? It's just, is that just a name, not really a...
It's because it was smithed by the Demon Smith Obsidian, obviously. And he killed its maker when he tested his edge.
So it's the Demon's Edge.
Yeah, because he was really edgy. He was like...
he is a complete edgelord, as we see on Reddit, I suppose.
That's certainly the case.
So you're telling me this was made by a Redditor?
Could have been.
Interesting.
Could have been. Although I don't think so, because if he had a master, it implied he had some sort of parasocial relationship, and I don't think Redditors are capable of that.
Fair enough.
I don't think they...
Fair enough.
I don't think they got it in them. Mushi's, by the way, he is just Lotus Enjoyer. He's holding on to these bad boys. He
wants a block of cheese.
Maybe he does, you know? I mean, again, John, if this game is going to go late, maybe we need to start not considering how many Roches we'll get, but how many blocks of cheeses.
Just realized I should have told Alphon from Boom that drag this game out. Tsunami wants to miss his flight. He loves Malaysia.
He loves Malaysia.
Doesn't want to go home.
And Boom, if this game goes late enough, maybe they'll get some Nasi Goring as well as DB's. Got the Axe to activate here. He's got a lot of damage to give off, so you gotta be careful. That's gonna be quite a burst now. Not enough damage, though, to quite get through Mushi, but down to half HP, and now they find him with the Shackle, still unable to get off that BKB, but not a whole lot of damage either coming his way quite yet. You know, the big item, yes, there's going to be the lasso back. They're going to try for DB. They do have a some mana, but it didn't last nearly long enough, Jonathan. Thanks to the Kaya and Sanj. Natsumi didn't pop BKB and has MKB as well, but it's a couple BKBs popped all around. At least it wasn't the RP committed, but unfortunately, Jonathan, Mushi did eat the greater healing.
No.
Yeah, so that one's gone.
It's over.
We have to restart.
It's over. This game's done.
There is an Ag Scepter. I don't know if I quite saw Dark Portrait. It was used. It's on cooldown, but I didn't really see Zephyr get too much damage in with that one.
Not quite. Not quite. I mean, he did also pop the Soul Bind onto the Tim to try to cut off the chase a little bit. Doesn't quite pan out. And oh well, Richie. Told me this would be a fast one. He told me there would be aggression.
I thought it'd be a little bit more aggressive than this.
I thought you were smarter than me, Richie.
I didn't know that you would be the aggressive one, though.
I am the aggressive one. I'm not here watching Oppenheimer.
Is this what it's like MLP, you know, he doesn't give you food in between the games.
Me and
you
Mike
don't get any adobo and you just start being your agent.
Here's a trade secret with me and Mike. We actually don't listen to each other.
I see.
We have each other muted. So if you think we're talking to each other, we just understand what we're about to say, but we don't really pay it.
And he's always like, you win your animes.
Yeah, and I'm sure he says something about my anime choices. He feels like Naruto is the superior anime of all time. And I'm like, there's a lot of better animes. Like,
I hold no opinion as I've seen no anime.
Very good, Richie. That's exactly what I want to hear. Don't get into it.
Sumi is he's kind of messing around here in these trees. As Roche, he's going to end up spawning bottom, but in a minute. Both teams don't know that, though. So it's all of this waiting game. And John, we've been here before. Boom have proven to be a bit more of the patient team, a bit of the team that's been better about fighting around the pit. Do you think that's easy to do with this kind of a lineup, or is this pit harder at poking and prodding?
I think it's actually easier for them to just go all in on. You don't want to poke and prod. Just jump in, RP, Wukongs, literally throw everything out and find a couple of kills.
What if Song comes out?
Kill the Naga.
Just kill the Naga.
Just kill the Naga. Control her, RP her, global silence her, gank her jungle, ward her fountain or something.
Boom. Making their way around now from behind. AG don't have a ward up back here, but they are holding not only the outpost. Oh,
there you go.
Two, I think that's two. Yes, indeed. They've caught the Naga Siren as well. Jonathan, it's that easy. They just blew her up. DB can do nothing, covered by the global silence here. Is going to give up a lot of damage here from the active on-reactive armor now. But careful, and Nutsumi could be in some trouble. Let's knock out the BKB up. And no, Natsumi, but he's just dead. Yoei finds his man there on the shackle shot. Mushi TP'ing out. Jonathan, they're bailing. This fight, it's falling apart after it started off so well. Mushi just can't get it all done.
At least they killed the Naga, so Roche isn't really an easy take right now for the side of AG, so they stalled that one out, but Natsumi just late to the BKB, pops it as he's about to die when all of the spells are already onto him anyway. It costs Boom. And it's a much more equal fight because of that loss. Still a massive win overall for Boom, so we can take a look at the replay. Beautiful RP into the Wukongs, but just, again, maybe a bit overconfident with how far they could go, not respecting the damage output coming out from some of these heroes. Natsumi holding on to that BKB for such a long time, gets shackled, gets boomed by the Timber Axe, and then he's just dead.
He's just dead. DB got him with a damn right click. Disrespectful. Whoa, okay, fighting again now. Yoei, though, yeah, he's the one doing the damage here, but might not be for long, however, as he is going to get chased down by Yopaj. BKB dragged back here into his own brambles, where X-Nova can't really do much damage to him. Does manage to at least assist there in the kill, as Yopaj credited with that one. Messy fights here, Jonathan. This is more what I was expecting as... Oh, that was a long TP. Where was he TPing into?
I have no clue, but maybe someone else was going down home as well. Do get punished further. Big kills for Boom to equalize off the back of losing a couple of cores.
13 to 18, 35 minutes in, as Roche has now spawned bottom. I believe both teams at this point close to
very
aware.
aware.
Yeah, and this is a big item here. Natsumi is about to get that Nullifier finished up on top of the MKB, his Ag Scepter, right? Battle Fury. Lots of damage for him here. Pardon me, no Ags, pardon me, but that Nullifier, being able to get rid of the Wind Run, you know, constantly, and the Decrep, you know, both kind of big issues. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it also dispels this Timbersaw active. I
swear I've heard that.
I've heard that from Avery, but you never know.
I don't know. He's a guy who had to Google what Bad Juju does.
Which is why I believe that he got it right. Because I know he knows how to read. Roche top now, though. Boom feel like they've got the advantage here. Perhaps they do. ENG down 2 here would have to really drag things out in order to take Boom in this fight. That's a slight device purchase, though, for the Naga Siren, John.
That's big.
That's going to leave her without buyback, though, which makes this fight even scarier. They are going for it now, smoking on over. Roche is low. Mushi, the only one left in the pit. Natsumi as well, taking a dip outside. Doesn't really like what he sees, though, and needs to leave it. Roche is low. I hear a lasso. Who have they got? They've got Yoei, but they need a little bit more follow-up damage. The Global's pretty decent here as well, but they're splitting targets, and they've already lost the Grimstroke. Song of the Siren was already used in your dream, committing that big spell here. Where's the fight? Everyone kind of just taking to their own corner, getting ready, but Roche is the lowest of them all here. Boom conserving the buyback. Maroon's gonna go down the RP. Mushi's in. Who's gonna get it? Though it's
Aegis, please!
No one picking up the Aegis.
No!
It's gonna be in your dream. Natsumi needs it though. Does not have the Jingu mastery and will die for this. Yopaj hexed up by the surprise sight device. The life drain and the damage will put him into the dirt. And Army Genie says, John, I don't believe it. Boom, they doubted themselves. Probably could have finished off Roche. I think they were afraid of the song.
But it was used. And they lose Aegis. This is bringing some very terrible flashbacks for Boom. They had a moment where the Aegis was just on the deck. They could have grabbed it. Instead, they lose out 16-18.
Oh, no.
We can take a look at a replay, see that exact moment. Really big RP coming out from Mushi. That recognition, they jump in, but no one grabs Aegis. The Terrorize. The Terrorize just shoved them out.
Yep. Absolutely. DB and Yowie doing the damage from the side. BKB, Wukong's command gets out this time, but
so late in the BKBs.
It's just not enough. Again, yeah, you're right. Oh, they're in the base. They're in the freaking base, John. Who's that? Who have they killed? They killed X-Nova. Okay, I mean, he doesn't have buyback, though.
Mushi's not even in the area.
There are no outer
buildings. They're conceding the racks. Mushi's just shoving in what he can.
How many buildings is this going to be, though? Top lane already gone. That's going to be a fortify out. It's the last one that Boom had. Mushi TPing back. Now it's going to be back in 14. Now with the Wukong's command at the ready. The Mushi still without that RP. Just has not been as impactful as it's really needed to be. The follow-up damage not there. Yopaj trying to carry this game all on his own. 7 kills to start off the game, Jonathan, but has not been able to get the job done here. Bats, you know, they can't carry very much. They're not beasts of burden.
No, they're not the, I forget the Monty Python joke about pigeons. But
they're not swallows.
They're not swallows. Yeah, the African swallow.
This is going to be a hard one to swallow for Boom, though. I mean, back to Div 1, back to Div 2 again.
This is... They had so many moments as well. They've just been very, very, very conservative with BKB uses, jumping in.
What did John Wall say? He tried to pass the curse
you
back to Gabby.
You passed the curse to Gabby, but Gabby's not even in the
maybe, yeah, maybe pass it. Dare I say it to Boom? Maybe pass it
as
to
a whole? Holistically, all of Boom?
It'd have to be a particular player. And honestly, this game, the way that he hasn't been popping BKBs, I hate to point fingers, but Monkey King has kind of been...
It's been a little bit rough for good old John Anthony Vargas, my fellow namesake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we joke about it all the time when we meet each other. Hey, John. Hey, John. Like, yeah.
That must really confuse Mike.
Mike doesn't. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. It's fine. He can't get confused if he can't hear it.
That's true. Hey, there's Eye of Scotty on more stats for the Monkey King. Does allow him to live that much longer. Maybe try and turn in a fight.
My issue isn't the itemization. It's the execution for Boom. It has got to look sharper.
What's not coming together for you?
Just late BKBs. They don't respect the counterplay potential, the counter control from AG. Right, like the Terrorize is there, the Bloody Shackles coming out when you don't catch the Wind Ranger in the RP. Stuff like that. You have to be ready. You know, you just have to consider...
Boom are smoking into this Aegis, man. I mean, they better be ready for this. They're trying to catch someone in the mid lane. They do get a ward down, but it's going to be revealed. Yopaj, he's committing.
What is
but
this?
They've seen him. He's going to need to get the hell on back now. That's BKB committed. And Lasso as well. X-Nova, he might end up dropping. Mushi commits the RP. The Skewer finds 2. Out comes the Wukong's command. They have caught in your dream in here. The stuns are good. Will they be able to get
Aegis, though.
Yes, they will, but that second life is going to be the biggest question mark now. Yowie, his BKB's out and dusted now as DB, oh my goodness, nearly one-shotting poor Zephyr. In your dream, focusing onto the structures as Yowie's going to be able to snipe the kill onto Zephyr using the power shot. Boom, being forced back for the buildings as they are about to be against the ropes here, Jonathan. Down, but not quite out. But one step certainly in Div 2 as this is going to be the Megas.
It's going to be a hell of a defense having to come out here on Boom. They can get some good lasso and Skewer backplays.
It might not matter, Yowie. Yowie, he's found the shackle and he's just dead. Yopaj has buyback, but Mushi as well. Caught by some of the brambles here. In Your Dream is in onto him. They finally get the harpoon, but he's stuck out for him. Yowie, he lassoed himself.
That has got to be it.
Apart. John, Boom Esports lose 4. GG is called. Army Genie says fight their way for the right to stay into Div 1. But Boom Esports will be making the trip back down to Div 2 come next tour.
It's a great win for Army Geniuses. Again, this is a team that we've seen grow from their journey in Div 2, from a lot of roster changes in the inception of this team. You know, they used to have they used to have players like Mamang Daya, Wami in it, and this iteration going quite far with some veteran names. But boom, it's so rough. Like it feels like they had something going. Like their early game just looks amazing. They get this aggression going, but these fights, man, where they don't pop BKBs, where they don't respect that counter control, it just bites them. And you know, there's only so much that Yopaj, he was so active in this game. There's only so much this one player can do. The guiding voice from Mushi was great, but there was only one guy being aggressive this entire time when you needed to shut this line of AG a lot earlier.
That's tough. That's really a tough loss for Boom. I do feel for them after a pretty impressive start, after taking down Talon, dismantling Talon 2-0.
Talon lost to this?
Talon did lose to this. I mean, damn. When you say it that way, you know, I know you're Talon stan, so it comes.
I'm a Boom stan as well.
It
I
comes
love
from a
these
place
guys.
of love, but you're absolutely right.
I think the curse is everyone I love has been having a rough tour. You know, Blacklist, players I love, Talon, all the players on Geek Slate, Polaris.
That's right.
Boom. I'm the curse. I'm the curse, guys.
It's you.
It's my fault.
My fault. You took the curse from Zhao. It was you all along.
It was me all along, actually.
And that's the kicker to end our DPC tour. Of course, we're going to throw it back on over to the panel because we do have an interview with someone from AG, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. But that does wrap up our DPC summer tour here as far as the Dota comes for Div 1. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. Back to Neil to close out the show.
John, does that mean that you don't love me? Because I'm in very, very high spirits after a very, very successful tour. Richie and John, thank you both so much for the casting, as well as Cap and Avery for being able to do all of these tours. It's been a pleasure. And now we get to celebrate Army Geniuses and condolences as it is the tour that ends not with a boom, but with a whimper, as Boom has now been relegated yet again, up and down this entire season. Tour 1, they get bumped down along with Fnatic, but they grind their way back up during Div 2 of Tour 2, and then they come back here, only to get relegated yet again. And Winter had some very, very passionate words about the topic. I'm guessing you probably won't be sharing them on the panel.
It's only for your ears, man.
Yeah, no need to kick them while they're already down. I'm sure they are very, very sad at the result.
I mean, there is only one reason why they're going back to Div 2, because they belong to Div 2.
Yeah, it's true.
It's because of John X-Fire.
He just loved him too much.
Too much love. Stay away from John, guys.
Stay away from John. He's toxic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they should be doing next season, you know. Like, ideally, I feel like
I know what they should be doing. They should be looking for players.
Yeah, they might have to just remake the whole roster.
Not working, man. Build around Mushi or, you know, build around Yopaj.
You want Mushi to go back to full active play?
I mean, I love Mushi playing.
Yeah,
I think he's
I know.
shown that he can play. He constantly shows that he can
you
play.
think he wants to play, though?
I don't know.
He probably prefers to be...
I think he would play with the right people. Because Mushi's the type of person that if he wants to do something, he wants to like go,
no
half-ass. Yeah, no half-ass.
Yeah. He full asses things.
And Boom was in such a lead, and they just felt like they couldn't do anything. Like, I don't want to blame Natsumi, but I think he went for his Belfry into Manta. Like, it was the same as the Terrorblade game. He didn't buy items that allow his team to take fights.
You can blame him this fight. Look at what he's doing this fight. Okay, he kills the first hero with Boundless, with ulti, and then he jumps in the game. He doesn't like wait around the trees for his second cooldown of Boundless. I mean, he
didn't press BKB.
He didn't press BKB. I mean, sure, you know, you didn't use BKB, you want to be aggressive, but you also want to be smart about the team fights. You know, you wait for your next set of cooldowns before you go in again with your BKB that you saved before.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the RP from Mushi, the only way they lose that fight if he goes in and dies without pressing BKB.
Yeah. And literally that happens like every single fight, you know. Like he's been really poor at, I feel like team fights, like knowing which hero to kill, when he should be going in, and what he should be doing in the team fights, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see the highlight of them attempting to steal Roche right here. So Mushi waiting for his moment, gets the RP, Natsumi goes in, but no BKB.
You know, what the hell? This is totally unacceptable. Your Magnus blinks in, catches the enemy carry, kills the fucking Roshan, and you go in as the carry and you don't even want to save the BKB for what? Like, even if you die, that you use your BKB, you die, you pick up, as long as you fucking pick up the Aegis, you're Gucci, you know? But why are you being so greedy? But why?
Did not respect the Dark Willow. He thought he had them Arteezy reactions to be able to...
It was a good terrorize, though. It was pretty on point, the terrorize. I don't think he had time to BKB. He had to like pre-BKB before he jumped in. Which is what he should have done, but I don't know, I just feel like the timing sync on Boom never came together. Like they were strong, Yopaj was strong. Man, do I feel for Yopaj.
Yeah.
I feel like every early game he's like 7-0, and then he dies, and then the game is over. That's actually how it feels, you know. It's like playing a pub. You play Ember Spirit, your team's feeding, you go 7-0, boom, 1 death. GG, you lost.
Yeah, that's why he feels so much pressure. You know, like I can't help but feel for him. Like he needs to do so much in the team, and yeah, he has bad games, you know. But you just can't expect the guy to carry every single game. You know, the actual carry has to do something. You know, sometimes I feel like out of 10 games, like maybe one game Natsumi is actually doing something in the game. You know, like with the Mushi buff when Mushi played the first day, and that was the day where I feel like, oh, Natsumi actually played Dota. You know, but after that, I mean, the spark just faded.
Wind Ranger MVP once again.
This hero might just be rising in stocks. I know pub players are definitely very, very frustrated with her. They say that Lina has basically been traded out for Wind Ranger from Lima Major. It's all these ranged carries who you seem to can never shut down, and Yoei delivers in this series winning performance and Div 1 winning performance, as they will be remaining in Div 1, which they got to stick in for 2 tours now. They survived, because it was Tour 1 that they were grinding up from Div 2, and then they made it into Tour 2 and was quite close. It was into a tiebreaker to determine if they would make it to the major or not. Came just short. This time it's a tiebreaker that's much less glamorous. It's just to stay in Div 1, but it's still proof that they are capable enough to stick around. And perhaps one of the reasons why they are been capable enough is because they've got a coach on their side. Claire, a pleasure to finally speak to you. Have we gotten a chance to interview you before on one of these yet?
Yeah, I think at the conclusion of Division 2, so in the first season, I spoke for quite a length there at the end. But yeah, I think we're out of the spotlight at the time because we're Div 2, obviously. But yeah, shoot away. This is the last one again. It's going to be a long time before anything else in DPC capacity. So yeah, Riyadh Masters coming in with the majors. Should be a lot of fun Dota.
But I'm guessing that your next officials are going to be TI regional qualifiers?
I believe so. To be honest, we're kind of waiting on word from Valve or other organizers to see what's really out there. Because, I mean, I guess as we look at the schedule now, there's going to be like a huge lull, right? Like it's a very big empty space.
Right.
If you're not a team that's playing Dream League or competing for Riyadh. So yeah, I'm hoping that some TOs and Valve step in there, at least share some information regarding what could happen.
Yeah, because I know you and your players are very, very hungry. You've exhibited that over the past 4 months. In your perspective, now that we haven't gotten a chance to speak to you in basically 2 tours, what is your assessment of your team? What are you most proud of that they've been able to work on over these past 2 tours?
I think the thing I'm most proud of is honestly just this series bounce back at the end. I know like we have some recency bias apply here, but I think anyone who's been following us, and shout out to the fans, the Indo fans as well, and supporters of AG. Just believe us that we are really trying to put in the work to turn this around. It hasn't been our most successful season. At the start of the season, I've been around the block for a long time. I've been on many different teams, and when you have a team that's kind of like rising up in like a rising star formation, when you hit a wall, which kind of was our wall last season when we lost the tiebreaker the final series against Execration for the major qualification, right? That's a ceiling that's put on you by somebody else, and there's a lot of teams that will kind of lose their breath of life and kind of start dying out from that point. So breaking through that wall is especially hard when everybody gets like a big reset and we're kind of behind starting with the patch already because we were kind of on an extended break. And I think we just found a slower footing in general compared to some of the other teams. So it's been honestly a very rough season overall. But I would say our bounce back here is something to be happy and proud about. But I think overall the season was kind of a failure, and we've got more than just so much work to do. You know, I think realistically, a lot of teams are going to be thinking about a lot of different things, and you know, we have to be kind of in the mix of thinking about everything from scratch.
You set high standards, Claire, and it shows from your team's performance, and absolutely I agree that this is something that you guys should be proud of because this entire series has been cutthroat. I mean, this entire tour has been cutthroat. The fact that Talon can't even make it to the major, things are crazy this tour, but you guys have persevered. Adam, any questions for Clairvoyance?
Yeah, I want to ask about the drafts actually. I feel like AG over this tour, you guys have played many different things and many different heroes. Is it, are you guys having trouble like finding the identity of AG again? Or is this like a just an experimental phase for you guys?
No, I think we're past the experiments. We can call it that in the sense that yeah, we are still trying to find our footing, of course. But it's like, okay, here's the stat, right? We played the Naga Siren into the Magnus again. In the last 3 games that we played this Naga against Magnus, which in my head is a favorable matchup for the Naga outside of the laning phase, we actually lost. But you know, we come to this position, and I try to be usually resilient about my as well as my team's Dota knowledge. And you know, we have In Your Dream. Kiki's a fantastic Naga player overall. We just haven't been able to execute and showcase that. So obviously we showcased it here in this final moment that it mattered. But we've been questioning a lot of our knowledge, and I've been questioning myself as well, because as you said, Adam, we played a lot of different heroes this DPC tour, and believe me, we've basically lost with everything. So it kind of makes you question and go to the drawing board on a lot of things.
On the quick follow-up on the aspect of you having your own opinions and taking your players' input into consideration, do you have like a ratio that you would say, like a percentage of, in any given draft, this percentage is your influence that you're like, guys, I think this is a good strategy, versus how much percent is your players saying like, I want to play this hero?
Usually in all the series previous to this one is actually about 60-40, maybe 70-30. One thing that, if you guys recall, is like, you know, the Morphling mid with the Phylactery.
Yeah.
Yoe actually doesn't play very much Morphling, and we tried it only one time, but it was a suggestion I had based on kind of experiencing it in pubs and playing it myself, and just an idea at the top of the patch. So yeah, it's stuff like that is, you know, I have to kind of push it on the players, which might not always work. This series was 100-0. We're kind of in a do or die scenario, and I felt like I was kind of brought into this region to step up in these moments when leadership is lacking and confidence is lacking. So I kind of took over the draft in this series, and luckily my players were able to play. If you noticed in the last game, Yoe actually is a fantastic Wind Ranger player, but he's never played this Wind Ranger versus Bat Rider matchup, which is it should be kind of skewed towards Wind Ranger now due to the universal changes and all that. But when you don't have the experience, even though you're a fantastic player, you know, you can get kind of caught with your pants down. He started with the first blood, and you know, unfortunately got killed after, which is kind of like a rare occurrence, and I don't really expect that to happen very often. But he still brought us the game back and had some of the most amazing shackles that you'll see, right? And that's sometimes the trade-off you're going to have to take.
Yeah, he ended up being our MVP for that game. Winter, anything on your mind for Aaron?
Yeah, hey, I just want to ask about your opinions on last season. You guys were pretty successful, and what was the key? And you said this season is pretty much a failure. And what do you think changed this season for the whole team?
Yeah, it's the end of the season. I can speak on this. Normally I wouldn't. I think the biggest change actually to our game as a team is, if you noticed us last season, Jocam's usually on an initiation hero. I think the most prominent of that was Tiny. This patch with the map changes, as well as the range supports coming into play because of the positioning of the lanes and how people want to scale with their offlaner more than they want to scale with the support. The Tiny has kind of fallen off and lost its place, along with the huge cooldown nerfs that it received, right? So we kind of lost that initiation factor, and we had to rely more on DB, who is more of a natural, like he's a player that transitioned from the offlane, from the carry role to the offlane, right? The skill set to be able to find all the perfect jumps is not necessarily developed yet. And when you have a new patch coming in, you have so many, like you're completely overwhelmed as a player. You know, you got a guy like me who was pretty strong-minded myself, like nagging in his ear constantly about miss CS and stuff like that, right? So the amount of sheer pressure that a guy like that can experience, you know, it's easy to crumble and, you know, make a kid like that break. But I think I chose this guy, and I think he chose me for specific reasons. Despite the lack of the best performances, I still have faith, and I'm hoping that we can still get another chance to show that.
The faith was rewarded, Claire. Even though that this season may be considered a failure in the grand scheme of things, I think ultimately it's about making it to TI, and you've got the foundation to do it. Appreciate the candor very much. Congratulations on this series victory, and hopefully we get more officials out of Army Geniuses in the near future.
Yeah, hope to see you guys soon, and it's always very entertaining. Thank you very much.
Much love, man. We'll catch you later. And with that, we conclude the Southeast Asian DPC. 3 tours here. We've been bringing it to you from KL. So for one last time, can we look at the results? Can we look at what had happened here on this final Monday of league play? This final Monday of league play before we get into, I guess, the TI season. Obviously, the Bali Major is the immediate future. And then after that, looking forward to Seattle. First series of the day was Mansion Army Geniuses taking on a Blacklist Rivalry. And that was a series that they got pretty resoundingly 2-0'd in. So resoundingly that even after we interviewed Cuckoo after Blacklist's second series, which was a 2-1 against Execration, he felt pretty confident that Boom would be able to beat Mansion Army Geniuses because, well, Army Geniuses just kind of looked lost, as we had said before. And all things considered, even in this series, it was just kind of
loss versus
loss.
Yeah.
And the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, which, not to be rude to Army Geniuses, but like at the end of the day, they were fighting for relegation, and based off of the series performance, we could kind of see why both these teams were in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, for AG, it's again, back to the drawing board. I feel like they showed a lot of potential last season. There's still a lot of things that they can improve on. And hopefully they stick together and just work on bringing us more amazing Dota and more amazing drafts,
Yeah. Were you at all surprised by Claire's percentage remark? That this was 100%?
I mean, not really, though. I mean, he's a pretty strong-handed person. So.
But would you do that in a tiebreaker situation? Would you be the 100%? Because like, if you lose, that is a lot of weight on your shoulders.
I would. If my players already can't deal with it and they just need to remember what they have to do in the game and not think about anything else, I would actually do it. And if we lose, it's my fault. So I take the pressure away from the players so they can focus on playing.
I think it's really good. I actually spoke to Joe Cam last week and he told me his team had trouble finding footing and they were really lost and they had this long ass meeting. And I think the idea is to just have one guy and one idea. And the players can try to work around that one idea and it makes things simpler. And Claire being the person he is, I think he's the right person to do it as well.
Yeah, he's got strong ideas and it ended up bringing them to success in the final series. And now, for one last time, let's look at the final standings. Everything has been determined. There's no more, well, this team has to play this team, and if this team loses to that team, then this thing happens. No, what you see is what you get. Bleed, our champions of the summer tour, taking home 500 DPC points and $30,000 US. 6 wins, 1 loss. The only loss was against Blacklist Rivalry, actually, which was our second place team. Second and third place were tied just a few hours ago, but Blacklist ends up getting the 2-1 victory over Execration. We were treated to 2 interviews, one with Ninja Boogie when they beat Army Geniuses and one with Cuckoo after they beat Execration. But Execration are no slouches. They still take the bronze medal for this tour, and they will be the only team from Southeast Asia to show up consistently to every single major of this season. They went to Lima, they went to Berlin, and they're hoping to make it to the crowd stage of Bali. One of these 3 teams hopefully makes it to the crowd stage of Bali, because it would be a damn shame to have a Southeast Asian major and the Southeast Asian crowd can't appreciate a Southeast Asian team. Meanwhile, middle of the pack, it was Talon. Not in the top 3. It's crazy to see. You see their DPC point total, 1,120. And I have good news for anyone. Well, oh, never mind. I don't have good news. I refreshed the rankings page and I saw more green bars has been finalized. But that's because Talon actually has continued moving down the list. So earlier today, Liquid, Gaiman, and EG were all locked for TI based off of their points. And now I can confirm that Shopify Rebellion and Tundra are also locked, which leaves Talon Esports in 6th place currently in the grand DPC standings. They are ahead of 9 Pandas, Team Spirit, Beast Coast, TSM, LGD, and BetBoom. And all of those teams, except for TSM, will be going to the major. So there is some potential for leapfrogging, but again, the percentage is very, very high for Talon. Although it is a damn shame that they won't be showing up to the major, but maybe it's time to show some new blood. After that, it's SMG and Mansion Army Geniuses who will be sticking around in our Division 1 next year, and also have some higher seeding for the TI regional qualifiers. And at the bottom of the list, we have Boom Esports and Xerxia, who will be getting relegated when it comes to Tour 3, and who are our 2 promotions as well. These were the 2 teams that we brought up from Div 2 for this tour, and it's the same 2 teams that we're sending down. Closing thoughts on the entire league, Adam?
I think this tour has been a big up and down. SDA looks shakier than it did before.
Yep.
But it's good to see the bigger names back. I think the stability will come and the LAN experience will give them a big advantage moving forward, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see some of the old players bleed. Blacklist.
Yeah.
Making it to a major and kicking the young boys out this time.
Now, Winter, we didn't get to get your assessment, but Corden on LAN, you think he's a clutch player? You think he's got, because we don't know.
I hope I'm wrong, but from what I've seen so far, he's not going to be able to lane against other players.
We're going to have to see. Maybe you put a man on LAN, you let them see their opponents face to face, something changes.
Yeah, I mean, some players, they just play way better on LAN, At home, maybe they don't see the crowd, so they don't feel the hype. The adrenaline is not rushing in the blood, so you don't play as well.
All these players are eagerly anticipating the final major, but in the meanwhile, as we put a cap on Division 1, the Dota never ends, my friends. Maybe we're ending the DPC schedule for Division 1, but Division 2 continues. And keep in mind, all these teams that you see here have just as much of a chance to make it to TI as the Div 1 regional teams do as well. Just a little bit of a harder chance. Our first series, when we return to DPC action tomorrow, or no, day after tomorrow. Wait, the 7th?
Yes.
The 7th.
Wednesday.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Vision taking on Polaris Esports. Now, I've been hearing a lot of Polaris voice lines. We are electric. But I don't know how good their gameplay is right now. It's Akashi, Mac, Enryu, Boomy, and CML going up against a Vision. And Vision is Mercury is the carry player, Malaysian carry player. Nasjo, Filipino mid. Candy Loon, Malaysian offlaner. Luciano, Filipino 4 position. And Lloyd, Malaysian 5 position. Quite the showdown. After that, it's UD Vesuan going up against Neon Esports. It's KNP, it's a primarily Thai team. KNP, BB is their mid, who is the only non-Thai player. He's a Laotian. RDP, Boombui, and Leona X. That's UD Vesuan going up against Neon Esports. That's Fortune Soul, Ken, Raging Potato, Kishka, and Castaway, a South African player, as their 5 position on Neon Esports. That's something to watch out for. Meanwhile, our final series, Set C, it's going to be Spawn Team going up against Myth Avenue Gaming. Spawn Team is a primarily Indonesian squad, entirely Indonesian squad. Jikroy, Mamang Daya, Womi, Dalul, and Travins as their team going up against Myth Avenue Gaming. It's Karma, XSI Learn. Our good friend Zeal is MAG's offlaner, as well as Paulson and Miracle as their support. So that's the rosters that you're going to be looking at on the 7th of June. The good times never end, my friends.
Yeah, can't wait to see our friends at MAG.
You're looking forward to Zeal perhaps rising back? Because, man, I have to imagine that after seeing LGD make yet another major, a little part of him is like...
on fire.
Yeah.
I feel it too.
He's
angry.
They've gone to a major with a different offlaner every time.
That's true.
Yeah.
And LGD, too good.
Too good. Or just not good enough to find a consistent offlaner. If you have an offlaner in your team, though, and you want to make a team, and you're seeing all this Bali stuff, and you're like, man, I wish I was there. Don't worry, you have an opportunity, my friends. The Bali Adventure C Circuit. Please, take an opportunity to view this QR code and perhaps scan this QR code, because you see you can compete to win tickets to the Bali Major. How do you do that? Well, signups just opened up today for a tournament that we're running, the C Circuit. And if you're participating and make it to the finals, we will be giving away 5 tickets to the winners of this tournament. And if you have Prime, ePulse Prime, which I've been talking about a great deal over the course of this DPC tour, then not only are you going to get tickets, you're going to get premium tickets. So be sure to sign up for that. And if you're still just interested in the quick match stuff, well, don't worry, I'm also going to be giving out 2 tickets to that one, I believe. 3 tickets! 3 tickets! And you don't even need to be winning in the quick matches. You just need to be playing. We will be taking 3 participants, and same thing. If you have ePulse Prime, well, then you will be in the running for a premium ticket at the Bali Major. So start participating right now. Scan that QR code. Check the VODs for the Prime coupon code. And be sure to have Prime at the time of the end of the tournament, because if you have Prime and you're only priming it up for the first week, well, then your premium opportunity may be missed. But prime your way up until the end of the tournament, and then you may be sitting right next to...
Winter.
Yeah, sitting right next to Winter. I was thinking more of a player.
Ask him about Natsumi or Corden.
You could just hold out a microphone and be like, hey, Winter, how do you feel? Although I give you a hard time, Winter, but I gotta say, it's been an absolute pleasure. As we wrap up 3 months of time here, this is your first time. I remember saying it on the first day. You've been a traitor to Southeast Asia. You've been covering other regions. You've been cheating on us.
South America is like SEA.
Without the E.
Without the E. Because it's not as easy. Southeast Asia, they keep it real difficult. Winter, sum up your experience covering the Southeast Asian tour.
And nothing short but fun. Watching the players play.
Yeah.
And getting to work with you again.
Would you enjoy more, the casting or the paneling?
Definitely the paneling more.
Why is that, Winter? I already knew the answer to this, but tell me.
I get to be myself more on panel.
And what is your... You're really beating around the bush. What is yourself?
Winter's the chef, and when he goes to the kitchen, he's not looking forward to cook the food, but he's like looking forward to turning on the fire.
This man is lighter fluid personified.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all for entertainment, you know.
It is for entertainment. I hope you
We're
at home...
self-entertained.
Yeah, the players, I'm sure, are very entertained. Adam, I gotta say, for me personally, our first time working together was at the Genting tournament a few months ago, and your growth as a panelist has been wonderful to see. I've really enjoyed how much you've taken influence from Winter. I don't know how much of you've known him for longer than I have. How much of Adam is he just being his old self on this panel versus how much of it is him trying to match your standards?
He is coming out of his shell more.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Just
about.
throwing me under the bus, man.
You've been painting this picture that you're a very, low-key, wholesome, ice in the veins kind of guy, which I can believe to an extent, but like, you got some opinions.
Yeah, giving the players the benefit of the doubt all the time.
Yeah, I shouldn't do that.
Tour 1.
I should know better by now.
I see. I need to balance out Winter because we can't both be flaming. It's getting a bit hard in here. So Winter's not on the panel. Someone has to cook.
That is true. Someone has to cook.
Next time I'll season.
Because that has been the theme of our show over these past few months. It has been food, because we've been serving up some hot Southeast Asian Dota for you. And I hope all of you have been enjoying the show. Please, if you have enjoyed what we've brought to you here at the beach, at the Kopitiam, at the Mamak stall, then send some love to ePulse Gaming, send some love to the talent, send some love. You guys can't do it, but I'll send it for you to all the people behind the camera who have been putting on this show, all of our casters as well. That's it for me as well. Set the fireworks. I'm gonna miss this thing. One more time just for me. I'm gonna miss it. My friends, I hope you have enjoyed the Southeast Asian Leagues. We've enjoyed bringing it to you from ePulse and EBN. We're out.